Shueishan, a trainee lawyer with a monthly salary of 2,000, awakened the strongest lawyer system at the beginning, and made a big splash in the legal circle, shocking the world. The suspect and the defense lawyer were both taken in, and the man who struck the hammer was not spared. Visible justice does not need to be upheld, but invisible justice does. Chapter 001, Awakening the Strongest Lawyer System Downstairs of the law firm. Shueishan, let's break up, said his girlfriend Liu. Shueishan couldn't believe it. Why? You only earn over 2,000 yuan a month, but you don't own a house or a car. You even have to ride an electric bike to pick me up from get off work. I can't afford to lose face. I want an Hermes, but you can't even buy me one. You're such a loser, what did you say? Shueishan was angry. Liu took out a check from her bag and shook it. Did I say something wrong? I slept with Chen Shuyi for one night, and he gave me 500,000. Chen Shuyi is his immediate superior at the law firm and the director of the law firm. He is almost 30 years older than his girlfriend. My boss slept with my girlfriend. Shueishan's eyes were bloodshot. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from the depths of his soul. Bite. Trigger mission, use legal knowledge to slap your cheating girlfriend Liu in the face. Task completion reward, RMB plus 50, legal theory ability plus 10, legal logic ability plus 10. Shueishan widened his eyes. Liu continued to ramble on. Chen Shuyi earns more than you and is more generous than you. Sleeping with him for one night, being his lover, is better than being with you forever. Trash. Shueishan's eyes were filled with confusion. Is he hallucinating? Deep in my heart, that cold voice sounded again. Bite. Trigger mission, use legal knowledge to slap your cheating girlfriend Liu in the face. Task completion reward, RMB plus 50, legal theory ability plus 10, legal logic ability plus 10. Do you accept the mission? Yes. No? Shueishan, are you going to accept this or not? Hurry up. Shueishan, quite irritable. Shueishan is a small lawyer, but he has also read a lot of fantasy novels with thick golden fingers. He said except in his heart he wanted to see whether he was hallucinating because he was so angry with his girlfriend, or whether there really was a golden finger from heaven. Shueishan just accepted the mission. He saw a transparent virtual screen appear in front of him. Name, Shueishan. Occupation, lawyer, level, LV3, lawyer apprentice, professional skills, legal. Theory ability, 980/1000 legal logic ability, 813/1000 legal search, 700/1000 legal writing, 13/1000, waste, legal argumentation, 650/1000 evidence collection, 50 out of 1000, lackluster, court debate, 96 out of 1000, nothing, money, 15 renminbi, poorer than a dog, newbie reward, martial arts secret book *1, can quickly increase martial arts value and improve physical condition in a short period of time. Shueishan Run was dumbfounded. Is this his attribute? Has he really awakened the system? Forget it, let me slap my cheating girlfriend in the face first, then talk about it. Shueishan looked at Liu and said, let's break up. Liu was stunned. She didn't expect Shueishan to agree so readily and didn't even try to keep her, which made her feel embarrassed. Shueishan crossed his arms and said, anyway, your check for 500,000 yuan has no legal effect. You can't withdraw the money. It's no different from a piece of waste paper. Impossible. You lied to me because you were jealous. You must be feeling aggrieved because you were cuckolded. Shueishan pointed at the check and said, there's only fingerprints on it, no signature or seal. You can't withdraw money from the bank. It's just a piece of waste paper. Haven't you studied the bills of exchange law? I don't believe it. Liu immediately called her sister who worked in a bank. What did the person on the other side say? Liu's face gradually turned pale and her lips lost their color. After hanging up the phone, she glanced at Shueishan and said, husband, I was wrong, ding. Complete the mission of slapping your cheating girlfriend in the face. Reward, RMB plus 50, legal theory ability plus 10, legal logic ability plus 10. Shueishan shook off Liu's entanglement and turned back to the law firm lobby. When Shueishan returned, he saw that above each person's head was a green square root, a blue question mark, or a red exclamation point. Square root very common, it should be possible to view character information. Shueishan turned around and saw Liu crying all the way with him, and clicked the square root on her head. Liu, a newly employed paralegal at a law firm, is a money worshipper. The question mark should be able to trigger a quest. Shueishan noticed that Gu Pingguan, his mentor when he first joined the law firm, had a question mark on his head. He clicked, and the system then gave the task information. Lawyer Gu Pingguan seems to need your help. Go talk to him and get the detailed assignment. Shueishan walked over and asked, Master, what's wrong? Gu Pingguan said, my two clients' legal consultations overlap. Please help me receive a client named Zhang Meiran on the first floor. If she has any questions, please help her handle them if you can. I have something else to do on the second floor. Shueishan, okay. Gu Pingguan and Shueishan described Zhang Meiran's characteristics and hurried upstairs. Shueishan waited for a while and saw a woman in a red dress walk into the law firm's lobby. Shueishan recognized her at a glance and walked over. Hello, Miss Shang, my name is Shueishan, and I'm the apprentice of lawyer Gu Pingguan. How can I help you? Zhang Meiran, who was wearing a red dress, said, "My husband is cheating on me. He is now staying in room 1205 of the Green Island Hotel with his mistress. I just barged in and took photos and videos to catch them in the act. Is this illegal?" Bite. Triggering task: Zhang Meiran's husband is cheating on her. Please help her protect her rights in a legal manner. Task completion reward: RMB plus 100, evidence collection ability plus 30, legal theory ability plus 10, Zhang Meiran favorability plus 5. Shueishan said, "Yes, it is illegal to directly enter and take pictures to violate someone's privacy. Evidence obtained in this way has no legal effect." Zhang Meiran was trembling with anger. "I want to divorce that scumbag and destroy the mistress's reputation. That mistress was so arrogant that she called me and showed off. Can't the law punish her? Should we protect her?" Shueishan smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. Call 110 now and say, reporting someone suspected of soliciting prostitution in room 1205 of the Green Island Hotel." Zhang Meiran, she was stunned for 5 or 6 seconds. But, even if that couple was taken away and taken to the police station, they could explain clearly that it wasn't prostitution. Zhang Meiran, lawyer Shui, you studied law after all. Falsely accusing someone of prostitution, isn't that appropriate? Zhang Meiran shook her head in her heart. He is so young, and you can tell at first glance that he is a new lawyer who just graduated not long ago. He has absolutely no legal literacy. He will do anything to achieve his goal and even encouraged her to frame others. Next, should we teach her how to make fake certificates and bribe witnesses? Is this kind of person qualified to be a lawyer? Zhang Meiran looked at Shueishan with a hint of disdain. Lawyer Shui, I don't think there's any need for us to continue this conversation. Are you worthy of being a lawyer if you encourage me to frame others? Shueishan, it's not a false accusation. Shueishan, if you report them, they will be taken to the police station. Shueishan, when the police took their statements, they would admit they were lovers in order to deny soliciting prostitution. Zhang Meiran was stunned. So what? Being in a relationship is just a moral issue. The police don't care. Shueishan, no, I don't care. But with the police record, you can take your marriage certificate to the police station to make a copy. That will prove that your husband is having an affair with a mistress. Now you have evidence, right? Zhang Meiran, Shueishan leaned against the wall, one of his long legs slightly bent, and said lazily, also, Miss Zhang, as a lawyer, I assure you that doing this is completely in line with the law. Zhang Meiran quickly spoke up, Lawyer Shui, that's not what I meant. I didn't expect the law could be used in this way. The look in her eyes when she looked at Shueishan no longer had the contempt she adjusted. He even felt a little guilty and said, I'm sorry, Lawyer Shui, I misunderstood you. I apologize. It's okay, don't waste time, call the police. Zhang Meiran immediately called the police to report that someone was soliciting prostitution in room 1205 of the Green Island Hotel. Hang up the phone. Zhang Meiran smiled at Shueishan. Lawyer Shui, your method is quite tricky and unique. I asked a law student from college about this. He was like a bookworm, talking about the civil code and the interpretation of the civil procedure law. He spoke a lot of theoretical knowledge and charged me over 2,000 yuan for consulting, but he couldn't solve the actual problem for half a day. He was so long-winded. Shueishan didn't respond, nor did he want to join Zhang Meiran in discussing the matter, so as not to get himself into trouble. Zhang Meiran seemed to think of something and said, let's add WeChat. Shueishan scanned Zhang Meiran's WeChat QR code. Add friends. Zhang Meiran's WeChat avatar is a high-definition photo of her on a treadmill. The pure black sports bra outlines her proud and full chest. The young girl's body has no fat on her belly and a beautiful waistline. The black sports shorts wrapped around her perky buttocks, and below was a pair of white and slender legs. Her expression is cool and arrogant, a perfect example of a cool queen. What are you looking at? I transferred the consulting fee to you, come and collect it. Zhang Meiran asked, realizing that it was impolite to stare at someone's WeChat profile picture like this. Shueishan retracted his gaze and glanced at the transfer message on the WeChat interface. Shocked, 5,000 yuan. A full 5,000 yuan. Shueishan thought for a moment, Ms. Zhang, I've only spoken to you for less than 3 minutes. I feel guilty about this money and cannot accept it. If you absolutely must. Give it to me, please talk to my master. Zhang Meiran tried to persuade him several times, but Shueishan was determined, so she gave up. Shueishan chatted with her for a few more minutes. Bite. Complete the mission of helping Zhang Meiran defend her rights through legal means. RMB plus 100, evidence collection ability plus 30, legal theory ability plus 10, Zhang Meiran favorability plus 5. Shueishan was in a good mood. In just a few minutes, 150 yuan was deposited into the account. It seems that for lunch, I can add $3 more worth of luncheon meat and cuttlefish balls to the spicy hot pot. Shueishan's cell phone beeped a few times. He took a look. It's a winning text message from the mobile company. A few days ago, he won a cash red envelope of 150 yuan from a few electronic lottery tickets he received when he tore up his phone bill. It just matches the amount of the system reward. Legal theory ability reaches the upper limit of L4 level 1200/1200, and is rewarded with a bronze treasure chest *1.
Do you want to open it? Shueishan, open. Ding. The treasure chest is open. Item, reward legal search system *1.
Effect, after using this, one can recite all legal provisions word for word.
Use? Yes. No?
Oh shit, what kind of artifact is this? Shueishan was so happy that he almost went crazy. Gu Penguin was originally worried that Shueishan was young and impulsive, and would act rashly, fearing that he would cause trouble, so he hurried down after finishing his work. However, when everyone heard the conversation between Shueishan and Zhang Meiran, they were dumbfounded. First call 110 and ask the police to bring those two bastards to the police station to take a statement, and then ask Zhang Meiran to go to the police station to copy the statement. The evidence obtained in this way is not only legal and convenient, but also has strong probative value. This method of collecting evidence is extremely tricky, it's very unethical and deceptive, but it's legal and reasonable, and people can't find any fault with it. Gu Penguin watched from the side, and the expression on Zhang Meiran's face changed from suspicion to disdain, and then from contempt to shock. Zhang Meiran is a returnee from Stanford University. She is a beautiful woman with 2 doctoral degrees, a high social status and a proud nature. Gu Penguin had never seen Zhang Meiran show such an expression of surprise and admiration, but Shueishan did it. This young man who just got his lawyer's license is no ordinary person. Gu Penguin nodded and said they could communicate more in the future. Shueishan's perspective is so unique. Maybe he can solve the difficult and unjust case that has troubled him for years. Gu Penguin favorability +5, Shueishan had not yet decided whether to use the legal search system. When he heard that his favorability had increased, he was stunned. He turned around and saw Gu Penguin, who seemed to be lost in thought. He walked over and called him master and briefly told Gu Penguin about Zhang Meiran's matter. Upon learning that Shueishan had confiscated the consulting fee from Zhang Meiran, Gu Penguin patted Shueishan on the shoulder and said, Xiao Shui, next time you need legal advice and the client gives you consulting fees, just keep them. We put in the work, so it's only right that we take the money. Shueishan shook his head. Master, she is your client, I will not interfere in her affairs. The smile in Gu Penguin's eyes deepened a little, but he didn't say anything. Who doesn't like subordinates who know when to advance and when to retreat, and who know when to stop? At this time, there was a noisy sound coming from upstairs, as if there was a quarrel. Shueishan asked, Master, is there anything wrong upstairs? Gu Penguin pinched his brows wearily, feeling somewhat distressed. Come on, follow me, we'll know in a moment. The two went upstairs. When I walked up to the second floor, I heard a loud noise. Your law firm's professional capabilities are so poor, even inferior to my grandson. Are you here to scam me out of money? Give me back my money. Get me back all the legal fees I paid before, or I'll smash your sign. Junjing Law Firm, pack up your things and get out of the legal community. Chapter 002, Crazy Zhang San, Live Legal Education. Are you here to mess things up? Shueishan followed Gu Penguin and saw a white-haired old man yelling, My grandson can recite the civil code by heart, and the lawyers in your firm can't even recite the civil code, so how can they fight lawsuits? The two young assistants were scolded so much that their faces turned red and they were about to see her white-eyed. As soon as he saw Gu Penguin and Shueishan coming over, he said, Lawyer Gu, Brother Shui. Gu Penguin looked at the white-haired old man who had been causing trouble and said, Mr. Qi, a lawyer can win a case without having to memorize the civil code. Even if your grandson memorizes the civil code, he may not be able to win the case. At this time, Shueishan saw a blue glowing question mark slowly floated up above Gu Penguin's head, and he clicked it. Byte. Trigger new mission, help Gu Penguin appease the client who came to the law firm to cause trouble. Task reward, 100 renminbi, legal search ability +50, trigger Gu Penguin hidden event *1, hidden events, is there such a good thing? Shueishan stepped forward and said to Gu Penguin, Master, go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of this. Gu Penguin heard that there was a case going to court tomorrow, so he hurried back to his office to sort out the court materials. Okay, then you can talk to Mr. Qi about it. Don't leave. Mr. Qi's temper flared up. You're sending me away just because I'm still wet behind the ears? Shueishan turned around and said, Mr. Qi, who told you that the lawyers at Junjing Law Firm can't recite the civil code? Gu Penguin suddenly pulled Shueishan and lowered his voice, don't try to show off. Although Mr. Qi's grandson is only 8 years old, he was the champion of last year's Super Brain. He can memorize any book with perfect punctuation after reading it for a few hours. Fearing that Shueishan was ignorant of his own limitations, Gu Penguin reminded him, this morning, that kid recited over 900 legal provisions, word for word, and completely bewildered several PhDs from Tsinghua and Peking University in our institute. Shueishan was happy. Master, if I make him lose his mind, you can give me a raise. Gu Penguin frowned. Be serious, Mr. Qi is our old customer, he can generate tens of millions of dollars in revenue for us every year. If he is pissed off by you, I will fire you. Shueishan looked at Mr. Qi's grandson. The child was called Doubting. He was thin and small, with a wooden face and very dark pupils. Shueishan bent down and asked, Want a match? Doubting, comparing what? Shueishan pointed to his brain and said, Memory. Doubting's eyes lit up, okay. Puff. Old Mr. Qi sneered and looked Shueishan up and down with disdain. Just you? Gu Penguin was anxious. Shueishan. Shut up. How could he not know what kind of person Shueishan is? In college, he failed so many courses that he almost didn't get his degree. The passing score for the objective questions in the judicial examination is 180, and he passed with a score of 181. The passing score for the subjective part of the judicial examination was 108, and he passed with the narrowest score.
This kind of scumbag, compare your memory with the champion of the brain? Are you looking for death? Only me.
Shueishan said calmly, if I lose, I will pay you back the 20 million yuan Mr. Qi spent on legal services at Junjing Law Firm out of my own pocket, not a cent less.
Shueishan. Are you crazy? Gu Penguin was shocked. Mr. She gave him a deep look and said, are you sure? Young man, you're in debt of 20 million in your 20s. Don't kneel down and beg me. Shueishan smiled and said, what if your grandson loses? Impossible.
Mr. Qi said firmly, if Xiaodao loses to you, I will hire you as a legal advisor to our company. Good. Shueishan said to the system in his mind, start the legal search system. Law search system is starting. 1%, 5%, 23%, 49%, 71%, 98%, 100%. Shueishan felt as if his brain was pierced by countless thin steel needles, causing sharp pain and almost bleeding. Millions of words poured into Shueishan's mind frantically. Legal search system, launched successfully. A fact, after using this, one can recite all legal provisions word for word. Shueishan opened his eyes. The pain was so severe that cold sweat was already pouring down his forehead. Little doubting walked up to Shueishan, looked up, and asked, how do we compete? Shueishan, civil procedure law, dictation, typing on a computer keyboard, time limit of 3 hours, compare accuracy, okay? Little Bean, okay. Shueishan and Xiaodao sat in front of the computer, one on each side, and started typing away. 2.5 hours later, Xiaodao stopped typing on the keyboard, glanced at Shueishan, and a hint of arrogance flashed in his eyes. A foolish adult. At 2 hours and 57 minutes, Shueishan was still buried in front of the screen, typing desperately. Mr. She said with a hint of sarcasm, young man, accept the loss if you are willing to bet. As soon as the words fell, Shueishan stopped typing on the keyboard and rubbed his sore fingers. Many colleagues gathered around, and everyone stared at Shueishan, holding their breath nervously. Gu Penguin flipped through the document that Xiaodao had copied page by page. For a moment, no one dared to speak for fear of disturbing him. After reading Xiaodao's, Gu Penguin opened Shueishan's document. He frowned after taking the first look. Mr. Qi was a quick-tempered man. Seeing this, he immediately said, what do you think, Lawyer Gu? Did he lose to my grandson? Gu Penguin said nothing, but his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. After reading it, he stood up and said, Mr. Qi, your grandson lost. Mr. Qi didn't believe it and shouted excitedly, this is impossible. Gu Penguin made a gesture of invitation, please take a look for yourself. Mr. Qi hurried over to take a look, and found that Shueishan's dictation listed a comparison table of the 4 revisions to the civil procedure law in 2007, 2012, 2017, and 2021, and also used different colors to distinguish and annotate them. Even the judicial interpretations related to each legal provision and the Supreme Court's guiding cases are all listed. The little kid also saw it, and he stood there in a daze, his limbs stiff and his hands and feet cold. He looked at Shueishan in disbelief. Shueishan smiled calmly. Mr. Qi lowered his head, which had been held high, and left with his grandson without saying a word. Before leaving, he handed Shueishan a business card. Qi Sanglong, chairman of Qitian Group. After the Qi family's grandparents and grandchildren left, colleagues from the law firm gathered around him, staring at Shueishan with excitement and admiration, and chattering at once, Shueishan, you're quite capable, but you're not as good as others. The champion of the strongest brain has been beaten to a pulp by you, Zhuozhuizi. Brother Shin, how did you do that? Excellent. Yes, please teach me. I've been taking the bar exam for 4 years and still can't pass it. Brother Shin, let me pay my respects to you before this year's exam and take advantage of your good luck. Dad Shin, is that luck? That's called strength. Shueishan finally squeezed out of the crowd. Gu Penguin looked at him with a smile, work hard. The law firm needs to increase capital at the end of the year, and we may need a few more partner lawyers. Do you understand what I mean? Shueishan became nervous upon hearing this. I understand. Master, don't worry, I'll just cling to your thick thigh and won't leave. Bite. Mission completed. Successfully helped Gu Penguin appease the client who came to the law firm to cause trouble. Reward, 100 renminbi, legal search ability plus 50. Trigger Gu Penguin's hidden event *1. Gu Penguin's hidden event will be triggered at dinner time. Shueishan looked at his watch and it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. He took the initiative to invite Gu Penguin. Master, it's time to eat. Do you want to join us? Gu Penguin took off his glasses, pinched his brows, and seemed in a good mood. Let's go. The master and apprentice chose to have dinner at a Shandong cuisine restaurant. Gu Penguin looked at the 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table. Shueishan also asked for a dish of roast duck. Gu Penguin lit a cigarette and asked with a smile, is this a sign of getting rich? Shueishan didn't say that he had picked up more than 200 yuan for free today. He just laughed it off and changed the subject. Gu Penguin held a cigarette between his fingers and said, "There's a job that can make money.
Do you want to do it?"
Shueishan's eyes lit up. He stood up tactfully, poured wine for Gu Penguin, and picked up food for him with serving chopsticks. Gu Penguin didn't keep the secret.
A publishing house is looking for manuscripts for textbooks for the judicial examination. I recommended you to the editor of the publishing house because you're a newcomer.
If your manuscript is accepted, the copyright fee for one book will be around 80,000 yuan.
80,000.
Shueishan suppressed the shock and excitement in his heart and bowed to Gu Penguin properly. "Master, thank you, thank you." Gu Penguin patted him on the shoulder and said, "Work hard. If the book sells well, you might have a chance to sign a contract with a judicial examination training institution and give live lectures.
The tuition fee is not cheap."
After the master and disciple finished their meal, Shueishan went to pay the bill. Ding.
Gu Penguin's hidden event is completed.
Gu Penguin's favorability increased by +10, total favorability increased to 30 to 100. When your favorability reaches 30, you can view the other party's detailed information.
Do you want to view it?
Yes.
No. Is there this function? Shueishan, check.
Gu Penguin's information page soon appeared on the transparent screen in front of him. Name, Gu Penguin, occupation, lawyer, level, LV16, senior lawyer. Professional skills, legal theory ability, 43,000/50,000 legal logic ability, 37100/50,000 legal search, 26035/50,000 legal document writing, 50,000/50,000 legal argumentation, 47500/50,000 evidence collection, 18800/50,000 court debate, 42900/50,000 money, 9.21 million RMB. Shueishan was extremely envious of this money and this status.
Shueishan. Shueishan. Gu Penguin was calling him. Gu Penguin shook his phone.
I have a meeting with an important client tonight.
I just made an appointment. I have a live broadcast on legal education at 8 p.m. I'm running out of time.
Please go in my place.
Shueishan, okay.
8 o'clock in the evening, Shueishan sat on the computer chair in the rental house and logged into Gu Penguin's live broadcast account. Once inside, netizens in the live broadcast room saw a young face and started talking about it.
Why did you change people? You're so young and you're here to teach about law. Have you graduated from college? You're not here to scam people out of money, are you? Forget it, forget it. Those legal provisions are boring as hell and meaningless anyway. I don't care. Exactly. If it weren't for the credit requirement for the second class at our school, I wouldn't bother listening to it. Teacher, when will you finish? I'm hanging up now. I'll come back when you're done. The pillows and blankets are ready, go ahead.
Today's live legal education broadcast is about criminal law. Shueishan glanced at the lecture notes that Gu Penguin passed to him. The lecture notes contained the most boring legal provisions, and he just had to read them. Bite. Triggering task, increase the number of followers of the legal education live broadcast room to over 2,000. Mission reward, RMB +500, legal logic skill +200, legal argumentation skill +50, Gu Penguin favorability +10.
May contain hidden rewards.
Shueishan glanced at the number of fans in the live broadcast room and fell silent. The initial number of fans in the live broadcast room, 15 people. Chapter 003. I sent the opposing lawyer to jail. After a moment of silence, Shueishan turned on the microphone, introduced himself, explained that Gu Penguin had an urgent matter, and then, let me tell you a story. One day, Zhang San drank a lot at a class reunion, so he asked his girlfriend to drive home. On the way, his girlfriend's driving skills were not good and she scratched the car in front of her. The traffic police came to ask her to move the car, but she tried for a long time but couldn't get it into the right position. Zhang San was anxious and got in the driver's seat to move the car himself. Bang! He crashed into the police car parked on the side of the road. The barrage exploded.
And then?
Teacher, what happened next?
Ha 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 ha.
I laughed so hard that all the sound-activated lights in the neighborhood lit up for me, the electric bikes downstairs started sirening, and the roosters within a 10-mile radius started crowing.
Why isn't the teacher reading the law today?
I've been sleepless for 3 days and 3 nights, just waiting to sleep in the live studio. Shueishan glanced at the comments and asked, finally, what crime do you think Zhang San has been convicted of? What will be his sentence? The barrage was silent for a moment.
Traffic accident?
That's not right. This should be considered a dangerous act that endangers public safety, I guess, so, obstructing official duties?
Studying law seems quite interesting.
I've posted the link to our class group. The initial number of fans in the live broadcast room, 15 people. Real-time number of fans in the live broadcast room, 63 people. IT was still far from 2,000. Shueishan sighed in his heart and said, Zhang San was finally convicted of dangerous driving.
Oh yes.
He's been drinking. If I drink in front of the police, how will they know if I was drinking before driving? Shueishan picked up the thermos and drank tea, giving a thumbs up.
Good idea.
When you get caught driving under the influence, drink a bottle of baijiu right there in front of the police and tell them, I'm sorry, I wasn't driving under the influence. I saw you were so nervous, so I wanted to drink a bottle to calm you down.
The barrage was full of ha 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 dot. But Shueishan changed the subject. Can this circumvent the law? Of course not.
According to the latest judicial interpretation, if Zhang San drinks alcohol at the time of being caught driving under the influence, and his blood alcohol content after drinking meets the standard, he should also be considered drunk. Guys, I'm a marine biology major, and I actually understood it. It seems the law isn't as difficult as I thought. I've memorized this knowledge point hundreds of times before and still couldn't remember it, but this time I believe I will never forget it even if I die.
Thank you for your legal education. I'm going to get into law school.
The number of real-time fans in the live broadcast room continued to grow, from 300 to 500, and then from 500 to 1,000. Shueishan continued his legal education, saying, so, when caught driving under the influence, don't drink in front of the police.
Instead, abandon your car and run. When you see the police the next day, approach them with passion and a sense of justice, and ask, Comrade Police, did you catch that thief yesterday? I'm a caring citizen.
I got out of my car and chased after the thief, even abandoning my car.
How could I possibly be driving under the influence? Ha 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 ha. Little question mark, do you have many children? Criminal warning. Teaching criminal methods.
I'll give you 50 cents, and I order you to delete that comment so I can post it. At this time, the screen of the live broadcast room was suddenly dominated by meteor showers one after another. Zhang Meiran, give the anchor meteor shower a reward of 20 for a moment. The entire screen turned red. Site-wide announcement, distinguished SVIP user Zhang Meiran has donated 20 yuan to the anchor meteor shower.
Come and watch. Everyone was stunned. A meteor shower costs $1,000, right? Does Mei Ran's mother need a son? Does the family need a servant? That's really awesome. I'll go study the FA and start a livestream to popularize the FA. Have you ever heard the above? If you persuade someone to study medicine, you'll be struck by lightning. If you persuade someone to study law, you'll be cut into pieces. Seeing the last comment, Shueishan casually added, do you know how terrible it is for a medical student to switch careers to study law? Barrage, Shueishan smiled and said, when I was a junior in college, I went to the court for internship and followed the judge in court. During the trial, one of the parties suffered from appendicitis. Then what? I guess the trial will be postponed. Adjourn? No need.
Shueishan said, it just so happens that two judges used to study surgery, and they feel particularly close to patients with appendicitis.
The judge said, don't panic, everyone. Silence.
Clerk, you and the judicial police go and clean up the mediation room next door. We used to study medicine, and we just happen to have a set of scalpels. Not to mention removing your appendix, we can even do it while the trial is ongoing. The comments were hilarious. Netizens were so excited that they were laughing to death. The link to Shueishan's legal education live broadcast room was spread wildly in the group chats of various apps. At this point, the live broadcast had been going on for 40 minutes. Zhang Meiran's watching live broadcast brought a huge increase in the number of fans in Shueishan's live broadcast room.
Zhang Meiran has hundreds of thousands of fans on the live streaming platform and has considerable
influence. Many of Zhang Meiran's fans followed Zhang Meiran's account and clicked into Shueishan's live broadcast room. The real-time number of fans in the live broadcast room was 1547. Some people came to join in the fun because they saw the trending search, while others came to listen to Shueishan's legal education lecture because they wanted to learn law. Someone asked in the barrage, hello, Mr. Shui.
I'm a graduating student taking the bar exam this year. I'd like to ask you, how do you distinguish between fraud and theft? Shueishan thought for a moment, then let me tell you another story.
Zhang San found a very beautiful girlfriend, and when they were about to get married, he didn't have enough money for the betrothal gift. He took 50,000 yuan to a magician, hoping that the magician would help him turn it into 5 million yuan.
Then what? Shueishan, the magician said, I will definitely help you with this.
You put the money in this box, take it home, and open it after 7 hours. Before opening it, you must bathe and change clothes, burn incense and clean your hands, kowtow 300 times in a row towards the northwest, and eat 20 raw squids while kowtow. After Zhang San kowtowed, he opened the box with full piety and found a stack of waste paper inside with a line of large characters on it. You were so stupid, your girlfriend is actually a transgender person.
Ha 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 ha. This magician should be charged with intentional injury to single people, sure. I was completely confused.
I seem to understand, but also seem to understand nothing at all.
Teacher Shui stole my brain. Oh no. Maybe it was a lie, not a steal.
Shueishan took a look at the number of fans in the live broadcast room. It had reached more than 1,900, just one step away from 2000. He spoke slowly. So, if the victim objectively has the right to dispose of the property and subjectively has the intention to do so, then the suspect's transfer of property possession constitutes fraud. If the victim lacks either the right or the intention, then the property infringement constitutes theft. This case is a typical example of theft. I'm a SAO postpartum care student, and I actually understood it. As a law student, I'm completely bewildered. Let's just sentence them to death without a trial. JPG. I get it. I get it. Teacher Shue's logic is actually very clear. In the dense barrage on the screen, Shueishan also saw the number of fans in the live broadcast room in the lower right corner, 2063 byte. Mission completed. The number of followers in the legal education live broadcast room exceeds 2,000. Reward, RMB plus 500, legal logic ability plus 200, legal argumentation ability plus 50, Gu Penguin favorability plus 10. Drop hidden reward, Majesty *1, Shueishan, what the hell is Majesty? Shueishan didn't think much about it. After the live broadcast, he originally wanted to send a WeChat message to Zhang Meiran to ask her about rewarding the meteor shower. Zhang Meiran has already sent her a message. Zhang Meiran, the tips in the live broadcast room are considered as today's legal consultation fees. Zhang Meiran, I don't owe anyone any favors. After Shueishan replied to Zhang Meiran's message, Gu Penguin called him master. Gu Penguin's hearty and rich laugh came from the phone. Xiao Shui, you did a great job. In the first live broadcast, the number of fans in the live broadcast room exceeded 2,000. Shueishan scratched his head in embarrassment. Master, I was just afraid of ruining your reputation, so I tried so hard to make jokes in the live broadcast room. Okay, let me remind you that the law should not be overly entertaining. Otherwise, if you get into trouble, you will have to go back to your hometown in the countryside and eat slop with the pigs. Gu Penguin said half warningly and half seriously. Shueishan, if I eat all the slop, what will the pigs eat? Gu Penguin was speechless for a moment, then said seriously, there's a case of domestic violence. I have to go there tomorrow morning to investigate and collect evidence. If you have time, come with me. Shueishan, I bite. Trigger mission, complete the investigation and evidence collection of the domestic violence case. Task reward, RMB plus 200, evidence collection ability plus 300. Triggered hidden mission, a drug lord has been found among the parties involved in the domestic violence case. He has 15 lives on his hands. Please find him and assist the police in arresting him. Hidden mission reward, gold treasure chest *1. When I saw the hidden mission, Shueishan's heart was in his throat. He was an ordinary man who had heard about a drug lord with 15 lives on his hands, and there was a high probability that he would come face to face with him tomorrow morning. Saying you're not afraid is nonsense, but when Shueishan saw the golden treasure chest, his heart was moved. Gu Penguin waited a long time for Shueishan's reply, and asked, is there any problem? Shueishan, no problem. Absolutely no problem. Gu Penguin, what about tomorrow morning's investigation and evidence collection? Shueishan almost answered immediately, go. You must go. Golden treasure chest, here I come. Gu Penguin, okay, that's settled. Gu Penguin hung up the phone. Shueishan put down his phone, took his pajamas and went into the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, he heard a slight noise in the living room. When he came out of the bedroom, he saw Liu sneaking around in the living room. Shueishan frowned, what are you doing? When they broke up in the morning, he forgot to ask Liu for the key to his house. Liu's eyes flashed with viciousness, and then she looked up at Shueishan pitifully. I'm here to return the key to your apartment. If you don't like it, I'll leave. Liu put the key on the coffee table, took the daily necessities she had left with Shueishan, and left in a hurry. After she left, Shueishan carefully checked the apartment several times. Finally, a huge black package was found in a hidden place behind the sofa. Shueishan unzipped the package, his face changed, and he felt a chill down his spine. P.S. Some of the content in the legal education live broadcast is just a joke. Please don't take it seriously. Shueishan's investigation, evidence collection, and lawsuit are detailed in chapters 38, 39, and beyond. Chapter 004, Slap Chen Shuyi in the face. 1. They have already broken up. However, Liu and her adulterer Chen Shuyi wanted to kill him. Then we'll see who will die. Early the next morning, while Shueishan was washing his face, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door, a look of understanding crossing his face. The person outside the door was the director of the law firm, Chen Shuyi. The middle-aged man who was having an affair with Liu was Chen Shuyi. It came really quickly. Shueishan deliberately showed a shocked expression and asked in a rude tone, what are you doing here? Chen Shuyi, dressed neatly in a gray suit, raised his hand and pointed at Shueishan. Comrade police officer, that's him. He's deliberately extorting $500,000 from me. Chen Shuyi finished speaking. At the stairs, two police officers with batons on their waists turned on their body cameras and showed their officer IDs to Shueishan. Sir, we have received a report from Mr. Chen Shuyi. Please cooperate with the investigation. Chen Shuyi clutched his chest, a look of deep sorrow on his face. Xiao Shui, extorting 500,000 yuan is a huge amount. He should be sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. Shueishan laughed out of anger. Bite. Trigger mission, resolve the crisis and make Chen Shuyi pay the price.
Task completion reward, Chen Shuyi live broadcasts diarrhea.
Penalty for mission failure, 10 years in prison working on a sewing machine.
These days are getting more and more unbearable. What a punishment!
Shueishan, Chen Shuyi walked over, grabbed Shueishan's arm fiercely, and shouted, "Xiao Shui, extorting 500,000 yuan will get you a sentence of more than 10 years.
He spoke in a loud voice, and as soon as he finished speaking, the neighbors in the apartment building came running out. The entire apartment building was occupied by young interns or junior lawyers from Junjing law firm, and they were all stunned by this scene. Chen Shuyi was Junjing's top boss and the director of the law firm. Even though everyone had doubts, they all spoke up for him and accused Shueishan. "I never thought Shueishan was this kind of person. Director Chen is very kind to him.
He's an ungrateful person who can never be tamed.
Is this kind of person qualified to be a lawyer?
His lawyer's license should be revoked and he should be kicked out of the legal profession." A hint of pride and viciousness flashed in Chen Shuyi's eyes. "Last night, that stupid woman Liu came to him, beating and cursing, tearing and making a fuss for a long time, saying that his check for 500,000 yuan was fake and that she couldn't withdraw the money at all. If he didn't give her 500,000 yuan, she would expose their relationship as lovers." Chen Shuyi asked her who told her about the check. After repeated probing, Liu stammered out Shueishan's name, and said that Shueishan knew about her affair with Chen Shuyi. Chen Shuyi was so angry that he called her a fool. However, Chen Shuyi also understood in his heart, the hatred between him and Shueishan was deep-rooted. Chen Shuyi married into his wife's family and relied on the influence of his wife's family to reach his current position. That if he is exposed for cheating on his wife, his career will be over. So, Chen Shuyi coaxed Liu with soft words all night, and finally slept with, Liu to help testify against Shueishan and send Shueishan to prison first. To prevent this kid from taking revenge on him, Shueishan stared at Chen Shuyi coldly. That he never meant to harm anyone, but some people refused to let him go, so he was not a soft persimmon that could be bullied. Shueishan looked at the two policemen beside him and said, "I hate it most when someone wrongly accuses me.
You guys investigate. The innocent will be cleared. I will cooperate." These words stunned everyone. Is this a denial of extortion? Is he truly innocent, or is he refusing to admit it? Chen Shuyi rolled his eyes and said, "Yes, comrade police officer, young people are bound to be impulsive. I am willing to forgive you." Shueishan was amused. "Oh, Director Chen, have you changed your career? No longer a lawyer, but a judge? What do you mean?" Chen Shuyi frowned. Shueishan smiled. "What? You have no evidence. You say I am extorting money, so I am extorting money? Isn't it the job of the judge to convict and sentence? Do you think that the judicial organs have to obey whatever you say? Awesome, I admire you." After saying that, Shueishan gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. The whole place was silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and the atmosphere was frozen. Chen Shuyi was furious. "Shut up. You're talking nonsense." Shueishan had a blank expression on his face and directly retorted, "Are you angry already? But you're also right. Honest advice hurts. I understand that you can't stand others speaking the truth." Chen Shuyi was about to explode with anger. The policeman looked at Chen Shuyi with a complicated expression. "Mr. Chen, you are also a lawyer, you have to speak with evidence." Chen Shuyi took 2 deep breaths, calmed down, and said to Shueishan, "Don't change the subject. It's affecting the police's investigation." Shueishan was terrifyingly calm and didn't even look at him. The police said to Shueishan, "Mr. Shui, this morning we received a report from Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen said that you forced your girlfriend, Miss Liu, to ask Mr. Chen for 500,000 yuan. If Mr. Chen didn't give it, you would fabricate rumors and falsely accuse Mr. Chen of cheating on you and having an affair with your girlfriend." Shueishan smiled and looked at Chen Shuyi. "That's a good story. I have evidence." Chen Shuyi gritted his teeth, took out his mobile phone, and found 2 recordings. The first paragraph is a recording of Liu asking Chen Shuyi for money. "Chen Shuyi, you must transfer 500,000 to me immediately today. I want to see the receipt of 500,000. If you don't pay me, I'll tell everyone in your law firm that you cheated on me, slept with me, and didn't pay me a penny. If you don't want to be infamous and lose your place in the legal community, then be smart. If you don't pay me, I'll kick you out of the legal profession." The second paragraph is a recording of Liu confessing that Shueishan forced her to blackmail Chen Shuyi. "Chen, Director Chen. I'm sorry, it was Shueishan who forced me to do this. He forced me to ask you for 500,000. If I can't get the money back, he will beat me to death. He even pointed a kitchen knife at me and forced me to take off all my clothes and take those photos. If I don't get the 500,000 yuan back, he will expose my photos. Please, Director Chen, please give me 500,000. After the 2 recordings were played, everyone was shocked. A group of people retreated as if avoiding the plague, standing several meters away from Shueishan, staring at Shueishan as if they were looking at a vicious murderer using that kind of photo to threaten his girlfriend and blackmail others. Brute, Shueishan shook his head and couldn't help laughing. What a coincidence, I also have a recording here. Chen Shuyi's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly said, Shueishan took out his cell phone and pressed the play button. Shueishan, let's break up, why? You earn less than 2,000 yuan a month, have no house or car, and
and you can't even afford an Hermes bag if I want one.
You're such a loser. What did you say? Did I say something wrong?
I slept with Chen Shuyi for one night, and he gave me 500,000.
Chen Shuyi earns more than you and is more generous than you.
Sleeping with him for one night and being his lover is better than being with you forever.
Trash.
The recording is finished playing. Chen Shuyi staggered, his face turning pale. He never expected that Shueishan would be so scheming as to even record their breakup conversation. Faced with everyone's unfriendly gazes, he panicked. Shueishan smiled slightly. Giving you 500,000 for just one night's sleep, Director Chen, that's really generous, but isn't it a bit bad to do it for free? Everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that the money Liu asked Chen Shuyi for was the money she earned from selling her body, and it was not the money Shueishan extorted. For a moment, everyone looked at Chen Shuyi with some contempt. He usually dresses well and looks decent, but he steals someone else's girl and even frames Shueishan by pretending to be the thief. Everyone looked at Shueishan with sympathy.
Alas, he was so unlucky to have such a boss and such a girlfriend. Chen Shuyi was angry and anxious. He gritted his teeth and took out the second piece of evidence. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on Chen Shuyi's second piece of evidence. Everyone, what the hell?
Chapter 005, Slapping Chen Shuyi in the Face. 2. Chen Shuyi pulled out a stack of papers containing screenshots of WeChat chats.
Comrade police officer, Shueishan and Liu have known each other since childhood.
Over a decade ago, Shueishan pressured Liu into hooking up with other wealthy men and using them to trick him into giving her the money. Liu took screenshots of these chats and saved them, hoping that one day the evildoer would receive the punishment he deserved. What Chen Shuyi took out was the chat records between Xiao Liu and Xiao Shueishan 12 years ago. Everyone, this is a very serious crime. Chen Shuyi spoke righteously. Comrade police officer.
Shueishan has committed such a heinous crime. He must pay the price.
He must be held accountable for his actions. Shueishan finished reading the pile of evidence and smiled. I really don't understand how Chen Shuyi, who has been a lawyer for so many years, could produce these fake chat records full of loopholes as evidence. Shueishan asked Chen Shuyi, you just said that these chat records were screenshots and saved 12 years ago?
Chen Shuyi, yes, do you have anything else to say? Shueishan raised an eyebrow.
The WeChat version from 12 years ago didn't have the emojis of eating melon and crying with one's hands covering one's face, but in your chat screenshots, why are they there? As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Shuyi's expression suddenly changed. Many of the people present were colleagues from the law firm.
How many lawyers were brainless?
Staring at Chen Shuyi's face, they were instantly full of doubts. Chen Shuyi secretly cried out, oh no, but forced himself to remain calm.
I was the one who tricked you just now.
Okay, then I'll tell you the truth.
These chat records were recovered using technical means yesterday when Liu came to me and confessed everything.
They're from yesterday. As if afraid that others would not believe him, Chen Shuyi repeated it 3 times. Shueishan glanced at him indifferently, but the WeChat avatar in those screenshots is the cartoon avatar I used 12 years ago. If it was a screenshot taken yesterday, it should show my current avatar, a work photo of me in my lawyer's robe. Chen Shuyi's face turned pale and he felt dizzy. He underestimated the enemy. Logically speaking, shouldn't a young newcomer who has just joined a law firm be clumsy and panic-stricken when encountering something, and yell and scream because he feels wronged? However, Shueishan in front of him was calm and logical. Chen Shuyi rolled his eyes and used his trump card. Comrade police, these evidences are actually secondary. Yesterday, Liu knelt in front of me and demanded the 500,000 yuan, saying that if she didn't get it, Shueishan would kill her and expose her privacy. I happened to have 500,000 yuan in cash, and I gave it to her out of pity. If we can find the 500,000 yuan in Shueishan's house, arrest him and seize the stolen goods, the truth will be revealed.
Shueishan folded his arms and asked slowly, what if we can't find it? Impossible.
Chen Shuyi said firmly, if I can't find it, I'm willing to go to jail.
Okay. Shueishan was waiting for this sentence. False accusation in frame-up, less than 3 years, you should go to jail. Comrade police, there is no need for a search warrant. Go ahead and search.
I can express in writing that I am willing to accept the search and support your work. Shueishan said with a clear mind. The 2 policemen looked at each other. They have seen many cases and suspects. People like Shueishan who are open and honest and have clear eyes are most likely to be wrongly accused. The 2 knew what was going on. They put on their shoe covers and went into the house to check again.
No.
The entire apartment is less than 20 square meters. In the living room, an old sofa and a dining table with a broken leg were squeezed together. The bedroom contained a worn iron folding bed with washed-out sheets, a stove filled with pots and pans, and a toilet with an old-fashioned pull-cord tank. The bathroom smelled musty, the environment was very poor and the house was small. There was no place to hide anything, let alone a huge sum of 500,000 yuan. No.
This is impossible.
Chen Shuyi rushed into the house without even taking off his shoes, searching frantically. That's a full 500,000. He hid it from the tigress at home and secretly saved up his own money for a long time. He clearly saw with his own eyes last night that Liu secretly took the money into Shueishan's house and then came out empty-handed. How could 500,000 just disappear out of thin air? This is absolutely impossible. Everyone looked at Chen Shuyi's crazy appearance with different expressions. Shueishan said calmly, according to Article 243 of the criminal law, fabricating facts to falsely accuse or frame others with the intention of subjecting them to criminal prosecution is punishable by up to 3 years in prison, criminal detention, or controlled release if the circumstances are serious.
Officer, am I correct? Chen Shudi's body froze.
He was 50 years old, and his eyes suddenly turned red.
Xiao Shui, I have 2 sons and a daughter. Can you bear to let them have a criminal father and be pointed at and stabbed in the back by others?
He said it pitifully. People always sympathize with the weak. Someone spoke up to persuade him. Shueishan, Director Chen already knows he was wrong.
He was just playing a joke on you.
Shueishan's expression was solemn, with a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his lips.
Really?
I don't admit to the crime of making fun of the law. Police comrades, I hope you can clear my name. Enforce the law impartially, defend the authority of the law, and uphold legal justice. Shueishan spoke with great force and every word was sonorous. Chen Shudi lost his balance, his legs went weak, and he fell directly to the ground, his lips almost bloodless. He closed his eyes in despair. It's over, it's all over. As a lawyer, Chen Shudi knows better than anyone what awaits him next. It is the focus of public criticism. It's jail time. The police looked at Chen Shudi with a complicated expression. Mr. Chen, please come with us.
Bite. Mission completed, successfully resolved the crisis and made Chen Shudi pay the price. Reward, Chen Shudi has diarrhea live.
Chen Shudi was taken downstairs by 2 policemen. There were several reporters with cameras downstairs. In order to ruin Shueishan's reputation, Chen Shudi specially called several media reporters. His face changed when he saw the reporters pointing their cameras at him. Just wanted to scold. His face changed. My stomach rumbled and I turned around to run to the public toilet downstairs in the apartment building. The 2 policemen thought he was going to run away, so they clamped his arms, one on each side, and asked, "Why are you running?" "I need to go to the bathroom." Chen Shudi hadn't finished speaking yet, accompanied by a fart sound, in front of everyone, under the media's lens. Live, broadcast, pull, thin, summer clothes and pants are thin to begin with, and the dirt flowed down his trouser legs and all over the floor. An indescribable smell spread. Everyone, the police officer closest to him, the media reporters were all going crazy, carrying their cameras and taking pictures frantically. Some reporters were so excited that they even forgot to open the lens cap. There's news, isn't the headline news here? A barrister with an annual salary of nearly 10 million yuan had diarrhea on live broadcast. It's got a gimmick. It's got something to watch. It's got that authentic feel to it. Everyone was watching the excitement. Shueishan went upstairs and pulled out a black package from the earthenware jar where pickled cabbage was stored in the corridor. It was the 500,000 yuan that Chen Shudi had been searching for so long. Shueishan had just taken the package home and stuffed it under the bed when there was a knock on the door.
"Senior brother, it's me."
A young man's voice came from outside the door. Shueishan opened the door and asked, "What's wrong?" Outside the door was another trainee lawyer brought by Gu Pingguan, named Ju Li, who graduated from a third-rate university. It was because of Shueishan's recommendation that he was able to work at Junjing Law Firm, where the average employee has a postgraduate degree. Yu Li lowered his voice and said, "Brother, the 500,000 yuan, isn't it really in your room?" Shueishan had no expression on his face.
"He's not here."
If he remembered correctly, when Chen Shudi fabricated evidence to send him to jail, Yu Li was watching in the crowd and said nothing. Yu Li didn't notice Shueishan's indifference. With envy and subtle yearning on his face, he asked, "Brother, I heard that master asked you to go to the victim's home this morning to investigate and collect evidence?"
"Yeah."
Shueishan picked out a gray suit jacket and wore it over his white shirt. Yu Li took out his car keys and deliberately waved them in front of Shueishan twice.
"Brother, you haven't bought a car yet, right?
I'll give it to you so you don't have to take a taxi." Went downstairs. Yu Li stuffed the keys into Shueishan's hand and said, "Brother, I remember you passed the driving test. You earn 2,000 yuan a month, so you don't have the chance to drive a car. How about you drive?" He hasn't finished speaking yet. A dark gray luxury car stopped in front of Shueishan. "Xiao Shui, get in." Shueishan couldn't see the person in the car clearly, but it was impossible for someone to be a liar when he drove a luxury car worth 7 or 8 figures. Shueishan reached out to open the car door, and Yu Li quickly called him, using a more intimate name, "Brother Shin."
"Move aside, I have something else to do."
Shueishan looked at his watch and frowned. He had made an appointment with the client at 9:30 in the morning, and it was almost 9 o'clock now.
"But, Brother Shin,
Before Yu Li could finish his words, Shueishan had already gotten into the car, leaving him with only the back of the car. Yu Li stood where he was and glanced at the surveillance camera not far away. The surveillance camera can clearly capture Shueishan getting into the luxury car. Yu Li put his phone in his pants pocket and went into the community security room.
"Comrade security, I lost my phone.
I want to check the surveillance footage from the past half hour." In the back seat of a luxury car, Shueishan looked at the gentle and elegant middle-aged man beside him, and his mind moved. Lu Zonghai is a renowned domestic legal scholar, a rigorous and conscientious lawyer, and a tenured professor. Shueishan, Gu Pingguan's graduate supervisor, seems to be Lu Zonghai. Lu Zonghai is one of the top figures in the domestic legal community and holds a crucial position in the legal circle. Lu Zonghai looked at Shueishan. The eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were sharp enough to see through human nature.
"Where are you going? I'll give you a ride."
Shueishan gave the address and said thank you, neither humble nor arrogant. However, Lu Zonghai's next words startled Shueishan so much that he stood up from the back seat and hit his head on the roof. Chapter 006 Shueishan's Trick. Who moved my grapes? Lu Zonghai said, Xiao Shui, I have a lecture at the Ning Province High Court next week.
Do you want to come?
Lu Zonghai's lectures are of extremely high value, but tickets are not available to the public. He was a trainee lawyer with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, and he had no power or influence. He couldn't even get into the lecture venue. Shueishan suppressed his excitement and said, I'd love to, but Mr. Lu, the lecture tickets. Lu Zonghai took out a stack of tickets, 7 or 8 in total, and handed them to Shueishan. The two chatted for a few more sentences. Basically, Lu Zonghai asked questions and Shueishan answered. Shui was flattered, grateful, and confused. There is no good thing in the world for no reason. Until he got off the car, he still didn't understand Lu Zonghai's attitude towards him. He didn't understand, and neither did Lu Zonghai's personal assistant. After Shueishan left, the assistant asked, Sir, why are you so angry about that Shueishan? Lu Zonghai pinched his brows sleepily. He is definitely not an ordinary person. The assistant didn't believe it. Thinking of Shueishan's background, whom Lu Zonghai had asked him to investigate last night, he scoffed. Him? He only makes 2,000 yuan a month and almost didn't get his degree because he failed a course. Lu Zonghai glanced at him indifferently, and the assistant shut up. Lu Zonghai didn't explain. Shueishan earns 2,000 yuan a month because his girlfriend slept with the head of the law firm, who wanted to punish him. Shueishan failed so many courses because he had to work 6 or 7 part-time jobs to support his family during college and never attended classes. Before taking on part-time jobs, Shueishan was consistently ranked first in the entire law school and had published 8 SCI papers. Lu Zonghai watched Shueishan's live broadcast of legal education last night. The examples he cited were vivid, effortlessly presented, logically rigorous, and clearly structured, making them understandable to even netizens who had no prior legal experience. Moreover, it was obvious that there were no handouts prepared in advance and it was just improvisation on the spot. Lu Zonghai had tried this impromptu teaching method before when he gave lectures, but the results were mediocre. What he couldn't do, Shueishan did, and did it very well. Not long after Shueishan got off the car, Gu Pingguan arrived. Gu Pingguan did not mention Chen Shudi at all, but talked about today's case with Shueishan.
Xiao Shui, today we're meeting with a female client.
Both she and her daughter have been suffering from long-term domestic violence at the hands of her husband. They want a divorce and are suing him for abuse. You've seen a lot of evidence in the files before, but talking on paper is useless. This time, you'll be the one investigating and collecting evidence, and I'll help you. When Shueishan heard this, he suddenly became nervous and his whole body tensed up. Gu Pingguan laughed and punched him in the face.
Why are you so nervous?
You've never eaten pork, but you've never seen a pig run.
Shueishan chuckled and said, How about, you run another one for me to see?
Gu Pingguan kicked him with a cold expression on his face, but there was a smile in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Shueishan's attitude of not treating him as an outsider made him feel very comfortable. Unlike Yu Li, who was trembling in front of him, his eyes rolling around, always hiding some not-so-clever calculations. The woman the master and disciple met was Aunt Bai, whose name was Bailan, but her skin wasn't very white. Bailan brought out 2 cups of tea, her hands covered in bruises. When Bailan heard that Shueishan was handling the case and the attorney's fees were only a few thousand yuan, she said with a wave of her hand, Xiao Shui, I want to recover 1 million yuan in child support from that scumbag. Then you can file 20 lawsuits, each for 50,000 yuan, and we'll sue him to death. Shueishan, Gu Pingguan, Bailan thought about it and perhaps felt that this was not enough. Call some more lawyers.
Let's get 100 lawyers together. Put on sunglasses and big gold chains, and stand in court. How impressive.
Shueishan smiled. Aunt Bai, we must abide by the law and not waste judicial resources.
Oh, yes.
Bailan agreed and briefly told Shueishan about the situation at home. She and her husband Zhou Hanhai have 3 children, triplets, all girls. Zhou Hanhai was a gambler. Every time he lost and got drunk, he would come back and beat her severely, almost to death. When his daughters tried to stop him, Zhou Hanhai beat his daughters as well, but Bailan didn't dare to ask for a divorce. She is a poor girl from the countryside with only an elementary school diploma.
She can't find a job. If she gets divorced, she can't support her daughter if she takes her away.
If she doesn't take her daughter with her, Zhou Hanhai will sell them to pay off his debts. Bailan endured the suffering in silence for more than 10 years, and was often covered in bruises. Shueishan asked, Aunt Bai, why did you decide to divorce now? A few days ago, Zhou Hanhai was drinking in a bar. He got drunk and started fighting with a rich kid for a woman. He broke several ribs and a leg. The kid didn't want to cause trouble, so he settled the matter privately for over 1 million yuan. Lawyer Gu said that if we divorce, I can get 500,000 yuan. She almost wished Zhou Hanhai was a centipede, with more legs, or more broken legs. This way, the tuition for my 3 daughters is covered. Shueishan nodded and said, Okay, let's file for divorce. I need some evidence to prove that your husband is a domestic abuser.
Bailan returned to the bedroom and dragged out a 28-inch black suitcase. These are the evidence that Lawyer Gu asked me to keep. He said they'd be useful in the lawsuit.
Lawyer Shui, take a look. Shueishan opened the suitcase and was stunned after just one look. It's not that he doesn't recognize them, but the system has labeled these messy things with the types of evidence, for fear that he might not recognize them. There is a documentary evidence marked on the injury report. The recorder is labeled electronic data. Bailan's crooked autobiography was marked with statement by the party. When Shueishan's fingertips touched the evidence, a mechanical system prompt sounded in his mind.
Ding. The medical report is indirect evidence and requires support from other evidence, so its probative value is low. Ding. The recording in the recorder is direct evidence and has high probative value. Shueishan? Is this okay? Gu Pingwen was looking at his phone and sent a few voice messages to the work group. When he turned around and saw Shueishan's actions, his brows furrowed. Shueishan squatted beside the suitcase filled with various evidences. He took out a piece of paper, glanced at it, crumpled it up and threw it into the trash can. Take out another one and do the same thing. There is already half a bucket of paper balls in the trash can. Of the hundreds of receipt papers, he only kept about 20 and threw the rest into the trash can. Then, Gu Pingwen saw Shueishan took out a computer from his computer bag, turned it on, and facing the few crumpled papers and a recorder he had left behind, he typed the words indictment on the computer screen. Gu Pingwen's face didn't look good, but he couldn't lose his temper in front of Bailan, so he said calmly, Shueishan. Master? How long have you been looking at the evidence? 4 minutes. Shueishan couldn't tell Gu Pingwen that with the system's foolproof reminder. 4 minutes was enough. Gu Pingwen nodded and said in a deep voice, you continue writing the indictment. In his heart, Gu Pingwen shook his head in disappointment. What can you see in 4 minutes? There are hundreds of pages of information, and even if Gu Pingwen reads it himself, it will take more than an hour. Young people always have a high opinion of themselves and are impatient. Blame him. He misjudged the person and chose the wrong apprentice. Beside Gu Pingwen, Bailan asked distrustfully, Lawyer Gu, the evidence you asked me to collect is over 100 pages long, and Lawyer Shui only kept a small half and threw away the rest. What's he doing? What's he doing? He's so young, can he handle this? Gu Pingwen's face turned pale and blue. In the morning, when he called Bailan and confidently introduced Shueishan to her, he was so proud of himself when he mentioned his beloved disciple. Now he felt the pain and burning on his face. Shueishan had no idea of Gu Pingwen's disappointment and displeasure. He was completely immersed in writing the indictment. After an unknown amount of time, Shueishan stopped typing on the keyboard. Gu Pingwen's tone was flat, his eyes were cold. Have you finished writing? Shueishan handed over the computer. Gu Pingwen took it impatiently and his eyes fell on the indictment on the computer screen. The expression on his face changed from displeasure to surprise, then from shock to seriousness. There is not a single problem with the indictment written by Shueishan, either in terms of format or content. Even at the end of the indictment, there was a detailed analysis of the opposing lawyer's 18 defense angles, 20 response methods, and 6 chains of evidence put together by Shueishan. The 25 crumpled pieces of paper that Shueishan picked out from hundreds of pages of evidence can perfectly form 6 chains of evidence. Not too much, not too little, just right. Gu Pingwen was stunned. Shueishan only spent 4 minutes looking at that information, and he already picked out the most useful ones, and even constructed a perfect network of evidence with 6 chains? Bailan was also looking at Shueishan's computer screen. She doesn't have a high level of education, but she's not stupid and knows how to read people's expressions. Just by looking at Gu Pingwen's expression, Bailan knew that she had underestimated the young man in front of her. Bailan took out 2 bamboo baskets and handed them to Shueishan and Gu Pingwen. Lawyer Shui, Lawyer Gu, I have grapes planted in the yard. They're ripe these 2 days. You can pick some and take them home to eat. Bailan didn't mention the lawyer fees. It's not that she doesn't want to pay, but because she signed a risk agency contract. She only needs to pay the agency fee if she wins the case. Gu Pingwen declined twice, but Bailan's kindness was hard to refuse. He thought grapes weren't worth much, and the money for the fruit could be deducted from the lawyer's fees. So he simply took Shueishan with him and followed Bailan to the backyard, picking grapes. In the courtyard, clusters of green leaves swayed, and large bunches of grapes hung down from between the leaves. Shueishan had just picked a few bunches when the system notification sounded in his mind. Warning. Several vehicles carrying numerous powerful, muscular individuals are approaching you. 99% of their target is you. Note, they have steel pipes and knives. Be careful. Shueishan paused while picking grapes. Scold. The harsh sound of tires rubbing against the ground during a few sudden breaks was heard not far away. The next second, accompanied by a loud bang, the door of Bailan's courtyard was kicked open. Gu Pingwen was still talking to Bailan, and they both looked up at the same time. 2 vans were parked outside the door. When the doors opened, more than a dozen men came down with steel pipes, kitchen knives, and various weapons. Their faces were covered with flesh, and they looked ferocious and bloodthirsty. Bailan's expression changed. Go away. Go away. Gu Pingwen also frowned. Walk, how to get there? The only door to this courtyard has been blocked. Gu Pingwen asked, Sister Bai, who are they? Bailan clenched her fists. My husband Zhou Hanhai is a gambler. When he loses, he goes to borrow money from them. They are loan sharks. Without waiting for Bailan to finish, the leader of the loan shark gang slowly approached, clutching a bloody chainsaw, and stared at Bailan with ill intent. Bailan, I heard your husband Zhou Hanhai had his leg broken by someone, and he received over 1 million yuan in compensation? So, isn't it time for Zhou Hanhai to pay us back?
Bai Lan's whole body was stiff. Gu Penguin's face didn't look very good either. The loan shark boss glanced at Shueishan and saw that he was still standing on the ladder, picking grapes seriously. He couldn't help but sneer. The loan shark boss raised his foot and kicked over the bamboo basket that Shueishan had placed on the blue brick floor. Half a basket of grapes was scattered all over the ground. Several men approached step by step, stepping on it one by one. The grapes are like purple pearls, and the juice splashes out, which is a waste of resources. Shueishan paused in picking grapes, jumped down from the ladder, brushed off the dust on the corner of his clothes, and stared at the grapes on the ground. His dark and deep eyes seemed to be filled with evil spirit. Shueishan! It's already so late and you're still busy picking grapes. You're about to lose your life. Gu Penguin had already retreated in front of Shueishan. Looking at Shueishan's calm appearance, he was about to curse. Bai Lan also stood in front of Shueishan and Gu Penguin. Her teeth were chattering, but she still looked at the lone shark boss in front of her. This matter has nothing to do with them. Don't involve irrelevant people. Unexpectedly, Shueishan did not retreat but advanced, crossed his arms, and looked calmly at the dozen or so ferocious-looking men in front of him, who kicked over my fruit basket just now. Bai Lan Gu Penguin, Shueishan said slowly, whoever touched my grapes, stand up. Chapter 007. Let's go together. Don't waste my time. The air suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one expected that Shueishan would dare to speak like this. Even the dozen or so men who came to collect debts fell silent and looked at Shueishan in disbelief. Gu Penguin was almost going crazy. He looked at Shueishan with a face full of despair, as if he was about to burst into tears. Shueishan! Can you please stop trying to be a hero? Do you think this is a movie? How many resurrection armors do you have? There were more than a dozen desperate criminals armed with all kinds of weapons, looking ferocious and vicious. Head-on confrontation? Or do you want to argue with them about the law? Isn't this seeking death? The lone shark boss seemed to find Shueishan quite interesting. He approached Shueishan with his tiger body as big as a mountain. I kicked over your fruit basket, and the grapes were crushed by us brothers. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? Okay, you have guts. Shueishan took off his watch and threw it aside along with his coat. Lawyer Shui. Bai Lan wanted to reach out and pull him, but failed. Shueishan rolled up his sleeves and started working directly. The lone shark boss crossed his arms and glanced at Shueishan with disdain. This kid was so thin and looked weak. Besides, he was a lawyer. It would not end well if he got someone killed. So he broke his legs to teach him a lesson. The lone shark boss swung the steel pipe in his hand and hit Shueishan's knee hard. The next second, the steel pipe stopped in midair, and the lone shark boss's wrist was grabbed. A piercing pain spread throughout his limbs, accompanied by the clear sound of broken bones. Shueishan made a beautiful midair kick, hitting the lone shark boss right on the forehead. The lone shark boss flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell to the ground. Shueishan had no patience. Come on together. Don't waste my time. The lone shark boss covered his head in pain, his face flushed red with anger. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood foam, saying, "Come on, everyone. Kill him." A dozen ferocious-looking men rushed forward. Shueishan's fighting moves were crisp and decisive, fast, accurate, and ruthless, with absolutely no frills. A punch or a kick from him would leave one lying on the ground for ages, unable to get up. He moved around the battle circle like a fish in water. His figure was so fast that no one could touch him, and he fought with ease even when outnumbered. Before Gu Penguin and Bai Lan could recover from their shock, the debt collectors were already lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Shueishan stood among a group of dead bodies and shook his aching wrist. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Lone shark boss. Debt collection gang, Bai Lan, who can tell them how Shueishan, who looks so weak and unarmed, can be so strong in a fight? Gu Penguin stared blankly at the screen of his mobile phone, which displayed a page for reporting public welfare incidents via text messages. He had just called the police and briefly explained the situation here. The police officer who received the text message replied immediately, "Sir, how many people are at the scene? What types of weapons are there? How many citizens are trapped? We will dispatch immediately." Gu Penguin, "No, that's not necessary." Police. Gu Penguin watched speechlessly as the members of the lone shark gang who were beaten down by Shueishan staggered to their feet, picked up the fruit baskets to pick grapes for Shueishan, and filled Gu Penguin's fruit basket as well. The lone shark looked at Shueishan cautiously. "Brother, look, the grapes are packed for you. Can we?" Shueishan raised his eyebrows. "What about those grapes you crushed?" Lone shark boss, "We buy it. We buy it." Shueishan said and turned to ask Bai Lan, "Aunt Bai, how much is a pound of grapes?" "About 5 yuan per pound." Shueishan turned his head and looked at the lone shark boss expressionlessly. 500 yuan per pound. Lone shark boss? The basket of grapes he just kicked over must have weighed 5 or 6 kilograms, the lone shark boss said. "Brother, I don't have that much money on me." Shueishan skillfully took out his phone and found the WeChat payment code. "My last name is Shui. You can scan the code." Lone shark boss, after scanning the code, he asked Shueishan again, "Brother Shui, can we go this time?" Shueishan put his watch back on his wrist and said, "Because of your interruption, the table number that my master and I reserved at Heidileo has been exceeded. Now I have no food to eat." The lone shark boss quickly said, "I'll do it for you, I'll do it for you." So, a large group of tattooed men with fat faces lined up in 2 rows, holding their heads with their hands, and walked into Bailan's kitchen like children crossing the street. Gu Penguin felt numb as he watched everything in front of him. On his phone, on the public service alarm page, the police sent him another question mark and asked, "Those loan sharks didn't do anything to you, did they?
What's their current situation?" Gu Penguin, they are cooking in the kitchen.
Gu Penguin, they also spent 3,000 yuan to buy 6 kilograms of grapes from us. In the police station, the policeman who replied to the message stood up from the computer screen with a solemn expression. Report to the captain. The hostages should be held hostage by thugs. What he said was obviously unreliable, and they must have been coerced by those loan sharks. More than a dozen police cars drove onto the road quickly. On this side, Shueishan was leaning lazily against the kitchen door, looking down at his phone, chatting with Bailan in a haphazard manner. Suddenly, a cold prompt sound from the system came into my mind. Ding. Host, please note that the hidden mission for this domestic violence case has been triggered. Hidden mission, a drug lord has been found among the victims of a domestic violence case. He has 15 lives on his hands. Please find him and assist the police in arresting him.
Warning.
The drug lord with 15 lives on his hands has appeared within 5 meters of you. Please be careful. Author's note, regarding updates, I will update at 1700 hours every day, with a minimum of 4,000 words. If I need to leave, I will explain it in the latest chapter review section in advance.
I write it here because some readers don't read the comments and I'm afraid I won't see it. Chapter 008 Legal Education Live Broadcast Room *1 Within 5 meters, Shueishan looked around calmly. Within 5 meters of him, the only people who were there, besides the loan shark gang washing vegetables and cooking in the kitchen, were Bailan and Gu Penguin. There is no one else. Shueishan looked at Bailan and asked casually, "And Bai, I'm a little thirsty. Is there any mineral water in the refrigerator?"
Bailan stared in amazement at the loan shark chopping vegetables and meat in the kitchen. It took her a long time to recover. She looked at Shueishan with awe and said, yes, I'll get it for you. Bailan took out a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and handed it to Shueishan. Shueishan noticed that there was a straw tied to the mineral water bottle. Bailan removed the straw and casually threw it into the refrigerator, explaining, I was abused by Zhou Hanhai and a tooth was knocked out a while ago. It hurts so much that I dare not open my mouth, so I drink water with a straw. Shueishan unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted his head back, took a sip, and looked at the loan shark boss.
Have you ever heard of the crime of collecting illegal debts? The loan shark cut the beef into thin slices and was stunned for a moment. What debt crime?
Shueishan threw the mineral water aside and began to educate the public on the law. If the circumstances are serious, those who collect illegal debts caused by usury, etc., shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, detention or control, and may also be fined or fined alone. Invasion of other people's homes by violence or coercion, as you have done, constitutes a crime. Loan shark boss, Shueishan spoke righteously. What I want to tell you is that in a society ruled by law, we should pray for world peace and prosperity for the people. It's not easy for you to lend money at high interest rates and collect debts every day. So, each of you should copy the criminal law twice and study the law well. Then, a group of rough men, armed with steel pipes and kitchen knives, squatted in a neat row against the wall, each holding a pen and copying the criminal law. Shueishan, holding a bottle of mineral water, stood not far away, watching them copy the criminal law, taking a sip of water from time to time. Auntie Bai, why does this water taste bitter?
Can you help me get some sugar? Shueishan asked deliberately. Bailan was stunned for a moment.
It was the first time she heard that sugar should be added to mineral water. She said okay and went to her kitchen to find sugar. She seemed unfamiliar with the arrangement of pots, pans, utensils, rice, oil, and salt in the kitchen. The loan shark who was frying fish casually picked up a can of sugar and handed it to her. Shueishan took the sugar, borrowed the loan shark boss's cell phone, and made a call while eating. A sneer appeared on Shueishan's lips. The guy with 15 lives on his hands, he has already found out who it is. At the dinner table, the loan shark asked him timidly, Brother Shue, where did you learn this skill? Shueishan picked up a piece of pork ribs and said, why?
Do you think I'm Pinduoduo and I can chop anyone I see?
The loan shark hunched his thick shoulders, trying to reduce his presence, staring at the pickled chicken feet in his hand without raising his head. Shueishan was delighted when he saw it. Wow, it's been a long time since he held a girl's hand. He even feels gentle when holding a pickled pepper chicken foot.
How about I take him to get a manicure this afternoon?
Loan shark boss, during the meal, except for Shueishan who ate comfortably, everyone else felt uncomfortable. After having a good meal and a good drink, when the loan shark boss was about to clear the table, there was a sudden knock on the door.
Who is it? Bailan walked over.
Neighbor, your express delivery has been delivered to our house. The person outside the door answered calmly. Bailan's house is a bungalow. After the policeman outside the door finished speaking, he made a gesture to several policemen hiding under the windowsill, and then made a gesture to the sniper who was ambushing on the commanding heights of an abandoned building not far away. They received news from the intelligence officer. In this house, there is a drug gang leader who has 15 murders on his hands, but his identity is unknown. However, this leader has extremely important reagents. If they are not arrested, they may be transferred this afternoon. Inside the room, Bailan paused as she was about to open the door. She felt something was wrong, and her hands in her trouser pockets clenched something. The next second, Shueishan reacted extremely quickly, grabbing Bailan's wrist and twisting it hard, twisting it behind her back. Bailan screamed, pulled out the cold gun from her trouser pocket, and dropped it at her feet. The police outside broke in and stared at Shueishan's action of restraining Bailan in amazement. You, Shueishan spoke quickly, she is the person you were looking for. She has 15 lives on her hands. After saying that, Shueishan handed Bailan to the police and glanced back to it. Happened that the lone shark boss was holding a fruit knife and stabbing towards Gu Penguin. Shueishan picked up the gun on the ground, loaded it, and pulled the trigger. The movements are beautiful and so fast that it's dazzling. The bullet accurately hit the cold blade. The huge impact force made the lone shark boss's entire hand numb and the blade slipped out of his hand. The police filed in and quickly apprehended the lone shark boss.
Don't move. Put your hands over your heads. Get down.
Bailan's eyes rolled and she burst into tears. Comrade police officer, I'm a weak woman who can't even tie a chicken. Normally, I wouldn't even dare to step on an ant to death. How could I possibly be someone who has 15 lives on my hands? She pointed at Shueishan. Shueishan, you're such a good fighter, your skills are more like a desperado, maybe you're the one the police are looking for. Shueishan turned around without saying a word and walked into the master bedroom of Bailan's house. After a while, a silver box came out. When Bailan saw the box, her face turned pale instantly. Shueishan threw the box away. His movements were light and effortless, and the policeman closest to him thought the box was not heavy and reached out a hand to take it without taking it seriously. As a result, the moment the box fell into his arms, the policeman felt like he was hit by a whole box of gold. And his entire arm was numbed. He stumbled a bit, then managed to stand firm and asked, "What is this?" Shueishan pointed at Bailan and said, "The S reagent was found in this lady's bedroom." S reagent is a rare metal liquid reagent with a very high density. The purification instrument made with this reagent can increase the purity of drugs by 3 points. Bailan's expression changed slightly. She put away the fear and tears in her eyes and looked at Shueishan sullenly. "How did you find out?" She disguised herself very well. Everyone thought that she was just a poor woman who was abused by her husband for many years. Every time a connection is needed for delivery, her subordinates will pretend to be debt collectors and loan sharks. More than 10 years, none of her 3 biological daughters noticed. She thought her disguise was flawless. How did Shueishan discover it? Shueishan smiled and said, "Your disguise is not very good. First, there's a straw tied to every bottle of mineral water in your refrigerator. It's not because they lost their teeth due to domestic violence and are afraid to open their mouths, but a tool for taking drugs." Bailan couldn't believe it. Just this? Secondly, I just asked you to get me some sugar, but you don't even know where the sugar is in your own kitchen. This means you never go into the kitchen. Considering your family situation, this doesn't make sense. Bailan snorted, "You're just lucky, a blind cat catching a dead mouse." Third, the police are setting up surveillance here, which means the criminal must be in this house. I've looked up data and found that among the criminal leaders sentenced for drug trafficking every year, highly educated suspects account for over 84.23%. So, I deliberately asked those debt collectors to copy the criminal law, but their handwriting was like dog scratching, full of typos. So I concluded that they didn't have a high level of education and couldn't be the criminal leader. So, the only ones left were the lone shark boss and Bailan who were cooking. Bailan pointed at the lone shark boss and said, "But he was just cooking in the kitchen. He hasn't copied the criminal code. Why don't you doubt him?" Fourth, Aunt Bai, when I borrowed his phone to make a call, I saw your number in his phone book, with the note boss. So, the drug lord with 15 lives on his hands is you, Bailan. Bailan, Gu Penguin, the experienced sheriff. Everyone didn't know how to look at Shueishan. What kind of logic genius is this? Bite. Complete investigation and evidence collection for a domestic violence case. Mission reward, RMB plus 200, evidence collection ability plus 300, hidden mission completed. Successfully identified a drug lord with 15 murders who had infiltrated the domestic violence case and assisted the police in his arrest. Reward, gold treasure chest *1. Do you want to open the treasure chest? Yes. No. Shueishan, open. Ding. The treasure chest is open. Item, Legal Education Live Broadcast Room *1. Function, through Legal Education Live Broadcasts, you can gain shock value and admiration value from the live broadcast room's netizens. These 2 values can be exchanged for money. 1 shock value point equals 1 renminbi, 1 admiration point equals 1 renminbi. Shueishan. Wow, the Legal Education Live Broadcast Room is so powerful. It seems that this lawless outlaw Zhang San is going to return to his old ways. Not far away, the old sheriff looked at Shueishan who was in a daze and walked up to him. "Young man, my name is Shueishan. Mr. Shui, can you please have a moment with me?" The old sheriff pulled Shueishan to a secluded area in the backyard and introduced himself. "My name is Wu Fangping." Wu Fangping asked, "Mr. Shui, are you interested in becoming an investigative consultant in our bureau?" Shueishan was stunned. Wu Fangping quickly said, "Salary is negotiable. Just name a number and I won't bargain. You don't have to work at the bureau on weekdays. You'll only be called in when there's a big case. Even when there's no case, your salary will still be paid." Salary is a small matter, but talents like Shueishan are hard to come by. Shueishan smiled and said, Officer Wu, thank you for your appreciation and sincerity, but I don't like being constrained, so I won't go. If you need any help, please feel free to contact me. I have the blood of the Chinese nation flowing in my body. As long as the country needs me, I will definitely do my best to help. Wu Fangping saw the determination in Shueishan's eyes and did not try to persuade him anymore. He thought for a moment, took out a card from his trouser pocket, and handed it to Shueishan. This is for you. What's this? The National Police System has developed an app called Criminal Investigation.
It contains scripts based on difficult cases, designed to train and test investigative reasoning skills. You can try it out.
This card is your entry ticket to the Criminal Investigation app. It has a download link. You must use the unique invitation code on the ticket to access the app.
Thank you, Officer Wu.
Shueishan put the card into his pocket. After Shueishan left, Wu Fangping's subordinates came over, incredulous.
Director Wu, how could you give a ticket to criminal investigation to someone outside the system?
Criminal investigation has only been developed for less than a month and is still in the internal testing stage. There are no more than 100 people in China who can get an admission ticket to the Criminal Investigation app. Moreover, most of those who got the admission tickets were of high status. Wu Fangping lit a cigarette and smiled. Xiao Wang, do you think I made a mistake by giving him the ticket? Xiao Wang lowered his head and said, I'm just worried that he might leak the secret. The Criminal Investigation app contains investigative secrets related to some major suspense cases.
So, I am the leader, and you are not.
Wu Fangping said mysteriously. Shueishan is a smart man. A smart person whom he admired very much. Shueishan didn't know what Wu Fangping was thinking. He was looking for Gu Pingguan and planned to take Gu Pingguan's car and leave. Shueishan saw Gu Pingguan sitting under the grape trellis in the yard, looking at his cell phone with a frown on his face. Shueishan walked over and asked, Master, what's wrong?
Gu Pingguan handed him the phone. This is the anonymous forum of our Junjing law firm. Shueishan, you've been scolded on the forum.
Chapter 009 The Four Big Bosses Protection on the anonymous forum of Junjing law firm. Colleagues usually chat about gossip anonymously. A few hours ago, someone posted a few posts hashtag the story of rising lawyer Shueishan being kept by a rich woman hashtag Shueishan, who earns 2,000 yuan a month, rides in a luxury car to work hashtag a lawyer named Shui has no talent and can only rely on his looks to make a living hashtag Shueishan's 3 views are not correct hashtag the posts were short, with the combined total of several posts
being less than 3,000 words. However, the poster was clearly very professional, with clear ideas and very suggestive wording.
Later on, he even imagined Shueishan being raped by a wealthy woman weighing over 200 pounds. The post also said that Shueishan was dating a rich woman weighing 300 kilograms. That rich woman has some special hobbies. So much so that Shueishan was covered in wounds. Below the text, there are 2 screenshots of surveillance video. The clarity of the surveillance video is not high, and it does not reach Blu-ray high definition, but people who are familiar with Shueishan can tell that it is Shueishan himself. Of the picture shows Shueishan bending down, opening the door and getting into a luxury car downstairs of his apartment building. These 2 posts caused an uproar in the law firm. At the law firm, a colleague who liked to gossip asked Yuli, you and Shueishan are both apprentices of attorney Gu. You two usually interact a lot. Do you think this post is true? Did Shueishan really get something? Yuli hesitated for a moment before lowering his eyes and whispering, No, the post is fake. Brother Shin didn't. Seeing Yuli's hesitation, the colleague who was eating melons suddenly became interested and said, Tell me about it. I won't tell anyone else, so tell me. Yuli sighed. Brother Shin has a handsome face and has always been popular with women. I'm just worried that he might get hurt. The colleague who was watching the show brightened up. What a shocking piece of news. Yuli looked at him nervously. Don't tell anyone else. If the news gets out, I'm afraid it will affect Brother Shin's reputation. Before Yuli finished speaking, a shocked fuck suddenly rang out from the crowd. Holy crap, everyone, check this forum. Things have turned around. Could you please be more polite and stop using foul language all the time? It's so shameless. Fuck, how so? Everyone was whispering, secretly glancing at Yuli from time to time, pointing and talking. During lunch break, many colleagues skipped their naps and ate melons with relish. Why Yuli frowned, not knowing what had happened. He opened Junjing's forum and froze instantly. Hashtag the story of new lawyer Shueishan being kept by a rich woman. Hashtag under this post, Zhang Meiran V. I gave Shueishan the tips for his livestream, and he transferred every penny of them to me. Attached below are the WeChat chat records between her and Shueishan, who is Zhang Meiran, a well-known female entrepreneur who returned from overseas. He is known for his vicious heart and sharp tongue, and dares to confront anyone. Women at social gatherings are inevitably looked down upon. Once, a CEO of an investment company placed his hand on Zhang Meiran's leg and gradually moved it inward. Without a word, Zhang Meiran grabbed a wine bottle and cracked the CEO's head open. Such people disdain to lie. Hashtag Shueishan, who earns 2,000 yuan a month, rides in a luxury car to work. Hashtag under this post, Lu Zonghai, the luxury car is mine. Below the post, there is a photo of Lu Zonghai and a luxury car in the Forest store, indicating that the luxury car belongs to Lu Zonghai, not some rich woman. Crowd A, is this Lu Zonghai, the Lu Zonghai I was thinking of? Crowd Eater B, what else? Half of the legal world is supported by Professor Lu Zonghai's students and disciples.
Who dares to casually use his name as an ID? Don't they want to get involved? Crowd Eater C, Shueishan is really awesome. Hashtag a lawyer named Shue has no talent and can only rely on his looks to make a living. Hashtag under this post, Cheat Sanglong V, my grandson who won the Super Brain Championship was defeated by Shueishan. I heard that you think he has no talent? Everyone was stunned. My first reaction was that these were the water army hired by Shueishan. The PR should be more reliable, right? They can even bring up the champion of Super Brain? And Cheat Sanglong, isn't he the chairman of Cheetian Group, one of the Fortune 500 companies? What a load of bullshit. Then, an anonymous guy in the audience asked slowly, don't you remember Mr. Chi who brought his grandson to the law firm a few days ago to recite the civil code? Mr. Chi, Cheat Sanglong. Everyone, his face was swollen. Hashtag below this post. Oh, no one responded to this post. But, at the same time. Wu Fangping posted a Weibo. Wu Fangping v. Comrade Shueishan helped to solve a major criminal case. Thank you, Comrade Shueishan, and thank you, Junjing Law Firm. Comrade Shueishan told me personally that as long as the country needs him, he will definitely do his best. He is a comrade with positive values and a willingness to make sacrifices. Those who carry firewood for others should not be allowed to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Please be rational and do not spread rumors, believe rumors, or create rumors. Below the Weibo post, there is a screenshot. It was the post on Junjing's anonymous forum that said Shueishan had distorted values and netizens. Wu Fangping is usually a low-key person and doesn't pay much attention to his Weibo. Many netizens don't care about current affairs and don't even know who Wu Fangping is. After enjoying the news, they clicked on Wu Fangping's personal certification out of curiosity and were stunned. Personal certification, Wu Fangping from the provincial department. After seeing this certification, the haters and internet trolls who had received money and wanted to start a fight shut up. This is the big boss. Can't afford to offend. After checking Weibo, Yuli's face turned pale and he didn't even notice that his phone had fallen to the ground. How could it be? How come so many important figures came out to speak up for Shueishan? He was going crazy with jealousy. As for Shueishan, he first went to the law firm forum to reply to Wu Fangping and others' posts in support of him, and then sent them a private message to thank them. Then, Shueishan leisurely registered a Weibo account and posted a Weibo. The Weibo post only has a few lines of text and a link. Shueishan, thank you all for your trust and support. I heard that I make a living by my looks, so let's do another legal education live broadcast. See you at 1:30 p.m. Under the Weibo post, Shueishan threw a link to the live broadcast room. Everyone, this advertisement is so pervasive. Shueishan just put away his phone after posting on Weibo. The system's voice rang in my mind. Bite. Trigger mission, dissuade 3 netizens from committing illegal or criminal acts during the legal education live broadcast. Task completion reward, 800 renminbi, legal logic ability plus 200, legal debate ability plus 200. The item you opened in the gold treasure chest, legal education live broadcast room *1, do you want to use it? Yes. No. Shueishan, use it. The legal education live broadcast room is starting. 1%, 17%, 35%, 64%, 77%, 89%, 100%. The legal education live broadcast room has been successfully launched. The shock and admiration points you earn from this legal education live broadcast will be converted into RMB at a 1-to-1 ratio. However, please note, if any legal errors occur, the shock and admiration points will be deducted. The time soon came to 1:30 in the afternoon. This time, the netizens waiting in the live broadcast room saw an unexpected person in front of the camera in the live broadcast room. Chapter 010 Shueishan, I heard that you think I'm a poor student. In the legal education live broadcast room. I in the picture, next to Shueishan, there is a man in a gray t-shirt. Netizens were shocked when they saw the man's face. Holy shit. Why is it him? Isn't this the rapist wanted nationwide? He's said to have raped and murdered 21 female victims. Teacher Zhang San, why did you bring a wanted criminal into the legal education live broadcast room? Call the police quickly, dial 110. Let's just quietly call 110. Stop spamming the screen. The streamer can see the comments. I'm afraid teacher Zhang San will become the 22nd victim. Shueishan glanced at the comments and was about to go crazy trying to hold back his laughter. He finally suppressed the upward curve of his mouth and explained seriously, he is not a wanted criminal. Netizen? The face of the wanted criminal has been on the hot search list for several days. Are you teasing me? Shueishan coughed lightly. He was my roommate in the lower bunk during my undergraduate years. His name was Xia Huai. Because he looked exactly like the wanted criminal, he was mistakenly arrested 12 times. If you don't believe me, look at his ID card. He's not a criminal. He's a computer repairman. Xia Huai, a talented software engineering student. Shueishan took out Xia Huai's ID card, covered the ID number, and handed it to the camera for netizens to see. System, netizen shock value plus 5, Shueishan smiled and got the $5. He glanced at the dazzling barrage of comments, which read, ha 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 ha, you're pretty unlucky, brother. Wanted criminal, brother, thank you for everything you have done for me. At Xia Huai, I'm launching a crowdfunding campaign to raise 50 yuan for you to get a full facelift. Plastic surgery for just 50 yuan? 1. Spend 50 yuan to buy an electric kettle. 2. Boil a pot of water. 3. Pour the boiling water on your face. Plastic surgery success. XSWL, Mr. Zhang San, what are you going to talk about today?
At Shueishan flipped open the handouts, took a look, then glanced at Xia Huai next to him, then tell me the story of a rapist.
Netizen, Xia Huai, he felt a sense of connotation. Shueishan held up the handouts. Zhang San, male, an outlaw, saw Li Si, female, living alone.
One dark and windy night, Zhang San saw Li Si drunk, so he secretly picked the lock and sneaked into Li Si's house.
Some unspeakable things happened between them.
After Li Si woke up, Zhang San said to her, "Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore."
Li Si happened to have a crush on Zhang San.
When he saw it was Zhang San, he smiled and said, "Why are you here?"
You scared me to death. Here's the key. Don't pick the lock next time you come. Excuse me, what crime did Zhang San commit?
As Shueishan finished speaking, the comments in the live broadcast room fell into a strange silence.
After 2 or 3 seconds, the comments began to flood the screen. Isn't Li Si secretly in love with Zhang San? Is that a crime? Ah, but didn't Zhang San agree? I'm a law student, so any subsequent consent is invalid, right? Shueishan flipped a page in his handouts.
Zhang San has committed the crime of rape. This netizen is right, subsequent consent is invalid. Even if Li Si likes Zhang San, when they engaged in unspeakable acts, there was no effective consent from Li Si, so this constitutes a crime. System, netizen shock value plus 50, netizen admiration value plus 50. At the same time, netizen A, who was listening to the live broadcast with headphones, was shocked. Holy crap. He pulled out his phone and tipped a bouquet of roses worth 10.
Then, in the gift message, he asked, Teacher Zhang San, how many years is the sentence for rape?
Because the amount of his reward was large, the gift message was played in red, large, bold font in a scrolling manner in the live broadcast room. Among the many comments, it stands out. Shueishan saw it immediately and replied, more than 10 years in prison, and if there are aggravating circumstances, it may be life imprisonment or the death penalty. Netizen A was sweating profusely on his forehead. Oh my god.
Netizen A glanced at the drunken and unconscious girl next to him, quickly fastened his belt, put on his coat, turned around and left, still muttering, fortunately, thanks to listening to Teacher Zhang San's live broadcast, otherwise, he will be sentenced to 10 years in prison. Teacher Zhang San is the eternal god.
Netizen A wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gave Shueishan a bouquet of roses *20 as a reward system. Ding. Dissuading netizens from illegal behavior during the legal education live broadcast *1, please keep up the good work.
System, main mission completion, January 3rd.
System, netizen admiration value plus 20. Shueishan was happy when he saw the task completion rate and admiration value. He began to tell his second story. Zhang San was walking his dog in the park. The dog saw Li Si, pounced on him, bit off 3 of his toes, and swallowed them. Li Si, enraged, opened his bloody mouth and mauled the dog to death.
How should we use criminal law to evaluate Li Si's behavior? Dog, I'm not a real person, but you, Li Si, are a real dog. Is this dog eat dog? Li Si opened his bloody mouth. Ha 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 ha. XSWL. It should be, emergency shelter?
Yes, it was an emergency to avoid danger, because dogs don't understand the law and can't commit illegal acts. Shueishan paused and rephrased the question. So, if Zhang San was walking his dog in the park and saw Li Si, he ordered the dog to bite Li Si. The dog bit off Li Si's nose, and Li Si, in anger, bit off Zhang San's ear. Then this behavior should not be considered emergency self-defense, but legitimate defense, because it was directed against Zhang San's unlawful infringement.
System, netizen shock value plus 30, netizen admiration value plus 30. Shueishan picked up the water cup and took a sip.
He tilted his head and saw a blue glowing question mark on top of Xia Huai's head. Have a mission. Shueishan quickly clicked. Xia Huai, the computer repairman, seems to be in trouble.
He needs your help.
Cue him to chat in the legal education live room.
Shueishan poked Xia Huai's arm and said with a smile, say hello to the dads on the internet.
Xia Huai and Shueishan were brothers who shared the upper and lower bunks. After being cued, they immediately locked their phone screens, placed them on the table, looked at the camera in tacit understanding, and took over the topic.
Hello everyone, I'm Li Si, the bunkmate of your teacher Zhang San.
I also have a question for teacher Zhang San.
Okay, classmate Li Si, you go ahead.
Xia Huai cleared his throat. Wang Wu was walking a fierce dog in the park. He lost control of the leash, and the dog took off, dragging the leash with it. The leash tripped an old lady, who fell to the ground and was injured.
What is your evaluation of Wang Wu's behavior? I know the answer to this question.
Freshman law exam students respond, Wang Wu's actions did not constitute a crime, but he must bear strict liability for civil tort.
Xia Huai glanced at the comments, breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, but, if the old lady fell to the ground and Wang Wu fled without caring, resulting in her death, then, how would you evaluate Wang Wu's behavior?
This time, the answers in the barrage were varied, and people almost started fighting in the barrage because of one answer. Schweshen, it constitutes the crime of negligent homicide.
System, computer repairman Xiaohui shock value plus 10, Xiaohui grabbed Schweshen's arm and asked him in disbelief, does this really constitute a crime?
Schweshen nodded, Xiaohui's face changed slightly, and he said I'm going out for a while and hurried out. After he walked out of the shot, he immediately made a phone call and growled anxiously, Auntie. You just walked your dog and didn't hold the leash tightly, and you knocked down that old lady. Take her to the hospital immediately. Someone on the other end of the phone said something slowly. Xiaohui was anxious, hurry up and send him to the hospital.
If he's really broken, you'll go to jail if anything happens. The female voice on the other end of the phone finally turned serious, are you serious? Nonsense. Xiaohui cursed. I'm going right away.
Xiaohui hung up the phone, leaned stiffly against the cold wall, and slowly let out a long sigh. Fortunately, Schweshen reminded him, in front of the camera in the live broadcast room. Schweshen was just about to talk about the next topic when his mind moved. System, ding. Dissuading netizens from illegal behavior during the Legal Education live broadcast. *1, please keep up the good work.
System, main mission completion, February 3rd.
System, netizen shock value plus 30, netizen admiration value plus 30. Schweshen was about to continue speaking. At this time, a netizen named, Why Doesn't Schweshen Just Die? Posted a series of barrages. Why doesn't Schweshen just die?
Schweshen, go die. Liars deserve a bad death. Legal liar. Why doesn't Schweshen just die? You're a lawyer, aren't you doing live streaming just to make money? Why didn't Schweshen just go to hell? Live broadcast of popularizing the law? Tell your netizens how many points you got on the judicial examination, and you're doing this live broadcast of popularizing the law here? 3 keys for 10 yuan, do you have them? Why doesn't Schweshen just die? What an ugly guy. A rubbish student.
Netizens in the barrage all liked Schweshen very much, and they were instantly furious when they saw this. Hey, who's that upstairs? Your breath is worse than athlete's foot. I'll buy you some shoe polish and brush your teeth.
Some people are like this.
They are maggots, but they think the whole world is a cesspool.
You said Schweshen is ugly? He looks better with ash on than you do with makeup. Why didn't Schweshen just die? Did you know that the anchor you all are vying to defend failed more than a dozen of the 20 required courses in college? Why doesn't Schweshen just die? There are pictures and the truth, open the link and see for yourself. Why doesn't Schweshen just die? Look carefully.
A netizen named, Why Doesn't Schweshen Just Die? Directly sent a link. Link opens. Inside are the grades for all the required courses Schweshen took during his university years. There are 29 courses, and 13 of them have a red sign next to them saying, Failed the course, need to retake it. There is an orange small failure warning next to each of the 9 courses. In college. Xiaoguai is another name for scores between 60 and 70. The picture in this link has the seal and anti-counterfeiting code of Shui. Xin University, so it cannot be fake. Netizens in the live broadcast room fell silent. The good impression I had of Schweshen in my heart collapsed.
For someone with such poor academic performance to come to the legal education program, isn't that just a scam and a money-sucking scam? Why do I feel like Dr. Jai in the legal world? Is it possible to get a 0 score even if I step on the test paper? Who says it's not true? Even a chicken can answer better than him if you sprinkle some rice on the test paper. Is this really your college transcript? Schweshen didn't refute and nodded calmly, it's my report card. Why doesn't Schweshen just die? He admitted it himself. What else do you have to say? Xiaohui, who was not far away, saw Schweshen being scolded by the barrage of comments and was so angry that his face turned black. You only know that Schweshen failed his undergraduate courses, but did you know that during his 4 years as an undergraduate, Schweshen worked 6 or 7 part-time jobs every day to earn money to support his brother's education and his father's leukemia treatment? He gave all the money he earned to his family, enough. Schweshen frowned and scolded, Xiaohui, stop talking. He doesn't like making excuses. His academic performance during his undergraduate studies was indeed poor, but... Schweshen curled his lips and looked at the netizen named, Schweshen, why don't you just die in the barrage? He smiled gracefully and asked, I heard that you think I'm a bad student? Why didn't Schweshen just die? Isn't it? Schweshen did not refute. He took out his cell phone and immediately logged into his alma mater's academic affairs system using his alumni identity and ID. Schweshen then pointed his phone screen at the laptop camera during the live broadcast and said, This is my graduate school grades. Schweshen studied for both his undergraduate and master's degrees, majoring in civil and commercial law. On his transcript, he read a civil law, 100 points, criminal law, 100 points, civil law property rights, 100 points, civil law claims, 100 points, at the end, it was all 100 points, full marks. Why didn't Schweshen just die? How is this possible? Why didn't Schweshen just go to hell? You cheated. How could your grades improve so quickly? Xiaohui was furious. He took out his phone and entered Schweshen's live broadcast room.
He directly at Shueishan, "Why don't you just die?" and retorted, "QNMD. Xia Huai, let me tell you why Shueishan's grades improved so quickly. Xia Huai, because Shueishan's father passed away the year he started graduate school, he no longer needed to earn money to support his father." The entire live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. The empty screen without a single comment made Xia Huai almost think that he had accidentally touched the button to turn off the comment system. Netizen shock value +10 +10 +10 +10 +10 system. Netizen admiration value +10 +10 +10 +10 +10. The comments seemed to be frozen for a long time, and suddenly it was like spring blossoms. Teacher Shui, I'm sorry. Teacher Shui, I'm really sorry. Teacher Zhang San, I take back what I just said. I am ashamed of what I said. I am ashamed of my inability to distinguish right from wrong. Lawyer Shueishan, at this time, Shueishan's cell phone suddenly rang. A phone call came in. Shueishan glanced at the caller ID on his phone screen, a look of disbelief and shock appearing on his face. Chapter 11. I am an anti-fraud anchor. What kind of anchor are you? Caller ID, Huda Law Examination. This is a very famous judicial examination education and training institution in China. Even the phone number is officially certified. The certification name is Huda Law Examination. Some sharp-eyed netizens caught the words Huda Law Examination from the live broadcast room, and the barrage of comments instantly flooded the screen. Huda Bar Exam? Is that true? It's not just a gimmick, is it? Teacher Zhang San, answer the phone. Hit him in the face. At Shueishan, why don't you just go die? Yeah, who says our teacher Shui isn't qualified to teach about the judicial examination? What's wrong with poor undergraduate grades? Does that mean I'm going to eat your rice? The netizen named Why Doesn't Shueishan Just Die slowly posted a comment with a sarcastic tone. Why didn't Shueishan just go to hell? You're pretending pretty well. Huda Law Examination called you? Why didn't you tell them they wanted to hire you as a lecturer on civil law? Shueishan thought for a moment and then asked the live camera, do you mind if I answer this call during the live broadcast? Why didn't Shueishan just go die? TSK. Take it quickly. Whoever doesn't dare to take it is a grandson. Shueishan pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Shueishan, hello, we are from Huda Law Examination Institute. Shueishan said, I'm sorry, I'm broadcasting a legal education live here, if you mind. The other party quickly said, I don't mind at all, I'm in your live broadcast room. As soon as the words fell, the screen of the live broadcast room was suddenly dominated by a huge luxurious castle garden. Huda Law Examination V, rewarding the anchor's luxurious castle garden *1 because the luxurious castle garden is the most expensive gift on this live streaming platform. As soon as the gift appears, it will be announced 3 times throughout the entire site. Site-wide announcement. Distinguished SVIP user Hodefa Kao V has rewarded the anchor with a luxurious castle garden *1, come and watch. Site-wide announcement. Distinguished SVIP user Hodefa Kao V has rewarded the anchor with a luxurious castle garden *1, come and watch. Site-wide announcement. Distinguished SVIP user Hodefa Kao V has rewarded the anchor with a luxurious castle garden *1, come and watch. Netizens were confused and went crazy. Is this Huda Law Examination the same Huda Law Examination I know? Will the official training institution give tips to the streamers during the legal education live broadcast room? Yeah, even at the opening ceremony for the Huda Law exam teachers, no one from the official site entered the livestream, let alone such a large reward. Let's hype it up. No. It's real. Look at the V after the Huda Law Examination username. That's the platform's certification. The certification information is Law Examination Education and Training Institution. This can't be fake. Holy crap. Teacher Zhang San debuted as the center? So, that call from Huda Law School that Mr. Zhang San just received was also real? Seeing Huda Law Exam reveal its identity and tipping him in his livestream, Shueishan was stunned for a moment and quickly said, No, Huda Law Exam has well-equipped and professional teachers. I used Huda's textbooks and online courses when I took the bar exam. Your tip is too valuable. The other party on the phone said with a smile, would you mind putting the phone on speakerphone? Shueishan turned on the hands-free mode. The other party said, Zhang San. Oh no, Professor Shueishan, we would like to invite you to join our Huda Law Exam, sign a long-term contract, and be the main lecturer. Barrage? Shueishan was stunned for a moment, but I passed both the objective and subjective questions of the judicial examination with passing scores. The judicial examination must first test objective questions, and only after passing the objective questions can you take the subjective questions. The maximum score for objective questions is 300 points, and the passing score is 180 points. The maximum score for subjective questions is 180 points, and the passing score is 108 points. You're not even close to passing. Xia Huai was impatient. He snatched the phone from Shueishan's hand and said to the people from Huda Law Examination Institute, Teacher Ho, let me tell you something. Teacher Ho, damn Teacher Ho. Xia Huai was holding the phone, talking to Teacher Ho and also explaining to the netizens in the live broadcast room. The objective test was divided into 2 papers. The first paper was taken in the morning. The full score was 150 points, and Shueishan scored 150 points.
The second paper was taken in the afternoon.
The full score was 150 points.
10 minutes into the test, Shueishan had an appendectomy and was sent to the hospital. He still scored 31 points on the second paper.
The total score of the two papers was 181 points. This is what he meant by passing the objective questions.
Netizens were confused and typed a string of 666, 6666 on the public screener system. Netizen shock value plus 500, netizen admiration value plus 500. Shueishan, after becoming a beautiful and powerful woman, I became rich? It feels so good to earn 1,000 yuan in seconds. Family. Let's give teacher Shueishan a little gift.
He suffered an appendectomy during the exam and was rushed to the hospital for surgery, yet he still managed to pass the legendary extremely difficult judicial examination.
Absolutely amazing. Brothers, start collecting gifts. Go one wave at a time. Shueishan quickly stopped them. Don't give me gifts. It's not easy for anyone to make money. Especially for minors.
If I find out that a minor has given me gifts, I will contact the live streaming platform customer service and get a full refund.
It's not easy for parents of minors to make money either. It's not easy for us to make money. It's even harder for teacher Shui to make money.
Little Shuezi, take this reward from me. How did you survive with 6 or 7 part-time jobs in one semester? I feel so sorry for teacher Zhang San. Xia Huai stared at the page of Shueishan's legal education live broadcast room in amazement because he saw, in just a few minutes, there were already gifts worth 30,000 to 40,000 yuan in Shueishan's live broadcast room. This does not include the luxurious castle garden that Hudafa KOV gave as a reward. A netizen named, "Why doesn't Shueishan just die?" was so angry when he saw the flood of rewards on the live broadcast page and the words of comfort and encouragement to Shueishan that he raised his hand and threw the mouse smashed against the wall, sending parts flying.
Yuli, who made you so angry?
A colleague passed by and took a look at the legal education live broadcast page on Yuli's computer and laughed. "Oh, you are also watching Shueishan's legal education live broadcast?"
Yuli said nothing.
The colleague who spoke to me sneered in his heart and turned away. Yuli took 2 deep breaths, took out a mouse from the drawer of his desk, and connected it to the computer, then clicked the report button in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room with the mouse arrow. Informant, why doesn't Shueishan just die? Report live broadcast room, Shueishan's legal education live broadcast room. Reason for reporting, suspected of guiding minors to make large donations, with the live stream room involved amounting to 50,000 yuan. Suspected of making legal entertainment, making fun of the law, and creating a negative impact on national laws and values. Please investigate and deal with this as soon as possible. Shueishan didn't know yet that his live broadcast room had been reported. He was also in the live broadcast room, chatting with Mr. Ho from Huda Law Examination Institute. Teacher Ho, Teacher Shui, are you really not considering joining our Huda Law School?
Without waiting for Shui Shin's consent, several messages popped up in the barrage announcement. Ruofakako V enters the live broadcast room. Announcement, Compass Law Exam V enters the live broadcast room. Announcement, Rongda Law Examination V enters the live broadcast room.
Because these are all certified big verses on the live broadcast platform, when they enter the live broadcast room, there will be red barrage prompts. Netizens were stunned.
Family, I'm stupid.
The last time I saw so many law exam institutions together was during the civil code revision, when civil law teachers from several institutions shared the stage to discuss the draft civil code.
In my lifetime, I can actually see so many legal examination institutions in a live broadcast room of a legal education anchor? Open the door for the awesome one, awesome as hell. Ruafafax, Teacher Shui, we sincerely invite you to cooperate with us. Please name your salary.
You can also travel to Hawaii at public expense at the end of the year. Compass Law Exam V, Teacher Shui, if you choose to cooperate with us, we will provide you with a high-end car. You can choose any car from the 4S dealership. Rongda Law Exam V, Teacher Shui, our law exam agency's headquarters is by the sea, and there are several sea view villas nearby.
Are you interested?
Shueishan, Xia Huai, netizens in the live broadcast room, system, netizen shock value plus 100, netizen admiration value plus 100. Shueishan had a headache, but if he chose to cooperate with any legal examination institution in front of 2 million netizens in the live broadcast room, he would offend other institutions even if others show goodwill to him and extend an olive branch. He cannot trample on their faces. So, Shueishan, the master of keeping things balanced, said, "Thank you for the appreciation from the major legal examination institutions, and thank you all for visiting my live stream. It's an honor for me, a new lawyer entering the legal profession, to have such a positive attitude. I'll call you back after the live stream." Several major legal examination institutions have been competitors for many years, and they tacitly agreed not to get entangled with each other anymore. They gave Shueishan a few large gifts and then left the live broadcast room. A netizen in the live broadcast room suddenly asked, "The live broadcast room can be matched with PK, right?
Teacher Shui, do you want a PK?
The PK between live broadcast rooms means that the hosts of 2 live broadcast rooms interact with each other through the microphone. The live broadcast interface is divided into two, and the images of the two hosts are displayed at the same time. Fans from both sides enter the same live broadcast room and support their own anchors by liking, giving gifts, etc., thereby increasing their support value. At the end of the PK, the anchor with the most support value wins. Schweshen was about to refuse. Another netizen said, yes,
PK can increase the number of fans.
Increase the number of fans, then will the shock value and admiration value also increase? Who wouldn't do a profitable business? Schweshen said yes, and then clicked on the live PK match. After about 10 seconds, Schweshen was matched with a PK opponent. I in the picture. The screen of the live broadcast room is divided into two. On the left is Schweshen in the legal education live broadcast room, and on the right, a middle-aged man in police uniform appeared in the live broadcast room. Seeing that the connection was successful, the man in police uniform saluted the live camera and said, "Hello, I am an anti-fraud anchor."
What kind of anchor are you? Schweshen?
Chapter 012 PK. Lian Mai Dai Xiaomei's live broadcast room. The netizens in the live broadcast room were silent for a moment, and then many people spoke up for Schweshen in the barrage. Netizen A. Schweshen, no, Uncle Police, this is a legal education live broadcast room.
I am Zhang San, the lawless criminal, not an internet fraudster. Netizen B. Schweshen, I'm a lawyer.
Look, this is my lawyer's license.
I'm a really good citizen, a really good citizen.
Netizen C. Schweshen, right, you see, I didn't induce them to give me tips. They all did it voluntarily, and there were no minors giving tips. We were just educating people about the law and chatting.
We didn't do anything illegal.
However, Schweshen, who had been silent the whole time, saluted the police officer with a straight face. His eyes were clear and he said calmly, "Hello, I'm the legal education anchor, Schweshen." The police officer was stunned. He piked with several anchors today. He encountered someone selling fake liquor, a man dressed as a woman, someone washing his hair upside down, and even someone who ate 20 kilograms of turkey noodles in one breath in the live broadcast room. He criticized and educated him, saying that overeating and wasting food are not good. To the host of this legal education live broadcast room, Schweshen, he was also the most normal-looking anchor he had seen today. The police officer came to his senses and said, "My last name is Chen."
Comrade Schweshen, have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud Center app?
Downloaded.
Officer Chen then asked, would you be willing to contribute to our anti-fraud campaign?
I'd love to. Schweshen smiled, pointed his phone screen at the camera, and said to the netizens in his live broadcast room, everyone must download the National Anti-Fraud Center app. This app is a mobile anti-fraud software that can automatically block fraudulent text messages and fraudulent calls, and can also 10,000 words omitted here. Schweshen's tone was ups and downs, clear and organized, as if he was reciting his resume, fluently. Officer Chen, he quietly asked his colleagues to contact the live broadcast platform, added a V to Schweshen's live broadcast account, and added personal certification. Schweshen just finished explaining the functions and uses of the National Anti-Fraud Center app, when, announcement, live broadcast platform administrator Jiu Meng has entered the Schweshen Legal Education live broadcast room.
Administrator Jiu Meng, hello, anchor, someone has reported your live stream room under their real name. The situation is serious. Once verified, the live stream room will be permanently banned, and the anchor's account will be cleared and permanently blocked.
Administrator Jiu Meng, your live broadcast room is suspected of. The administrator was halfway through typing when he suddenly saw a middle-aged man in a police uniform with a police badge on his hat on the right side of the live broadcast screen. Administrator's old dream, who the hell said that the host of this live broadcast room was suspected of guiding minors to give gifts and suspected of making fun of the law?
What the hell?
It's the police. It's the police. How could this possibly lead to underage donations? How could this possibly be a joke about the law? The person who reported it is sick. The administrator broke out in a cold sweat. Officer Chen smiled and asked, what are you reporting?
Schweshen also smiled and asked, yes, what is he involved in?
Administrator Jiu Meng's fingers trembled as he typed, no, I mean, your live streams are so positive, but there are only 3 million people online.
That's really too few. I'd like to feature you on the app's homepage. What do you think? Schweshen hesitated for a moment. Will this be a bit troublesome? Administrator Jiu Meng, it's not a bother, brother. It's my duty.
The administrator was very quick, and in less than a minute, the video recommendation page on the homepage of the live broadcast platform began to frantically recommend Schweshen's live broadcast room to online users. At the same time, the live broadcast platform played a site-wide penalty announcement. Site-wide announcement. After verification, the user Schweshen Why Don't You Go Die is suspected of maliciously reporting the user Schweshen V into Schweshen Legal Education live broadcast room. This platform has banned this user for 30 days. We hereby inform you, Schweshen did not pay much attention to this punishment decision, because after the live PK with Police Officer Chen, Schweshen will start the next round of live PK, carry out anti-fraud publicity, and call on everyone to download the National Anti-Fraud Center app. Schweshen clicked on a PK match. At the same time, Dai Xiaomei's live broadcast room.
It's useless. PK matching can only match you with streamers of similar follower counts. Our Dai Xiaomei's livestream has tens of millions of followers, who is qualified to compete with her.
Even if there is, competing with her in gifts and likes is a death wish.
That's right, my goddess's beauty. Those cute bangs and innocent big eyes, goddess.
Forget it, just watch the goddess play games. Fans of Dai Xiaomei in the live broadcast room looked at the time passing in the PK matching column and felt that it was absolutely impossible to get a match. Dai Xiaomei herself feels the same. Just as she was about to start another game,
I actually matched with him?
What is this?
Shueishan's legal education live broadcast room? The number of fans in the live broadcast room is only hundreds of thousands? Is this a bug?
My live broadcast room has more than 10 million fans. How can I be matched with someone with hundreds of thousands of fans?
Dai Xiaomei was also stunned. Shueishan's legal education live broadcast room? The cover of his live stream is his lawyer's license? Is he a lawyer? WTF? Lawyers also live stream? Lawyers also play PK on the microphone? Dai Xiaomei was confused.
She clicked on Shueishan's live broadcast room information page and took a look. Registration date: today, 2 hours ago. Number of fans in the live broadcast room: 110,000. Number of people online in the live broadcast room: 9.85 million. Dai Xiaomei, who can tell her why a live broadcast room that was just registered 2 hours ago has 110,000 followers. It's okay if he only has 110,000 fans, but why can a newcomer with hundreds of thousands of fans have nearly 10 million people online in his live broadcast room? This is outrageous.
It's outrageous.
It's outrageous. Could it be the secondary account of some big shot? Dai Xiaomei thought about it recently. I haven't heard of any internet celebrity creating a secondary account. Dai Xiaomei casually clicked on Shueishan's personal certification. When I saw it, I was dumbfounded. User nickname: Shueishan. Certified name: Lawyer Shui, Provincial Department of Legal Publicity. Dai Xiaomei swallowed her saliva and said, "Brother, you are the lawyer sent by the police." The provincial department has indeed been carrying out legal publicity activities recently, so Dai Xiaomei instinctively thought that Shueishan was someone sent by the police. It's over. Yesterday, a colleague of mine asked a minor for a large gift called Castle Garden while live streaming a PUBG game. This caused the minor to steal his parents' money to give the gift. The result: the anchor's account and live broadcast room were blocked, and all live broadcast replays were removed. Dai Xiaomei broke out in a cold sweat.
Brother, no, I'm just a gamer.
I haven't done anything illegal, nor have I induced minors to give me tips. They all gave tips voluntarily. If I receive any money from minors, I will ask the platform customer service to return it in full.
I've also donated to charity.
When the fans in Dai Xiaomei's live broadcast room saw that Dai Xiaomei was about to cry, they quickly spoke up for the goddess.
Yes, Dai Meyer didn't induce us, we all did it voluntarily.
Yes, we are all adults, over 18 years old. The money we give as tips is our own money, not our parents' money. Yes, Dai Xiaomei also encourages us to do public welfare, charity, and donate money.
We have never done anything illegal.
Please don't wrongly accuse a good person. Shueishan smiled and said, I'm not sent by the police.
I'm a lawyer named Shueishan. I'm here to do anti-fraud propaganda, specifically to fight against online telecom fraud.
Dai Xiaomei was struck by lightning. She looked at Shueishan in the picture in disbelief. She played a game. How did it become an anti-online telecommunications fraud campaign? Even a lawyer has come.
Are they going to sue her?
Will she go to jail?
Seeing that she didn't speak, Shueishan asked again, Excuse me, have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud Center app? I'm mainly here to recommend this app to you.
Hearing this, Dai Xiaomei breathed a sigh of relief. I hope you're not here to check on her. Dai Xiaomei quickly opened the mobile app page and handed it to the camera. Downloaded. Shueishan asked, then the netizens in your live broadcast room. Dai Xiaomei smiled disapprovingly. Lawyer Shui, you're worrying too much. The netizens in our live broadcast room surf 5G every day. They are all trendsetters of the new era. How could they be deceived by crude telecom fraud techniques?
No way.
Yeah. Lawyer Shui, if you have time, you should go educate the elderly about the law.
Yes, anti-fraud propaganda is meaningless.
Shueishan was quite calm.
He looked at Dai Xiaomei and said, Do you want to do an experiment?
In 5 minutes, I can cheat 1 million from any of your fans, provided they have 1 million in their account.
Dai Xiaomei was so happy that the words overestimating one's own abilities were almost written on her face.
Okay. Next to Shueishan, Xia Huai looked at him in bewilderment and lowered his voice. Old Shui.
Stop pretending.
You're a liberal arts student studying law, and you need a calculator to do addition and subtraction within 20.
And you're trying to cheat me? Stop it.
Shueishan, it's okay.
Xia Huai was anxious. What do you mean it's okay?
If you embarrass yourself, you'll be embarrassed in front of tens of millions of netizens.
Don't tell anyone you're my friend when you get out.
I can't afford to lose face like that.
Shueishan, don't worry.
Shueishan looked at Dai Xiaomei in the live broadcast room and said, You can pick any one of your fans, provided that he is not online today and is not watching your live broadcast.
Then, I need his mobile phone number. Dai Xiaomei laughed. 5 minutes, and you cheated me out of 1 million?
Shueishan, yes. Dai Xiaomei sent a private message to Shueishan on the spot and gave him a phone number. Everyone in the barrage is just watching the fun. You really don't know your own limitations. Just wait for a slap in the face. People who are capable and act cool are called awesome, while people who are not capable and act cool are called idiots. Shueishan equals idiot. He scammed $1 million in 5 minutes.
Does he think everyone else is a fool? Is Shueishan seriously ill? But, the next second, Shueishan's actions shocked all netizens. Chapter 013 Live Scam. I was surrounded by the police. Shueishan called Dai Xiaomei's fan A, turned on the speakerphone, and said, "Hello, have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud Center app?" Fan A was stunned for a moment, losing all patience. "Go away. You stinking advertising idiot, get out. I'm busy." "Ahahaha, what a stinky ad. Is this a scam?"
I was scolded to death right from the start.
His tricks can only fool old men and women, but he wants to fool us? He's dreaming.
Dai Xiaomei also smiled and shook her head, with an expression as if she was watching a monkey show. Shueishan suddenly became serious, his tone sharp and intimidating. "Comrade Zhang Debai, please be serious.
This is the police station.
Take back your swear words." The words fell at the screen in the live broadcast room seemed to be stuck, and the dense barrage of comments suddenly became quiet. The little girl who was curled up in the chair shuddered, straightened her back reflexively, and looked at Shueishan in fear. The majestic aura that erupted from this man, how could it be so scary? In addition to being frightened, Dai Xiaomei looked at Shueishan in confusion. The name of Fan A is indeed Zhang Debai, but, how did Shueishan know who Fan A Zhang Debai was?
Also shocked, are you really a police officer? Shueishan curled the corners of his lips. System, host, Your Majesty attribute is in use. After his first legal education live broadcast, the hidden reward that dropped from his equipment was Majesty *1, which was really useful. Shueishan didn't say anything. His silence made Zhang Debai feel more and more uneasy. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhang Debai's mind. Could it be? The police must have found out about him throwing rat tails into the restaurant's rice noodles and taking the opportunity to extort 5,000 yuan from the restaurant, right? Or was it about him stealing things from the supermarket? Shueishan still didn't speak. Zhang Debai broke out in sweat. Could it be that the police found out that he had bought a fake driver's license? Snap! Shueishan slammed the table heavily, deliberately trying to trick him, and shouted angrily, "Zhang Debai, don't you know what you have done?" Zhang Debai's heart skipped a beat. Officer, I paid someone to make the driver's license, but I didn't do the other things." Dai Xiaomei, CFY, netizens in the live broadcast room. Shueishan remained silent as Zhang Debai was just about to ask how many years he would be sentenced to when he heard a familiar woman's voice on the phone. The voice said, "In 5 minutes, I was defrauded of 1 million. Zhang Debai was confused. "Isn't this the voice of his goddess Dai Xiaomei?" Zhang Debai quickly asked, "Comrade police officer, what was that sound just now?" Shueishan paused deliberately, then spoke slowly. "Oh, her name is Dai Xiaomei. She's said to be an internet celebrity.
Because she didn't download the National Anti-Fraud Center app, she was scammed out of 1 million in 5 minutes. Now she's at the police station to report the case, and several of my female colleagues are taking her statement." The live broadcast room was flooded with comments.
Fuck, why do I seem to hear Dai Xiaomei's voice?
Yes, that line "in 5 minutes, I was scammed out of 1 million" is Dai Xiaomei's voice. But Dai Xiaomei was in the live broadcast room, and she didn't say anything.
What a hell? How did Shueishan do it?
Dai Xiaomei was also confused. If she hadn't been very sure, she wouldn't have spoken at all. She had to believe that the person who said, "In 5 minutes, I was cheated out of 1 million" was really herself. That voice, so realistic. Zhang Debai, who was on the other end of the line, lost all his reason when he heard that his goddess had been defrauded of 1 million.
He said, "Comrade police, you must solve the case as soon as possible and get my goddess money back." Shueishan's acting was excellent. This is our responsibility. So, Mr. Zhang, can you download the National Anti-Fraud Center app now?
Okay, I'll download it right away,"
Zhang Debai said quickly without any doubt. Didn't Shueishan say that you can scam 1 million in 5 minutes? It's 3.5 minutes now. I think it's just a gimmick to trick people into installing anti-fraud apps. Shueishan said calmly, "The Anti-Fraud Center app in the mobile app store is being upgraded. I can directly send you the internal beta test link within the police station."
Zhang Debai, "Okay, thank you for your help, police officer." Shueishan sent a link over. While Zhang Debai was downloading, he suddenly felt something was wrong and asked suspiciously, "Comrade police," Shueishan asked, "I heard that you threw a rat's tail into the rice noodles at a restaurant and extorted over 5,000 yuan from them?" Zhang Debai was so frightened that his calves were shaking. "It's over. How did the police find out about this?" Zhang Debai coughed, then silently clicked on the link Shueishan had texted him, downloaded it, and installed it.
"Comrade police officer, I've installed it." Shueishan hummed, "It's okay, the anti-fraud app will automatically help you block fraudulent text messages and fraudulent calls. Well, if everything is fine, I'll hang up. Thank you, police officer." "Wait a minute,"
Shueishan said, "How long has it been since you changed your Alipay password?"
"Change it to a new one."
"If you don't change your password for a long time, it will be easy for your account to be hacked." Okay, I'll change my Alipay password right away, said Zhang Debai. After the phone call was hung up, Shueishan didn't even look at the screen in the live broadcast room, but lowered his head to fiddle with his phone. The netizens in the live broadcast room were getting a little restless.
Didn't you say you could swindle $1 million in 5 minutes? Lawyer Shui, it's been 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Lawyer Shui, it's 4 minutes and 51 seconds. Lawyer Shui, it's 4 minutes and 54 seconds. Lawyer Shui, it's been 4 minutes and 59 seconds.
Dai Xiaomei also said with a smile, forget it, Lawyer Shui was just joking with everyone.
Everyone remember to download the National Anti-Fraud Center app.
Without waiting for Dai Xiaomei to finish speaking, a notification sound came from Shueishan's phone. 100,000 yuan has arrived at my account.
Dai Xiaomei? Xia, why? Is the world crazy, or are they crazy? This is impossible. At V, you're not deliberately asking your friends for money to transfer because you're afraid of not being able to scam the money and losing face. I don't believe it either. He clearly just called Zhang Debai. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Shueishan asked, you don't believe it? Dai Xiaomei smiled slightly and helped him find a way out. Lawyer Shui, can you please introduce the functions of the anti-fraud app to us?
Shueishan, the link I sent to Zhang Debai was a remote control software developed by Xia Hui.
After installing it, I could see everything on Zhang Debai's phone. So, if he changed his Alipay password, I could see his new password and log into his account to transfer his money.
Everyone, Dai Xiaomei couldn't believe it. Then, how did you imitate my voice and say the line in 5 minutes? I was cheated out of $1 million.
Shueishan smiled, just now, when you questioned me in the live broadcast room, didn't you say 5 minutes, 1 million scam?
Xia Hui studied computer science, and I asked him to help fix it. He has very fast hands.
Dai Xiaomei blinked and was stunned for 5 or 6 seconds. Then how did you know Zhang Debai's name?
Shueishan, I used his phone number, searched for his WeChat, and used Baidu image recognition to find his photo from his moments, and found his university admission information.
Dai Xiaomei was stunned. What about the time he threw rat tails into the rice noodles at the restaurant to blackmail the restaurant? Shueishan, I'm a lawyer.
I looked up his name on the Judicial Documents website and found out that he sued the restaurant, but withdrew the lawsuit after reaching a settlement before the trial. The court agreed to the decision to withdraw the lawsuit. Dai Xiaomei was convinced and speechless. The initial contempt and indifference in my heart no longer existed.
5 minutes, and they actually scammed $1 million?
Lawyer Shui, I'm glad you're a lawyer, not a liar.
This NMD is simply impossible to defend against.
System, netizen admiration value plus 800, netizen shock value plus 800, Dai Xiaomei quickly said, everyone, hurry up and download the National Anti-Fraud Center app immediately. Preventing online and telecom fraud starts with me. After saying that, Dai Xiaomei blinked and looked at Shueishan. Lawyer Shui, do you want to follow each other? We can live stream together in the future. Shueishan smiled and said, okay, next time I broadcast live, I'll cheat you out of 5 million in 1 minute. Dai Xiaomei was so scared that she quickly ended the PK connection. I never dared to mention the matter of following each other again. Shueishan smiled and called 110 first. The call was quickly connected. Hello, Shueishan, I want to surrender myself. Other side, Shueishan, I defrauded 1 million. Other side? Shueishan, just now, in Dai Xiaomei's live broadcast room, I transferred 1 million to your police station's account.
Please contact the victim. The other party reacted in seconds and said in a much more enthusiastic tone, are you lawyer Shueishan? Shueishan, do you know me? The other party, of course I know him. The chief asked everyone in the police station to put down their work and watch you livestream your fraud. Lawyer Shui, you're famous. You've made your debut as the center of attention.
Shueishan felt a little guilty. He didn't want to debut as the center in such an occasion at all. Live streaming scam, the entire police station, hundreds of police officers, were watching. What a punishment. Shueishan hung up the phone, transferred the 1 million, and looked back at the camera in the live broadcast room. Next, we will match the last group of PK broadcasters. Shueishan clicked the PK matching button very fast. Connected successfully. Shueishan looked at the live broadcast room. A traffic policeman wearing a fluorescent green vest appeared in the live broadcast room. Shueishan, what kind of police attracting physique is this of him? In the first PK, I was matched with a police officer who was engaged in anti-fraud propaganda. During the second PK, when the scam was being live-streamed, hundreds of police officers were watching. In the third PK, I was matched with a traffic policeman working at the grassroots level. Shueishan saluted properly and said, hello, police officer. The traffic policeman gave him a more standard salute in return, as if to say, I already know who you are. Hello, Lawyer Shui, my last name is Wang. Officer Wang, aren't you on patrol? Why are you live streaming? Officer Wang said, oh no. I'm waiting here for the prize draw. Shueishan, what kind of prize is this? Officer Wang said, the first car that passes this section of road at 3 o'clock this afternoon will receive a 1,000 yuan reward. So I started a live broadcast to ensure fairness in the prize drawing. As we were talking, it was exactly 3 o'clock, the light at the intersection was red. Officer Wang walked over to the first car parked near the zebra crossing, holding up his live streaming phone in one hand and knocking on the car window with the other. Sir, congratulations on winning the prize. Your car was the first to pass this section of road at exactly 3 o'clock this afternoon. The reward is 1,000 yuan. The driver rolled down the window and paused. Comrade police officer, what did you say? 1,000 yuan, give it to me? Officer Wang nodded and pointed the live camera at him. Driver, please tell the netizens in the live broadcast room what you want to do with this 1,000 yuan? The driver thought for a moment and said, I want to get a driver's license. Netizen, Shueishan, Officer Wang frowned, you are driving without a license? Next to the driver, the woman in the passenger seat quickly spoke up, excuse me, officer, don't listen to my husband's nonsense, he's drunk. Netizen, Shueishan, Officer Wang was so angry that he laughed, so, not only were you driving without a license, you were also driving under the influence? At this time, the gray-haired old lady in the back seat was so angry that she leaned over halfway and slapped the driver on the head. You idiot, how many times have I told you that you can't drive a stolen car on the road? I told you not to steal, but you just wouldn't listen. Are you in trouble? The live broadcast room was flooded with comments. Ha 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 ha. Car theft, drunk driving, and driving without a license, life is getting more and more complicated. At V, Teacher Zhang San, it's your turn to popularize the law. Traffic police, I've never been so speechless in my life. The driver looked at the traffic police with embarrassment, and said in a pleading tone, Comrade police, please forgive me this time. You traffic police are my adopted fathers. Officer Wang had a blank expression on his face, the traffic policeman is your father? The driver nodded rapidly, yes. Officer Wang pointed to several intersections not far away. There was a traffic policeman standing at each intersection. You have a lot of fathers, then. There's a father at every intersection. The barrage was full of ha 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 ha. The driver stared at Officer Wang's mobile phone screen with despair on his face. Suddenly, he saw Shueishan's face in the live broadcast. The driver looked straight at Shueishan and suddenly shouted, brother-in-law. Help me. Li Yu's younger brother, Li Dong. Chapter 014 Dai Xiaomei, Mr. Shui, can you please sign an autograph, brother-in-law? Officer Wang looked at Shueishan, lawyer Shui. Shueishan looked indifferent, I don't know him. Before, he and Li Yu had not broken up. Li Dong used his money for eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. After getting into trouble and being put in jail, he started shouting everywhere that his brother-in-law was a lawyer. This made Shueishan famous in the police station. Shueishan's words made Li Dong's eyes widen and he cursed, Shueishan, do you dare to ignore me? If my sister finds out, she won't forgive you no matter how many times you pour her footbath water. Be careful she breaks up with you. Li Dong finished speaking. Shueishan laughed out loud, I'm sorry, Li Yu and I have broken up. I, Shueishan, am single now. The smug smile on Li Dong's face froze. My mind went blank. He looked at Shueishan in disbelief. What? That must be because you're too poor. That's why my sister doesn't like you, a poor loser. Your monthly salary of 2,000 yuan is barely enough to fill my stomach. Even if you gave your salary card to my sister, she wouldn't even look down on it. Li Dong's words directly ignited the emotions of netizens in the live broadcast room. Outrageous. I've never heard of marrying a wife and having to support a whole group of people in her family. You call Shueishan a poor loser? Then what are you? Pooh. Then let's shower Shueishan with gifts and wish him a happy breakup. The barrage was instantly dominated by gifts. There are koi fish, rose bouquets, romantic fireworks, and even a castle garden. Because there are too many gifts in the live broadcast room, Shueishan was stuck and disconnected several times. 2 minutes later, the total amount of gifts reached 50,000.5 minutes later, the total amount of gifts reached 100,000.10 minutes later, the total amount of gifts exceeded 200,000. A full 200,000. Li Dong's eyes turned red from watching. This, Officer Wang's face was filled with shock, his mouth wide open enough for an egg to fit in. Lawyer Shui, you made a net profit of 200,000 in 10 minutes, you're awesome. Awesome class. Officer Wang gave Shueishan a thumbs up. Behind Officer Wang, several policemen handcuffed Li Dong and took him back to the police station for investigation. Not only was he driving under the influence and without a license, but the car was also stolen. These few things combined are enough to make him very upset. Li Dong struggled, his tone fierce, Shueishan. You better not fall into my hands in the future. If that day ever comes, I'll kill you. Shueishan said, Officer Wang. Li Dong thought Shueishan was scared and was about to help him, so he was immediately delighted and said, you're smart. Who knows? Shueishan's next words directly plunged him into the abyss, leaving him with no chance of recovery. Shueishan, a few nights ago, the female driver who was raped, murdered, and had her body dumped in the wilderness was driving a car with the same license plate number as the car Li Dong was driving. Li Dong's heart skipped a beat, his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. The pants were instantly soaked, and water stains were all over the floor. It's over. The fact that he raped the female driver, killed her and dumped her body in the wilderness is about to be exposed. It's all over. Officer Wang tilted his head and took a look, stunned. The car driven by Li Dong and the car driven by the female victim who was raped and murdered a few days ago, the license plate number, exactly. 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 Officer Wang's face darkened, and he said sternly, "Take him away." In the live broadcast room. Oh my god. The murderer of the rape and dismemberment case is Li Dong? He's just a suspect, the case hasn't been finalized yet. It had to be him, otherwise why would he be so scared that he wet his pants? A group of netizens were frantically posting comments and were all shocked. Unexpectedly. In Shueishan's live broadcast room, they can also come face to face with the murderer and watch the police catch the murderer up close. Shocked. The system also sent Shueishan a wave of shock from netizens. A system. Netizen shock value plus 300, netizen admiration value plus 500. The other side, Officer Wang saluted Shueishan, who was piking with him online, and the netizens in the live broadcast room. Team up. After the live broadcast ended, Shueishan began to talk about his last knowledge point today. I want to ask everyone a question. Which do you think is more valuable, a man or 20 toads? Netizen, of course people are valuable. Isn't this nonsense? Shueishan smiled and said, in criminal law, one person is equivalent to 20 toads. Netizen? Because toads are protected animals. Buying one woman is punishable by up to 3 years in prison, and buying 20 toads is also punishable by up to 3 years in prison. Barrage, 1 ni equals 20 toads? I heard that parrots are also nationally protected animals. Yes, the green-cheeked kana is a national second-class protected species and is also a globally endangered wild animal. Surprising or not? Netizen B, who was watching the live broadcast, was stunned. He looked up and saw a few parrots in a cage not far away. There are exactly 8. His father was sharpening a knife and his mother was boiling water, saying that they wanted to kill the parrot they bought from the flower and bird market and cook it. Netizen B was so scared that his hands started shaking, and he quickly went to Baidu to search for green-cheeked kana. No wait, it can't be such a coincidence. However, Baidu's results show that the green-cheeked kana has dark gray chest feathers and a reddish-brown tail. Netizen B suddenly looked at the parrot cage and was shocked to see the 8 parrots with reddish-brown tails. He rushed over and grabbed his father's hand that was wielding the kitchen knife. Dad. Spare the bird, spare the bird. This parrot is a second-class protected animal in the country. If you buy it and then kill it, you will be sentenced to 5 years in prison. Netizen B stopped his father, breathed a sigh of relief, and posted a serious message in the live broadcast room. Thank you, Mr. Shueishan, for saving my life. System, ding. Dissuading netizens from illegal behavior during the legal education live broadcast *1, well done. System, main mission completion, March 3rd, mission completed. This live broadcast of legal education soon came to an end after the live broadcast ended. Byte. Mission completed, successfully dissuaded 3 netizens from committing illegal or criminal acts during the legal education live broadcast. Reward, 800 renminbi, legal logic skill plus 200, legal debate skill plus 200. During this legal education live broadcast, you received a total of 1870 shot points and 2060 admiration points, which is equivalent to 3,930 renminbi. Shueishan saw it. There is a small red dot on his system properties bar. He clicked it casually and found there is a red, upgradable, sign behind both of my professional skills. Legal theory ability, 1000 out of 1000, upgradable, legal logic ability, 1023/1000, upgradable. Shueishan clicked on upgrade. Byte. Congratulations, your primary skills, legal theory ability, and legal logic ability, have been successfully upgraded to the intermediate level, gaining bonus attributes. Bonus attribute, during a lawsuit, you can read the thoughts of the judge and the opposing lawyer. Shueishan was happy at this time. I have found a treasure. Shueishan's cell phone suddenly rang. He answered, hello, master? On the other end of the phone, Gu Penguin asked, is the live broadcast over? Shueishan, it's over. Gu Penguin hummed, do you still remember the editor of the publishing house I introduced to you last time, Editor-in-Chief Xiang? Shueishan, remember. Gu Penguin, Editor Xiang just called me. He heard that you want to sign with their publishing house and wants to meet you. It will be at 4:30 this afternoon. I'll send you the address. Shueishan was stunned. A faint doubt arose in my heart. Before that, he had called Editor-in-Chief Xiang, but he has always been lukewarm towards the Editor-in-Chief. What happened today? Shueishan was confused, but still went to the address that Gu Penguin sent him, a coffee shop. When Shueishan walked into the coffee shop, Editor-in-Chief Xiang had already arrived. Hello, Editor-in-Chief. The editor looked him up and down. Are you the guy that Gu Penguin introduced, Shueishan? Yes, I'm Shueishan. You want to sign with our publishing house? Yes. Editor Xiang's face was sullen, and his tone was calm. The copyright fee for a book is 5,000. Is that acceptable? Shueishan was stunned. He clearly remembered what Gu Penguin said. Gu Penguin said that the copyright fee for a book would be at least 80,000. This is for the editor-in-chief. It's obvious that he is trying to make things difficult for people. Shueishan thought about it and smiled. I will write a book for you, and I don't want any copyright fees.
The editor was stunned. Are you kidding? Shueishan said, aren't you joking too? Editor-in-chief Xiang choked and said, I need to go to the bathroom.
Wait until he comes back from the bathroom. Shueishan had already called the waiter and was paying the bill. Because the cafe had a minimum consumption of 100 yuan, the editor-in-chief stopped him and said, no need. Mr. Shui makes his living by his looks and the money he earns from live streaming.
I feel uneasy about asking you to pay for it.
This time, Shueishan can be sure the editor-in-chief was very hostile to him, but why? Shueishan didn't know. He looked at editor-in-chief Xiang and asked, are you paying?
To the editor-in-chief, yes.
Shueishan snapped his fingers and said, waiter, pack me another pound of civet coffee beans and another pound of black ivory coffee beans.
This gentleman will pay for it. The waiter was stunned. Okay. Editor-in-chief Xiang's face turned black. Civet coffee beans, $180 per pound. Black ivory coffee beans, $620 per pound. These two types of coffee beans are the most expensive things you can find in this cafe. The waiter quickly packed the coffee beans and handed them to Shueishan. When Shueishan was walking out with coffee beans in his hand, he suddenly heard the editor-in-chief's sinister voice from behind him. Stop. Shueishan, you thief. Shueishan turned his head in confusion. What did you say?
Pointing to her briefcase, she said to the editor, I have a ticket to a very important lecture in my bag, worth a fortune.
It's gone missing, and you're the only one sitting next to me. You must have stolen it. Take it out. Or I'm calling the police.
Chapter 015 Shueishan is a thief. Editor-in-chief Xiang's face didn't look very good. He looked down on newcomers like Shueishan and didn't want to meet them at all. If it weren't for the little girl named Liu that he had recently supported, who said that Shueishan had offended her brother Li Dong and insisted on pestering him to deal with Shueishan, he would not have bothered to come. But I didn't expect. Shueishan is a thief with dirty hands. The voice to the editor-in-chief was not low. The waiter
came running over and asked, Sir, what happened? The editor looked at the waiter. He steals.
I lost my things in your cafe. You are also responsible.
The waiter asked, Excuse me, sir?
He looked at the editor-in-chief with anger. A ticket for a lecture by Professor Liu Zonghai. Tickets for this lecture are not available to the public and are extremely expensive. I feel sorry for the editor-in-chief. He bought that ticket from the black market for 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. The waiter was a little embarrassed. But, sir, the location you two were sitting in is a blind spot for surveillance, so we can't prove who took your tickets.
You think I'm framing him?
He sneered at the editor-in-chief, turned around and grabbed Shueishan by the collar. Shueishan looked at him coldly and said, I didn't steal your ticket.
Let go.
The editor-in-chief did not move. Shueishan pried open the editor's fingers one by one and pushed him away roughly. As the two were pulling each other, a piece of paper fell out of Shueishan's coat pocket and landed on the ground. The waiter picked up the paper and said, This is. He glanced at the editor-in-chief. He snatched it away and threw it in Shueishan's face, cursing, Is this what you call innocence? You're not a thief, so why did this ticket appear on you?
How can someone with such dirty hands be a lawyer? Has he learned nothing about law?
The words fell when the editor met Shueishan's eyes. He unconsciously took a step back. Shueishan's aura of majesty without even being angry made him seem like he was in control of the overall situation, which was intimidating. The system reminds Shueishan frowny face host, Your Majesty attribute is in use. For a moment, the situation was at a stalemate. Shueishan didn't say anything, and no one dared to move. This time, the door of the cafe was opened and Liu ran over hurriedly. She walked closer and put her arm around editor-in-chief Xiang.
Brother Xiang.
Forget it, Shueishan didn't do anything irreparable. Let's forgive him, okay? Liu said this while staring straight at Shueishan. There is resentment in his eyes. It was Shueishan who caused Li Dong to be thrown into jail. It's all Shueishan's fault. She wanted to take revenge on Shueishan. Slapping Shueishan in the face and labeling him a thief is just the first step. She also wanted to get back the face she had lost in front of Shueishan bit by bit. Without Chen Shuyi, she still has editor-in-chief Xiang and Xiang Nan. She wanted Shueishan to understand. Shueishan is only fit to kneel at her feet, to be stepped on and squashed by her. He glanced at Shueishan with contempt, lowered his head, kissed Liu on the face, and said, Okay, Shueishan, as long as you publicly apologize to me on Weibo and your law firm's forum, I won't pursue the matter for Yu's sake.
When did I need you to forgive me?
Shueishan said calmly. The cold and low voice was like touching jade. The smile on Liu's face froze. The editor-in-chief frowned. Shueishan, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. If you call the police, you'll be embarrassed in public. Shueishan folded his arms, sat down on a chair in the coffee shop, and looked up at editor-in-chief Xiang. Although it was clearly an action of looking up, when Shueishan did it, he felt as if he was looking down from a high vantage point. Shueishan curled his knuckles and tapped the ticket on the table. He said, This ticket is for the first row in the inner field.
Can you get it?
The lecture ticket has the row number and seat number written on it. The large stack of tickets that Lu Zonghai gave to Shueishan were all for the C position in the first and second rows, the position with the best view. Editor-in-Chief Xiang's face froze when he saw the ticket fall out of Shueishan's pocket. He was too confident that Shueishan, a poor man with no power or influence, could not get such an expensive ticket. So he thought without thinking that the ticket was stolen from him by Shueishan, and did not pay attention to the seat number on the ticket at all. This ticket is for seat 8 in the first row of the inner field. The ticket that I bought from the editor-in-chief for a large sum of money was seat 4, row 7, on the third floor of the outfield. He flashed a look at the editor-in-chief. Of course it's mine. Seat 8, first row, backstage, that's my ticket. Shueishan asked again, so, since this lecture doesn't have tickets for the public, where did editor-in-chief Xiang get the tickets? And why do you say I stole your tickets? All around, more and more people gathered around Shueishan and editor-in-chief Xiang to watch the fun. Shueishan is a celebrity, as well known as an internet celebrity. Many people recognized him and came to join in the fun. When a group of people get together, they talk about all sorts of things. Editor Xiang's attitude is very strange. Why didn't he suspect anyone else right away, but instead said Shueishan stole his tickets? Shueishan is right. The lecture doesn't give out tickets to the public. So where did editor-in-chief Xiang get the tickets? Yes, this is a strange thing. Editor Xiang gritted his teeth and pulled out a chat log and transfer record from his phone. Shueishan, to tell you the truth, I bought this ticket from the black market. Here are the chat logs and transaction records. I spent over 70,000 yuan. Now, what else do you have to say? The words fell. The way everyone looked at Shueishan suddenly changed. Liu pretended to try to reconcile and said to Shueishan, Shueishan, just bow your head and apologize to me, and this matter will be over. Shueishan acted as if he didn't hear it. Slowly and methodically, he turned over the ticket on the table. The inscribed side of the ticket was placed on the table. On the back, there's a picture of green mountains and pine and bamboo trees, and in the upper right corner there's faint pencil writing, which reads, Gift from Lu Zonghai. Shueishan smiled and said, Are you able to buy a ticket signed by Professor Lu Zonghai on the black market? In addition to being a law professor, Lu Zonghai is also the president of the National Calligraphy Association. Many bigwigs in the capital offered him 8-digit prices to write a calligraphy for them, but Lu Zonghai just ignored them. Lu Zonghai's calligraphy is worth 1,000 gold coins. Moreover, the font he created is extremely difficult to imitate. Many people present knew Lu Zonghai's handwriting and could tell at a glance that the words on the back of the ticket were written by Lu Zonghai himself. This ticket does have Professor Lu's handwriting on it. How could a ticket with Professor Lu's signature be sold on the black market for just over 70,000 yuan? It would have to be sold for at least several 100,000 yuan. Hundreds of thousands? Don't be so crazy, it's at least 7 figures. You lied to the editor-in-chief, and you didn't even know how to make it sound more convincing. Tisk, the voices of the crowd chattering reached editor-in-chief Xiang's ears. Editor-in-chief Xiang's face turned ashen, his lips trembled, and he wanted to refute, but he couldn't say a word. Liu reacted and immediately chimed in, Shueishan, editor-in-chief Xiang comes from a family of professors, and he couldn't even get a ticket. How could you, a grassroots lawyer trainee with a monthly salary of just over 2,000, get one? You say this ticket is yours, but where did you get it from? One sentence, the fire directly burned Shueishan's body. Shueishan said nothing. Liu smiled proudly. However, the next second, Shueishan's bold move caught Liu and editor-in-chief Xiang off guard, the crowd watching the excitement. Chapter 016 Triggering the intermediate task, the system rewards the mysterious blind box. Shueishan slowly opened his briefcase, pulled out a large stack of tickets, and tossed them onto the coffee table. My tickets were given to me personally by Professor Lu Zonghai. They are honorable and above board. The ticket in his pocket was originally a gift he wanted to give to editor-in-chief Xiang as a favor when he came to see him today. Now it seems that this is not necessary. Shueishan spread out the stack of tickets on the table. Editor-in-chief Xiang was frozen in place. How could it be? Impossible. This is impossible. Shueishan had a huge pile of tickets, which consisted of 7 or 8 tickets. Moreover, each photo is the absolute center position in the first or second row of the backstage. It is impossible for anyone else to be able to do such a grand thing except Professor Lu Zonghai himself. He moved his lips to the editor-in-chief and said, Brother Shue, Can you give me a ticket? Before he could finish, Shueishan smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. I'm just a grassroots person with a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan and a face that makes a living. I don't dare to call editor-in-chief Xiang a brother. He actually threw everything that editor-in-chief Xiang and Liu said back in their faces without missing a word. Editor-in-chief Xiang and Liu's faces turned blue and purple, looking ugly. This time, a cleaner dragging a bucket hurried over from the restroom, squeezed into the crowd, and said to Shueishan and editor-in-chief Xiang, Excuse me, gentlemen, I just heard you guys keep talking about lecture tickets. I was cleaning the restroom just now and saw a ticket in the corner next to the sink. Is this the one you lost? Editor-in-chief Xiang's face turned as pale as liver. He picked up the ticket stiffly, seat 4, row 7, third floor, outfield. He bought the ticket at a high price from the ticket scalper on the black market. In the upper left corner of the ticket, the editor-in-chief's name, Xiang Nan, was written in ballpoint pen. Shueishan also saw the word Xiang Nan and stood up with a smile. Editor Xiang, take your ticket. From now on, don't keep saying that your ticket was stolen by others.
It's not a glorious thing.
After saying that, Shueishan slowly picked up the pile of tickets he had thrown on the table, and then slowly walked away. Shueishan just came out of the coffee shop. The phone rang. It was Shue's mother calling. Shueishan pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. As soon as Shue's mother said Shueishan heard that her tone was not right and asked, Mom?
What's wrong with you? Are you crying? What happened? Who bullied you? Mother Shue said, Shueishan, if you have time this weekend, can you come home?
Shueishan looked at his own schedule, then at Gu Pingwen's schedule, confirmed that he had nothing to do over the weekend, and said good. The Shue family's hometown is in a remote town in Ning province. That night, Shueishan bought a train ticket back home, a high-speed train ride of about 2 or 3 hours. Because I bought the ticket late, there were no sleeper berths left, only hard seats were left. When Shueishan dragged his suitcase onto the bus, he saw 2 people arguing in the car. A girl in a white shirt and low-waist jeans, with her hair tied in a neat high ponytail, stood in front of a slightly overweight woman, her face full of annoyance.
Auntie, this window seat is mine.
Look at my ticket. The old lady crossed her legs and slapped the girl's hand away.
What are you looking at? I don't care. I'm just sitting here. My legs are not good and I can't walk or stand up. You can sit wherever you want. It has nothing to do with me.
The 2 conductors next to her were also trying to persuade her. Madam, your seat number is definitely not this window seat.
You can't.
Why not? The old lady retorted arrogantly. I suffered a comminuted fracture of my knee and have sequelae.
Who dares to touch me?
As soon as these words came out, several train attendants didn't dare to touch her. If something goes wrong, who will take the responsibility? The girl was so angry that she almost cried. Auntie, you have to be reasonable.
I studied law. What's the use of law? Can the law allow me to sit in this seat? I'm illiterate. I won't talk to you about this.
The aunt looked like a rogue. Shueishan thought for a moment, then walked forward and patted the girl on the shoulder.
Excuse me, please move aside. Let me try. I also studied law.
The girl made room for him and said thank you, but my heart is full of distrust. She is a top student at Peking University Law School and has won national awards and the president's scholarship. If she can't do it, wouldn't the result be the same if someone else did it? However, out of politeness, Lin Qingxi did not say it. The old lady rolled her eyes when she saw Shueishan coming over. Hey, what's the matter?
You want to talk about law with me, an old woman?
Bite. Triggering intermediate mission, using non-legal means, help the girl Lin Qingxi get her seat.
Task reward, mysterious blind box *1, 500 renminbi.
Wow, this reward comes with a blind box. It's indeed a mid-level task. Shueishan touched his chin. If he uses legal means, he has 100 ways to make the lady give up her seat, but using means other than the law, click the square root above Lin Qingxi's head to view her basic information. When Shueishan turned around, he saw the light green square root on the girl's head. He clicked, and the system quickly gave the girl's basic information. Lin Qingxi, female, a top student at Peking University Law School, arrogant. Shueishan looked at the old lady again and smiled. I think what you just said makes a lot of sense.
Conductor, Lin Qingxi was a little annoyed. What do you mean? Who are you helping?
Shueishan ignored her, looked at the aunt, and continued, I've always felt that the law is useless.
Today I finally found a soulmate. The aunt was confused. Shueishan was sweet-mouthed.
He didn't call her auntie but sister directly, and then said, Sister, look, the window seat is very narrow. At night, cold air comes in through the window cracks, and it's easy to catch a cold.
How bad is that?
The aunt was so flattered by the word sister that she looked at Shueishan's masculine and handsome face without even moving her eyes. Shueishan pointed at Lin Qingxi again and said to the aunt, This window seat is suitable for little girls like her.
My seat is good, sister, can I give it to you? The aunt thought about it and said, That's fine.
Then, the aunt stood up and left with Shueishan. Lin Qingxi sat down smoothly and cursed Shueishan, You have no moral integrity. However, Shueishan sat down in his seat. The aunt was confused.
What do you mean?
Shueishan shrugged, It's not interesting.
I don't want to give this place up now.
Aunt, you, Shueishan looked at the conductor and said, Weren't you afraid to pull her up by force because you were afraid she had a broken knee?
Now she's standing up on her own. You can take her away. Conductor, awesome, bite.
Intermediate mission successfully completed. Successfully used non-legal means to help the girl Lin Qingxi obtain her seat.
Reward, mysterious blind box *1, 500 renminbi. Do you want to open the mysterious blind box? Yes. No. Shueishan, open. Bite. Mysterious blind box opened.
Item, Law Medal 1, effect, collect the 4 medals corresponding to the 4 characters Law, Outlaw, Crazy, and Disciple to redeem the special prize Outlaw and Madman 1.
Shueishan was silent for a moment. Aren't you the strongest lawyer system? You want me to be an outlaw? Does the host think that the lawless outlaw Mr. Luo Xiaoxiang is a good lawyer? Shueishan, yes, Mr. Luo is my idol. The host is also fine. There is no conflict between an outlaw and a lawyer. Shueishan didn't say anything else to the system. Shueishan slept for 2 or 3 hours in the car.
When he opened his eyes, the train had just arrived at its destination. He returned home dragging his suitcase. In a remote town, the dark walls were painted with big words demolition in red paint, and the walls were covered with densely packed small advertisements. The dilapidated houses seemed to be about to collapse. At around 8 in the morning, when Schweshen opened the door to his home, the shabby house of less than 30 square meters was filled with smoke and fire. A middle-aged woman in her 40s was sitting on the earthen con with a sad look on her face. Schweshen walked over and said, "Mom, I'm back." Mother Schwe tilted her head to look at him, her eyes filled with excitement. Schweshen asked, "Mom, what's wrong?
What happened at home?"
Mother Schwe made a hushed gesture, carefully closed the door, and pulled Schweshen into the house. Schweshen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why are you so mysterious and startled?"
Mother Schwe pulled out a passbook from under her pillow. "I was cleaning the house a few days ago and found this card in your father's pillow. There's 10 million in it."
Schweshen, fuck. Mother Schwe rolled her eyes at him and asked, "Why are you so startled?"
Schweshen lowered his voice. "Then, did you withdraw the money from the bank?"
"If he took it out, the tuition fees for his 5 younger brothers would be covered." Mother Schwe sighed. "I went to the bank several times, and the bank manager told me that for large withdrawals, the bank account holder must come in person with his or her ID card, otherwise they won't allow the withdrawal." Schweshen was stunned for a moment. "But, my father has been dead for several years."
"You can just bring his death certificate." "I get angry when you say that.
The other day I took your father's death certificate to the bank, but the bank staff said, 'How can we know if your death certificate is real or fake?'
We didn't see his funeral."
The bank staff spoke rudely. Every word was full of thorns, and she brought up the late Mr. Schwe. Mrs. Schwe and Mr. Schwe had a deep relationship, and she was so angry that she cried several times because of this incident. Mother Schwe's eyes were red. "Schweshen, I don't really care whether it's money or not. I'll take it back for you and your brothers. But, life is not about making money, but about standing up for yourself. I'm going to make those people at the bank pay the price they deserve."
Schweshen said, "Mom, tell me the details."
"He plans to go to the court filing office next Monday to file a case and sue the bank. Byte. Triggered intermediate task. Host, please use non-legal means to help your mother solve the bank problem. Task reward, mysterious blind box *1, RMB plus 1000, attribute bar upgrade pack *1. Note, the attribute column upgrade package can significantly improve your various attributes, making the classification more detailed and professional. Extra legal means." Schweshen rolled his eyes several times and pondered for nearly 10 minutes. His eyes lit up. "There is a solution." Schweshen hugged Mother Schwe's shoulders and soothed her. "Don't worry, Mom. This time, I'll have the bank manager and the clerks who gave you a hard time kneel down and beg you to withdraw the money." Author's note. Ask why the protagonist's father has 10 million but his family is still so poor. Let the protagonist do a few part-time jobs. Mother Schwe had never known about the existence of this money before. When Mr. Schwe was alive, there were reasons and secrets why he could not spend this money. This is not a logic bug, it is a foreshadowing that will be revealed later. Chapter 017 Show Schweshen explodes and slaps his face, protecting his shortcomings. Mother Schwe said sternly, "Son, we can't do anything illegal or disorderly."
"Mom, what are you thinking about?"
"Your son is a law-abiding lawyer. We will resolve the issue legally."
"Mother Schwe, really? Schweshen, really?
Please help me find 2 young men to help me. I also need 2 sets of Taoist robes, peachwood swords, talisman paper, and other things." Although Mother Schwe was confused, she nodded. Then, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Schweshen entered the bank with 2 men dressed as Taoist priests. Schweshen sat down on the sofa in the bank's waiting area and pointed to the open space in front of him. "Here it is." The 2 Taoists were waving peachwood swords and muttering something. "Salesperson, security guard?" The salesperson came over and asked with a smile, "Sir, what are you doing?" Schweshen, summoning spirits. The salesperson was stunned for a moment. "Sir, superstition is wrong. And you have affected our normal business."
Schweshen asked back, "Didn't your manager ask me to summon the spirit?"
The salesperson immediately called the manager. Soon, the manager came and asked Schweshen, "Sir, when did I ask you to summon spirits?" Schweshen smiled and said, "A few days ago, my mother came to the bank to withdraw a sum of inheritance from my father's card."
"Didn't you say that the person who opened the bank account should come in person?"
"Unfortunately, my father passed away a few years ago. But don't worry, these 2 masters are very smart.
My dad will be out soon."
The manager's face changed. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. A few days ago, the middle-aged woman who came to withdraw money looked uneducated and extremely poor. A full 10 million, another dead man's money. If they fooled the woman a few times and adopted a tougher attitude, they would scare the middle-aged woman away, and the money would be theirs. So, the lobby manager said something extremely unpleasant. The manager rolled his eyes. He waved his hand and called a few security guards, who surrounded Schweshen with electric batons and threatened him. "Sir, your actions have seriously violated bank regulations. If you don't stop, you'll go to jail." Schweshen was happy that he fished out a lawyer's license from his pocket, his face filled with surprise. After all these years as a lawyer, this is the first time I've heard that violating bank regulations will result in imprisonment. Manager, customers who were doing business nearby all gathered around.
How wicked. She took her late husband's money, why are you holding it back? Oh no. You're blinded by the money and want to keep it all for yourself. How shameless. This bank has a bad atmosphere.
When the manager saw that the situation was getting out of control, he quickly ran to make a phone call and asked the bank president to come over. President's son, who was over 50 years old, had already learned what had happened on the way and also found out Schweshen's identity as he walked into the business hall and, without a word, kicked the manager to the ground.
What are you doing? Is this how you serve customers?
The manager was speechless and dared not say a word. President's son didn't even glance at him. He walked up to Schweshen with a smile and bowed 90 degrees to him. Lawyer Schwe, I'm very sorry for the trouble this has caused you and your mother.
This is a negligence on the part of our staff. When you have time, I will personally handle the withdrawal for you. Schweshen hesitated for a moment. This isn't good. My dad is about to be asked to leave. I'm just a junior, and I'm disturbing his peace. If I just say something casually, he'll be sent back to hell. This isn't appropriate.
President's son is also a seasoned man and can see what Schweshen is thinking at a glance. Schweshen wanted more than just to withdraw the money. He even asked those who humiliated his parents to come out and apologize. President's son looked at the trembling manager and shouted coldly, apologize. The manager looked reluctant and said, President's son interrupted him, if you don't apologize, take off your manager's clothes right now and get out. You're fired. The manager quickly walked up to Schweshen and said, Lawyer Schwe, I'm sorry.
Schweshen, it's not me you feel sorry for.
The manager gritted his teeth, took a few deep breaths, and walked up to Mother Schwe with his brows lowered.
Auntie, I'm sorry. It was my fault.
Mother Schwe said nothing and looked away coldly. Schweshen crossed his arms and asked, what's wrong? I shouldn't have been so greedy and wanted to keep the 10 million for myself.
I shouldn't have humiliated Aunt Schwe, and I shouldn't have insulted a deceased person.
Schweshen nodded calmly, his eyes falling on the two Taoist priests beside him, and said to the manager, then apologize to my father and see if he is willing to forgive you. After Schweshen finished speaking, he looked around the crowd. Then, he pointed out the 2 sales clerks and 3 security guards and said, you all, come together and apologize to my dad. Mother Schwe was surprised to find out the people Schweshen pointed out were all those who had scolded her. Not a single one is wrong. Led by the manager, several sales clerks and security guards followed behind and apologized to the deceased Mr. Schwe in a polite manner. After apologizing, President's son personally accompanied Schwe's mother to withdraw the money. On the same day, the manager, salesperson, and security guard involved were directly fired. Moreover, afterward, President's son personally bought several gift boxes and brought the gifts to Schwe's mother's house. This is a later story. After withdrawing the money that day, Schwe's mother kept a portion to supplement the household expenses and pay the children's tuition. She wanted to use the rest to buy a house in the city for Schweshen, but Schweshen refused to take it, so she saved it again. As Schweshen was walking home with his mother said to him in amazement, son, you're awesome. I never dreamed that those arrogant managers and sales clerks would one day apologize politely and humbly in front of me. Mother Schwe's nose felt a little sour. Schweshen smiled and said nothing. Bite. Intermediate mission completed. Successfully resolved the host mother's bank withdrawal problem using non-legal means.
Reward, Mysterious Blind Box *1, RMB plus 1000, Attribute Bar Upgrade Pack *1. Do you want to open the mysterious blind box? Yes. No. Schweshen was fully convinced that the mysterious blind box must contain one of the Outlaw Series medals, so he casually said, open it. Mysterious blind box opened.
However, the item opened in the mysterious blind box this time was actually Chapter 018 Deluxe Edition attributes a bloodstained long knife. The back of the knife is covered with spots of rust. Item, a bloody knife, function, unknown, to be unlocked. Schweshen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. The heart seemed to be pierced by the bloody knife in an instant. Pain, severe pain. The blood knife made a buzzing sound on the transparent virtual screen that only Schweshen could hear. It was a strong resonance. It took a long time before calm returned. Beads of sweat appeared on Schweshen's forehead. He forced himself to remain calm and put the blood knife into the system's inventory, feeling confused and uncertain. This knife, what on earth is this? Schweshen was in a trance, and the voice of the system sounded in his mind again. You have obtained an attribute column upgrade pack *1, which can greatly improve your various attributes. Use? Yes. No Schweshen, use it. Bite. The attribute bar upgrade package has been used to upgrade the system, and the overall settlement has been made based on the attribute bonus of the host's recent tasks. Then, Schweshen looked at the upgraded system and fell into deep thought. Name, Schweshen, occupation, lawyer, legal education broadcaster, level, LV5, low-level lawyer, entry-level basic skills, legal theory ability, 1000/2000 legal logic ability, 1013/2000 legal search capability, 750/2000 legal document writing, 13/2000, Waste dog, legal argumentation, 700/2000 evidence collection, 380/2000 court debate, 96/2000, stupid b. Shueishan took a look except for the upper limit of attribute values being increased from 1000 to 2000, everything else, it seems that nothing has changed, the upgrade package is a bit low. He casually used the arrow to click on the scroll wheel at the bottom of the property bar. A little disappointed the next second, Shueishan thought to himself, holy shit, scroll down the property bar, E-level skills, live teaching of civil and commercial law. 1350/2000 criminal law live lecture techniques, 910/2000 administrative law live lecture techniques, to be unlocked live teaching of litigation law, 1 out of 2000, crap, Shueishan, D-level skills, client communication skills, 13/2000, plus, psychological skills of the parties involved, to be unlocked party negotiation skills, to be unlocked lawyer fee raising skill, to be unlocked, unlock it quickly, do you want to make money?
Shueishan. C-level skills, what are you looking at? Have you unlocked all the E-level and D-level skills? You haven't unlocked it yet and you still have the nerve to look down? Get lost.
Shueishan, after reading it, Shueishan held his throat tightly, fearing that he would suddenly roar in excitement while walking on the street. This property is too luxurious. It feels like spending money to become a VIP member. Although he was scolded by the grumpy system, Shueishan was still excited, his hands were itching and he couldn't help but want to scroll down. Host, stop turning over. Above C-level skills, there are B-level, A-level, and S-level. The system's rating for your current attributes is rookie. Shueishan, he was a little dazed, so much so that even when Mother Shue, who was walking beside him, called him several times, he didn't hear it. Shue's mother was so angry that she reached out and twisted his ear, but she didn't use much force.
What are you thinking? You can't even hear me. Shueishan quickly came back to his senses. Mom, what did you say?
Shue's mother said, I left in a hurry this morning and didn't bring any change.
Can you help me buy 3 hot peppers from the supermarket? Shueishan nodded and walked into the supermarket still in a daze. Mrs.
Shue was talking about 3 hot peppers, but Mother Shue looked at the 3 bottles of Scream sports drink that Shueishan handed him and was so angry that she reached out and hit him. I told you to buy hot peppers, not Scream. Shueishan finally came to his senses. Ah. Mother Shue shook her head helplessly. Just as she was about to ask Shueishan if he was frightened by the ritual to summon spirits that morning, Shueishan's cell phone rang. It was Gu Penguin calling. Shueishan pressed the answer button. Hello, master.
Gu Penguin asked, have you returned to your hometown?
Shueishan nodded, chatted with Gu Penguin about some work matters, and casually asked about the case that Gu Penguin had heard in court yesterday.
Master, how is the case you heard on Friday afternoon?
Gu Penguin sighed. Shueishan heard the sound of a lighter over there, probably someone lighting a cigarette, and asked, what's wrong?
Gu Penguin cursed, don't mention it. The prosecution's sentencing recommendation was 10 years in prison.
I argued for a reduced sentence, and the judge ultimately sentenced me to 5 years and 11 months.
Then, wasn't this quite successful?
In practice, the success rate of acquittal defense is very low, and most of the cases are defense for sentence reduction. Gu Penguin said irritably, but the client has obsessive compulsive disorder and insisted that the judge sentence him to 1 more month, making it a full 6 years.
Shueishan was a little speechless. Then what?
Gu Penguin, the judge said, next time.
Gu Penguin, at the end of the trial, my client asked me for the defense statement I had written and said he wanted to see it.
Gu Penguin, then, he tore a piece of paper, folded it into the shape of an airplane, and threw it at the judge. It just happened to poke the judge's eye and made it bleed.
Shueishan?
Shueishan and Gu Penguin chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. After Shueishan and Shue's mother returned home, he saw his mother picking vegetables in the kitchen and rolled up his sleeves to help. Mother Shue, wearing an apron, pushed him out. After pushing him for a long time, she refused to let Shueishan into the kitchen. Mother Shue had no patience.
Go away. You don't have to do the housework at home. It's almost 11 o'clock. Go pick up Xiaoning.
This child is only in the 2nd grade of junior high school, but he already knows how to go out and do part-time jobs, tutoring others to make money.
I'll send you the address.
Xiaoning, whose real name is Xuening, is Shueishan's youngest brother. Xuening is the 6th child in the Shue family and is 13 years old this year. Shueishan said oh helplessly, looked at the address on his mobile phone, went out and took a taxi. On the way, a doubt suddenly came to his mind. Since dad already had 10 million in his account back then why didn't he take it out? With that 10 million, it would be enough to cover Mr. Shue's medical expenses, Mrs. Shue's leg disease, the children's tuition, and the family's living expenses. Shueishan thought about it all the way, but he still didn't figure it out until the taxi stopped in front of a luxurious villa. Shueishan paid the taxi fare and got off. He took out his cell phone and confirmed the address and message sent to him by Shue's mother again. Mother Shue, address, times, Mother Shue, the child's surname is Qi, his name is Qi Xiao,
and his nickname is Doubting.
Shueishan was stunned. I feel like this name is a little familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen it. Just as she was thinking about it, Shue's mother sent another message, that child is a genius. It is said that he was once the champion of the super brain. Geniuses have arrogant personalities. You and Xiaoning should not offend him. After all, the Chi family asked Xuanning to tutor them in Chinese, and the tuition fee was 200 yuan per class. For the former Xue family, it was a huge sum of money. Xueshen suddenly remembered Little Bean. Isn't he the genius who went to the law firm to mess things up and can recite the civil code by heart? I didn't expect that the genius is not good at Chinese. Xueshen replied to the message, rang the doorbell of the Chi family villa, and said that he was Xuanning's elder brother and came to pick up Xuanning. The nanny who opened the door for him looked Xueshen up and down with x-ray eyes. Everything he wore cost less than 1,000 yuan worth of cheap goods, so shabby. At the nanny's eyes showed a bit of contempt, and she said to Xueshen indifferently, the tutoring isn't over yet, Mr. Xue, just sit in the living room and wait. Xueshen sat on the handmade sofa in the Chi family's living room. Next to my ears, I heard the whispers of several servants. Who is that person? He said he was the eldest brother of the poor kid who was tutoring the young master. I really don't understand. With the Chi family's financial resources, they can easily hire tutors from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Why would they choose to tutor a poor kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? It's like doing charity. I don't know if that poor kid has clean hands or feet. Xueshen frowned. At this time a majestic and angry voice sounded. What are you talking about? Several nannies looked over in panic and lowered their heads. Secretary Sunday. Secretary Sun walked over and said, Xuanning ranked first in the city's unified exam. At such a young age, he won the gold medal in the National Olympiad Chinese language competition. We'd like to ask him to tutor the young master. Do you think there's anything wrong with that? The nannies were all shocked and left after saying sorry. The nanny who had just opened the door for Xueshen looked at Xueshen again and her whole body froze. Xueshen, isn't that the host of the recently popular Legal Education live broadcast room? It is said that this legal education anchor has a close relationship with the police. The nanny's legs went weak and she almost fell to her knees. Did she offend a big shot? Secretary Sun walked up to Xueshen. He was 40 years old, but his eyes carried the calmness and sophistication of a middle-aged man. Excuse me, Lawyer Xue, we are being rude. Xueshen remembered that it was Secretary Sun who was accompanying Mr. Qi Sanglong at the law firm that day. Xueshen smiled and said, Secretary Sun, you are too polite. The Qi family is very good. It would be better if my brother could not hear these gossips in the future. Personable, but neither humble nor arrogant, Secretary Sun was about to say something when a crisp crack sound suddenly came from upstairs, as if something was broken. Secretary Sun's expression changed, and he ran upstairs. It's the young master's study. Xueshen thought that his younger brother Xuanning was also with the young master of the Qi family, so he quickly got up and followed. Secretary Sun knocked on the door. Young master, Mr. Xue. Come in. The voice of the little kid came from the room. Coldly, Secretary Sun pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing the broken glass on the ground, he asked, what happened? The little kid doesn't speak. Xueshen looked at Xuanning. Xiaoning, what's wrong? Brother, you're back. Xuanning's eyes lit up when he saw Xueshen. However, Xuanning looked at Xiao Doubting again and explained. He insisted that I play a game of Go with him. If I couldn't beat him, I wouldn't have to tutor him anymore. The little kid stood up. His left eye said I'm cool and his right eye said I'm awesome. I don't want a loser to be my teacher. Xuanning was furious and took 2 deep breaths. Xueshen pulled him, walked over, and looked at the little kid. Do you want to find someone to play Go with you? The little bean nodded. Xueshen put his hand on Xuanning's shoulder and said, my brother is very good at playing Go. I am no match for him. You play with me. Only if you win will I be qualified to compete with him. Xuanning was confused. Brother, but I. He didn't even know the rules of Go. Xueshen interrupted him. Xiaoning, I know you are usually modest, but now is not the time to be modest. Xiao Doubting looked at the Xueshen brothers suspiciously. You two also play Go. What's your rank? Despite his young age, he has already reached the professional level of 6th Dan. Therefore, he was very disdainful of Xueshen's claim that he could play chess. Xuanning, brother, Xueshen, rank is not important, as long as I can crush you, that's enough. Xiao Doubting took the chessboard from the side and wanted to play chess with Xueshen. Okay, since you beat me, let your brother continue tutoring me. When Secretary Sun heard this, sweat broke out on his forehead. Before, the young master has used the same method to force away more than 20 tutors. Although Xuanning is a child, he is the one who has stayed with the young master the longest. I persisted for 3 whole days and didn't get angry enough to throw things and leave. If I get angry again, Secretary Sun quickly stopped him. Young master, you're already a professional 6th Dan. You're bullying the weak. That's not fair. Xuanning, yes, brother, let's go back. Xueshen waved his hand and said, it's okay, I don't mind. The little kid thought about it and said confidently, how about this? I'll play blindfolded chess, and you play normally. If you can beat me, it will be considered your skill. Blind chess is chess played without looking at the chessboard. The Go board has 19 by 19 points, with a total of 361 points. Playing blindfolded chess, what kind of memory is this? Even several professional 9th Dan players and national Go players who are well known in the Go world cannot complete a game of blind Go. Xueshen, it's disrespectful. The little kid said, when I play chess, I don't want anyone else around me. Secretary Sun took Xuanning out first. Xuanning looked at Xueshen worriedly. His elder brother doesn't even know the rules of Go. I don't know how to play chess at all of this situation. How is it possible to win? However, Xueshen smiled mysteriously and confidently. Let's start, you first. Chapter 019, Repair. Swipe the card, wrap it up. For Meth. Little kid sat cross-legged because it was a blind game. He turned his back to the chessboard and said the position of each chess piece, and then Xueshen made the move. Just as Xiao Doubting finished explaining the first move of the chess game, Xueshen opened the Huagwood Go app he had just downloaded on his phone, then turned the difficulty up to death hell level.
Every time Xiao Doubting makes a move, Xueshen uses the chess pieces played
by Xiao Doubting to play against the Go app, and then uses the chess pieces played by the Go app to counterattack Xiao Doubting. Because it is a blind chess game, every time Xueshen placed a piece, he would tell Xiao Doubting where he placed it. Little Doubting played against Xueshen by relying on the images formed in his brain through his memory. At the beginning, the little kid looked at the messy positions of Xueshen's moves and sneered in his heart. Xueshen has a mobile phone plugin, which
allows him to make moves very quickly.
2 or 3 seconds after Xiao Doubting makes a move, he immediately follows suit. The little bean is not slow either, but 20 minutes later, the little bean slowed down. He turned his back to the chessboard and frowned. Why is Xueshen's way of playing chess so weird? Xiao Doubting felt that Xueshen's white pieces were like a spider web, and his black pieces were like flies that fell into the spider web, unable to escape or get out. Xueshen had eaten up a lot of black pieces in a row, and
beads of sweat appeared on the little kid's forehead.
His moves became slower and slower. Sometimes, after Xueshen placed a white piece, he even had to ponder for more than 10 minutes before placing a black piece. Nearly another hour passed. The little kid threw the chess pieces in his hand back into the jujube pot and said in a low voice, "My skills are inferior to others.
I lost." Xueshen was stunned for a moment. Huh? He couldn't even understand why the little kid just threw down his chess piece and admitted defeat. The little kid pointed to the upper right corner of the chessboard, his arrogance gone, and asked expressionlessly, "How did you come up with those moves just now?"
Xueshen said, "Then you have to ask the programmer of the Chinese Go app." However, Xueshen shook his head with a profound look on his face. The Buddha said, "It cannot be said, it cannot be said."
The little kid didn't say anything.
After a moment of silence, he said, "You're amazing." Xueshen touched his nose a little guiltily. "I beat you, and I hope you won't treat my brother Xuanning with such condescending attitude. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and we should learn from each other's strengths to overcome our weaknesses." The little bean nodded slightly. Xueshen turned around and walked out of the study and went downstairs. Mr. Cheat Sanglong had returned at some point and was sitting on the sofa, chatting with Xuanning, who was sitting opposite him, with a smile on his face. Secretary Sun was standing behind Cheat Sanglong. Xueshen went downstairs. Xuanning heard the footsteps and quickly spoke to comfort him. "Brother, it doesn't matter if you lose, let's go home together." Cheat Sanglong had already heard from his secretary about the little kid's story, and he said kindly, "Yes, Xiao Shui, last time at the law firm, your memory is better than my grandson's."
That's pretty impressive.
As for Go, my grandson started learning Go when he was 3 years old. It's not a big deal if you lose to him. Secretary Sun then spoke up, "Lawyer Shui, let me drive you and Mr. Shui back home.
I'm sorry for what happened today."
The three of them always thought that Xueshen had lost. There is no doubt about the little boy's chess skills. Xueshen smiled but said nothing. At the next second, Little Doubting came out of the study upstairs, his tone calm and emotionless. "The loser is not him, but me."
Everyone? Cheat Sanglong couldn't believe it. "Grandson, are you serious? Did you really lose to him?"
Cheat Sanglong once took his grandson Xiaodouting to the Go Club to challenge professional players several times. Xiaodouting played a total of 21 games with those professional players. Number of wins, 21. Number of failures, 0. The little kid hummed, "Shui, brother Shui's chess skills are very strong. I lost, and I'm convinced." Xueshen coughed twice unnaturally and said, "Chairman Shi, I will take my brother back first." Something flashed in Cheat Sanglong's shrewd and experienced eyes. His grandson is too proud. It would be good if someone could give him a little setback and temper his proud temper. Cheat Sanglong took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Xueshen. "Xiao Shui, this is just a small token of my appreciation, not a token of respect." Xueshen declined twice, but Cheat Sanglong insisted, so he accepted it. Xueshen took Xuanning out of Chi's house and walked for a while before they came out of the luxury villa area and arrived at a place where they could get a taxi. A taxi is coming from a distance. Just as Xueshen was about to raise his hand to stop a car, he suddenly noticed that Xuanning turned around and stared at a very beautiful pure black fountain pen in the window of the luxury store behind him. Xueshen held Xuanning's
hand and walked towards the luxury store. "Let's go and take a look." Xuanning's eyes widened. "Brother, that's the Zuoyang store.
A place where a single refill costs over 20 yuan. Zuoyang is a well-known luxury brand in China. How can they afford luxury goods?" Xuanning pulled his brother and was about to walk in the opposite direction. Xueshen pulled Xuanning in and stood in front of the display window where pens were displayed. It was a pure black pen. The pen tail and pen cap are inlaid with diamond stars and outlined with platinum. Xuanning stared at the pen closely and his eyes suddenly widened. However, when he saw the price tag under the pen, his head suddenly drooped. A
full 20,000 yuan, Xueshen asked. "Do you like it?"
Xuanning was silent for a moment, shook his head, and replied, "I don't like it.
It's not good looking."
The shopping guide came over, bent down with a smile, and said to Xuanning, "Little boy, we have 2 new pens in our store. They are also very beautiful.
What do you think of these two?
Xuanning looked in the direction the shopping guide pointed. One is a brown-red fountain pen, and the other is a water blue one. They cost only 7 or 800 yuan, but the workmanship is obviously much rougher. Xuanning smiled and said, "Thank you, sister."
No need.
He turned to look at Xueshen. "Brother, let's go back first." Before he finished speaking, Xueshen had already pulled out a card from his wallet and handed it to the salesperson. "Swipe the card and wrap it up for me." There was actually more than 20,000 yuan in Xueshen's card. Because he used his legal education live broadcast account, and Officer Chen helped him apply to join the Live Broadcast Guild. Once you enter the Live Broadcast Guild account, you can withdraw the money you give as live broadcast rewards at any time. So, there is now more than 100,000 yuan in Xueshen's card. All of this is after-tax income from live streaming rewards. There are also some task rewards settled by the system. Xuaning's eyes turned red with anxiety. "Brother,
I said I don't like it. I don't want this anymore.
The price of this pen is equivalent to my brother's half-year salary. How could Xuaning have the nerve to let Big Brother spend money to buy luxury goods for him?" At this moment, a not-so-friendly voice sounded from the door of the store.
"Hey, isn't this Xuaning, the top student in our class? Why is it that the top student can't even afford a pen and you're crying?"
Xuaning frowned. "Zhang Shuwei, watch your words." Because the girl Zhang Shuwei liked had written a love letter to Xuaning, Zhang Shuwei had always been sarcastic to him. Zhang Shuwei threw a card to the salesperson. "I want the pen, swipe the card." The salesperson looked at Xueshen awkwardly, then at Zhang Shuwei. "Sorry, kid, this pen is the one this gentleman wants to buy first."
Zhang Shuwei raised his chin and asked, "Did he pay?"
Salesperson, "This is not available yet." Zhang Shuwei curled his lips and said, 50,000 yuan, sell that pen to me." Xueshen's expression was indifferent as he slowly threw out two words, 100,000. Seeing that Zhang Shuwei stopped talking, the shopping guide went to get the gift box and wanted to help Xueshen pack the pen. This time, Zhang Shuwei suddenly took out a gold card from his pocket and said with gritted teeth, "Now, can I buy that pen?" The shopping guide nodded, looked at Xueshen apologetically, and explained, "Sir, as long as the holder of a top-level gold card is willing to pay 10 times the price of the product, he or she will be given priority over others in purchasing it."
"Wait a moment," Xueshen said lightly. Xuaning took Xueshen's hand and said, "Brother, let's go. Mom is waiting for us to go back home for dinner."
Xueshen did not move, but looked at Zhang Shuwei with confidence. He did something that made Zhang Shuwei's face change drastically. Chapter 020 Repair in front of black cards. Gold cards are useless. Xueshen handed a black card to the shopping guide. It was the card cheat Sanglong gave him. The shopping guide took a look and was stunned. Her face was filled with shock and she bowed respectfully to Xueshen. "Sir, please go sit in the VIP room upstairs and we will pack it for you." Zhang Shuwei was furious. "Why? I'm a gold card user." The shopping guide said in embarrassment, "But one is a gold card user, the other is a black card user. She can't afford to offend either of them." As Zhang Shuwei was young, his mouth pouted, and he sat on the ground and cried loudly.
"Woo woo, I want a pen, I want a pen, I want that one. The adults bullied the children and hit me.
I have a gold card, why won't you sell it to me?" He rolled on the ground and shouted at the top of his lungs, attracting all the customers in the store, who gathered around Xueshen and pointed at him. "How dare an adult like you bully a child? What a lack of quality. Why wouldn't you sell it if you have a gold card?"
"Exactly.
I just saw the salesperson and that man arguing in front of the pen display for quite a while.
It was unclear what was going on."
The shopping guide's face turned cold, and she pointed at Xueshen, "But this gentleman is a supreme black card user. Gold cards are useless in front of black cards. See the translucent luxury black card." Everyone was stunned.
"Isn't the highest level of access to oxygen intoxication the gold card? What is a black card? I haven't heard of it."
Someone who had seen the world stared at the black card in shock and began to explain, "Gold card, only valid at the Zhuiyang flagship store. And Drunk Oxygen is just the worst performing luxury brand among the hundreds of luxury brands in Qitian Group. But the black card is a universal card for all brands under the group. Gold cards are everywhere, but the number of people in China who have black cards can be counted on one hand."
Everyone was stunned as Zhang Shuwei even forgot to cry. He sobbed and stared at Xueshen in panic. "Xuaning's country bumpkin brother, how can there be a black card?" He had never heard of the black card. Last, Xuaning looked dazed, holding the 20,000 yuan pen, and followed Xueshen out of the oxygen intoxication room, his face still confused. His brother actually got this pen. When Xuaning thought of Zhang Shuwei's face, which had turned red like pig liver due to anger, he felt relieved. Along the way, Xuaning couldn't let go of the pen, his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. "Brother, how do you get the Qitian Group's supreme black card?" Xuaning asked. Xueshen smiled and said nothing. After returning home and having lunch, Xueshen changed his clothes and threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine. Xue's mother saw this and stopped him. "Before you wash clothes, check your pockets first. Have you forgotten that last time you put a bag of compressed black fungus in your pocket?
You washed it in the washing machine for half an hour, and as soon as you opened the lid, the lively black fungus flipped out like a disco.
We've been eating mixed black fungus for more than half a month."
Shueishan, he was afraid that Mother Shui would nag him, so he quickly searched the pockets of his dirty clothes. When he touched it, he actually took out a small card from his trouser pocket. It is the admission ticket to the criminal investigation app. Shueishan threw the clothes into the washing machine, added detergent, and set a timer, then went to download the criminal investigation app. After downloading, he entered the invitation code and logged in. System message: welcome to become the 100th user of this application. System message: new users need to pass the entry test before entering the criminal investigation hall. System message: do you want to start the test? Yes. No. Shueishan clicked to start the test. System message: player Fisk started testing. System message: players must complete 50 suspect feature reasoning questions, 50 testimony loophole reasoning questions, 50 crime scene reasoning questions, and 50 alibi reasoning questions within 120 minutes. You will pass if the accuracy rate reaches 80%. System message: if the challenge fails, this account will be automatically logged out. System message: question answering begins, 120 minutes, a total of 200 reasoning questions. The entry test for new users is broadcast live in the criminal investigation hall. There is a small speaker in the lobby. When you pull down, there is a scrolling screen where users can chat. However, the IDs and chat contents of these veteran detectives are: face covered with corpse spots, said to zombie with cloudy cornea. Do you want to play the autopsy copy? Corpse talk, said to forensic knife. Do you want to play with the secret room murder game? I'll torture you like a weakling. At this time, someone probably saw Shueishan's live answering test. Is there anyone new? This newcomer is quite fast in answering questions, one question every few seconds. Has he finished reading the questions? I guess he just wrote it carelessly. He turned the page before I even read the question clearly. Anyway, you can pass with a 40% accuracy rate. Sprinkle a handful of rice on the phone screen and pick up a chicken to step on it, and you might pass, eh? Look at the system message. Why does the newbie entrance test require an accuracy rate of 80%? Asterisk director, others require a 40% accuracy rate, but the requirement for Shueishan is 80%. Isn't that too harsh? Xiao Wang asked. Xiao Wang doesn't understand. The admission ticket to the criminal investigation app was given to Shueishan by their director as an exception. The admission tickets have been given away. Why are you still making things difficult for Shueishan? Wu Fangping, a cigarette between his fingers, asked. Do you think he can't achieve an 80% accuracy rate? Without a second thought, Xiao Wang said, he definitely can't achieve that. Several of our department's doctoral supervisors in criminal investigation have an accuracy rate of only 78% at best. Let's see, Wu Fangping said without further ado. By the way, how's the investigation going into Shueishan's father's case from a few years ago? Xiao Wang took out a brown paper bag and said, the information is all here, but it's been so long that there hasn't been any significant progress. Continue investigating. Wu Fangping put out his cigarette butt in the ashtray. There must be something hidden in the case of his father, Comrade Shui Hanhai. Shui Hanhai has been wronged. If it weren't for that unjust case, how could a person like Shui Hanhai live in a remote town like the Shui families and be frustrated all his life, since Shueishan has such a father? His investigative and reasoning abilities will definitely not be too bad at asterisk HU. Shueishan sneezed, who was thinking about him. Shueishan answered a full 200 questions as quickly as possible and clicked submit. System message: marking is in progress, please wait. Shueishan stretched and rubbed his sore neck, then he heard a commotion outside the house, mixed with a woman's desperate and sad cries. Chapter 021. Shueishan was horrified and shuddered. Shueishan left the room and saw my aunt Yang Qin sat on the sofa, crying out of breath. Mother Shui was wiping her tears and asked her what was wrong. Yang Qin sobbed. When she saw Shueishan, she rushed over and was about to kneel down in front of him. Nephew, you can't just stand by and watch someone die. If you don't help me, your uncle will die. Aunt, don't get excited. Speak slowly. What happened to uncle? Yang Qin wiped away her tears and said, your uncle was hit by a truck and the driver fled the scene. Now your uncle is lying in the hospital and is dying. Shueishan took out a card and handed it over without saying a word. Aunt, don't worry about the medical expenses. Yang Qin shook her head vigorously. No. It's the boss of your uncle's company who said that any doctor who dares to operate on him would be in trouble with the entire Rice Balls company. Fanzichuanma is a domestic food delivery platform. Shueishan's uncle, Lin Chang'an, is a delivery writer for Food Tuan Ma. Once, because Fan Shi Tuan Ma owed its writers more than half a year's wages, Lin Chang'an took the lead in applying for arbitration with the Labor Department, which caused a grudge against the company, so Yang Qin cried so hard she was about to faint. Chang'an's colleague secretly called me and told me that Chang'an is lying in front of the morgue at the back of the hospital, covered in blood. Their company has arranged for someone to guard him and won't let the doctor perform the operation. Shueishan was angry. These beasts are worse than pigs and dogs. Even if we become enemies, that is a living life, not to mention, that's his uncle. Bite. Trigger intermediate task: let your uncle receive treatment and the operation be successful. Task reward: 2000 renminbi, 1 good luck kit, 1 bad luck kit. Note, there are hidden legal tasks to be triggered. Please complete the current tasks carefully. Shueishan didn't care about the mission at all. Even if there was no reward, he would not just stand by and watch his own uncle die. Xiaoshen, you are a lawyer, I beg you, please help your uncle. Yang Qin grabbed Shueishan's wrist as if he had grabbed the last straw. Let's go.
Aunt, I'll go to the hospital with you. Asterisk the morgue behind the hospital was so quiet that when Shueishan and the others arrived, the sounds coming from the morgue door became clearer and clearer. It was the voices of a few gangsters, speaking in a ruffian-like manner and with heavy accents and swear words. Yang Qin pulled Shueishan with some fear. Shueishan, how about, let's call the police. One of the gang members not far away stretched out his leg and kicked the man lying on the ground covered in blood. Is he dead? He can't be really dead, right? Mother Shui frowned. Another voice rang out, Lin Chanan, stop pretending to be dead, wake up. Yang Qin looked over in disbelief, her whole body stiff. Shueishan's forehead veins jumped. He handed his bag to Shui's mother and said, Mom, please hold the bag for me and take my aunt away. Mother Shui took out her phone and called the police. What about you? I'll go over and take a look. Shueishan walked over. Mother Shui told him not to do anything rash and took Yang Qin to find the hospital security. The police didn't come that fast. The traffic police at the scene of the accident sent Lin Chang'an to the hospital and left to track down the truck driver who fled the scene. No one knew that Lin Chang'an was brought here. Lin Chang'an's colleagues were afraid of retaliation from the platform, so no one dared to call the police. Someone noticed Shueishan approaching. Look at that! The dark red-haired man glared at Shueishan and cursed, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Ah! He didn't finish his sentence. Shueishan grabbed his wrist, twisted it back, and kicked the man in the waist and abdomen. Bang! The man was knocked to the ground and a group of people rushed over. Shueishan anxiously glanced at Lin Chang'an lying in a pool of blood. We must act quickly and not delay any longer. If you delay any longer, my uncle will die. Shueishan grabbed one person's arm, pressed down with his elbow, and with his other hand, he quickly grabbed another person, locked his throat, and kicked yet another person in the stomach. With just a few moves, he knocked down several more not far away. A doctor in a white coat saw people lying on the ground and Shueishan standing in the crowd, and hurried over. Xiao Shui, what's going on? Seeing the doctor in front of him, Shueishan's eyes lit up. Uncle Lu. Lu Shiqian was a friend of Shueishan's father, the best doctor in the entire third hospital, and now, he is also the director of the third hospital. Shueishan said, Uncle Lu, my uncle is seriously injured, please save him. Lu Shiqian was stunned when he saw the man covered in blood on the ground. He is your uncle? Shueishan thought that Lu Shiqian was afraid that if he saved Lin Chang'an, he would be retaliated by the Eat Rice Balls, a company, so he hurriedly said, Uncle Lu, don't worry. As long as I, Shueishan, am alive, I won't let anyone retaliate against you. What are you talking about? Your father and I have a life and death relationship. I want to see who dares to retaliate against me. Lu Shiqian. Lu Shiqian made a phone call and immediately asked the nurse to bring a stretcher over and arranged for a doctor to prepare the operating room. Outside the operating room, a group of bigwigs arrived. The dean performed the operation himself. The director of orthopedics, the director of surgery, the director of hematology, and the director of respiratory medicine have all arrived. The head nurse changed into sterile clothes and hurried to the operating room. Shueishan stood outside the operating room and saw a red glowing exclamation point above the head nurse's head. Shueishan was stunned. He had only encountered green, square root, and blue, question mark, before dot. What is this again? Shueishan nodded. A line of blood-red words slowly emerged above the head nurse's head, making Shueishan shudder. Half an hour later, the head nurse will kill Lin Chang'an in the operating room. Note, square root is the NPC's data attribute? Is the NPC's task for the host, and is a warning of impending danger. Chapter 022 Host. You will die in 1 hour. Half an hour later, the head nurse will kill Lin Chang'an in the operating room. Seeing the head nurse about to enter the operating room, Shueishan broke out in a cold sweat. He took a step forward and accidentally bumped into Yang Qin's shoulder. Yang Qin staggered and lost her balance. The thermos cup in her hand and the small bag of Chinese herbal powder for angina pectoris were spilled all over the head nurse. Are you okay, Aunt? Shueishan supported Yang Qin and looked at the head nurse apologetically. Sorry, head nurse, I didn't stand firmly. The head nurse frowned. The sterile gown I wore when entering the operating room was contaminated, so I had to change it for a new one. The head nurse said nothing and turned to walk in the opposite direction of the operating room. Coming towards us, I saw several medical staff jogging over pushing a stretcher. On the stretcher was the unconscious Lin Chang'an. It's already a bloody mess. Shueishan's heart tightened and he subconsciously looked above the head nurse's head, this time, above the head nurse's head, something unexpectedly appeared. 2 exclamation marks. Shueishan quickly clicked the on the head nurse's head. A line of bloody red words instantly appeared above the head nurse's head. Within 30 seconds, the head nurse will kill Lin Chang'an outside the operating room. Host, I can deduce it for you. The system's mechanical sound fell, and a transparent virtual light screen appeared in front of Shueishan. On the light screen, the head nurse walked over to help push the stretcher. Her hand inadvertently rested on Lin Chang'an's ribs on the back and pushed hard. After the car accident, a rib of Lin Chang'an's was broken in the flesh and pierced directly into his heart. He died on the spot. Shueishan's hair stood on end instantly. Next second, the transparent virtual screen in front of his eyes gradually faded and disappeared. Everything before my eyes returned to reality. Shueishan saw it. The head nurse has gone over to help push the stretcher. At an angle that no one could see, the head nurse placed her hand on Lin Chang'an's ribs on the back. Shueishan rushed over, grabbed the head nurse's hand and pulled her away. The head nurse frowned. What are you doing? Shueishan stared straight at the head nurse, his eyes filled with fear. But this scene, in the eyes of others, has changed its meaning. The head nurse is a mature lady in her 170s. She has a slim waist, long legs, and a curvy figure.
Even with a mask on, she still has a pair of charming eyes. Even Shue's mother thought that her son was flirting. Mother Shue walked over and slapped Shueshen's hand away. What are you doing? This is a hospital. Your uncle is about to go into the operating room. Don't block him here. Aunt Yangqin stared at Shueshen. Anger and displeasure flashed in his eyes, and he said excitedly, Shueshen, you should know when to flirt with women. During the quarrel, Lin Chang'an had already been pushed into the operating room. Mother Shue kept winking at Shueshen. Let Xiao Chu go. The head nurse's surname is Chu. The name on her badge was Chu Yuyan. Chu Yuyan looked at Shueshen with a smile, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Sir, please move aside. I'm the best nurse in the entire third hospital. I need to assist the surgeon. Shueshen didn't dare give way. If he did, his uncle would die. Yang Qin was so angry that she almost went crazy and couldn't help cursing. Shueshen, just to satisfy your filthy lust, do you want your uncle to die? Yang Qin reached out and slapped Shueshen. Mother Shue grabbed her wrist and said, calm down. Yang Qin couldn't break free. Let me go. Shue's mother was afraid that she would hurt Shueshen in her excitement, so she held on tightly. The two were in a stalemate, but suddenly two screams were heard in the operating room. The patient has lost too much blood and is in shock. The patient's electrocardiogram is about to become a straight line. These two sentences fell into Yang Qin's ears. Yang Qin's heart was tense, and suddenly, it broke. Her eyes were red as she suddenly pulled out a fruit knife from her pocket. That was the knife she wanted to use to kill herself and the perpetrator. At this moment, the knife stabbed towards Mother Shue fiercely. Yang Qin moved so quickly that a medicine bottle in her pocket fell out and rolled on the ground. Shueshen was shocked. The corridor was too narrow and Yang Qin's movements were too sudden. He only had time to push Mother Shue away, take a step forward, and grab the fruit knife. Blood dripped from his palm to the ground. A strong smell of blood spread out. Yang Qin, who was originally cursing, suddenly became quiet and looked at Shueshen with straight eyes. Mother Shue stood firm and saw that Shueshen's hands were covered in sticky scarlet blood. There were two wounds across the palm of his hand. The incisions were narrow but hideous, and the bone was visible. Mother Shue pulled Shueshen away and slapped Yang Qin in the face. Snap! Yang Qin's face was hit so hard that it turned away. Mother Shue said with a sullen face, have you had enough of the commotion? Yang Qin threw the fruit knife away, roughly pushed away the crowd of onlookers, and turned away. He seemed oblivious to Shueshen's wound. Mother Shue looked at the shocking wound on Shueshen's hand and her eyes darkened. After such a commotion, Chu Yuyan did not go into the operating room. Instead, a deputy head nurse went in to help. Shueshen breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes fell on the medicine bottle lying on the ground. It fell out of Yang Qin's pocket. It was a bottle of risperidone tablets. Shue's mother helped Shueshen make an appointment with the surgery department. When the doctor cleaned, sutured, and bandaged Shueshen's hand, he only used local anesthesia. Shueshen used his other hand to browse his phone and casually clicked on the criminal investigation page. System message: congratulations to Fisk for passing the entry test and successfully entering the criminal investigation hall. System message: entry test score, 98 points. Everyone online in the criminal investigation hall was shocked. 98 points, this is impossible. Since the criminal investigation app was launched, the highest score is 78 points given by Professor Bo Nan. Is this guy cheating? Report. There is a cheat dog here, XSWL. The questions here are all original questions, which cannot be found on Baidu or Sogu. Where can I get the cheats? I don't believe it. I'm going to challenge the cheating dog. +1 then. Shueshen clicked on the little red dot of the private message in the criminal investigation. Looking at the pile of declarations of war inside, he slowly fell into deep thought. The doctor quickly wrapped gauze around Shueshen's wound and told him not to touch water until the wound healed. Shueshen held the bottle of risperidone tablets and asked, Doctor, what is risperidone tablets? The doctor was stunned for a moment. Psychotropic medication for treating schizophrenia. Shueshen nodded and said thank you. After the doctor left, Mother Shue asked Shueshen with a complicated expression, who's taking risperidone tablets? This bottle of medicine fell out of my aunt's pocket when she was slashing you with a knife. Mother Shue was silent for a moment, and without saying anything more, she asked again, also, is there any problem with the head nurse just now? A wise child is better than his mother. Mother Shue was very confident that Shueshen was not the kind of person who would be tempted by beauty and would do anything for the sake of it. Shueshen nodded, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He couldn't tell Shue's mother about his system, so he could only say, Mom, let's go to the operating room door and wait for Uncle to come out. I don't know how long it took. The door of the operating room opened. Lin Chang'an was pushed out, wearing an oxygen mask and with both legs emplastered. Dean Lu, dressed in surgical gown, came out and took off his mask. The patient is out of danger for now. Shueshen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Turn around. Shueshen froze. Chu Yuyan stood behind him, staring at him. An exclamation mark appeared above the woman's head again. This time, there are 3. Shueshen tapped the on Chu Yuyan's head. In 1 hour, Chu Yuyan will kill Lin Chang'an, and you. Host, you will die in an hour. Chapter 023, a slap in the face. Shueshen said in his heart, let's deduce what she will do in an hour. Host, today's deduction times have been used up. Skill cooldown countdown, 22 hours 35 minutes and 2 seconds. Shueshen, then we can only wait. So, in Lin Chang'an's ward, Shueshen sat on a chair. When he got bored of waiting, he turned on the criminal investigation game and did criminal investigation reasoning questions by himself. I in the criminal investigation hall, everyone was stunned. This guy with 98 points definitely has cheats. It could also be a robot. He doesn't accept any PK and just does the questions alone. Could the app have been hacked by a Trojan? This person who's doing the exercises doesn't look like a human, but more like a cheat program. Report it and ask the administrator to block his account. Then, countless letters of complaint were sent to the criminal investigation administrator's mailbox. Shweshin was browsing a page of criminal investigation and reasoning questions when a message suddenly popped up. System message. You have a letter from the administrator. Please check it. Shweshin didn't have time to look at IT in the ward. The lights suddenly went out. At night, in the pitch-dark ward, there were only Shweshin and Lin Chanan, who was still in a coma. As for Yang Qin, Shweshin was afraid that she would do something bad, so he asked Shwe's mother to find a way to get her away. At this moment, the door of the ward was slowly pushed open. At the same time, Shweshin quickly turned off his phone. He turned over nimbly and hid under the bed. A sound of light footsteps gradually approached. Stop in front of the bed. Shweshin vaguely saw that it was a woman's foot. He was wearing a white coat. They are medical staff in the hospital. The air was eerily quiet. The only sounds could be heard the faint hum of the oxygen machine and Lin Chanan's rhythmic breathing. Chu Yuyan stood in front of Lin Chanan's bed, and in the dim moonlight, she took out a syringe from her pocket. The needle is filled with air. The needle inserted into the plastic infusion tube at the head of Lin Chanan's bed. Slowly push in a full syringe of air. The infusion injected a lot of air. It is very likely to cause sudden death of the patient. A strange smile appeared on Chu Yuyan's lips. Lin Chanan, go to hell. At this time. A chuckle suddenly rang out from the ward. You think you're very clever, don't you? Shweshin slowly climbed up from under the bed. Chu Yuyan's expression changed. The syringe was taken away, and Lin Chanan's infusion needle was pulled out, and Chu Yuyan's plan was completely thwarted. She looked at Shweshin in disbelief. I checked the surveillance footage. You clearly had already left the hospital, so why were you in Lin Chanan's ward? It's obvious that Lin Chanan is the only one here. Why is Shweshin here? Shweshin smiled. My uncle's ward is on the 3rd floor. The tree outside is 3 or 4 stories high. It's easy to climb in. The lights in the ward came on again. The ward door was slammed open with a bang. Several policemen rushed in. Shweshin pointed at Chu Yuyan and said, Comrade police, she has repeatedly attempted to murder my uncle. Chu Yuyan rolled her eyes and looked at the policeman pitifully. Comrade police officer, I didn't. I'm the head nurse here. I was just making rounds when I saw the lights in the ward suddenly go out. I was worried that there might be a power outage and the patient's oxygen machine might stop working, causing him to suffocate, so I came in to check. What he said is well-reasoned and logical. There seems to be nothing wrong. The two policemen looked at each other and said nothing. Chu Yuyan straightened her chest, as if she had found the confidence, pointed at Shweshin and accused, so many doctors and nurses in the hospital saw it. Today, at the door of the emergency room, he made advances on me and even grabbed my hand in public. He threatened me to date his virgin girlfriend. When I refused, he said he was a lawyer and had connections with the police. He could just call 110 and have me charged and put in jail. Comrade police, you must protect me. I have never done anything bad. At this time, Shweshin slowly took out a video from his mobile phone and handed the phone to the police. The two policemen looked at it with a strange expression on their faces. Chu Yuyan felt guilty and subconsciously watched closer and took a look. It can be seen that it is a surveillance video. In the video, Chu Yuyan sneaked into Lin Chanan's ward. Standing in front of Lin Chanan's ward, he took out an empty syringe from his pocket. There was a strange smile on her lips, and her face was excited and nervous. She slowly pushed a whole syringe of air into Lin Chanan's infusion bottle. Anyone with a little medical knowledge knows, during infusion, a large amount of air enters the blood, which is likely to cause sudden death of the patient. Chu Yuyan has worked in the hospital for more than 10 years. It's impossible not to know, this is clearly premeditated murder, attempted murder. Chu Yuyan saw the content of the video clearly and her whole body froze, her mind went blank and she was completely stunned. Shweshin took out a pinhole camera from the flower pot on the windowsill and handed it to the police. It clearly records how Miss Chu carried out this textbook murder. The police frowned and said, Miss Chu, please come with us and go back for investigation. Mr. Shwe, you are an eyewitness. Please come with us to the police station and make a statement. As the group was walking out, they ran into Yang Qin, who had hurried back in the corridor. Yang Qin only saw Shweshin and Chu Yuyan appear at the same time. Moreover, he came out from Lin Chanan's ward. Yang Qin's heart was filled with anger. Shweshin, are you here to help your uncle, or are you here to pick up girls and keep company with women? You were flirting with this woman at the door of the operating room, and now you're doing all sorts of ridiculous things in your uncle's ward. Just finished speaking. A policeman couldn't bear it anymore and handed the phone to Yang Qin, and the mobile phone was the surveillance video that the police copied from Shweshin. Why, what's in this video? Yang Qin sneered and was about to make a few sarcastic remarks, but stopped midway through. The police officer gave her a complicated look and said, Chu Yuyan is suspected of murdering Lin Chanan. Lawyer Shwe intervened in time. Otherwise, Lin Chanan would have been a corpse. Yang Qin looked at Shueishan in disbelief. My face was burning with pain. What did she just righteously accuse Shueishan of? It is said that Shueishan was flirting with a woman in Lin Shanan's ward, and that Shueishan's behavior was indecent. But just now, if it weren't for Shueishan, she would have gone to the morgue behind the hospital to look for Lin Shannan. Shueishan didn't even give her a glance, and he couldn't tell whether he was disappointed or something else in his heart. Yang Qin looked at Shueishan with guilt in her eyes and said, Shaoshan, I'm sorry, Auntie is just too worried about your uncle. Mother Shueishan sneered, a belated apology is worth less than grass. That's not what you said just now at the door of the operating room when you were slashing at us mother and son with the knife. Shueishan told Shue's mother that he was going to the police station to make a statement. Mother Shue nodded and said nothing more. Shueishan followed the police out. Bite. Mission completed, your uncle received treatment successfully. The operation was a complete success and his vital signs are stable. Reward, 2,000 renminbi, 1 good luck kit, 1 bad luck kit, lucky bag, only the host can use it. After use, good luck will come to you within 2 hours. Misfortune bag, you can choose anyone to use it. After use, it will bring misfortune within 2 hours. Shueishan put the 2 sachets into the system's inventory. He has no plans to use it yet. Ding. There is a hidden task, do you want to check it now? Shueishan, check. Sitting in the police car, Shueishan lowered his head to check the system taskbar. Take a look. Shueishan was stunned. It's actually an advanced task? Before this, all the tasks he encountered were primary and intermediate tasks. When Shueishan saw the specific content of the task, his eyes widened. This mission is actually Chapter 020 for the first lawsuit. Bite. Trigger Advanced Mission 1. Investigate the relationship between Lin Chanan and the food delivery platform Fanzichuanma. 2. Become Lin Chanan's attorney and help him resolve his dispute with Fanzichuanma. 3. Win your first lawsuit and defeat Fanzichuanma. Mission rewards 1. RMB plus 100,000. 2. Legal logic plus 200, legal research plus 300, legal writing plus 500, legal argument plus 350, evidence collection plus 500, courtroom debate plus 1000. 3. A hidden incident related to your father, Shui Hanhai. Shueishan was very excited. There was a burning ambition and desire for victory in his eyes. This was the first time since his graduation that he had the opportunity to represent a case on his own. Although he has little experience, he still has to fight for the opportunity to represent the case on his own. But Shueishan clenched his fists. He will definitely win, whether it is to seek justice for his uncle or to uncover the hidden incident related to his father Shui Hanhai. Not to mention, the reward for this mission can greatly improve his professional attributes, because high-level tasks are difficult. Provide the host with a clue. Clue, the head nurse Chu Yuyan who murdered Lin Chang'an is related to the Eat Rice Balls company. Shueishan was sitting in the police car. On the way to the police station to take a statement, she opened her eyes and glanced at Chu Yuyan who was sitting next to her. Chu Yuyan seemed a little anxious. Shueishan also noticed, the police confiscated Chu Yuyan's cell phone. The mobile phone case is a customized mobile phone case made within the Chinese Tuan Mont company. Arrived at the police station. Shueishan cooperated very well in taking notes. He recounted the scene in the ward where he witnessed Chu Yuyan murdering his uncle Lin Chang'an. For Chu Yuyan, she thought she would be interrogated, threatened, bribed, and even tortured. She had a plan ready. However, there was no interrogation and no torture. When she entered the police station, she was taken to a cell with no windows and no lights. The cold space was pitch black, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The cell phone was also taken away. Chu Yuyan's psychological defenses were gradually broken down. I have lost my previous calmness and composure in my heart. She banged on the door frantically and screamed until her voice became hoarse. Finally, someone came in and took her into an interrogation room. The interrogation room was not big, with only a wooden table and a few chairs. Opposite Chu Yuyan was a policeman, and sitting side by side with the policeman was Shueishan. Chu Yuyan asked, "Why are you sitting here? You tried your best to kill my uncle." "I have a few words to ask you," said Shueishan. "Chu Yuyan, don't waste your energy. I won't speak until my lawyer comes." It was also because the Lana Jirai company gave her too much money. That's why she would kill Lin Chanan. Chu Yuyan was quite calm. The legal director of Eat Rice Balls said that there is a big shot in their company who has already informed the police and will definitely ensure her acquittal. As long as she refuses to admit to murder. No one can do anything to her. Shueishan hit the nail on the head. "Do you think the rice ball company will protect you?" Chu Yuyan was shocked. "I don't know what you are talking about." Shueishan picked up the police station's landline phone on the table and called directly. Hello, are you Director Wang from the legal department of Rice Balls?" "Yes, I am." "Who are you?" "I'm a police officer, and this is the Times police station." Shueishan lied without blushing or beating his heart. "Chu Yuyan is suspected of murdering Lin Chanan and has been detained by us." "She said she was instructed by your company." "You have someone in the legal department. The court will have to decide the case however you want." Director Wang broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the 110 on the caller ID, he had no doubt about the truthfulness of Shueishan's words. How could Chu Yuyan, such an idiot, confess everything? Since she has confessed, all we can do is abandon the car. Save the handsome, Director Wang said. "Comrade police officer, this is slander. We don't even know anyone named Chu Yuyan. We are suing her for malicious defamation." These words exploded in Chu Yuyan's mind like thunder from a clear sky. She suddenly stood up from the chair and looked at Shueishan stiffly. She was locked in a dark room for several hours, without even a sip of water, and had to fearlessly cover up for the Edana Gyrite Company, refusing to admit to the murder. However, Director Wang had already made arrangements with her to secure her acquittal after he finished talking to her. Then he turned hostile and said ruthlessly that he didn't know her. Is
he acting? Or is he really using her as a pawn, a scapegoat?
Chu Yuyan's brain was buzzing. She could no longer hear what Director Wang was saying on the other end of the phone. Shueishan said a few more words and hung up the phone with an indifferent expression. Shueishan said, "Whether you want to be a scapegoat for someone who wants to kill you, you should consider it yourself." The policewoman returned Chu Yuyan's cell phone to her. It's just a coincidence. Chu Yuyan just got her phone and it vibrated. A push message popped up on Weibo. "The company you follow, Food Groups, has posted a blog post."
Chu Yuyan's eyelids twitched and she clicked it.
Regarding the third hospital's head nurse at Chu Yuyan's slanderous allegations against our company, alleging murder, our company's top management is highly concerned and has transferred the case to the legal department for legal action.
We will soon sue Ms. Chu Yuyan for copyright infringement. Please resist these rumors.
Chu Yuyan's eyes went dark and she was about to fall. The whole person has lost his mind. She sent a WeChat message to Wang Dajuan, director of the legal department of Xuanchuanma. However, Wang Dajuan has enabled friend verification, and you are not yet her friend.
Please send a friend verification request first. You can only chat after the other party passes the verification.
Director Wang deleted her WeChat. Chu Yuyan slumped down in the chair in despair. His eyes were filled with anger. "Wang Dajuan, you asked me to kill someone, asked me to keep it a secret from you, and asked me to be your scapegoat? I was in jail, you all have to go in too." Chu Yuyan looked at the policewoman in front of her, with a look of "I will die with you" in her eyes. "Comrade police officer, I confess everything. Chu Yuyan, it was Director Wang of the Eat Rice Balls company who ordered me to kill Lin Chanan."
Chu Yuyan, because Lin Chanan is a delivery driver for their company.
Chu Yuyan, over the years, Lin Chanan has secretly and openly collected a large amount of evidence of their company's illegal and criminal activities.
Chu Yuyan, that's why Director Wang offered me a high price to silence him.
Chu Yuyan, Director Wang is very cautious and never talks to me about this on social media, but I have evidence. Shueishan leaned back in his chair and raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Bite.
Successfully investigated the relationship between Lin Chanan and the food delivery platform Fanzituanma.
Task completion rate, 1/3. Hint, Lin Chanan has woken up and seems to need your help with something. Go to the third hospital and talk to him carefully.
You may get a mission.
Chapter 025, Fixing the Big Legal Bug. When Shueishan rushed back to the third hospital, it was already early the next morning. As soon as I reached the door of Lin Chanan's ward, I heard a noisy sound, very noisy. It seemed to be Yang Qin's voice, which was an octave higher. "Doctor, our Lao Lin just woke up.
If you disconnect his oxygen machine and stop his medication now, wouldn't that be killing him?"
The doctor in the white coat frowned and said, "Lin Chanan didn't pay the hospital fee today, and we are just following the rules."
Yang Qin couldn't believe it. "This is impossible. I just paid 50,000 yesterday, how could it not be enough?"
"Doctor, your husband's heart and lung function is severely damaged.
During yesterday's surgery, ECMO therapy was used to save his life.
That machine costs hundreds of thousands of dollars per use. Once this machine is used, it is like prying open the hands of death and pulling the patient back. The price is imaginable. Not to mention, the surgeon in charge yesterday was Dean Lu. A consultation with Dean Lu's specialist cost several thousand yuan." Yang Qin turned around and looked at Lin Chanan, who had woken up on the hospital bed without the oxygen machine. Lin Chanan was breathing heavily. Yang Qin was almost crying. Mother Shui sighed on the side. No matter how bad her sister-in-law was, she couldn't just ignore her brother's life and death. Mother Shui took out a card from her pocket and asked the doctor, "Excuse me, where can I renew my hospital bill?" The doctor hasn't spoken yet. Yang Qin looked at Mother Shui and said, "Why didn't you tell me yesterday that the treatment for E or something would cost hundreds of thousands?" Mother Shui laughed in anger. "Isn't your husband's life worth hundreds of thousands of dollars?" Being stared at like this by Shui's mother, Yang Qin felt again the burning pain of the slap she received from Shui's mother yesterday. Mother Shui hurried to the first floor to pay the bill. Yang Qin curled her lips uncomfortably. "Isn't it just a few 100,000 yuan?" Yang Qin's words clearly entered Shueishan's ears. Shueishan came over, took out a pen and paper from his bag, and handed it to Yang Qin without saying a word. "Since my aunt thinks that hundreds of thousands of yuan is a small amount, then she definitely won't waste my mother's money. Write an IOU." Yang Qin's face instantly turned the color of liver. The expression on his face was extremely ugly. "I can't write." Yang Qin found a good excuse. Shueishan took out a recorder from his bag and said, "No problem. You can talk and make a recording of your IOU." After a pause, Shueishan asked again, "Aunt, you are not going to say that you are dumb and can't speak again, right?" Yang Qin, Shueishan smiled and said, "Don't worry, as long as there are witnesses, the recorded IOU will also be legally binding." Yang Qin snatched the pen and paper from Shueishan's hand and reluctantly wrote an IOU. Shueishan took a quick glance and directly exposed Yang Qin's careful plan. "And, when you write an IOU, doesn't the borrower sign his name?" Yang Qin's face darkened. Surrounded by many people in the hospital corridor, she smiled awkwardly. This is my first time writing an IOU.
I'm not familiar with it.
Shueishan nodded, with an expression that said you made sense. That's right. In the past, when my aunt was short of money, she would ask my mom directly for it.
She never wrote an IOU.
Yang Qin glared at him fiercely, and wrote the two words Yang Qin crookedly at the end of the IOU, saying, you don't have to be so sarcastic.
I can return the money to you today. Shueishan, oh? Yang Qin, don't forget. Your uncle was a food delivery driver for, is it a rice ball?
He was in a car accident on his way to pick up an order. According to your legal definition of a labor relationship, is it a rice ball, is required to compensate us for losses and lost wages. Shueishan sneered in his heart. Didn't tell her, domestic food delivery platforms will try every possible means to avoid establishing labor relations with riders. The contract that riders sign when they join the company often states, there is no labor/employment relationship of any form between you and this food delivery platform. The party to the agreement is not the food delivery platform, but a third-party company. This means that once a rider is injured while delivering a food, he or she will have to bear the responsibility and risk alone. This is a huge legal loophole. Yang Qin was full of confidence and immediately made a call to the foodballs company. The result was something she had not expected at all. Chapter 026. Studying law is not about finding loopholes, but about filling them. When Yang Qin called, at first, the other party was very polite. However, when they heard that Yang Qin's husband had a car accident while delivering food and was asking for compensation, the other party's tone changed and said, there is no labor relationship between our platform and riders. Therefore, we have no responsibility to pay you compensation.
You got into a car accident while delivering food.
It's your own bad luck.
Who can you blame?
Finished, the other party hung up the phone with a click. Just before hanging up the phone, Yang Qin heard the person on the other end mutter, idiot. Yang Qin's face didn't look very good. She is just as stupid as ever at this moment. She also understood that Lin Chang'an must have been cheated by the fancy Tuan Mott company in this contract with the food delivery platform. Many food delivery riders do not understand the law and suffer losses due to their ignorance of the law, even if you understand. Who can refuse a contract with a food delivery platform in order to make money and survive? If you don't do it, there are hundreds of people who will rush to do it. Looking at Shueishan's half smile, Yang Qin felt annoyed. She searched for a lawyer hotline on Baidu, found the contact numbers of several lawyers, and called them. After all, Shueishan wasn't the only one in the world who understood the law. Even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't bow to Shueishan. Lawyer A, who was the first to receive Yang Qin's call, said, sorry, I can't handle this case.
I won't take it anymore.
In the second call, Lawyer B said, I can take the case, but the chance of winning is less than 10%.
The risk is very high.
In the third call, the older lawyer C kindly reminded Yang Qin, among lawyers, the most professional lawyer who can handle this kind of labor dispute is an experienced lawyer named Gu Pingguin from Junjing Law Firm.
If you contact him, you might even win the case.
Gu Pingguin, a glimmer of hope ignited in Yang Qin's heart, and she quickly asked Lawyer C for his phone number. Lawyer C gave Yang Qin the phone number of Gu Pingguin's legal consultation. Yang Qin called nervously. As soon as I dialed, the call went through. Yang Qin took 2 deep breaths and said respectfully, hello, Lawyer Gu, I am. However, the call was made to Shueishan. Shueishan held the phone.
Yang Qin's number was on the caller ID page. The call was connected.
He said, sorry, Auntie, Gu Pingguin is actually my master. Yang Qin, Shueishan, he found it troublesome, so the phone number he left for legal consultation on Baidu was actually my other mobile phone number. Yang Qin was so angry that she hung up the phone and turned away. Shueishan and his mother went to his uncle's ward, just sat down. Lin Chang'an glanced at Shueishan and said, sit closer.
Why are you so far away from me? Lin Chang'an sat on the hospital bed, leaning against the headboard.
Mother Shui sat on a chair beside the bed, peeling an apple for him. Shueishan was sitting 10 meters away. Shueishan was a little helpless. Uncle, you should just call me Shueishan.
Okay, Shueishan.
Lin Chang'an pointed to the pork trotter tendon and bone soup on the bedside table.
Want some soup?
Shueishan pressed his eyebrows helplessly. No, uncle, please don't harm me. I will never forget the ginger soup you made for me in my life. When he was a child, he once had a high fever. Lin Chang'an, who never went into the kitchen, cooked a pot of ginger soup for him, using a full 3 pounds of ginger. The next day, Shueishan's cold was cured. My nose bleeds just won't stop. Lin Chang'an was carefree and waved his hands nonchalantly, saying to Shueishan, how dare you say that? You rascal. When I was a kid, we lived in the countryside. One winter, I got drunk and went into the pig pen, hugged a pig, and fell asleep on the ground.
You didn't wake me up and help me back to the house.
You even took a quilt and covered me and the pig together. Your uncle's innocence is almost gone. Lin Chang'an finished complaining, and seeing Shueishan was distracted, he asked him, Shueishan, what are you thinking about? Shueishan touched his chin and deliberately joked, I was wondering, if something happened to a pig, would it constitute a crime? Lin Chang'an, pig. Mother Shui cut the peeled apple into pieces, put a toothpick in it, and pushed it to Lin Chang'an. You two, stop joking. Shui's mother said, Chang'an, the driver who hit you fled the scene, and the company you delivered food to, Shifanmai, is also shirking legal responsibility.
If you want to sue, how about asking Shueishan to introduce you to an experienced lawyer at the firm?
This lawsuit must be fought. Lin Chang'an was injured while delivering a takeaway. It's a work injury, the medical expenses amounted to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he almost died on the operating table. This matter can't just be let go like this.
Okay, I'll ask.
Shueishan first called his master Gu Pingguan. The call is connected. Shueishan told Gu Pingguan about Lin Chang'an's case. Gu Pingguan, is Lin Chang'an your uncle?
Shueishan, yes. Gu Pingguan's tone darkened. There's no way you can win this case.
If you listen to my advice and settle it privately with the other company, you can get more compensation. Shueishan said nothing. Gu Pingguan added, there have been over 450,000 disputes between food delivery companies and delivery drivers in China, but delivery drivers have only won 18 of those cases.
You think you can win?
That's wishful thinking.
Absolutely impossible.
Shueishan, master, if you were to take this case, Gu Pingguan, I will settle the matter privately with the other party directly.
Shueishan, listen to master's advice. The chain of interests here is complicated and intricate. If you're not careful, you might get yourself into trouble.
Gu Pingguan was still trying to persuade him earnestly. A long time.
No, Shueishan said, master, you are wrong. Gu Pingguan, what? Shueishan, those who help the tyrant study law in order to exploit loopholes in the law.
I study law to help fill loopholes in the law. Gu Pingguan was stunned. He slowly widened his eyes, shocked and amazed that the intern he had personally trained would say such a thing. Shueishan continued, I will not only sue my uncle, but I will also file a public interest lawsuit on behalf of all workers who have been harmed by food delivery platforms.
Master, the law is made to protect innocent and kind people. If one day, I can't even protect one unfortunate person, then, what's the point?
Shueishan said word by word. In those high-spirited eyes, there is burning fighting spirit and ambition, passion, and sincerity. That he wanted to help the most innocent people, do something. Gu Pingguan was silent for 30 or 40 seconds, then spoke in a hoarse voice, okay?
Then go ahead and do it with confidence.
If, and I mean if, you lose the first trial, in the second trial, master will back you up and will definitely help your uncle get the most compensation.
Shueishan smiled, thank you, master.
Gu Pingguan talked to Shueishan about his own experiences and his views on the case before hanging up the phone. Shueishan hung up the phone and fell into deep thought. 20 minutes later, Shueishan updated a Weibo post. Shueishan v. Justice should not be absent, nor should it be late. At V, there are a few pictures below the Weibo post. This is the attorney's power of attorney for the labor dispute case between Lin Chang'an and the Fanchichuanma Takeout Company. Client, Lin Chang'an a client, lawyer Shueishan. Below, there is a picture of the indictment for the labor public interest litigation. Labor public interest litigation is a type of litigation that requests the court to hold those responsible for acts that infringe upon the rights and interests of the majority of workers accountable. After Shueishan's 2 legal education live broadcasts, his personal Weibo account has nearly 1.5 million followers, making him a relatively well-known figure in the legal community. The public relations department of Do You Want to Eat Rice Balls heard early on that Shueishan was Lin Chang'an's nephew. When Lin Chang'an got into trouble, they kept a close eye on Shueishan's Weibo. Shueishan he posted on Weibo. The marketing accounts and internet trolls bought by the public relations department immediately took action, starting to control comments and suppress the popularity. Shueishan's Weibo post was instantly flooded with negative comments. Comments section, who is Shueishan? Ugly people are often mischievous. Shueishan is Lin Chang'an's nephew. This uncle and nephew are here to scam the Eat Rice Balls company, right? Car accident claim? Why didn't I kill you? Let Shueishan be hit by a car and die. Shueishan's whole family will die. You've turned a minor car accident claim into a public interest lawsuit. What right do you have to speak up for the vast majority of workers? You've completely lost your dignity just to gain fame. What's the difference between this Shueishan and someone who takes advantage of others' misfortune? A scum of the law. Mother Shui is browsing Weibo, seeing the dirty words in the comment section. Shui's mother looked at Shueishan worriedly. Shaoshan, Shueishan? Every time Mother Shui shouted, her uneasiness grew deeper, because Shueishan was browsing his phone with a calm expression. Mother Shui was certain that he must have seen the insults against him on Weibo. He was frighteningly calm. Shui's mother vaguely guessed that Shueishan was posting on Weibo. She quickly walked over and grabbed Shueishan's phone. Don't argue with them anymore. It's just adding fuel to the fire. The words haven't been finished yet. Mother Shui glanced at Shueishan's phone and saw a notification that the Weibo post had been sent successfully. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly clicked on Shueishan's Weibo homepage and saw Shueishan posted 3 Weibo posts. Article 1. Shueishan forwarded the comment. Who is Shueishan? Ugly people are prone to mischief. Reply. Look at your facial features. Each one has its own unique qualities, and neither of you is convinced by the other. Article 2. Shueishan forwarded the comment that said, let Shueishan get hit by a car when he goes out, and his whole family will die. Reply. I want to curse someone today, so I won't curse you. Article 3. Shueishan forwarded the comment that read, you turned a small car accident compensation case into a public interest lawsuit. What right do you have to speak for the vast majority of workers? You have lost all your dignity just to become famous. And replied, your pencil case has the largest capacity I have ever seen. Aren't you tired of carrying so many pens? Shueishan just finished his argument. The company of Eat Rice Balls has spoken out. The situation changed instantly. IT has become very disadvantageous to Shueishan. Chapter 027 Yo Hulu Shueishan. The company posted 2 Weibo posts in a row, using a rather arrogant tone. Eat Rice Balls v. You sue, we'll wait. At v. Eat Rice Balls v. I suggest that lawyer Shui restudy the criminal law and learn about the sentence for false litigation. The crime of false litigation under Article 307 of the Criminal Law.it refers to the situation where a civil lawsuit is filed based on fabricated facts, which disrupts the judicial order or seriously infringes upon the legitimate rights and interests of others. The implication is Shueishan sued them, which was just a scam. The internet trolls hired by Do You Want to Eat Rice Balls? Have come out to control the comments. Ah ha 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 ha, the official is so tough, you sue, we wait. At v. Do you want to eat rice balls? He was so blunt, it seemed that Shueishan was really trying to scam me. At v. Do you know how many years the sentence for false litigation will be? These days are becoming more and more complicated. After reading the comments, Shueishan posted another Weibo without saying a word, including the 3 Weibo posts I posted before. Lawyer Shui made 4 consecutive attacks in one day. Shueishan v. At v. Hey my friend, you have some free time, why don't you make some criminal art? Come closer and let me see. I have some ideas. The things are prison. This will be recorded in the death register. My life is getting more and more unpredictable. This kind of life that can't be imprisoned is right in front of the underworld. In the comment section of Shueishan's Weibo, a group of netizens who just wanted to watch the show laughed. Juajwazi, Shuet, master of yin and yang, deep. Shueishan's sarcasm is much more sarcastic than that of the Do You Want to Eat Rice Balls company. Why do I feel that compared with Shueishan, the Fanchichuenma company is so insignificant? Yes, someone is suing you in a normal lawsuit. How can it be considered a false lawsuit? Yes. There are always winners and losers in a lawsuit. Even if Shueishan really lost, it would not be appropriate to accuse him of false litigation. Does it mean that everyone who loses the lawsuit is guilty of false litigation? Liliu and Shangpu, you guys make me so disgusted that I don't want to eat rice balls anymore in this life. At Viv, netizens who like to watch the show are refreshing the screen too quickly. Lol, the comments from the Water Army and marketing accounts were deleted. Shueishan's latest Weibo post criticizing At V was just published 10 minutes ago. 25,000 reposts, 53,000 comments, and 125,000 likes. A while later, Fanzi Tuanma company posted on Weibo, saying that in half an hour, Wang Dajuan, the legal director of the company, would do a live broadcast to clarify the matter. When netizens saw this Weibo post, they went crazy and said, "It's your turn to popularize the law. Where is my personal lawyer?" At v. Shueishan, from this moment on, you are no longer Shueishan, but Nuhula Shueishan. Yesterday, Nuhula Jinhuan killed the emperor. Today, Nuhula Shueishan bankrupted the Eat Rice Balls company. Haha, fuck, the person above is a talented person. At v. Suizue, smash his fruit for me and teach him a lesson. Shueishan didn't respond coldly. He held a teacup and watched the current affairs news slowly, waiting for half an hour to go to the live broadcast room of the legal director of the Yan Fanchuenma company to make a big move. Half an hour later, netizens who were watching the show entered a live broadcast room. Host Wang Dajuan, certified name, director of legal department of fanchuanma.com. Wang Dajuan turned on the microphone, introduced himself, and then got straight to the point regarding Mr. Lin Chanan's recent traffic accident while delivering food on his bike. On behalf of Fanzi Tuanma, I would like to express my condolences and concern to Mr. Lin, but Wang Dajuan changed the subject. There is no labor contract between our company and Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, as a writer, is registered as an individual business owner. His relationship with our company is merely a cooperative one. Therefore, our company cannot provide Mr. Lin with work injury compensation. This is against the law. Wang Dajuan had just finished speaking. I saw the barrage in the upper right corner quickly swiping the screen, prompting announcement, Shueishan enters the live broadcast room. Wang Dajuan choked. I stuttered a little for a moment, for no reason. He was a little afraid of the young man Shueishan. He was clearly a young man of only 25 years old, having graduated from school only a few years ago, and his lawyer's license was barely warm. However, Shueishan's thinking was too meticulous. Whether it is the public interest litigation indictment he posted on Weibo or the content of his 4 consecutive comments, there is nothing wrong with it. Meticulous and rigorous, yet elegant and humorous. Wang Dajuan didn't say anything. On the barrage, Shueishan v. Director Wang, when you saw me, why did you act like a truant student seeing his teacher? Shueishan, please tell me more. I'm listening. Shueishan, I usually broadcast legal education to others, but this is the first time I've listened to someone else's live broadcast, and it's quite interesting. Wang Dajuan's mind went blank. It took him a long time to react, knowing that Shueishan was watching him in the live broadcast room. Wang Dajuan spoke directly to Shueishan and said, "A lawyer Shuet, your client, Lin Chanan, is a registered individual business owner. His relationship with us is a partnership, not an employment relationship. Partnership means, whether Lin Chanan gets into a car accident, breaks a bone, becomes paralyzed, or dies, he has to bear the risk himself. Labor relations means, Lin Chanan was injured at work, and the Fanzichuanma company should bear the employer's responsibility." After Wang Dajuan finished speaking, Shueishan, "So, I didn't ask you to assume employer responsibility and compensate for the losses." Shueishan v. I'm suing because your company forced delivery drivers to register as individual business owners, which is illegal. Shueishan v. My lawsuit request is, I ask the judge to confirm that you have violated the law. Seeing these words in the barrage, Wang Dajuan's eyes widened, full of disbelief and shocked. In the past, many delivery drivers have sued the company. Wang Dajuan has seen many such infringement disputes and has become accustomed to them. Wang Dajuan has even seen cases where a delivery man died in a car accident and his family carried the coffin to the downstairs of the Yan Fanchuanma company to burn paper money and cause trouble. But there was never any lawyer like Shueishan using such a weird method to find such a unique entry point. Wang Dajuan couldn't resist at all. However, what he didn't expect was, next, Shueishan took out his trump card. A killing move that makes him even more unable to cope. Chapter 028, A Slap in the Face. Shueishan, I heard that you force delivery drivers to work more than 19 hours a day? Shueishan v. And we have to deliver at least 100 orders every day. If we miss an order, we'll be deducted 50 yuan. If we get a bad review, we'll be deducted 100 yuan? Cold sweat broke out on Wang Dajuan's forehead. Less than 2 hours have passed since Shueishan officially announced on Weibo that he had taken on this case. He would never have thought of it even if you were beaten to death. Shueishan is a young man who has just started out. The evidence was investigated so quickly and with such thorough consideration. Wang Dajuan, this is slander. We are a listed company, and our employees' working hours are fully compliant with labor laws. The working hours per weekday will never exceed 8 hours. Wang Dajuan had just finished speaking. Shueishan threw a link in the barrage. The link opens. It's a few pictures. The picture shows the clock-in records and meal delivery time records of the employees of the Yan Fanchuanma company. Arrive at work at 5 in the morning, get off work at 12 p.m. Oh my god. Working 19 hours a day? This is too much oppression. This is basically treating the delivery man like a production team donkey. Wang Dajuan wiped the sweat dripping from his forehead with trembling hands. Lawyer Shui, please don't try to divert attention. The essence of this matter is that you and Mr. Lin Chang'an are trying to scam our cooking balls company. I, Wang Dajuan, on behalf of the rice balls company, am here to clarify this for everyone. Our rice balls company has no obligation to compensate Mr. Lin Chang'an for his losses, nor has it committed any illegal or criminal acts. Wang Dajuan hadn't finished speaking yet. The door of his study was pushed open and 2 policemen walked in. In his hand, he held an arrest warrant. Wang Dajuan, you are under arrest. Netizens in the live broadcast room? XSWL. Previous second, I have never committed any crime. The next second, Wang Dajuan, you are under arrest. Wang Dajuan looked at the police in shock and anger. Why are you arresting me without any evidence? What crime have I committed? The police officer said expressionlessly, you are suspected of instigating Chu Yuyan, the head nurse of the 3rd hospital, to murder Lin Chang'an. Based on this alone, we have the authority to arrest you. Please come back with us and assist in the investigation. The police said please. The tone is quite polite. However, the 2 policemen walked over and handcuffed Wang Dajuan without saying a word, put a hood on him and sent him away. When I left the room, the police looked at the live camera, was stunned, and seemed quite embarrassed. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you guys were live streaming. Sorry to bother you. Netizens in the live broadcast room? In the live broadcast room, Shueishan v. What a pity. Netizens are no longer asking sisterly, but are asking Wang Dajuan was arrested, what do you regret? That's right, what are you doing? Isn't Wang Dajuan your sworn enemy? Shueishan, are you stupid? Shueishan, the police arrived too quickly. Shueishan v. I have 28 pieces of evidence proving that the Chuantuanma company is operating illegally. I just produced 1 piece of evidence when he was taken away by the police. Netizen, are you a fucking devil? 2 hours ago, it has just been announced that it has taken over the case of Lin Chang'an and the Fanchuanma company. Even the PR, general affairs, and legal departments of Do You Want to Eat Rice Balls were holding emergency meetings. So far, no solution has been discussed. And Shueishan, 28 types of evidence have been collected among the hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. There are many acquaintances of Shueishan. Mother Shui was watching the live broadcast, Lin Chang'an was watching, and even Gu Penguin was watching. Gu Penguin picked up the teacup and took a sip. He looked at the 4 consecutive Weibo posts by Shueishan and the barrage of comments posted by Shueishan and laughed. Shueishan, this kid, is really a promising talent. Not bad. Next to Gu Penguin. Yu Li's face was full of resentment and jealousy. He and Shueishan were both disciples brought up by Gu Penguin. However, Gu Penguin only had eyes for Shueishan. I can only see Shueishan's radiance, but I never see his efforts. It was clearly the weekend today, but as soon as he heard that Gu Penguin had a case to deal with, he immediately ran to the office to work overtime. However, he was still not as good as Shueishan, who went back to his hometown for the weekend. Why? Yuli lowered his eyes and said, Master, Gu Penguin, what's wrong? Yuli smiled and said, Senior brother Shueishan is very capable. Lawyer Ouyang said yesterday that Shueishan is so talented that he can be the head of a law firm. After the director of the law firm, Chen Shuyi, was imprisoned, Jun Jing's position as the top leader was left vacant. Among the remaining people, Gu Penguin has the longest seniority, and there is a high probability that he will be the new director in the future. Yuli gritted his teeth and deliberately lied, adding fuel to the fire. Master, a few days ago I accidentally heard senior brother Shueishan calling the bank. It seems he wants to take out a loan to buy a partnership share in the law firm and become a senior partner. But master, you are so kind to senior brother Schweshen, he will definitely not compete with you for the position. Gu Penguin remained calm and just nodded lightly. No emotion can be heard, however. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yuli turned cold. Why Yuli didn't notice, so he asked again, Master, will you intervene in the case that senior brother Schweshen is representing his uncle? Gu Penguin said indifferently, why would I interfere in the case that Schweshen took? Let that brat gain more experience to in the future, I can take over his job. Yuli thought that Gu Penguin was already dissatisfied with Schweshen, and he was delighted. He pulled a crumpled ticket from his pocket. Master, there's Professor Lu Zonghai's lecture next week. I remember you studied economic law during your doctoral studies, so this lecture should be useful to you. Xiao Yu, you are so thoughtful. Gu Penguin said with a smile. Didn't break it either, my doctoral supervisor was Lu Zonghai. He wanted to attend his advisor's lecture, but couldn't get a ticket? Yuli put the ticket on Gu Penguin's desk, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Master, I heard from editor-in-chief Xiang of the legal publishing house that senior brother Schweshen also has 7 or 8 tickets, and they're for the first row in the inner arena. Brother Schweshen, didn't I give you a few tickets? Gu Penguin paused the pen in his hand. He glanced at Yuli, his tone calm as he said in a deep voice, you've heard a lot. Yuli's face changed. Gu Penguin smiled faintly. Last time on the anonymous forum of the law firm, you were the one who said that Schweshen was hanging out with rich women and relying on his looks to make a living. It was you, right? The smile on Yuli's face froze and his mind went blank. Master, what are you talking about? Schweshen is my senior. I'm a graduate of a fake university. It was Schweshen's recommendation that allowed me to enter Junjing. How could I do something so despicable and worse than an animal? Yuli hurriedly explained that he was so anxious that his eyes turned red. It's quite despicable. Gu Penguin laughed and shook his head. You want to climb up, and it's okay to scheme, but use some clever methods. Yuli stood there, feeling very uncomfortable. I felt a little uneasy. Master, did senior brother Schweshen tell you something? I can explain. It was my senior brother who wronged me. Gu Penguin slammed the teacup onto the table. Yuli, do you dare to say that the netizen with the ID, why doesn't Schweshen just die, in Schweshen's live broadcast room is not you? You dare to say that it wasn't you who anonymously said on the forum that Schweshen was being kept by a rich woman? If you feel wronged, I'll ask Tech Lu to check the IP address. Find out, if it's really not you, I'll publicly apologize to you if I wrongly accuse you. If it was you who did it, I'll call the police immediately. You know how many years you'll be sentenced to for defamation and insult. Yuli was shocked and shook his head desperately. Master, don't, I was confused for a moment and was bewildered by the devil. It's just that I live in Schweshen's shadow. He's better than me in every way. All of you only see his abilities and not the efforts I've made. I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. At this time, there was a knock on Gu Penguin's office door. Dong dong dong, chapter 29, let Schweshen lose his reputation and get out of the lawyer circle. Gu Penguin raised his hand, silencing Yuli, and said, please come in. The door was pushed open, and a woman in a light brown coat walked in. She had a good figure and was holding a pure black leather bag with a brand name clearly engraved on the shiny metal buckle. Gu Penguin took a quick glance and knew that the price of the bag was no less than 500,000. The woman had a beautiful face, with not a speck of powder visible on her pointed chin. Hello, Lawyer Gu. I'm Zhang Qingtuan, the chairman of the Rice Balls Company. Gu Penguin invited her to sit on the sofa and asked Yuli to make tea. Chairman Zhang, is there anything I can do for you? Zhang Qingtuan took off his sunglasses and said straight to the point, I'll be frank. Lawyer Gu, your apprentice Schweshen wants to sue our company. I would like to invite you to serve as the attorney for our company. Zhang Qingtuan took out a checkbook from his bag, tore off a page and signed it on the spot. Lawyer Gu, as long as you help us win this case, this check, you can fill it in as you like. Gu Penguin smiled and said, a lawsuit is worth this price? Zhang Qingtuan pushed the check in front of Gu Penguin and said, your apprentice filed a public interest lawsuit. If he wins the lawsuit, our company will have to pay a large amount of compensation to its hundreds of thousands of active delivery riders. This amount of compensation is enough to bankrupt our company. If you help us win this lawsuit, you will be our company's new legal director. At this time, Yuli came in with 2 cups of tea. When he heard this, his hand shook and he almost spilled the tea. The legal director of the company Rice Balls, the annual salary is at least over 20 million. Yuli looked at Gu Penguin anxiously. As long as Gu Penguin stands on the side of the Rice Ball Company, Schweshen will definitely suffer a crushing defeat. He will return in defeat. Zhang Qingtuan was not worried at all that Gu Penguin would reject him. A check with no amount filled in and a job with an annual salary of 20 million. No one would not be tempted. Gu Penguin slowly picked up the check. Zhang Qingtuan smiled. Lawyer Gu, I wish us a happy cooperation. The voice stopped abruptly because Gu Penguin put the check back in front of Zhang Qingtuan. Chairman Zhang, who do you think I, Gu Penguin, am? This is the first case my apprentice has taken on since graduation.
If I stand against him, how can I be worthy of him calling me master? Would I still be a human being? Yuli, please see the guests off for me.
The smile on Zhang Qingtuan's face disappeared. She stood up and walked out. Yuli sent Zhang Qingtuan downstairs. Chairman Zhang, I'm also a disciple of lawyer Gu Pingguin.
Can I add you on WeChat? Zhang Qingtuan didn't move. Yuli said, Shui and I have a deep grudge.
I have a way to make Shuishan imprisoned before the trial of this case, so that he can no longer interfere in Lin Chanan's affairs. Zhang Qingtuan clicked on the WeChat QR code business card on his phone, added WeChat. Yuli added, based on my understanding of Shuishan, he will go to the court filing office tomorrow, Monday morning, to submit his indictment materials. As long as you cooperate with me, tomorrow, I can ruin Shuishan's reputation.
Get out of the legal profession. Zhang Qingtuan smiled meaningfully, then I'll wait and see.
Yuli and Zhang Qingtuan chatted for nearly half an hour before leaving in a hurry. The next day, Yuli went to the court gate and waited for Shuishan. After Shuishan submitted the prosecution materials to the court filing office and the case was filed, it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning when he came out. A flash of hatred flashed across Yuli's eyes, then he looked up and walked forward with a smile.
Senior brother Shuishan.
Chapter 030 Show Yuli is unlucky. Yuli reached out to take Shuishan's briefcase. Shuishan dodged to the side and asked, "What's wrong?" Yuli's eyes flashed, "Brother, it's almost noon, I want to treat you to a meal."
Okay. Shuishan's eyes turned and he asked the system in his mind, can I use the doom bag that was rewarded for the previous mission now? Who does the host want to use it on? Shuishan, Yuli. The doom bag has been used on Li. Effect, within 2 hours of its validity, the doom bag will bring bad luck to Yuli.
The system just finished speaking. A swallow flew over Yuli's head. A pile of swallow droppings fell precisely on Yuli's head. Why Yuli? Shuishan turned his head, looking quite incredulous, and handed him a pack of tissues. Wipe it off. What Shuishan was thinking in his heart was, it's a coincidence, the doom bag shouldn't be that effective. This is absolutely impossible. Why Yuli frowned in disgust and wiped the swallow droppings on his head with a tissue. Brother, I'd booked a table at a cat-themed Western restaurant not far from here.
Is that okay with you?
Yuli asked. Shuishan said calmly, I can do anything. In the cat restaurant, the kittens are all very docile and lie down to be petted, because cats shed. The waiters have to mop the floor 5 or 6 times a day. When Shuishan and Yuli arrived, the restaurant floor had just been mopped and the marble tiles were reflective. Why Yuli had just walked into the restaurant and took 2 steps when his foot slipped. In front of everyone and many cats, he performed a split in a fork. Shuishan, Yuli's face turned green from the pain. Brother, help me. Shuishan, Yuli's face twisted.
Help me up. I pulled my balls.
Shuishan pulled him up, his face serious and solemn. We are outside, pay attention to your image.
In my heart, ha 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 ha.
Yuli was in so much pain that she couldn't even sit still, and had to be helped to a chair by 2 waiters. This is the dish ordered by Shuishan. When the steak was served, Yuli picked up his portion of black pepper sauce and was about to pour it on the steak. A blue British shorthair cat scurried onto the table. The waiter hurried over, said sorry, and took the cat off the table. Why Yuli withdrew his gaze and was stunned for a moment. Because, on his steak, there was a small piece of cat poop. Looking down, Yuli saw that the sleeves of his newly bought suit jacket were also stained with cat feces. Why Yuli, $% at hashtag in %% what happened today, why is he so unlucky? Yuli lost his appetite and stood up with a dark face. Sorry, senior brother, I need to go to the bathroom first.
Okay.
Shuishan said. Why Yuli glanced at the empty wine glass in front of Shuishan without leaving a trace. When Yuli just sat down, something was smeared on the rim of the glass in front of Shuishan, but Shuishan seemed unaware of it. After Yuli left, the waiter walked up to Shuishan, took out a bottle of red wine from the ice bucket on the table and opened it. Waiter, Shuishan pointed at Yuli's wine glass. Why is my friend's glass dirty?
There are black spots on it. The waiter was stunned.
He didn't see the black spot, but he still smiled politely at Shuishan and said, Sir, I'll change the cup for you. Forget it, I'll switch with him. Shuishan handed over his cup, put Yuli's cup in front of himself, and asked the waiter to pour wine into both cups. Then, Shuishan took out his cell phone and pressed the record button. Why Yuli came back soon. The 2 grown men sat together and ate quite quickly. When the dinner was almost coming to an end, Yuli stood up.
Senior brother Shuishan, I offer you a glass of wine.
I was young and impulsive in the past, and did a lot of wrong things against you.
I apologize to you.
Yuli spoke eloquently with a sincere look in his eyes. Shuishan leaned back in his chair, tilted his head back, and without raising his cup, he deliberately said, What's wrong?
I don't know what you are talking about. Yuli gritted his teeth and confessed everything.
I was the one who falsely accused you of hanging out with rich women in the law firm forum. In your legal education livestream, the person with the ID, why doesn't Shuishan just die, who also posted your university transcript is me.
Brother, I just hope I can become as good as you. I don't want to live under your light. I was jealous of you and took the wrong path because of my extreme bias. I'm sorry.
Brother, you are not a narrow-minded person.
You will drink this glass of wine and forgive me, right?
Anyway, as long as Shueishan drinks this glass of wine, he will be ruined even if he admitted to these things. What could Shueishan do to him? Shueishan raised his glass, clinked it with Yuli's, and took a sip. He glanced at his phone casually. It's all recorded. Very good. Yuli put down his wine glass, feeling dizzy and uncomfortable. When swiping the card to pay, Yuli rubbed his temples in confusion, and his vision gradually blurred. It's just half a glass of red wine. How could it be so strong? Yuli draped his white coat over his elbow, as it was stained with cat feces and got wet when he cleaned it, so he didn't wear it. Seeing this, Shueishan took off his black coat and dark gray scarf and handed them to him. It's cold, your coat is wet, try mine first. Yuli was flattered. Thank you, senior brother. Then, senior brother, I have something else to do this afternoon, so I'll leave first. He must separate from Shueishan, only this way. After a while, Shueishan was taken away by people arranged by Zhang Qingtuan, so that he could have an alibi if anything happened. Yuli was wearing a black coat and a dark gray scarf, while hailing a taxi on the side of the road. The dizziness in my brain is getting worse and worse. He staggered and fell to the ground in the last second before he lost consciousness. Yuli's heart skipped a beat, and he had a vague bad suspicion. Could it be that he drank the glass of wine with added ingredients? Yuli slowly closed his eyes. Next to him, two men slowly approached, looked Yuli up and down, and then looked at each other. A black coat from S brand, and a dark gray scarf from G brand. It should be him, right? It can't be wrong. The characteristics are so obvious. This guy should be the Shueishan that Chairman Zhang mentioned. Okay. A man pulled out a PDA from his pocket. Take him to the car, put him in the trunk, and drive him away. I'll handle the surveillance around here. The two men quickly stuffed the unconscious Shueishan into the trunk, because this is the first time I've done something like kidnapping a lawyer. The two men were a little nervous and neither of them noticed that the man in the trunk who was tied up like a pig was not Shueishan at all, but Yuli Yamane in the driver's seat held the steering wheel with one hand and asked, what should I do next? Man B in the passenger seat said, according to Chairman Zhang's suggestion, we should find a nightclub, strip him naked and throw him on the bed. Then we can get a few girls from the nightclub and take some interesting photos to clearly capture his face. Man B whistled loudly as he spoke. If this photo gets out, Shueishan's career as a lawyer will be ruined. Who would want to hire a lawyer who's been involved in prostitution? I don't believe he'd dare not surrender and obey us if we have this kind of evidence in our hands. But if he wakes up, Man B scoffed. Wake up? With the aftereffects of that drug, if he gets even a little bit of it, he won't wake up for 24 hours. Even a gastric lavage at the hospital won't help. Mana hesitated for a moment. What if we find out, Man B, there's no ifs? This is the latest imported drug from abroad. Even the most advanced equipment can't detect any problems more than an hour after taking it. Chapter 031 Trial, triggering the passive skill mind reading. That night, Mane carried Julie, who was wrapped in a sack, and Manby carried a camera and took a few girls into the private room on the second floor of the nightclub. In the private room, Mana stripped Julie of his clothes and asked doubtfully, don't you think this man's face looks a bit like Shueishan's? Manby set up the camera, slapped Mane on the head, and said in a low, annoyed voice, the matter is settled. Are you going to tell Director Zhang now? Tell her that we kidnapped the wrong person? Manby, stop talking nonsense. We can't be wrong. There's Shueishan's business card holder in this coat pocket. It must be him. Manby, you pose for him and I'll take the picture. While sleeping, Yuli was put into embarrassing positions and photographed in various eye-catching photos without her knowledge. Late at night, dozens of messages were sent to Shueishan's mobile phone. Lawyer Shue, I'm sorry to bring you here in such a special way. We took dozens of photos of you with some pretty girls, but they were just photos of you in bed. After you wake up, you can enjoy it slowly. Of course, if you don't want the photos to be leaked and viewed by all netizens on the internet, please cooperate with us. Shueishan, who had taken a hot bath in the apartment, changed into pajamas and was about to go to bed, was delighted when he saw these dozens of messages. In the photo, Yuli was naked and was posed in various positions. He was surrounded by several girls, and the women's faces were blurred. However, Yuli's face was clearly captured in the photo. The environment was a bit dark and the lights were off, so a stranger might not be able to tell who the man's face was, but acquaintances can tell at a glance that the man in the photo was Yuli. The photos are of high definition. Shueishan could even see that in the upper left corner of one of the photos, there was a picture of the room card on the bedside table. Luxury private room 306 in Buxing nightclub. Shueishan saved all the photos of Yuli one by one to preserve the evidence. Then, he called 110. Hello, comrade police officer. I want to report that someone is having sex in the luxurious private room 306 of the Buxing nightclub. Yes, one man with multiple women is extremely bad behavior and is completely immoral. I said something to the policeman who answered the phone. Shueishan said with a serious face, this is what I should do as a good citizen. No need to thank me. Please send the police as soon as possible. After calling the police, Shueishan lay down and fell asleep. He slept until dawn and felt refreshed. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found that the number of WeChat messages has reached 999 plus. Shueishan was startled, rubbed his eyes, and opened WeChat. This is the news from the Junjing law firm gossip group. Junjing is a large law firm. It has a formal announcement group with hundreds of people from the entire firm, as well as internal work groups for each lawyer team. A gossip group is a group created among some acquaintances who have a good relationship with each other, used to discuss gossip and gossip. I in the group. Big gossip. Big news, family members, Yuli was arrested in Pyeongchang.
Holy crap, it is said that Yuli fainted after having too much fun.
He had his stomach washed several times in the hospital and has not woken up yet. Not only that, my cousin works in the anti-pornography team. I heard that there are photos at the scene, and a camera was set up. There are 5 or 6 women in the photos. What kind of hobby is this? It must be BT, he plays so dirty and takes photos as a souvenir. At this time, I in the law firm's announcement group, Gu Penguin posted 2 pictures and it at all members. The first picture is the administrative penalty decision issued by the police because of Pyeongchang. Yuli was administratively detained for 10 days. For a lawyer who was administratively punished, his career is over. The second picture is the dismissal decision issued within the law firm due to Lee's improper private life. Several senior partners have discussed and decided to expel Li.Yuli. It's completely over. This matter soon reached Zhang Qingtuan's ears, and Zhang Qingtuan was so angry that he smashed several cups. The veins on her forehead were throbbing, and her eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent.
Xuexin, you're really good.
Zhang Qingtuan called his secretary, his tone full of hostility.
Go find me the best lawyer. As long as I can win this case and dampen Xuexin's enthusiasm, the price is not a problem.
I just don't believe that Xuexin, a young man in his 20s, can turn over the palm of my hand. I, Zhang Qingtuan, will never lose to anyone in my life.
Xuexin, you want to win this lawsuit? Dream on.
On the day the case went to trial, Xuexin arrived at the court on time. As soon as he got off the car, he met an acquaintance outside the court. Towards difficulty. Editor-in-chief Xiang of the legal publishing house once insulted Xuexin for stealing his lecture tickets. He is also the attorney for the company Chuanchuanma this time. Lawyer Xiang Nan, wearing a lawyer's robe, said, Lawyer Xue, long time no see. Xuexin, your time of death has come.
If I don't kill you, I'm not even surnamed Xiang.
You son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch. Xuexin suddenly heard Xiang Nan's inner voice, bite.
It has been detected that the host has entered the court trial time. You previously gained a system bonus attribute, which allows you to hear the voices of the judge and the opposing lawyer during the trial.
Xuexin, long time no see.
There were many media and reporters outside the court. When they saw the lawyers representing both parties arrived, they all took photos. Because it was a public interest litigation case, many influential journalists came, even reporters from the national television station. Under the spotlight, Xiang Nan smiled politely at Xuexin and said, I've heard that Lawyer Xue is very capable in the legal field.
Today, I would like to thank you for your guidance. A kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet wants to fight me?
A fool who doesn't know his own limitations.
Should I defeat Xuexin right away in court, or should I first dampen his spirit and then torture him slowly? Xiang Nan's thoughts gave Xuexin a headache. There are so many dramas. Only when the trial begins, the presiding judge's thoughts made Xuexin completely dumbfounded.
Chapter 032, You can be grounded, but you can't be grounded. There are 3 presiding judges in total. Judge Zhang said, we will definitely conduct the trial impartially.
I have to rule in favor of Eat on a Jirai.
My wife just bought 10% of their company's shares last week.
Judge Wang said, we will ensure fairness, impartiality, and openness.
The court must rule in favor of rice balls. We agreed to a 10 million yuan reward if they win, and we've already paid 2 million yuan in advance. Judge Wu said, everyone is equal before the law.
Rice balls must win, and Xuexin must lose the case. Xuexin, who asked you to compete with me for Liu when we were in college?
You don't cherish her after getting her, and if you dare to dump her, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Xuexin, at this time, the clerk came in with the printer's ink cartridges. When passing by Xuexin, the high heels on her feet lost their balance, the clerk staggered, and the ink in the cartridge spilled heavily onto the pile of documents that Xuexin had placed on the plaintiff's lawyer's seat. The clerk's face was filled with panic and apology. I'm sorry, Lawyer Xue, I didn't mean to do that.
Let me find some paper to wipe it off for you.
Xuexin looked indifferent. Today's new printers don't require ink at all, but today, an old printer was specially replaced at the clerk's seat. Combined with the box of ink that was spilled on his case files, Xuexin curled his lips meaningfully. How could it be such a coincidence? Without any bias, the ink was spilled on his indictment and evidence materials. At this time, Xuexin heard the clerk's thoughts. The indictment and evidence are all soaked with ink and are illegible.
With nothing in your hands, let's see how you fight this lawsuit.
Xuexin, he looked at the clerk in front of him. It looks a little familiar. Xuexin's heart suddenly skipped a beat. That clerk seemed to be Liu's roommate in college. The other party's lawyer, Xiang Nan, stared at Xuexin with a smile. As soon as Xuexin looked up, he heard Xiang Nan's voice.
It's worth my effort to collect all of Xuexin's enemies one by one.
In this situation, I might as well take a nap in court.
Maybe when I wake up, I'll have won the case.
Xuexin frowned. This lawsuit is really hard to win. You can say that, except for his client, his uncle Lin Chang'an, the 3 presiding judges, the opposing party, the opposing lawyer, and even the clerk were all his mortal enemies. Lin Chang'an also noticed something was wrong. He couldn't read minds, but he saw that the opposing lawyer and Judge Wu were frequently exchanging glances. He is not blind. Lin Chang'an looked at Xuexin worriedly and asked in a low voice, can this case be won?
How about we withdraw the lawsuit now and settle with them out of court? I'm fine, let's settle it privately. Shui Xiaoshan, don't make it hard on yourself. You can't win.
Lin Chanan was scared other lawyers would choose some trivial and easy cases as their first independent case to practice, because victory or defeat has a huge impact on a newcomer's mentality, and the first case in Shuaishan's life. It's just a death copy. Shuaishan smiled and held Lin Chanan's hand. It's okay. The trial begins. After Judge Zhang read out the litigation rights and obligations, he said, "Plaintiff's lawyer, please read the indictment." A whole box of ink was spilled. The indictment is probably going to be as dark as a splash ink landscape painting. Lin Chanan stared at Shuaishan nervously. Shift your gaze downwards. It fell on the stack of pure black papers on Shuaishan's desk. What the hell is this even supposed to be? How do you read it? Shuaishan stood up slowly and threw the stack of dirty black paper with the splash ink landscape on it to the ground with quick and decisive movements. Judge Zhang frowned. Plaintiff's lawyer, where is your complaint? Shuaishan loosened the collar of his lawyer's robe, adjusted his tie, and then spoke slowly. That one, I memorized it. Judge Zhang, the ink-splashing clerk. Shuaishan, wait a minute, I'll recite it to you. Judge Zhang nodded, gestured to start, and a hint of disapproval flashed across his eyes. The indictment Shuaishan submitted to the case filing court was several thousand words long. There are 7 or 8 lawsuit requests in total. I want to see how he recites them. Shuaishan smiled faintly and said, Dear presiding judge and judges, I am the litigation agent for Mr. Lin Chanan, the plaintiff in this case. Regarding this case, Shuaishan's tone was ups and downs, his logic was rigorous, and his arguments were clear. There is nothing wrong with it. Judge Zhang, who was sitting in the presiding judge's seat, was originally whispering with Judge Wang, pointing at the case file and whispering something. In a few seconds, he subconsciously looked at Shuaishan and shut up. The expression on his face changed from disdain and contempt to seriousness and earnestness. Judge Zhang was stunned. My mind went blank. The 3 judges on their panel had studied the case and had read the indictment written by Shuaishan, so they had some impression of it. Shuaishan was completely unprepared and faced an unexpected situation, so slutty that he memorized the indictment? At the defendant's lawyer's table, Xiang Nan's face was not looking good either. He kept a gloomy face while reading the defense statement. Because he was distracted, he even read several legal provisions incorrectly until the stage of court cross-examination. Xiang Nan interrupted, Your Honor, I have something to say. Judge Zhang, defendant's lawyer, do you have any questions? Xiang Nan pointed at Shuaishan and said, Plaintiff's lawyer, you haven't presented the list of evidence yet. How are we supposed to cross-examine? Lin Chanan was furious and couldn't help slamming the table. Aren't you guys going too far? Shuaishan's indictment, list of evidence, and case files have all been stained with ink by you. The list of evidence contains hundreds of pieces of evidence. How are we supposed to present the list of evidence when you resort to such despicable tactics? Judge Zhang banged the gavel and shouted coldly, Silence. Please be careful with your words, plaintiff, and keep quiet. Serious violations of court discipline will result in fines and detention. Shuaishan held Lin Chanan's hand and pointed at the computer in front of him. Computer, can I use it? Judge Zhang was stunned for a moment, then nodded, Please present the complete list of evidence within 5 minutes. Lin Chanan frowned. The list of evidence was 4 pages of A4 paper. This is obviously making things difficult for people. Shuaishan held the mouse and created a new Word document. His 10 fingers tapped on the keyboard quickly and accurately. His right hand still wrapped in thick gauze. As he typed on the keyboard, blood slowly seeped onto the gauze. Judge Zhang glanced at his watch and reminded, It's been 4 minutes and 30 seconds. The words fell. Shuaishan stopped. Press Ctrl+P on the keyboard. Shortcut keys for printing materials. The printer made a soft humming sound and quickly printed out a document. Shuaishan handed the printed materials to the judge and said, This is the list of evidence provided by the plaintiff, proving that the defendant, Cooking Balls, has violated 13 laws in its business practices. There are a total of 128 types of evidence, and the originals of the evidence were submitted to the court when the case was filed. The judges looked at each other. Xiang Nan's face was filled with shock. Lin Chanan looked at Shuaishan in disbelief, as if he was looking at a monster. Shuaishan, really NMD is awesome. After Shuaishan presented his evidence, it was the other party's lawyer's turn to cross-examine. Xiang Nan stood up and said, Your Honor, the business practices of our client, Shifan Xuanma, are completely legal. Also, the company provides very good benefits and treatment to delivery writers. We never do anything illegal. Shuaishan, Judge, I request that our witness appear in court. Judge Zhang looked indifferent and said condescendingly, Okay. What if the witness appears in court? It's a losing game, there's no way to turn the situation around. Then, the first witness entered the courtroom on crutches. Your Honor, I used to be a delivery driver for Food Balls. I was in a car accident while delivering food and my left leg was amputated. The company didn't even give me money to buy a pair of crutches. Xiang Nan, damn, the treatment is good. The second witness entered the courtroom in a wheelchair. Your Honor, I'm also a delivery man for the Onajairai company. I was delivering food when I was hit by a BMW and flew over 10 meters away. Both my legs were broken. In order to avoid responsibility, the company gave me 2 bottles of baijiu when they sent me to the hospital and insisted that I was driving under the influence. I spent 2 years in jail for drunk driving and was just released a few days ago. I am wronged, Xiang Nan. God never does anything illegal. When Shueishan called the third witness to appear in court, Xiang Nan's heart was in his throat that he was afraid that Shueishan would find another disabled witness with a broken leg or arm. Not a third witness walked into the courtroom. He is a man over 1.8 meters tall. It seems quite healthy. Xiang Nan breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, the witness turned around and waved his hand. Hurry up, bring it in. Xiang Nan, 3 judges, 2 men brought in an unconscious woman on a stretcher. The witness knelt down before the judge. His eyes were red and he was choking with sobs, pointing to the woman on the stretcher next to him. Your Honor, this is my wife. 3 years ago, I was a delivery man for on a Jirai. I had a heart attack on the way to deliver food and knocked over several boxes of takeout. Not only did I lose the money for the takeout, but I also had 5,000 yuan docked from my salary. My wife once went to the labor arbitration department to file a complaint. That night, when she returned home, she was put in a sack and beaten. A few blows injured her brain nerves. Ever since then, she's a vegetable. A man in his 40s knelt on the ground, covering his face and crying inconsolably. The low sobbing in the air sounded like a wail of despair. Your Honor, I don't want money, I just want an explanation. What's the difference between my wife and a living dead person now? I want them to repay blood with blood from the rice balls company. Pay for my wife's life. Still eating rice balls? Eat your mother's rice balls. Go eat shit, you bastard. Beast. Beast. The man cried and cursed. Shueishan stood up and helped the man up. He turned around and looked coldly at Xiang Nan, who was sitting in the defendant's lawyer's seat. The tone was cold to the bone. Shueishan, Xiang Nan, is this what you call legal operation? Shueishan, is this what you said, that writers have good benefits? Shueishan, is this what you said, that you haven't done anything illegal? Shueishan's voice became more and more cruel and indifferent with each tone. Xiang Nan was frightened by him. He trembled all over and accidentally knocked over the uncapped mineral water bottle in front of him. The water splashed all over him. Xiang Nan was in a terrible state. Xiang Nan avoided Shueishan's sight, feeling a little guilty, and his whole momentum was suppressed by Shueishan. That he hesitated for a long time before finally saying, I'm telling the truth that's very down to earth. A true statement. A down to earth sentence. Shueishan laughed angrily. Lawyer Xiang, you can be down to earth when representing a lawyer in a lawsuit, but you can't be down to earth. That's not called grounding, that's called grounding mansion. Xiang Nan was speechless. Judge Zhang banged the gavel. Silence. It's not proper for a witness to cry in court. Bailiff, take these witnesses out and don't disrupt the normal order of the trial. Hearing this, Lin Chang'an in the plaintiff's seat frowned. This is obvious. They sided with the defendant Yanqi Tuan Mud Company and suppressed the plaintiff. When several bailiffs walked up to the witness and reached out to drag him away, Shueishan suddenly shouted coldly, who dares? Several bailiffs stood there in a daze, dare not move. At that moment, the aura emanating from Shueishan was too strong. Even when the head of the provincial court came to inspect, they did not feel this nervous, horrified, awed, and with a blank mind. That is the weak's instinctive respect for power. Xiang Nan also widened his eyes and almost laughed. A lawyer, roaring and shouting in the courtroom, Shueishan, are you looking for death? Idiot. Shueishan spoke directly. Presiding judge, according to the law, if a case has a significant social impact, journalists should be allowed to attend the trial. Judge Zhang frowned. With the media in attendance, where is the room for maneuver? This is not okay. Judge Zhang raised his head and looked at Shueishan seriously. Shueishan's roaring in court has seriously affected the order of the court. Shueishan is now expelled. The words haven't been finished yet. Shueishan said, I request that Judge Zhang recuse himself. Recusation refers to a situation in which a judge must withdraw from the trial of a case when he or she has a conflict of interest with the parties involved in the case. Judge Zhang, Shueishan, Judge Zhang, you are a judge. Do you know how to sentence someone for the crime of miscarriage of justice? A hint of panic flashed in Judge Zhang's eyes. He stood up angrily. Shueishan, you're a lawyer. In order to win the case, you framed the presiding judge. Do you know how your actions should be judged? There was chaos in the courtroom. Lin Chang'an was startled, his face turned pale, and he looked at Shueishan in disbelief. Shueishan, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and apologize to Judge Zhang. Talking nonsense, you might end up going to jail. Shueishan's expression was indifferent. Judge Zhang, your wife still holds 10% of the shares of Tuan Ma. Do you think your judgment will be fair? Judge Zhang's face was pale. He fell into the chair and looked at Shueishan in disbelief. The shares held by his wife were given by Ms. Zhang Qingtuan, the chairman of the Shifan Company, without anyone noticing. No one noticed at all. Shueishan, how did you know? Seeing that Judge Zhang was silent, Judge Wang opened his mouth and prepared to speak. Shueishan smiled and looked at Judge Wang. Judge Wang, have you decided how to spend the 2 million yuan that the lawyer advanced to you? Judge Wang, to the lawyer. Judge Wang's mind went blank. His lips moved several times, but for a long time, not a single word came out of his throat. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes and he avoided Shueishan's sharp gaze. Beside, Judge Wu said, Shueishan looked over indifferently and said, Judge Wu, I heard that you had a crush on my ex-girlfriend during college. Judge Wu, Shueishan, then your judgment must be fair and just.
Xiang Nan, who was sitting in the defendant's lawyer's seat, moved his legs and wanted to stand up and make a final struggle. Shueishan looked at him slowly and smiled. Lawyer Xiang, what are you so anxious about? Don't worry, it's your turn now. Shueishan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiang Nan with murderous eyes. Shueishan immediately used his killer move. Chapter 033, all the big versus on Weibo made their comments. Shueishan looked at Xiang Nan with a half smile. Lawyer Xiang, is a fake lawyer's license still useful? Panic and fear flashed in Xiang Nan's eyes, and his voice rose several degrees. Shueishan, what are you talking about? Shueishan took out his phone, opened the official website of the Judicial Department, and said, a genuine lawyer's license has a unique anti-counterfeiting code, which can be checked on the official website of the Judicial Department. Xiang Nan swallowed his saliva. It was like a big hand was strangling his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. Shueishan pointed at the camera on the ceiling. To the lawyer, the trial is being broadcast live nationwide. Do you dare to enter your lawyer's license code in front of the camera to verify whether your lawyer's license is genuine? Xiang Nan fell into the defendant's lawyer's seat. He widened his eyes and stared at Shueishan in disbelief. How did you know? Lin Chang'an also looked at Shueishan curiously. This nephew's temperament. It seems to have changed. It's different from when I was a kid. He was able to strategize and remain calm in the courtroom, as if everything was under his control. Lin Chang'an could no longer see through Shueishan's cunning. Shueishan smiled. It's unfortunate. Just now when I entered the court and showed your lawyer's ID, I glanced at yours and found something very interesting. What? Xiang Nan couldn't figure out where he had made the mistake. Shueishan took out his lawyer's license, held it between his fingers and shook it, then said to Xiang Nan, I noticed that your lawyer's license number is exactly the same as mine. But this code is unique. So, Mr. Lawyer, next time you make a fake certificate, make it more reliable. Xiang Nan was simply unbelievable and had a lot of questions in his mind. The 17-digit attorney's license number, Shueishan could tell something was wrong with just a glance? What kind of insight is this? And Shueishan, with a look of an ugly monster in his eyes, he picked up his briefcase and prepared to leave. Lin Chang'an was stunned for a moment and pulled him back. The trial isn't over yet. Where are you going? Shueishan turned around and spoke rather embarrassedly. I'm sorry, uncle. This was my first court session and I had no experience. I accidentally sent the other party and their lawyer to jail, and also sent the man who struck the gavel in the bench. They're all going to be in soon anyway, so the court can't start. I'll just buy some pork and make dumplings. Uncle, would you like to eat dumplings? The other party, Guo Qingyun, the other lawyer asked, the three hammerers, do you dare to respect them a little? However, the people from the court stopped Shueishan and Lin Chang'an and did not let them leave, because there are media reporters outside with cameras and long guns. If Shueishan were to say in an interview that he had sent the entire court to jail, where is the judicial credibility of the court, then a labor dispute case alarmed the hospital leaders. The president will serve as the presiding judge, and the two vice presidents will serve as judges for a retrial, after more than 2 hours of trial. The court adjourned, while everyone awaits the verdict. Would you like to eat rice balls? Guo Qingyun, the legal representative of the company, stared at Shueishan sinisterly, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. A long time, he took his cell phone and walked out without saying a word. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes, walked up to Shueishan, and spoke in a sinister tone. Shueishan, do you think that if you win the lawsuit, the Rice Balls Company will let you go? The Rice Balls Company has tens of billions of dollars in capital, and if they want to crush you, it's like crushing an ant. Xiang Nan folded his arms. He raised his chin proudly. He could already imagine the scene where Shueishan was boycotted by all capitalists because he offended big capital. Shueishan didn't say anything. The time waiting for the verdict is agonizing. He opened Weibo and casually flipped through it. One look and his face darkened. On Weibo, the official Weibo accounts of several group companies simultaneously voiced their opinions, collectively boycotting Shueishan and the Junjing law firm where Shueishan worked. Even the content of the Weibo posts is consistent in attitude. Are you full V? Our company's legal department has temporarily suspended all cooperation with that Junjing law firm V and its Shueishan V. Ugly Group V. Our company has temporarily suspended all legal consulting business with a Junjing law firm V and its Shueishan V. Zamansong V. Our company is not considering legal business cooperation with a Junjing law firm V and its Shueishan V in the short term. All the big versus on Weibo came out to speak. Baol.me, Shoutuan and Zamansong are some of the major food delivery platforms in China that are on par with Fantuan.me, although it is a takeaway company, but these are all listed companies with market capitalizations of tens or even hundreds of billions, and they are involved in hundreds of industries. Once these large companies unite to boycott Shueishan and Junjing law firm, it will cause immeasurable damage and consequences. The instigator of all this, Guo Qingyun, personally joined the fight and posted a Weibo directly using his personal account. Guo Qingyun, you must bear legal responsibility for your actions. At Veed, there are over 1 million comments under these Weibo posts. The comments are disgusting. Words like "you bastard," "this beast should be shot against the wall," "why didn't you strangle him to death when he was born" kept coming out. Even Lin Chang'an, a grown man, felt so angry that his heart ached after seeing this. He was afraid that Shueishan would act impulsively, so he didn't dare let Shueishan see it. He quickly took his phone away and said, "Don't look at it." Shueishan tilted his head back on the chair and found a comfortable position to lean back. Calm and composed, he said, "It's okay." After saying that, Shueishan closed his eyes and took a light nap,
feeling extremely tired. He is too low in the legal system. This was the first time that mind reading was used in a trial. The consumption is too high. As soon as the trial ended, Shueishan was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. He almost fell asleep while sitting in the chair. When Lin Chang'an saw the scene, he felt uncomfortable. Look. His nephew was so upset that he couldn't speak. Lin Chang'an felt even more guilty. Lin Chang'an, a man in his 40s, he didn't cry even when his leg was broken by a car. He never cried when the people from the Idana Jirai company called him a cripple and said he deserved it, and refused to pay his medical expenses in compensation. He never cried when he was targeted by 3 hammerbangers and the opposing lawyer in court, but he saw that Shueishan had affected his own future in order to protect him and fight for him. Lin Chang'an's eyes were red. He gripped the armrests of his wheelchair, because both legs were in plaster and the fractures had not yet healed. Shin pushed Lin Chang'an to the court in a wheelchair. Lin Chang'an looked at Guo Qingyun not far away. An idea popped into my mind, yes or no, as long as he bows to Guo Qingyun will let Shueishan go and no longer make things difficult for him. That's all. He couldn't let his nephew's future be affected, that would be so selfish. Lin Chang'an pushed the wheelchair with difficulty and slowly walked towards Guo Qingyun. Guo Qingyun was chatting with Xiang Nan. Guo Qingyun asked, we won't lose this lawsuit, right? 10 minutes ago, Xiang Nan Gang was scolded by Guo Qingyun because of his fake lawyer's license. Guo Qingyun called him a liar. Xiang Nan's face didn't look very good. So, after hearing what Guo Qingyun said, he said, unhappily, of course not. Xiang Nan was very confident. In this case, at best we will be ordered to pay Lin Chang'an hundreds of thousands of yuan in compensation. We just need to pay him that. A few $100,000, not much money. Guo Qingyun was a little worried. Didn't Shueishan say that our company's working hours violate the labor law and that we have to compensate our hundreds of thousands of active delivery riders and also pay back their social security and medical insurance? Xiang Nan rolled his eyes and spoke in a firm tone. Impossible. There are hundreds of thousands of riders. Even if each rider only has to pay 10,000 yuan, that would still be billions. Most of Riceball's assets are invested in various projects, and its working capital is only a few billion. If they pay out all the compensation, they'll be bankrupt. Xiang Nan just finished analyzing. The verdict is out. Chapter 034 Shueishan, the ace lawyer. The dean came out in person and announced the verdict. After trial, the verdict is as follows. First, the defendant Fan Shituan Ma shall pay the plaintiff Lin Chang'an medical expenses, lost wages, and other expenses, totaling 560,000 renminbi. Secondly, the defendant, Fan Zichuan Ma, seriously violated the labor law and should pay 24,100 yuan in compensation to each of its 583,000 active delivery riders as a salary increase for overtime work and to cover social security and medical insurance costs. Third, the litigation costs of this case shall be borne by the defendant, Fan Shituan Ma, a total of 2,945 yuan. This judgment is delivered orally and the written judgment will be delivered within 10 days. The dean is a middle-aged man in his early 50s. His back was straight. He is vigorous and his words are powerful. As soon as the words fell, Xiang Nan suddenly turned his head to look at Shueishan, his pupils shrinking. His eyes were full of fear. How so? There have been more than 1,000 public interest lawsuits to protect the rights of workers. How many world-renowned experts, professors and lawyers have come forward one after another and made so many efforts, and the lawsuit that can finally B1, the quantity is zeroed because cases involving compensation of tens of billions of dollars are enough to shake the foundation of any company. No judge would dare to make such a judgment. No matter how eloquent the lawyers are, they cannot change the situation. Shueishan, how did he do it? Xiang Nan was a little dazed. Aside, Guo Qingyun was furious. He raised his hand and slapped Xiang Nan hard. Xiang Nan was stunned. You dare to hit me? Guo Qingyun was furious, his eyes turned red. Didn't you say that our company would only have to pay Lin Chang'an a few 100,000 yuan at most, and that the court couldn't possibly order us to pay tens of billions in compensation? Xiang Nan, you killed me. As the editor-in-chief of a prestigious legal publishing house, even your lawyer's license is fake. What else do you have that's real? You idiot, you're just a piece of shit. His heart was bleeding. 583,000 active delivery riders, each of whom received 24,100 yuan in compensation. Putting it all together, that's tens of billions of RMB. Xiang Nan was also angered by the scolding and his face darkened. Ah, yes, Guo Qingyun, you are awesome, you are not useless. A listed company with a market capitalization of tens of billions, such a behemoth, can't even protect its own legal director. A young man who only graduated a few years ago sent him to jail. Your company is really awesome. Xiang Nan spat. He was very excited, his face reddened with scolding, and he added, Guo Qingyun, when you ran to the legal publishing house like a grandson and stood at the editor-in-chief's office door begging me to help you, why didn't you call me a loser or a fool? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Guo Qingyun's eyes. He kicked the defenseless Xiang Nan and said, I'm going to kill you. These two usually gentle, refined and elegant people ended up fighting each other, one because of a compensation of nearly 10 billion yuan, and the other because his forged lawyer's license was exposed. Lin Chang'an was stunned. He felt it was unreal and asked Shueishan in a daze, did we win? We won. Shueishan said, thinking of something. Lin Chang'an smiled bitterly and said nothing. He covered his face with his hands in despair. So what if you win? Several groups including Baomai, Zhoutuan, and Zaimansong are boycotting Shueishan. He won the lawsuit. His nephew lost his lifelong career and future. This moment, the sense of guilt and remorse almost overwhelmed Lin Chang'an. Shueishan was just about to say something when the phone rang. Hello, is this lawyer Shueishan?
I'm Shueishan.
The other party's tone was a bit flattering, and he said, Lawyer Shui, I'm the director of public relations for the food delivery platform FIMA.
My last name is Liu, and I've come here specifically to apologize.
Shueishan smiled. What are you apologizing for? Director Liu said, just now, our company's official Weibo account was hacked.
I don't know which unscrupulous person hacked my account and then posted a Weibo post boycotting you.
This was not our intention.
Mr. Shui, you are a magnanimous person.
You can't argue with us. Director Liu's words reached Lin Chang'an's ears. Word for word. Lin Chang'an's hands, which were covering his face, froze. A sudden reversal catch him off guard. Shueishan didn't react either. After listening to Director Liu's flattery for a few words and hanging up the phone, Shueishan received a few news push notifications on his phone. The headlines were, #Shueishan, those who carry firewood for the public should not be allowed to freeze to death in the snow and wind. ##, be a ray of light for the rule of law, rather than being illuminated by others. #Shueishan, the first person in China to win a labor public interest lawsuit. Ace Lawyer. The publishers of several news articles are the National Daily, the Rule of Law Times, and the National Lawyers Association. The three big bosses stood up at the same time to support Shueishan, and they were also supporting a brave man who dared to speak up for the vast number of workers. Saw these news items. Shueishan instantly understood the reason why the takeaway platform suddenly changed its attitude towards the question, are you full? Lawyer Shui, someone called out. Shueishan raised his head and quickly stood up. Deanly. It was the one who just came to read out the verdict. Deanly patted his shoulder and asked curiously if filing this kind of public interest lawsuit is equivalent to standing against the entire capitalist system.
Aren't you afraid of retaliation?
Shueishan said, afraid.
Then why fight?
Shueishan thought about it seriously and said two words, justice. Deanly was a little surprised. Each Tuanma donates hundreds of millions of yuan to charity every year, building Hope primary schools.
Everyone can see this. Why do you think they're being unfair?
Shueishan, that's because visible justice does not need to be upheld, but invisible justice does. Deanly stood there in a dazed. It was as if a thunder exploded in my heart. He moved his lips several times, but no words came out. He looked at the young man in front of him carefully. The expression on his face changed from calm and gentle to surprise and appreciation. Shueishan continued, Dean, those three who abused their power for personal gain and perverted the law. Deanly said seriously, I have handed the case over to the procuratorate.
This cancer must be eradicated.
Lawyer Shui, on behalf of the court, thank you.
Thank you for helping us uncover these judicial cancers and social parasites.
A single illegal crime pollutes the water flow. However, a case of judicial injustice polluted the water source. Deanly bowed sincerely to Shueishan. Shueishan quickly helped him up. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Shueishan's mind. Byte. Advanced mission completed. 1. Find out the relationship between Lin Chang'an and the food delivery platform Fanzituanma.
2. Become Lin Chang'an's attorney and help him resolve his dispute with Fanzituanma. 3. Win your first lawsuit and defeat Fanzituanma.
Mission rewards, 1. RMB plus 100,000. 2. Legal logic plus 200, legal research plus 300, legal writing plus 500, legal argument plus 350, evidence collection plus 500, courtroom debate plus 1,000. 3. A hidden incident related to your father, Shui Hanhai. 100,000 yuan. It's more than the lawyer fees for a small case. However, Shueishan was more concerned about the hidden event related to his father Shui Hanhai that the system mentioned. Shueishan, view hidden events. Chapter 035. Shueishan is promoted to partner lawyer. Hidden event. The 10 million yuan in Shui Hanhai's card was given by Wu Fangping. Shueishan was stunned. Wu Fangping, the big boss who holds a high position in the provincial department, for no reason. Why did Wu Fangping give his father 10 million? This is not a small amount. Mr. Shui is a quiet man who doesn't have many friends and usually stays at home alone. How could a farmer from a remote town possibly know a big shot from a provincial department? The relationship is completely unrelated. Shueishan still didn't figure it out until he came out of the court. After he sent Lin Chang'an home, he came out alone and called Mother Shui. Mom, Mother Shui, what's wrong?
Shueishan, did my dad know someone named Wu Fangping before he died?
Mother Shui's voice suddenly rose, as if she was very nervous about this matter.
Did Wu Fangping come to see you?
Did he tell you about your father? Shueishan frowned. He rarely saw his mother so panicked. Something is wrong. Shueishan held up his phone and asked, so, Dad really knows Wu Fangping?
I don't know him.
Xiaoshan, listen to your mother's advice and stay away from Wu Fangping.
He's not a good person.
If it weren't for him, how could your father be killed? Mother Shui became emotional. He stopped talking halfway through. Shueishan's heart suddenly jumped up. You mean, my father was murdered? The question hasn't been finished yet. Mother Shui has hung up the phone. Shueishan was just about to call Shui's mother again to find out what was going on, but when he called again, Shui's mother didn't answer the phone. Shueishan shook his head. He lowered his head and glanced at his right hand wrapped in gauze. The blood that had seeped out had already dried up. He went to the clinic to change his medicine, had lunch outside, and then returned to the law firm. Once at the law firm, he saw several people staring at him and whispering something. Shueishan walked to his desk calmly and saw that it was filled with more than a dozen bouquets of flowers and a banner. The banner reads, "Punish evil and promote good, uphold justice." The signature is 583,000 food delivery riders under the fancy Tuan Mott Company. Pa pa pa! A burst of applause rang out. Shueishan raised his head and saw that all the people from the law firm were standing in front of him, forming a circle.
Xiao Shui, well done.
Gu Penguin patted Shueishan's shoulder with satisfaction, with admiration and joy in his eyes. This apprentice is like a black hole, with endless potential. It can bring him surprises from time to time. When Shueishan took on the lawsuit, Gu Penguin had already thought about what he would say to comfort Shueishan after he lost the case. Unexpectedly, Shueishan actually won. Not only did he win back Lin Chanan's compensation, and we won a great victory, winning the first public interest labor lawsuit in the country. Unprecedented, Shueishan picked up a large bouquet of flowers from the table, handed it to Gu Penguin, and said sincerely and respectfully, "Thank you, master, for your cultivation. I can't win this case, Xiao Shui, well done."
Gu Penguin praised.
As the saying goes, a strong general has no weak soldiers.
Director Gu, you have a good apprentice.
Someone flattered in a literary manner. Just this morning, several senior partners in the law firm held a meeting, voted and formally approved the appointment of Gu Penguin as the new director of the law firm, that is, the head of the law firm. Xiao Shui, Legal Times, the Bar Association and the National Daily have all published articles commending the lawsuit you fought. Congratulations, said lawyer Ouyang, who was in his early 40s. Gu Penguin also smiled and glanced at Shueishan. Seeing that his face was calm and he was not proud of his victory in the first lawsuit, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You won the lawsuit. Baomai, Zhou Tuan, and Zaman Song each invested 5 million in our law firm, claiming it was to support the country's rule of law."
Lawyer Ouyang gave Shueishan a thumbs up and sighed, "No one is stupid.
Even if we support the rule of law, we can't support it in our law firm.
These are all listed companies. If Shueishan wasn't in our law firm, they might not be willing to invest.
I think they previously posted on Weibo to boycott Shueishan and our law firm. Now that they see the official media coming out to support Shueishan, they're just afraid of retaliation." Gu Penguin smiled and changed the subject, saying, "Let Shueishan treat everyone to dinner tonight to celebrate." Shueishan knew that Gu Penguin was paving the way for him, so he quickly said, "Yes, I'll treat everyone to a meal and thank you for your care and support." In the afternoon, Gu Penguin called Shueishan to his office.
"Master, you called me?"
Gu Penguin handed him an agreement and said, "Take a look at this." Shueishan took it. It is an agreement for the transfer of partnership shares.
"Master, this is, the firm held a meeting and decided to transfer 1% of the partnership share to you. Now, you are one of the partners of the law firm."
Shueishan was stunned. The total assets of the law firm are a little over 100 million. Even a 1% partnership share is worth more than 1 million. Gu Penguin said, "I deducted this 1 million yuan from the money that the 3 food delivery companies invested in our law firm.
It was because of you that they invested."
Several senior partners at the law firm agreed.
"You deserve this 1% share."
Shueishan felt touched and grateful.
"Thank you, master." Gu Penguin nodded. "Now that you become a partner, you'll only get busier. Find an assistant when you have time and build your own legal team as soon as possible, yes."
Shueishan walked out of Gu Penguin's office. When he turned his head, he saw a new photo of him on the partner photo wall in the corridor. Shueishan's heart was filled with blood. He has ambition and a burning fighting spirit. Shueishan thought about it and transferred 20,000 yuan from his card to Gu Penguin. Gu Penguin has helped him so much, he can't be ungrateful. At this time, Shueishan received a message on his phone. It was a message from the mother of his roommate Xia Hui, Xia Hui's mother, Xiao
Shui, please save Xia Hui. Xia Hui's mother, Xia Hui, he doesn't want to live anymore.
He's already on the rooftop. PS, the second case is here. Chapter 036. Xia Hui jumps off the building. Shueishan, "Auntie, please send me the address." Xia Hui's mother immediately sent a WeChat message with his location. It is the address of the residential complex where Xia Hui lives. When Shueishan arrived, a large group of people gathered downstairs of Xia Hui's house. 2 police cars were parked nearby, setting up a yellow and white cordon. Firefighters in orange clothes are inflating shock-absorbing air cushions and laying them on the ground to reduce the impact of jumping from a building. Xia Hui stood on the rooftop of the 10th floor, his expression unclear. Downstairs, a police officer was trying to persuade him, shouting through a loudspeaker, "Young man, think positively, think about the people you care about, think about your girlfriend."
"Didn't you just say that your girlfriend is pregnant?"
"Xia Hui, my girlfriend ran away with someone."
The policeman choked. "Then, you still have brothers." Xia Hui was even sadder.
"My girlfriend ran away with my brother."
The policeman was choked and speechless.
After a long while, he said, "Then, think about the child you and your girlfriend have." Xia Hui's sorrow surged like a river. "The child is my girlfriend's and my brother's.
I already have green grasslands on my head. Can you please stop talking?"
The policeman was also very withdrawn, and said dryly, "You still have a career and a bright future. Xia Huai, a 25-year-old man, covered his face and squatted on the rooftop, crying uncontrollably when he heard this. I started a technology company, and my brother and my girlfriend are core members of the technology R&D team. They ran away, cheated on me, and took the team's core data with them. They jumped to a competitor, copied my company's products early, launched them early, and are suing me for copyright infringement. I'm being asked to pay tens of millions in damages for copyright infringement. Overnight, my brother, my girlfriend, my career all gone.
I'm dying. What, don't come over here?
If anyone dares to come over here, I will jump down now. Police. Shueishan pushed through the crowd and walked to the cordon point. Two policemen stopped him and said, "Stray away."
Shueishan, I'm his brother. The two policemen looked at each other with a wary look on their faces. The one who cheated on him? Shueishan was a little speechless. We are both his roommates.
The one who cheated on him was sleeping on the bunk opposite him, and I was his roommate who slept on the upper bunk.
Officer, I am his best friend.
Let me go upstairs and persuade him. Shueishan spoke calmly. The police hesitated for a moment and let Shueishan go up. As soon as Shueishan stepped onto the rooftop, Xia Huai turned his head sharply and roared at Shueishan. "Old Shue.
You want to be a lobbyist, too, don't you? I can't live anymore. No one can persuade me. Everyone I care about has betrayed me. I've lost everything I care about."
Xia Huai's face was full of despair and his tone was desolate. Shueishan suddenly interrupted him, his tone cold. "What about your mother?" Xia Huai was stunned. Shueishan stared at him. His eyes were particularly dark, so dark that it made Xia Huai feel creepy. Shueishan said coldly, "You keep saying that everyone you care about has betrayed you.
Have you ever considered your mother's feelings?
She spent 20 years selling roasted sweet potatoes to raise her child, and now she's just gotten into a doctorate program and now she's trying to commit suicide.
Are you being worthy of her?"
Xia Huai had never expected that Shueishan would speak so harshly.
Everyone around was stunned. "Shueishan, jump now. Look downstairs, that BMW on your left is worth $1.5 million. That Aston Martin on the right is $3.25 million.
And that Lamborghini Veneno in the middle, $29 million.
Look, if you jump down, which one of the cars you damage can you afford to pay for?"
Xia Huai, the police and negotiation experts on the rooftop were all dumbfounded. They had seen many people trying to persuade others not to die, but they had never seen such a unique method. The arrogant and indifferent tone seemed to have everything under control. Xia Huai sat on the railing of the rooftop, with his feet dangling over the edge of the 10-story rooftop. He froze all over, and said in a trembling voice, "Shueishan,
don't force me. I will really jump down, I can't live anymore."
Shueishan glanced at him and said, "Xia Huai, it's not scary that you can't live.
What's scary is, you can't even afford to die."
Xia Huai thought of something and his expression changed again. He was breathing heavily and holding his chest. The wind on the rooftop was so strong that he was almost tottering in that small space. However, the expression of despair on his face had obviously faded a lot. Shueishan's voice was steady, deep, and slow.
"What is the other company suing you for? Patent infringement?" "Yes." Xia Huai held onto the railing in despair. "Not only do they want me to pay compensation, they also want me to go in. Crime of infringement of intellectual property rights to IT is enough to sentence him to imprisonment of not more than 3 years. Shueishan smiled and asked, "If you die, what will they say about you? Committing suicide out of fear of punishment?
You lived unjustly and died unjustly.
Would you be willing to accept that someone else would snatch away the patent results you've painstakingly researched for years?"
Xia Huai's hand holding the railing trembled, his face turned pale, and his expression changed several times. After a long time, he stretched out one leg and tried to climb over the railing and return to the rooftop. But at this moment, Xia Huai caught a glimpse of a news item being broadcast on the LED advertising screen of a building across the street. #Mimi Youth League Company wants to acquire shares of Huayuan Company. Shueishan's expression changed. On the way to the rooftop, he had learned everything from the police. Huayuan Technology Company is a technology company co-founded by Xia Huai, several of his brothers and his girlfriend. Mimi Qingtuan Company is the culprit that poached Xia Huai's entire R&D team with high salaries, and also sued Xia Huai for infringement and put him in jail. Looking at the gloomy expression on Xia Huai's face, Shueishan's heart skipped a beat. "Damn it."
Shueishan cried out inwardly, "Oh no." The next second, Xia Huai had already climbed back onto the wire mesh railing of the rooftop. Xia Huai's face was full of pain, and he said, "Old Shue, stop trying to persuade me. I must die today. I want to perish together with those beasts from Mimi Qingtuan Company." After saying that, Xia Huai let go of the railing and jumped down the next second. Chapter 037. The second lawsuit. Shueishan rushed over and grabbed Xia Huai's hand. The huge downward force instantly pulled Shueishan off the rooftop. Shueishan grabbed the railing of the rooftop with his other hand and used all his strength to pull Xia Huai back to the rooftop. Xia Huai fell to the ground. He was breathing heavily, his mind going blank. It's ridiculous. When he jumped, he was determined to die. However, being held tightly by Shueishan, with his feet dangling in the air, he could feel the whistling wind in his ears and the screams from downstairs. At that moment, Xia Huai felt an unprecedented desire to survive. That he wants to survive. Lao Shue was right.
Only by surviving could he clear his name. Xia Huai looked at Shueishan. "Old Shue, thank you For saving me, the words haven't been finished yet. Shueishan raised his hand and slapped him. Xiaohui was confused, several policemen were also confused. Before he could react, Shueishan grabbed Xiaohui by the collar and punched him again, making Xiaohui see stars. Xiaohui tasted blood in his mouth and couldn't believe it. Old Shue, are you crazy?
Shueishan was cold and ruthless. The first slap is for not caring about your mother's feelings. This last punch will hit you if you don't cherish your life.
Xiaohui's eyes were filled with tears.
He suddenly hugged Shueishan and said sincerely, thanks, brother.
Several policemen stared at Shueishan next to Xiaohui in amazement. It took less than 5 minutes from the time Shueishan went up to the rooftop to the time he rescued Xiaohui. Their people were shouting downstairs with loudspeakers until they were hoarse. They tried to persuade them for almost half an hour, but it was all in vain. Several young policemen stared at Shueishan's back as he walked down the rooftop with awe.
Who was the one who just saved someone? Shueishan? The one who won the first public interest labor lawsuit in China?
Yes, the first lawsuit I filed after my debut was against the big guy who was in the national newspaper.
Awesome, Kraus.
Shueishan and Xiaohui went downstairs. Xiaohui's mother came over and saw that Xiaohui was safe and sound. Her eyes turned red and she knelt down in front of Shueishan, her words incoherent with excitement.
Xiao Shui, thank you, auntie. Thank you so much.
You saved Xiaohui's life. Shueishan was startled and quickly reached out to help Xiaohui's mother up, saying, Auntie, Xiaohui is my roommate and my best brother, it's only natural. Xiaohui's mother thanked Shueishan profusely. She could see it clearly from downstairs. The moment Xiaohui jumped off the railing, Shueishan rushed over without caring about his own life, grabbed Xiaohui tightly and pulled him up. Xiaohui's mother was full of gratitude and said that she owed Shueishan a big favor. From now on, if Shueishan needs anything, as long as she can help, she will do her best to help.
Shueishan smiled and didn't take it to heart, but I didn't expect, when he was betrayed one
day, it was Xiaohui's mother who gave him a hand and saved him from the abyss. Aside, Xiaohui extended his elbow and poked Shueishan's arm. Let me ask you something. Just now, on the 10th floor rooftop, I looked down at the car below.
It looked like a black Beetle and I couldn't see it clearly at all.
Old Shue, how can you clearly see the luxury car downstairs?
Is it a BMW or an Aston Martin?
Xiaohui was puzzled. Shueishan said slowly, nonsense.
Xiaohui, Shueishan, you are nearsighted for 800 degrees anyway, and you can't see clearly without glasses. Xiaohui, Shueishan asked, what's going on with the Huayuan company and the Mini Youth Group company?
Xiaohui was about to speak. This time, a funeral car covered with black gauze slowly drove over and stopped in front of Xiaohui. The driver in black got out of the car and said to Xiaohui, hello, Mr. Xia, you came to our funeral home this morning to order a car.
Mr. Xia, where is the body? Shueishan?
Xiaohui coughed and spoke awkwardly, well, I am the remains. He wanted to die a few days ago. However, sleeping pills are prescription drugs and are not available over the counter. Cutting his wrists would be too painful, and since he was not a medical student, it was very likely that he would not be able to cut the aorta and die.So, Xiaohui chose to jump off the building.
In order to die with dignity, he even arranged for a funeral car driver?
Xiaohui scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, something unexpected happened and I didn't die.
The driver was furious. No, are you making fun of me? I have so many orders every month and I'm so busy. Why would I order a funeral car if there's no death? I can tell you, the deposit is non-refundable.
The driver was so angry that he cursed a few times and turned around to drive away. Xiaohui grabbed the driver's wrist and said, Master, what are you doing all this fussing about?
Master, you have to do the job now that you have received the money. The driver laughed angrily, no, there's no body here, what can I do? Xiaohui's personality was such that he wouldn't suffer any loss.
Since you've already received the deposit, please send me and my friend to Huayuan Company. It was Shueishan's first time riding in a hearse. The car was eerie and decorated with white and yellow flowers. There was also a funeral march playing. Shueishan shuddered and got goosebumps. Xiaohui frowned and took out his phone. Driver, play the song. So, the music played and the hearse changed. Fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie a red ribbon on them. May good luck come to kind people every day. Shueishan. Soon, the funeral car was parked downstairs of Huayuan Technology Building. Xiaohui paid the fare and got out of the car with Shueishan. Xiaohui lit a cigarette and threw the cigarette box to Shueishan. Shueishan held it in his hand and asked him, tell me, what's going on? Xiaohui held a cigarette between his legs. One day, I found a pregnancy test stick with 2 bars in the trash can at home.
However, my girlfriend and I always take precautions. Then what? Shueishan asked.
Then, Xiaohui sighed, I ran to find her and overheard her talking on the phone with one of my brothers. She called my brother her husband and said that Mimi Qingtuan Company offered them double their monthly salary and poached them from Huayuan Company. When I rushed in to question her, she said that all the talents in Huayuan Company had been poached. The core data of the project was also stolen.
Lao Shui, I'm the only one left in the entire Huayuan Company.
Xiaohui frowned. Now, they've registered and applied for a patent in advance, and are now suing me for intellectual property infringement.
Over 10 million in compensation, and they still want me to go to jail.
Old Shui, I really have nowhere else to go, that's why I want to die. Shueishan patted his shoulder and said firmly, I'll help you.
Xia Huai's eyes widened. What? Xuexin, I'll help you fight this lawsuit. Xuexin, hold steady, we can win. Bite. Trigger intermediate task, help Xia Huai win the lawsuit. Mission rewards, 1, RMB plus 50,000. 2, 1,000 points added to each of the 7 entry-level basic skills, including legal theory and legal logic. 3 core clues in the Shui Hanhai case. Xuexin frowned out. What's the secret behind his father's death? Just then, when Xia Huai saw the person appearing behind Xuexin, his face was instantly filled with anger and fear. Chapter 038 Must see Xuexin is so handsome. Xia Huai was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and he pointed at the woman who was making a phone call under a big tree not far away. Old Shui, she was the one who poached my entire tech team. Xuexin turned around and took a look, stunned. Is it Zhang Qingtuan? Xia Huai narrowed his eyes. Do you know her? Well, in the lawsuit I won this morning, the chairman of the other company was Zhang Qingtuan. Xia Huai's eyes were filled with bone-chilling hatred and a desire for destruction. He said, Zhang Qingtuan is the actual controller of Mimi Qingtuan Company. She ruined my life, everything. There was a moment, Xia Huai really wanted to kill Zhang Qingtuan. Zhang Qingtuan came to Huayuan Technology to find him and said he wanted to acquire their company. Xia Huai refused, but Xia Huai didn't expect Zhang Qingtuan would use such despicable means to poach his entire scientific research team with high salaries. Xuexin withdrew his gaze from Zhang Qingtuan. He tilted his head to look at Xia Huai. Above Xia Huai's head, there was a exclamation point emitting a light red glow. Xia Huai is in danger. Shui. Shin was startled and clicked the exclamation point above Xia Huai's head. Xia Huai's trial will begin in 3 days. He will be sentenced to 3 years in prison for intellectual property infringement. Number of deductions today: 1. Use? Yes. No. Xuexin, use it. The words fell. The system's virtual light screen appeared in front of Xuexin. On the light screen, this is Xia Huai's office in Huayuan Company. Xia Huai's girlfriend Chen Anqi was sitting in the office chair. She stole Xia Huai's experimental manuscripts and wanted to hack into the important data in his computer. Because I can't break Xia Huai's firewall, Chen Anqi called over a dozen fierce-looking men and emptied Xia Huai's office of several computers, experimental instruments, and boxes of manuscripts. Chen Anqi handed these over to the Mimi Qingtuan Company. Wait until it goes to court. The Mimi Qingtuan Company directly took Xia Huai's research results, data and manuscripts for itself and sued Xia Huai for infringement. Later, Xia Huai was sentenced to 3 years in prison. He was taken to prison in handcuffs and leg irons, looking as pale as death. I in despair, Xia Huai committed suicide by fasting and starved to death in prison. Xuexin's scalp suddenly felt numb and his limbs felt cold. Next second, the virtual screen in front of him disappeared. Back to reality. Number of deductions today: 0. Skill cooldown countdown: 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Tip: NPC Chen Anqi is stealing important data. Please stop her immediately. Improper handling will result in mission failure and the death of NPC Xia Huai. Xuexin pulled Xia Huai and rushed into the Huayuan Company building. Xia Huai was startled. Old Shui, what are you doing? Xuexin had no time to explain to him and roared, take me to your office, quickly. It will be too late if we go too late. When Xia Huai and Xuexin arrived at the door of his office, the office door was ajar and not locked. A soft female voice came from the room. Xia Huai, that idiot, just left his research results, experimental data, and manuscript drawings in his office. I can hack into his computer's firewall and steal all the data in no time. Xia Huai's eyes widened. My limbs felt like they were frozen and my whole body was cold. The voice inside was his girlfriend, Chen Anqi. Chen Anqi seemed to be on the phone. Sister Qingtuan, I can't crack the firewall in Xia Huai's computer. If I force it, the data inside will be automatically destroyed. Can you just ask security to come up and remove all the computers and equipment here? Hear this, Xia Huai and Xuexin looked at each other. It must be Zhang Qingtuan. Zhang Qingtuan said something again on the phone. Chen Anqi said, about 50 people, that's enough. I'll go down and pick you up. The sound of the phone in the room stopped. Xuexin quickly pulled Xia Huai to hide at the corner of the stairs. After a while, the two saw Chen Anqi running out, getting into the elevator, and seemed to be going downstairs. Xia Huai clenched his fists and was about to follow. Xuexin stopped him. Are you crazy? Xia Huai's eyes were bloodshot. That room contains the results of my 8 years of research. If it were you, wouldn't you go crazy? Old Shui, don't stop me, I'm going to kill him. Crash. Before Xia Huai could finish his words, Xuexin unscrewed the mineral water in his hand and splashed it on his face. Xuexin, are you awake? Xia Huai wiped the water stains off his face and said nothing. Xuexin's voice was extremely cold. 50 security guards will be here soon. Can you defeat them? Xia Huai's tone was full of anger, his eyes were red, and he said to Old Shui, in that room lies the core data and achievements of the 527 medical robot project. I developed it all by myself. Those traitors are merely investors. I am the developer. I can't let my 8 years of hard work fall into the hands of those bastards. Xia Huai gritted his teeth, took out his cell phone and dialed 110. I'm going to call the police. Xuexin asked back, and then? Old Xia, if you call the police and make a big deal out of this, your girlfriend can easily say that the core achievements of Project 527 were developed by you two together, and she had a hand in it. If she said that, how do you prove that you developed it alone?
Xia Huai was speechless, the evil of human nature made him feel, his worldview collapsed, Xia Huai leaned against the wall in despair.
I can't move, I can't fight, and I can't call the police. Old Shue, what do you want me to do?
Xueshen looked at Xia Huai calmly and said, then destroy them all.
Xia Huai's expression changed. Xueshen, you've been researching for 8 years.
Even if the data in your computer and the equipment in your laboratory are gone, your brain is still there.
It is more precious than any wealth or data. No one can steal or copy it.
Xia Huai was silent for nearly a minute, then he nodded with difficulty and said, okay. Xueshen pointed to the open space outside the window and said, go downstairs first.
Leave this to me.
After Xia Huai went downstairs, Xueshen turned around and walked into Xia Huai's office. He opened the window. He leaned half of his body out. Downstairs, Chen Anqi brought dozens of security guards in black suits and were walking towards the Huayuan Company building. Chen Anqi looked up and inadvertently saw Xueshen's head sticking out of the window, and her heart skipped a beat. Xueshen is Xia Huai's roommate, and they have a very close relationship. Xueshen is here. Is Xia Huai here too? Before Chen Anqi could figure out what had happened, she saw Xueshen stood at the window and threw down the computer hosts in Xia Huai's office one by one. Xia Huai watched from a small open space downstairs to avoid hitting passersby.
Chapter 039 Reversal.
First show, please give me 5-star praise. If the computer case falls from the 4th floor, the data inside will inevitably be severely damaged. Chen Anqi was shocked. She looked at Xia Huai in disbelief. Those computers contain the results of Xia Huai's 8 years of research and his hard work. Normally, even if she wanted to take another look, Xia Huai would get angry with her. Now Xueshen threw down the main computer cases of several computers from upstairs. Xia Huai just acquiesced. Upstairs, after throwing away the computer case, instruments and equipment, Xueshen moved 2 boxes of manuscripts and poured all of them into the shredder. The shredder is on the windowsill. Chen Anqi saw it clearly, her eyes widened in pain. No, she knows Zheng Qingtuan offered her a high salary to poach her, not because of her as a person, but because of Xia Huai's manuscripts and research results. Without the research results in Xia Huai's computer and those boxes of manuscripts, she was no longer of any use to Zhang Qingtuan. Once she became an abandoned child. He betrayed Huayuan Company and was abandoned by Mimi Qingtuan Company. In this industry, who would dare to employ a traitor who steals trade secrets? Her future in this life will be ruined by Xueshen. Chen Anqi's eyes were red. She stared intently at Xueshen, who walked out of the Huayuan Company building carrying a business backpack. Chen Anqi rushed over like a madman, trying to grab Xueshen's face. Xueshen, why did you destroy all those research results and manuscripts in the office? Why? You're killing me. Xueshen slightly turned sideways. Chen Anqi lost her balance and her high heel slipped into the cracks in the bricks. She staggered and fell to the ground. He fell flat on his face in front of Xueshen. Xueshen sneered and said condescendingly, what I destroyed were Xia Huai's things.
He didn't say anything. What qualifications do you have to question me?
Chen Anqi was speechless. Xueshen carried his bag and walked past Chen Anqi without looking away. He walked to Xia Huai and said, let's go, old Xia. Xia Huai nodded. He followed Xueshen across the street, and when they were out of sight of Chen Anqi, Xia Huai couldn't help it and his eyes suddenly turned red. 8 years of hard work gone. His faith and dreams collapsed. However, the next second, Xia Huai saw it.
Xueshen unzipped his backpack and pulled out a computer hard drive.
This is for you. Xia Huai's whole body stiffened. This is the hard drive of the computer in his office. It's his hard drive.
Lao Shue, didn't you throw the computer host down from the building?
Why is the hard drive still? Xueshen handed him another computer hard drive and said indifferently, how could I possibly destroy all the hard work you've put in for 8 years?
I'm not that stupid.
I had already removed the hard drive before throwing the console down from the building. Xia Huai was bewildered. In his hands, he held the hard drives as if they were treasures. As he watched, Xueshen took out 3 blue-covered manuscripts from his bag. Xia Huai.
Xueshen, I'm sorry, there are 2 whole boxes of manuscripts. I can't help you preserve them all.
Xueshen, but the manuscripts in those 2 boxes all have orange covers, only these 3 have blue covers.
Xueshen, I guess these 3 books are more important, so I'll keep them for you.
Xia Huai was so moved that tears filled his eyes. The one with the orange cover is his calculation paper, which is not very important. The blue cover contains a manuscript that records some important conclusions and formulas. Xia Huai sniffed and asked again, old Shue, since you kept the manuscript on the hard drive, why did you throw the computer host downstairs and throw the manuscript into the shredder?
Isn't that like taking off your pants to fart? It's redundant. Xueshen's face darkened and he asked back, if I don't do something drastic, how can I deceive your ex-girlfriend? How did you manage to bring out your precious manuscript and hard drive intact in front of so many people?
Xia Huai, Xueshen glanced at his watch and said, all right, I have a dinner with my colleagues from the law firm tonight.
Keep the hard drive and the manuscript. They will be very useful in the court hearing in 3 days. Old Shue, thank you for saving my life. Thank you for helping me preserve my research results.
Xia Huai spoke slowly and sincerely. Xueshen waved his hand. After saying goodbye to Xia Huai, I went to a dinner party with my colleagues from the law firm. The dinner place for the evening was set at a Chinese restaurant near the law firm. The meal was a pleasant one. During the meal, Xueshen received a message on his phone. It is a system message on the criminal investigation app, which is directly displayed in the message bar of the floating window. Criminal investigation, system message, dear Fisk, the system is about to block your account. Schweshen, what happens? He had just passed the entry-level criminal investigation test. I've been busy recently and haven't had time to play. Why am I going to be banned? Schweshen quickly opened the criminal investigation. There is a small red dot in the message bar in the upper right corner. Schweshen clicked it open. A large number of messages popped up, causing his phone screen to go black. Schweshen, after 2 or 3 minutes, Schweshen clicked on the private message bar again. System message, Dear Fisk, your new user onboarding test score is 98, higher than 100% of all users on the server. Following multiple user reports, the system has determined that your account is suspected of using cheats. Please verify as soon as possible, otherwise your account will be blocked. Except for the message sent to him by the system below, there are messages from other users on the app. Are you using cheats? The highest score in the history of the novice entry test is only 78 points. You broke the record, brother. I want to PK with you. Why don't you dare accept it? You are not really a cheat dog, right? Q. How did you get 98 points? Schweshen thought about it. He clicked on the message sent to him by the person named Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi, how did you get 98 points? Schweshen tapped the screen of his mobile phone and replied slowly. Fisk replied to Zhang Qi, the full score of the test is 100. There are 2 points in the questions that have logical bugs and no correct answers. Fisk replied to Zhang Qi, so I only got 98 points, not 100 points. Sorry. Finish replying the message. Schweshen looked up and toasted with several senior colleagues from the law firm. The atmosphere of the chat was very harmonious, and they even talked about the second lawsuit that Schweshen took on, Xiaohuai's patent dispute case. Schweshen learned a lot of experience from a senior lawyer who handled patent disputes. He lowered his head. The phone screen lit up. Zhang Qi applies to add you as a friend. Schweshen agreed and added his first friend on the criminal investigation app. Zhang Qi, are you verifying me? Oh, Zhang Qi, I will give you some logic questions. Answer them within 10 seconds. If you can't answer them, you are a cheating dog. Zhang Qi, do you dare? Schweshen replied, okay. He sent a question to me in seconds. The title is 2 girls ordered iced cola during their meal. Girl A drank quickly, finishing several cups at once. Girl B drank slowly, finishing only 1 cup. In the end, the girl who drank only 1 cup died, and the police found that all the ice cola was poisoned. Excuse me, why is the girl who drank more alive? This question is not difficult, however. Answering the question in 10 seconds is somewhat difficult, and Schweshen replied almost instantly because the poison is in the ice. Girl A, who drinks quickly, finished her Coke before the ice melted. Zhang Qi, coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Zhang Qi, this is impossible. Next, Zhang Qi sent Schweshen 9 questions in a row. Schweshen replied to every question immediately. Every one of them is absolutely correct. Zhang Qi? He just made up these questions. It is impossible to find a standard answer on the internet. Then, Schweshen also gave Zhang Qi 10 questions he had compiled. Zhang Qi fell silent, because those 10 questions Schweshen sent, he doesn't know how to do it. Just then, a knock on the door sounded beside Schweshen's ears. Schweshen put his phone in his pocket and looked up. A colleague walked over and opened the door of the private room where they were having dinner. Outside the door, there stood 2 policemen with serious faces. Excuse me, is Mr. Schweshen here? Chapter 040. The fish has taken the bait. Schweshen stood up and said, I'm here. The police officer showed his ID and said, we have received a complaint from Ms. Chen Anchi, saying that you threw objects from the 4th floor of Huayuan building and damaged a large amount of property. Please come with us. Everyone in the private room was stunned when they heard this. Is Schweshen really so stupid as to break the law knowingly? Gu Pingwen said, Officer, is there any misunderstanding here? Beside him, lawyer Ouyang, deputy director of the law firm, also spoke up. Yes, Schweshen abides by the law and would never do such a thing. Master, lawyer Ouyang, Schweshen interrupted them, I'm fine. I just went to the police station and will be back soon. Schweshen walked out of the box. When I went downstairs, I also bought the bill. 2 policemen followed behind him, 1 on each side, making Schweshen look like a rich young man taking a walk after dinner. I in the police station. As soon as he arrived at the police station, Schweshen sat at the wooden table. He held the cup of tea, sniffed it, and asked, Osmanthus black tea? The policeman across the table was a little speechless and knocked on the table. Name: Schweshen. Work unit, position. Schweshen took a sip of hot tea and said calmly, Junjing Law Firm, partner lawyer. After the police asked for personal information, they got straight to the point. We received a report that at 4:30 this afternoon, you were on the 4th floor of Huayuan building and threw several computers and laboratory equipment downstairs. Did you do this? Yes. Schweshen answered as a matter of course. The police were amused. Since you are a lawyer, you should know that throwing objects from a high place is a crime. Knowing the law and breaking it is a more serious crime. Do you know? The police asked again. Schweshen, officer, I admit that I threw objects from a high place, but I don't admit that I committed the crime of throwing objects from a high place. There was a big question mark in the policeman's little head. I don't understand, Schweshen said. Huayuan is my friend's company. I threw the computer from my friend's office. We were just throwing it around for fun. The police officer's face was serious. What do you mean by throwing it for fun? Doesn't throwing it for fun constitute a crime? Isn't there a risk of someone being killed? Schweshen leaned forward from his chair. Officer, for the crime of throwing objects from a high place to constitute a crime, the thrown objects must cause injury to people or damage to property.
Comrade police officer, I didn't hurt anyone. I didn't damage anyone else's property.
There was an open space below the window where Schweshen threw the computer and instruments. CFY deliberately watched from downstairs to stop passersby from being hit. The two of them cooperated very well. The policeman was stunned. Probably no one expected Schweshen to be so rigorous and meticulous. After a pause, the police officer asked, Ms. Chenanchi, who accused you of throwing objects from a high place,
wants to see you. Would you like to see her? Schweshen, okay.
Chenanchi came over with her bag, carefully holding her belly with her hand. She almost miscarried after falling in front of Schweshen in the afternoon. The police told Chenanchi that Schweshen did not commit the crime of throwing objects from a high place. Ask her if she has any other questions. Chenanchi rolled her eyes and said, Officer, even if it doesn't constitute the crime of throwing objects from a high place, Schweshen smashed so many computers and equipment in our Huayuan company, and we're just going to let it go like this?
Shouldn't he be charged with intentional destruction of property?
Chenanchi raised her chin. A hint of pride flashed across his eyes. Before she came to the police station, she specifically consulted the legal department of Mimi Qingtuan Company. If Schweshen is charged with intentional destruction of property for his actions, he could at least be sent to prison for a few months. Schweshen, you deserve it. Who told you to help Xia and get involved in this matter? If you hadn't been meddling in his business, Xia would have jumped to his death long ago.
Why would there be so much trouble?
Schweshen, this is all your own fault. Who knows? Schweshen didn't play by the rules at all and asked, your Huayuan company.
Chenanchi was stunned. Schweshen, haven't you already switched to Mimi Qingtuan Company? Schweshen, in Huayuan Company, only Xia is left now. You have nothing to do with Huayuan anymore.
Schweshen, on behalf of the entire company, he agreed to let me throw the company computer away for fun.
You are not a victim. What does it have to do with you?
Chenanchi froze in her chair, cold limbs. The corners of his mouth moved several times, but he couldn't utter a single word. How come she didn't think of this fatal loophole? She stared at Schweshen intently. Schweshen, the lawyer who won the first domestic labor public interest litigation case, is a very tough enemy. Dangerous enemies must be nipped in the bud. Chenanchi stiffened her neck and said, I didn't change jobs.
I'm still a shareholder of Huayuan Company.
Finished. Chenanchi looked at the police officer next to her.
Comrade police officer, I'm from Huayuan Company. Now, can I, as a victim, sue Schweshen for intentional destruction of property?
Chenanchi stared at Schweshen. There was a hint of pride in his eyes. Schweshen, you are too cruel. You are a talent who can be imprisoned but not jailed. I will definitely ensure that you are well cared for and have someone to rely on. Chenanchi's face was full of the look of a smug villain. Schweshen was quite calm.
How do you prove that you are a shareholder of Huayuan Company? Chenanchi was furious. I'm from Huayuan Company. Why do I need evidence to prove it? Whoever advocates must provide evidence.
Schweshen smiled and deliberately provoked her. You can't prove it, so you feel guilty, right? Chenanchi was speechless. She really had no way to prove that she was a shareholder of Huayuan. When she changed jobs, she had already burned the shareholder list. When Huayuan Company was founded, CFY thought that in the scientific research team, everyone was either his girlfriend or his brother, so there was no need to come up with equity agreements or something that would hurt feelings back then. The only confidentiality agreement they had was the one Schweshen insisted they sign. Because he was afraid that CFY would be cheated, but CFY, that nerd, gave Chenanchi the signed confidentiality agreement without hesitation when she asked him for it. So much so that when Chenanchi and the others betrayed CFY was unable to fight back.
What? Are you really feeling guilty?
Schweshen raised his eyebrows. Chenanchi's mind went blank. Schweshen slammed the table heavily, furious, and said, Chenanchi, since you are no longer a shareholder of Huayuan, you still insist on making excuses and accuse me of intentional destruction of property.
Do you know that this is called false accusation and framing? Do you know how many years you'll be sentenced to?
Chenanchi was shocked. He slumped in the chair, unable to believe it. Next to him, the policeman looked at Schweshen in surprise. False accusation and frame up. It seems that this is not how it is used. Schweshen tilted his neck back, relying on the fact that Chenanchi was illiterate, and had no pressure in fooling her. Chenanchi was so frightened by Schweshen that she was stunned. Her lips trembled.
Who said I'm not a shareholder of Huayuan? She found a confidentiality agreement on her phone.
This is the confidentiality agreement that Xia Hui and I signed as shareholders when Huayuan was first established. Xia Hui invested in technology, and the rest of us invested in investment.
Now, can I prove that I am a shareholder of Huayuan?
Schweshen curled his lips. The fish has taken the bite.
Chapter 041 Learn some law and suffer less loss. Schweshen, yes, absolutely.
Chenanchi covered her slightly bulging belly, looked at the police, and said, Comrade police officer, now that I have proven that I am a shareholder of Huayuan, then, on behalf of Huayuan Company, I will sue Schweshen for intentional destruction of property. I want him to go to jail. She finished her words. The policeman glanced at Schweshen subconsciously. It's not that he was bribed by Schweshen, but Schweshen looked calm and reserved, not speaking easily, but once he opened his mouth, but it hit the nail on the head and turned the entire situation around in an instant. Schweshen didn't say anything and sipped his tea slowly. The police officer frowned and said, Mr. Schwe, if you are convicted of intentional destruction of property, you could be sentenced to up to 3 years in
Prison or detention? Shueishan still smiled and asked, how many computers and experimental instruments did I break?
Chen Anqi knows them all like the back of her hand. For computer cases, each worth 100 yuan after depreciation.
2 high-tech lab instruments, 90% new, 2,200 yuan each. Totaling together, it's 4,800 yuan.
She finished speaking. Shueishan smiled. The policeman gave Shueishan a thumbs up with admiration, saying, awesome.
Chen Anqi was still confused. What are you laughing at? Shueishan ignored her, as if he didn't hear her. The police officer said, Ms. Chen, the amount of property destroyed must be large to constitute a crime.
According to our local economic level, the standard for a larger amount is 5,000 yuan. In other words, Mr. Shue's smashing of 4,800 yuan worth of property does not constitute a crime. Chen Anqi was confused. Shueishan lazily said, I'm sorry to disappoint you. It does not constitute the crime of throwing objects from a high place, nor the crime of intentional destruction of property. I, Shueishan, am innocent. The police printed out the transcript from the computer, asked Shueishan and Chen Anqi to sign and put their fingerprints on it, and then let them come out of the recording room. Chen Anqi's current boyfriend, the one who cheated on Xia Huai, is called Ding Chen. He is already waiting for Chen Anqi in the service hall on the first floor of the police station. Seeing Chen Anqi come out, Ding Chen took off his coat and put it on her, looking very considerate. The two of them were flirting with each other for a long time and completely ignored Shueishan. As they walked towards the police station gate, then I heard a surprised voice from behind, Mr. Shue, the gate is over there, where are you going? Ding Chen turned his head. Then I saw Shueishan walking in the opposite direction of the gate. The policeman who had just taken statements from Shueishan and Chen Anqi stopped him in confusion and asked him where he was going. Shueishan said, I'm going to report the case over there. Everyone looked at each other. Ding Chen, Anqi Chen, the policeman asked in confusion, what case are you reporting? Shueishan pointed at Chen Anqi and Ding Chen and said, they both violated the confidentiality agreement and stole Huayuan Company's trade secrets. Ding Chen, Xia Huai and Shueishan lived in the same dormitory in college. Ding Chen was very disdainful of Shueishan's legalistic rhetoric and retorted, Shueishan, stop being so unreasonable. When Anqi, Lao Xia, and I founded Huayuan, we didn't sign any confidentiality agreement. We don't need to bear any confidentiality obligations. Shueishan smiled. I took out a few photos from my phone. Really? Then what is this? In the photo, it was Chen Anqi's confidentiality agreement. After seeing the content of the photo clearly, Ding Chen's expression changed. Chen Anqi panicked and pointed at Shueishan in disbelief. Shueishan, you are despicable. Just now when I was taking notes, you asked me to prove that I was a shareholder of Huayuan, so I took out this confidentiality agreement. How could you secretly take a photo of the confidentiality agreement? Shueishan was very frugal with words and looked at her ugly appearance coldly. That look was like looking at something dirty and smelly. Chen Anqi looked at Ding Chen again, tugged at his sleeve in a panic, and said, Brother Chen, please help me speak up. He didn't finish his words. Ding Chen's face was calm as he pried open Chen Anqi's fingers that were grabbing his sleeve one by one. Chen Anqi was slightly stunned. Ding Chen looked at the policeman, officer, although after we left Huayuan, we went to Huayuan's competitor, Mimi Qingtuan Company. However, Chen Anqi signed a confidentiality agreement. It was she who violated the agreement, not me. I have not signed a confidentiality agreement, and this confidentiality provision does not bind me. Chen Anqi's eyes widened. There are red bloodshot eyes. She looked at Ding Chen strangely, as if she had never met him before, and questioned him word by word. To Ding Chen, I've been carrying your child in my belly for several months. How can you say that it was me who violated the agreement and it had nothing to do with you? Do you dare to say that you have never signed a confidentiality agreement? Pregnant women are naturally sensitive during pregnancy. As Chen Anqi spoke, her eyes suddenly turned red. Ding Chen watched coldly. It's you who looked down on Xia Huai, saying that he was a loser and a nerd. That's why you wanted to climb into my bed. That's what you, Chen Anqi, said yourself. As long as I'm happy, I don't need to use contraceptive measures when I'm with you. You despise yourself, and you still want to blame me? Ding Chen took 2 steps back and smiled at the policeman. Officer, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Who said it's okay? Shueishan suddenly spoke. Ding Chen froze in his tracks, but he didn't look back. Shueishan approached him slowly and said slowly, Ding Chen, I suggest you learn some law in the future. What? Ding Chen frowned. Shueishan smiled and said, learn some law and don't be ignorant of the law, so that you can suffer less losses. Ding Chen turned his head, annoyance in his eyes. What do you mean? Shueishan retorted, who told you that if you don't sign a confidentiality agreement, you have no obligation to keep it confidential? Ding Chen's limbs froze for a moment. The tail vertebrae seemed to be frozen. Shueishan pointed at Ding Chen and Chen Anqi and said to the police, Officer, I want to report a case. They violated the confidentiality agreement, stole Huayuan Company's trade secrets, and secretly provided them to Huayuan Company's mortal enemy, Mimi Qingtuan Company. Ding Chen and Chen Anqi's expressions it changed all of a sudden. The case has been reported. Shueishan received a call from Xia Huai. This phone call was about the patent lawsuit between Huayuan Company and Mimi Qingtuan Company. Brought a new turn. P.S. When does school start? Chapter 042 The first platinum treasure chest. Shueishan's cell phone kept ringing. He turned around, apologized to the police, and walked out of the police station lobby with his cell phone in order to avoid being overheard. When Xia Huai mentioned anything related to the case, Shueishan walked to an open space outside before stopping. He pressed the answer button. Haven't spoken yet. Xia Huai on the other end of the phone couldn't hold back his anger and asked, Lao Shui, where are you? Shueishan lit a cigarette and said, police station. What? Why are you at the police station? Shueishan did not hide it from him and told him that Chen Anqi had accused him of throwing objects from a high place. Fuck. Xia Huai cursed, feeling extremely annoyed. Is this woman a cucumber or a screw? She either needs to be spanked or twisted. I'm so annoyed. Finished complaining, Xia Huai added, are you okay, old Shui? If you were to go to jail for throwing objects from a high place, I would rob a bank and go in with you. Shueishan, goodbye. If you succeed in robbing a financial institution, the sentence is life imprisonment. Maybe the ballpoint pen I used to sign and the soap I used to wash my face in the future will be made by you in there. Xia Huai, Shueishan, I'm fine, but Ding Chen and your ex-girlfriend stole Huayuan Company's business secrets. They're probably in trouble. As soon as he heard Ding Chen's name, Xia Huai became furious that he was a chatterbox, and once he opened his mouth, he began to chatter with Shueishan, saying, Old Shui, let me tell you, when I was an exchange student at a foreign university last year, I wanted to apply for a patent for the 12 medical robots developed by Huayuan. But that bastard Ding Chen refused to let me do it, even blocking me at several high-level company meetings. After a pause, Xia Huai continued, but they don't know that back then, just for fun, I applied for patents for 12 robot inventions in country S. The words fell, Shueishan's whole body stiffened, he grabbed the phone excitedly, say it again. Ah? Xia Huai was stunned. Shueishan asked, Old Xia, when did you apply for the patent in country S? 8 months ago, what happened? Shueishan suddenly laughed out loud and said confidently, we are sure to win this case. Xia Huai was confused, why? Shueishan kept it a secret. Old Xia, the trial will begin in 3 days. I'll show you what it means to turn the tide and turn the tide. Shueishan hung up the phone, then he went back to the police station to report the case, accusing Chen Anqi and Ding Chen of violating confidentiality obligations and stealing Huayuan Company's business secrets. The crime of infringing on trade secrets is enough to get this pair of dogs into trouble. Wait until he comes out of the police station. It's already past 10 o'clock in the evening. When Shueishan returned to the apartment, he saw that the door of his next-door neighbor's house was open. A tall and thin boy, wearing the uniform of the Provincial Experimental No. 1 High School, stood against the wall. The gray-haired neighbor grandmother pointed at the boy's nose and scolded her grandson. She scolded him, you little rascal, skipping class to play games in the internet cafe is one thing, but you dare to imitate my signature on your leave application? The boy said nothing. The neighbor's grandmother threw the note in his face and said, read it again, what did you write? Read. The neighbor grandma kicked it. The boy rubbed his sore buttocks, took the note and read, Dear teacher, my grandmother passed away yesterday. I'm taking 3 days off to go home and be with her at the funeral. Student, Chui Jun. The neighbor's grandmother kicked him again and said, what? If I die, you're going to be buried with me, right? When Shueishan heard the words, go home to be buried with him, he almost laughed out loud. He tried to suppress his laughter but couldn't help but look at the boy a few more times. This look, he discovered that there was a question mark emitting a light yellow light above the boy's head. Shueishan was stunned. The blue question mark indicates that there are tasks to be completed, but what is the yellow question mark? Shueishan clicked on the yellow question mark above Chui Jun's head. Ding. There is an advanced task. However, your current attribute level is too low, and you are temporarily unable to unlock this task. Tip, please improve your legal professional attributes as soon as possible. Turn out to be the yellow question mark is a high-level task to be unlocked. Shueishan understood. I passed by my neighbor's grandma, went back to the apartment, took a shower and went to bed. The next day, Shueishan came out of the apartment. As soon as I got downstairs, I saw a black car in the leading black car. The driver opened the door and got out. He walked up to Shueishan and accurately called out Shueishan's identity, Lawyer Shui. What's up? Our Mr. Zhang wants to see you. I don't know any Mr. Zhang. Shueishan said that the only person he knew with the surname Zhang was Zhang Qingtuan, a woman. The driver said, Mr. Zhang is Ms. Zhang Qingtuan's father. His name is Zhang Qi. Mr. Zhang is looking for you regarding the patent infringement case between Huayuan and Mimi Youth Group. Zhang Qi, what a coincidence, Shueishan frowned. The first friend he added in criminal investigation was called Zhang Qi. It's probably a coincidence. Shueishan didn't think anymore and got into Zhang Qi's car. The car stopped at an upscale tea house. It is said that the threshold fee is 4 figures. Shueishan and Zhang Qi entered the tea house box. Zhang Qi is a white-haired old man, nearly 70 years old. Behind the lenses of his black-framed glasses are a pair of eyes that can see through human nature, as if they can penetrate deep into people's souls and see through them. I heard that you were the agent for the first domestic labor public interest lawsuit in which the Eat Rice Balls company lost the lawsuit? Zhang Qi asked casually after just glancing at Shueishan. It's me. Shueishan replied. For some reason, he felt a chill in his heart the moment Zhang Qi stared at him, or for some unknown reason, I feel a little uneasy, as Zhang Qi said calmly. It seems that Qingtuan is unlucky.
He has met an opponent like you twice.
Shueishan didn't say anything, however. Zhang Qi said something softly that surprised Shueishan.
Let's make a deal.
You drop the lawsuit against Chen Anqi and Ding Chen for trade secret infringement, and Mimi Qingtuan Company drops the lawsuit against Xia Huai for intellectual property infringement.
Shueishan remained calm and said, "You're joking. Violating trade secrets is a criminal offense.
The police have already filed a case. I can't drop the case just because I give up the prosecution." Zhang Qi narrowed his eyes and said patiently, "As long as you give up, you don't have to worry about how to withdraw the case." He has no control over the life and death of Chen Anqi and Ding Chen. However, the crime of infringing on commercial secrets involves the Mimi Qingtuan Company. It is inevitable that his daughter Zhang Qingtuan will be implicated, as Zhang Qi added. Of course, we can choose not to sue Xia Huai, but Xia Huai must publicly issue a statement acknowledging that the 12 medical robots are the research results of the Mimi Youth League and have nothing to do with Xia Huai or Huayuan. Shueishan was so angry that he laughed. He scoffed. "So, you're saying that Zhang Qingtuan took Xia Huai's 12 medical robot invention patents for himself, and Xia Huai should be grateful?
Is that fair?"
Zhang Qi smiled and said, "Young man, be more sensible. You don't think that when I say we should make a deal, I'm really negotiating it with you, right? If you want your friend to be ruined and burdened with tens of millions in copyright infringement compensation debts, then continue to uphold your fairness and justice."
How naive.
Zhang Qi sighed. In Zhang Qi's eyes, winning a lawsuit has never depended on evidence or lawyers, but on capital. The reason why Shueishan won the lawsuit against food delivery Tuanman was simply because the higher-ups wanted to regulate the food delivery platform, and Shueishan was lucky enough to encounter it. This time, Shueishan suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. Zhang, do you know what justice is?" Zhang Qi was stunned and didn't say anything. Shueishan said, "There's a line in the matriculation oath of my alma mater: wield the sword of law and hold the scales of justice. In my opinion, the sword is used to uphold the law, and the scales are used to measure the law. A sword without a scale is naked violence. A balance without a sword signifies weakness." Zhang Qi frowned. Shueishan smiled and said, "So, Mr. Zhang, if you do anything unjust, I will definitely use this sharp sword in my hand to chop you to death." Shueishan said word by word. At this moment, the aura exuded by Shueishan made Zhang Qi feel terrified. Bite. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement, suppressing Zhang Qi in negotiations. Your D-level skill, party negotiation skill, has been successfully unlocked. Negotiation skill plus 50.
Unlock reward, Platinum Treasure Chest *1. Do you want to enable it? Yes. No. Platinum Treasure Chest?
Shueishan was slightly stunned. This was the first time he opened a Platinum Treasure Chest. He clicked on it, the treasure chest slowly opened. Chapter 043, Turning the Tide and Turning the Tide. Item, High Value Lawyer Robe *1. Attributes: none. The lawyer's robe is exquisitely made and made of fine fabric. A black, loose-fitting short robe with an open front, a purple scarf on the chest, and a lawyer's badge on the left chest. At first glance, this high-quality lawyer's robe looks no different from other lawyer's robes. But if you look closely, you can see that the hems, waist, and neckline have all been adjusted. It seems to be tailor-made according to Shueishan's figure. Very beautiful, but what comes out of the Platinum Treasure Chest is just a slightly better-looking lawyer's robe. Shueishan was very disappointed. However, he quickly recovered. No matter how good-looking the lawyer's robe is, the lawsuit still has to be fought. If he loses this lawsuit, the worst result will be that Xia Huai will become infamous. The hard work he spent 8 years researching will be taken away by Mimi Qingtuan Company. Xia Huai will also be accused of infringing on intellectual property rights and bear tens of millions of yuan in compensation for the infringement. In order to prevent Xia Huai from losing everything, Shueishan had no choice but to fight. On the day of the trial, Shueishan put on his handsome lawyer's robe and went to the local intellectual property court with Xia Huai. At the entrance of the court, Xia Huai stared at Shueishan's lawyer robe for a long time. "Old Shue, your lawyer's robe looks nice."
"Shueishan, what?"
"Xia Huai, seriously, the other lawyer standing next to you, the lawyer's robe he's wearing looks like something you'd buy on the street for $12." Shueishan rolled his eyes at him. No words. What's the use of looking good? However, when he walked into the courtroom and sat in the defendant's lawyer's seat, he was stunned. In Shueishan's sight, the movements of the judge, the opposing party Zhang Qingtuan, the opposing lawyer, and even the clerk were all slowed down countless times. Shueishan could even capture it with his naked eyes, every movement, every body language, every expression of the other person. He could even hear clearly what Zhang Qingtuan and the lawyer were whispering to each other even though they were more than 10 meters away. Shueishan felt as if his 5 senses had become closer. A qualitative leap has been achieved. Shueishan asked the system, "What is the purpose of these high-looking lawyer robes?" Bite. The purpose of the high-value lawyer robe is to enhance the wearer's 5 senses tenfold, allowing them to observe the details in court and capture every movement, body language, and expression of others. Shueishan was shocked by this powerful function.
"Then, why didn't you tell me when you opened the Platinum Treasure Chest? You didn't ask, so why blame me?"
Shueishan gritted his teeth. "Didn't you say that the attribute is currently unavailable?"
"So I said the attribute is currently unavailable, but I didn't say the effect is currently unavailable." Tip: the high-value lawyer robe is an upgradable piece of equipment.
Please actively explore and upgrade it as soon as possible to unlock more functions. Shueishan felt that the system was a schizophrenia. The trial officially begins in 20 minutes. Zhang Qingtuan's lawyer came over and handed Shueishan his business card.
Lawyer Shui, my name is Ding Jiaji. Ding Chen's brother, Ding Jiaji. Ding Jiaji added, Shueishan, hello.
Ding Jiaji lowered his voice and kindly reminded, Lawyer Shui, my client, Zhang Qingtuan, has already applied for invention patents for those 12 medical robots. He's sure to win the case.
How about, we just settle the matter privately and withdraw the lawsuit?
Ding Jiaji also didn't want to offend Shueishan, the ace lawyer who won the first domestic labor public interest litigation case. He added a reminder, I've already advised my client that as long as you don't pursue Chen Anqi and Ding Chen for stealing trade secrets, and publicly declare that the invention patents for these 12 medical robots belong to Mimi Qingtuan Company, we can settle this privately. In Ding Jiaji's opinion, this condition is already a good deal. In his opinion, it is a great thing to avoid going to jail and not having to bear tens of millions of dollars in compensation. Not to mention, Ding Jiaji had selfish motives. He didn't want his younger brother Ding Chen to have a criminal record at such a young age. Shueishan shook his head, no need. Shueishan turned around and glanced at Xia Huai, just focus on your development and don't waste time.
We can win. Ding Jiaji sighed, then. I wish you good luck. Shueishan nodded, thank you. Zhang Qingtuan walked slowly behind Ding Jiaji, his face filled with anger. Shueishan, you're determined to go against me to the end just for Xia Huai and those 12 medical robots, aren't you? Last time, no lawyer was willing to take Lin Shanan's case. The one who jumped out to oppose her was Shueishan in Xia Huai's case this time. Her father Zhang Qi secretly put pressure on her, and no lawyer dared to take the case. It was Shueishan who jumped out to oppose her. Zhang Qingtuan was so angry that his teeth were itching. Shueishan, this haunting guy, Shueishan, who was named by Zhang Qingtuan, spoke calmly and asked, are you afraid of losing? Zhang Qingtuan, you, Shueishan smiled, if you are afraid of losing, then don't file a lawsuit. Zhang Qingtuan's eyes flashed, and after a while, he sneered, I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Okay, Shueishan, you are really good. Zhang Qingtuan's gaze shifted to Xia Huai, his eyes brimming with cruelty. Xia Huai, you hired a second-rate lawyer like Shueishan, so you can expect to spend the rest of your life in jail. Xia Huai shrugged, his face full of innocence, that's perfect, I'll go in and make a few more ballpoint pens for Lao Shui. Zhang Qingtuan, the conversation between the few people ended in a bad mood. Soon, the case officially went to court. Ding Jiaji is the legal director of Mimi Qingtuan Company. He is very professional. As soon as he opened his mouth, he described Zhang Qingtuan as a scientific research leader who led the scientific research team to work tirelessly and painstakingly develop 12 medical robots. Finally, Ding Jiaji took out the invention patent application documents for 12 medical robots and began, we submitted these application documents to the National Patent Department half a year ago and received a reply. After pre-trial appraisal, the above materials are found to be legal, authentic, and valid. I wonder if Mr. Xia and Lawyer Shui have any objections? Xia Huai acted as if he didn't hear anything. Trust Shueishan completely. Shueishan said, no objection. Ding Jiaji was stunned that he focused the debate on the legal validity of the application documents. For fear that Shueishan would cause trouble, he also prepared nearly 20,000 words of debate materials, the facts of the case that were decisive in determining the outcome of the judgment. Did Shueishan just admit it like that? Admit it? Ding Jiaji said in a daze. So, during the temporary protection period after Mimi Qingtuan applied for its patent, Huayuan Company arbitrarily produced, sold, and licensed the sale of the 12 robots for which my client had applied for patents. Is this true? Shueishan, it's true. Ding Jiaji? In the courtroom, several judges looked at each other in confusion. Is Shueishan crazy? Ding Jiaji hasn't even produced any evidence yet. Shueishan has already admitted everything that was detrimental to Xia Huai. If this continues, Xia Huai will lose everything he has. Ding Jiaji continued, Lawyer Shui, in other words, you and your client admit that you have infringed on the 12 robot models patented by Mimi Qingtuan Company, constituting a crime of intellectual property infringement? As soon as these words came out, Shueishan smiled. He stood up from the defendant's lawyer's seat and tugged at the collar of his handsome lawyer's robe. The young clerk looked at him with her eyes fixed on him. So, handsome, Shueishan stood straight. His graceful posture gives people a sense of maturity and stability. He looked around and said calmly, I don't admit it. Shueishan picked up a key piece of evidence from the table at the defendant's lawyer's seat. This evidence. It's enough to turn the tide and turn the tide. Chapter 044, Strong Slap in the Face. Unbelievable. Shueishan took out a document in the language of country S and said, Mimi Qingtuan applied for a patent in the country half a year ago. But, 8 months ago, my client applied for a patent in country S. The application time is 2 months earlier than the Mimi Youth League. As soon as these words were spoken, Ding Jiaji's expression changed. Country S and China have signed a friendly cooperation treaty on patent rights, that is to say, 8 months ago, Xia Huai applied for a patent in country S. Now, apply domestically. The application date in country S 8 months ago should be regarded as Xia Huai's application date in China. In this way, Huayuan's patent application time was 2 months earlier than Mimi Qingtuan. Patent rights. It's all about hand speed, however. Applies first gets it.as for where the materials for patent application come from and whether they are legal. The National Patent Department does not care about this. This is not their area of responsibility. They only look at the application time. Seeing that Ding Jiaji looked unhappy, Zhang Qingtuan looked puzzled. She studied IT and finance, did not understand the law, and had no idea what international patent application priority meant. Ding Jiaji, sweat already breaking out on his forehead, asked, "What about the authenticity of the materials? How are you going to prove it?" As soon as the words fell, there was a knock on the closed door of the courtroom, and a judge's assistant in a black uniform came in, holding a stack of documents. He walked up to the presiding judge and whispered something. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qingtuan's heart skipped a beat. Unless there is something major that could affect the outcome of the trial, the judicial assistant would not suddenly rush in during the court session. Beside Zhang Qingtuan, Ding Jiaji looked at the defendant's seat uneasily. I in the dock. Old monk Shuishan seemed to be in a trance, as steady as a mountain. Xia Huai looked at Ding Jiaji and Zhang Qingtuan provocatively and raised his middle finger at them. Idiot. Just a few minutes passed. The judge's assistant walked out of the courtroom of the presiding judge, who was sitting in the middle of the bench, stood up straight, picked up the gavel and struck it down. The case between Mimi Qingtuan Company and Huayuan Company regarding patent infringement has been temporarily adjourned. This case has entered the collegial panel deliberation stage, and the verdict will be announced after the deliberation is completed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingtuan was delighted. Just now, Shuishan admitted so many facts that were unfavorable to Xia Huai, there was no time to even refute. The presiding judge then announced that the court would adjourn and enter the deliberation phase of the collegial panel. Shuishan and Xia Huai are definitely going to be ruined. The collegial panel deliberates. It is the process in which the three presiding judges go to a closed room after the trial to discuss the case and make the final judgment. After the three judges left, Zhang Qingtuan walked up to Xia Huai and said, "Xia Huai, our company really values scientific research talents like you. If you agree to grant Mimi Qingtuan Company an exclusive license for the use of your research results for the next 50 years, then I can waive this huge compensation." Xia Huai didn't say anything. Ding Jiaji came over, his face dark. "Sister Qingtuan, stop talking. This lawsuit, from the moment Shuishan took out the patent application from country S, they had already lost. A complete defeat." However, Ding Jiaji was unable to explain the provisions of the patent law in a few words, and his face turned red like pig liver. He winked at Zhang Qingtuan frantically. The whites of his eyes are about to pop out, but Zhang Qingtuan didn't see it. She was thinking about how to recruit Xia Huai and use him for her own purposes. Zhang Qingtuan said to Xia Huai again. Before, Mimi Qingtuan sued Huayuan Company for intellectual property infringement, which was a private prosecution. In other words, as long as we drop the case, you won't go to jail. Having said that, Zhang Qingtuan glanced at Shuishan and said to Xia Huai, "Do you want to be jailed for life by some second-rate lawyers, or do you want to come to Mimi Qingtuan Company and be the head of the scientific research team? Think about it yourself." The words haven't been finished yet. The heavy door of the courtroom was pushed open. The presiding judge came in and cleared his throat. "Quiet." The entire courtroom suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. A presiding judge, after trial and deliberation by the collegial panel, the verdict is as follows. Zhang Qingtuan puffed out his chest. However, the next second, the content of the presiding judge's verdict made her stand there in a daze. The presiding judge said, "First, all of Mimi Qingtuan's claims are dismissed. The fact that Mimi Qingtuan Company sued Xia Huai and Huayuan Company for patent infringement has no legal basis and will not be recognized. Xia Huai and Huayuan Company have not committed the crime of intellectual property infringement and are not guilty. Second, the litigation costs of this case total 642 yuan, which shall be borne by Mimi Qingtuan Company." There was a moment of silence in the courtroom as Zhang Qingtuan's eyes widened. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Her hands hanging by her side were clenched into fists and were shaking. "This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible." She spent a huge sum of money to poach Xia Huai's entire scientific research team. Huayuan Company has been abolished. Over the years, Zhang Qingtuan has used the same method to poach many scientific research teams. So, Mimi Qingtuan Technology Company has been able to become a top technology company in the industry in just a few years. As for those small companies that were left with only bare staff after being poached by her, many of their leaders committed suicide by jumping from buildings, cutting their wrists, or taking sleeping pills in despair. Zhang Qingtuan never took it to heart and never failed, but she actually suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of two young men, Shuishan and Xia Huai. Zhang Qingtuan's head was rumbling. My face was burning with pain. Next to Zhang Qingtuan, Ding Jiaji was already ashamed to the point of embarrassment. He bowed 90 degrees to Xia Huai and Shuishan, said sorry with a face full of shame, not daring to look at them, and hurriedly walked out of the courtroom as if escaping. What Ding Jiaji was thinking about was, he is truly a beast who has gone astray with a black heart and rotten lungs in order to get the high salary that Zhang Qingtuan gave him. He brought these hard-working scientific researchers to trial time and time again, just to help Zhang Qingtuan. He did all kinds of evil things that harmed others and made dirty money. Ding Jiaji thought about it and called the HR department of Mimi Youth Group Company. "I want to resign." What the other party said, Ding Jiaji said, "Yes, I want to resign from my position as legal director." The other party probably asked why. Ding Jiaji sneered. Over the years, how many scientific researchers has Zhang Qingtuan driven to despair, and how much dirty money has he made? Don't you have any idea? Finished, Ding Jiaji hung up the phone. He quit all his work groups in Mimi Qingtuan Company. He threw his work badge on the ground, stepped on it, and crushed it twice with his leather shoes. "I quit.
And at the same time, a certain legal media outlet in China suddenly published a surprising article titled, CFY, the thief who stole the scientific research results of Mimi Youth Group Company, shame on you. Because the case between Zhang Qingtuan and CFY involved commercial secrets, they applied for a closed trial. The oral verdict has just been made, the written judgment has not yet come out, and no one knows the final result. This long article criticizing CFY as a thief, less than 5 minutes after it was released, it quickly went viral on the internet. Chapter 045 Public Opinion reverses again. In this article, CFY is portrayed as a person with evil intentions and chaotic relationships between men and women. The author vividly describes the countless stupid things CFY did in college, as if the author was by his side when CFY did these things. Zhang Qingtuan, the CEO of Mimi Qingtuan Company, is an excellent business leader. The article uses a series of words to praise her, such as tolerance, hard work, open-mindedness, and positive outlook. The article states that CFY interned at Mimi Qingtuan Company during his university years and made rapid progress thanks to Zhang Qingtuan's guidance. However, CFY was ungrateful. Instead, he repeatedly sexually harassed Zhang Qingtuan and even attempted to have sex with her. Zhang Qingtuan had no choice but to fire CFY after leaving. CFY in the article used the data and business secrets he stole during his internship at Mimi Qingtuan Company to establish Huayuan Company. Since then, Huayuan Company has been confronting Mimi Qingtuan Company in every way, stabbing it in the back and secretly making trouble for it. CFY founded the company without even graduating with a PhD, and always considered himself a genius. Whenever he met Zhang Qingtuan at the negotiation table in the business circle, he never gave her a good look. These plots, the writing is vivid, as if the scene is being recreated. As soon as this article was published, it caused an uproar on the internet. There are many people with dark minds in society, there is a Zhang San living in everyone's heart, and the human heart hides the corruption of the entire world. These dark and corrupt people began to speculate about CFY with the greatest malice. Those remarks made CFY curse to death, as if they would not stop until they nailed him to the pillar of shame. However, some insiders have come out to refute these malicious speculations. Rumors are spreading all over the internet because of keyboard warriors like you. A kind word warms you through 3 winter months, while an evil word hurts you through 6 months of summer. So be more kind in your words. When CFY was 12 years old, he had already assembled his first robot in his life, a sweeping robot named Sweeping Brother. He was born for robot programming and research and development, so why would he plagiarize Mimi Qingtuan? Exactly. And CFY's lawyer is Shueishan, the attorney who represented the first public interest labor lawsuit in China. If CFY were truly unforgivable, would Shueishan speak up for him? There was a huge quarrel and crazy fight online. At this time, Shueishan posted a long article on Weibo. The article was several thousand words long and clearly well prepared. Its content was diametrically opposed to the article titled CFY, the thief who stole Mimi Qingtuan Company's scientific research results, shameful. As we all know, news language should be plain and concise, and the author's emotion should not be revealed between the lines. This is the most basic ethics of a media person. This article criticizing CFY is more like a third-rate novel written by a brainless, melodramatic author than news. Everyone in college saw what kind of person CFY was. First, is CFY really a man of mixed relationships? He wasn't single until he got his doctorate, and he was always with his right hand. He blushed when talking to a girl. Secondly, did CFY really harass Zhang Qingtuan? In fact, Zhang Qingtuan owns a 3-story villa in the Vision community. The villa has 8 rooms, and all of them are occupied by young people. Ms. Zhang Qingtuan spends more than 20 days every month in the Vision community villa. Who is harassing whom? You can think about it carefully. Third, did CFY really steal trade secrets? Friendly reminder, before CFY joined Mimi Youth Group as an intern, Mimi Youth Group's AI robotics technology was ranked outside the top 500 in China. After CFY joined Mimi Youth Group's ranking jumped from over 500 to over 200, soaring all the way to the top 10 in the country. So, who stole whose trade secrets? As soon as this article is published, several big versus and many news media followed suit and published articles. Zhang Qingtuan, what is your mentality in discrediting a scientific researcher? Zhang Qingtuan, you are not worthy of being a corporate leader. How many young men and young dogs have been supported by a Zhang Qingtuan? The situation turned around in an instant, public opinion reversed. There is a Zhang San living in everyone's heart, and the human heart hides the corruption of the entire world. Quoted from Mr. Luo Xiang, salute to teacher Luo Xiang. Chapter 046, Qingtuan was arrested. The crowd was shocked. It turns out that the truth of the matter is like this. The media outlets and writers who initially published the article titled CFY, the thief who stole the scientific research results of Mimi Qingtuan Company, shameful, and criticized CFY were singled out and severely criticized. CFY looked at the online public opinion, closed the webpage in astonishment, and asked Shueishan, "Old Shue, how did you do it?" Shueishan said, "I wrote the Weibo post in advance and set a timer to publish it." CFY's face was filled with questions. But how did you know what the trolls hired by Zhang Qingtuan would say about me in their press releases, and how could you have responded in advance? Shueishan smiled and said nothing. It's hard to tell why. Last night, Ding Jiaji showed his goodwill to him and told him everything about Zhang Qingtuan buying the press release and preparing to discredit Why. Shueishan didn't say anything. Why felt that Shueishan was unfathomable and had great respect for him. Why followed Shueishan to Junjing Law Firm because when a lawyer represents a client in a lawsuit,
he cannot directly collect attorney fees from the client.
Instead, the client must pay the attorney fees to the law firm. Why paid the lawyer's fee and followed Shueishan back to his office. As soon as you enter the office, Why took out an envelope from his bag and was about to stuff it into Shueishan's drawer. Even brothers have to settle accounts. Clearly, even though he has a good relationship with Shueishan, he cannot avoid some personal relationships. Why insisted on giving it. Shueishan didn't want it. As the two men pushed each other, they knocked over a pile of case files that Shueishan had just placed on the table. Paper pieces like snowflakes were scattered all over the ground. Shueishan bent down and squatted to pick up the pieces of paper on the ground. He picked up a piece of paper, glanced at it casually, his eyes paused, and the action of picking up the thing froze instantly. Why, what's wrong? Shueishan's expression had turned cold. He handed the paper to Why. Take a look at this. Why took it. Take a look. That piece of paper was the one Ding Jiaji presented when he was giving evidence at the beginning of the court session, showing the patent royalties of Mimi Qingtuan Company in recent years. Mimi Qingtuan Company has licensed a total of 9 patents to others in recent years. These 9 patents earned Mimi Qingtuan Company nearly 2 billion yuan in patent royalties in the past year. 2 billion. Why's scalp tingled. No wonder Zhang Qingtuan showed unprecedented obsession with Huayuan's 12 medical robots and was almost determined to get them. Why asked Shueishan, is there any problem? Shueishan sneered, the problem is very big. He opened the official website of Mimi Qingtuan Company and directly found the manuscript of the annual report that Zhang Qingtuan made at the company's annual meeting last year. Shueishan pointed to the manuscript of Zhang Qingtuan's annual report and said, Part 6 of the annual report is about the tax payment of Mimi Qingtuan for the entire year last year. The annual report says that Mimi Qingtuan paid over 700,000 yuan in taxes on its patent royalties, 2 billion yuan in revenue, and a tax payment of over 700,000 yuan.
Old Xie, do you think this is normal? Is this reasonable?
Why's expression also changed. In Shueishan's partner's office, for a moment, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Why swallowed his saliva. Old Shui, what do you mean, Zhang Qingtuan, Mimi Qingtuan Company, tax evasion?
Shueishan nodded, that's for sure.
With a 2 billion yuan income and the company's patent royalties, the tax payment is definitely not going to be less than 8 figures. It will be at least tens of millions of yuan.
Why's eyes widened and he said in horror, fuck. Is she crazy then? Over 2 billion yuan, and only over 700,000 yuan in taxes paid?
How much money has this guy evaded in taxes, damn?
Shueishan was quite calm. I took out my phone, dialed 110, and said I want to report the police. Yes, I'm reporting Mimi Qingtuan Company for suspected crimes. The charges? They're endangering tax collection and administration, possibly involving tax evasion.
Last year, their company's total revenue from patent royalties totaled 2.16 billion yuan, but they only paid less than 1 million yuan in taxes. Yes, you must investigate thoroughly. The other side, Why is calling the State Taxation Administration. Shueishan said something. He repeated what was said like a tape recorder. The two brothers stood back to back and made 2 phone calls. Zhang Qingtuan was completely unaware of this. Finished the call. Why belatedly realized that something was wrong. Old Shui, this is not right.
What's wrong?
Shueishan asked. Why was puzzled and told Shueishan about his doubts. The fact that their company evaded so much tax is no small matter. That Ding Jiaji is the legal director of Mimi Qingtuan Company, a senior executive. He brought this stuff into court so brazenly, and it ended up in your hands.
Is this a scam?
Shueishan smiled faintly. Ding Jiaji, after the lawsuit ended today, he has already resigned from the Mimi Youth Group. Why, Shueishan said, so, this material is 70% to 80% true. In all likelihood, Ding Jiaji couldn't stand Zhang Qingtuan's actions, and was afraid that if he resigned rashly, he would be retaliated by Zhang Qingtuan. Therefore, I deliberately gave such a big gift to them. There is evidence that Zhang Qingtuan evaded taxes. With such a huge amount of money involved, Zhang Qingtuan might have to spend the rest of his life behind bars. Shueishan sat at his desk thoughtfully and turned on his computer. After each lawsuit, Gu Pingguan asked him to write a summary of the case. When summarizing and reviewing a case, Shueishan can learn more than during the formal trial. Shueishan was typing away on the keyboard, writing a summary of the case. Why was bored, so he took out his phone and checked Weibo.1 brush. He saw a post that shocked countless netizens. How many hard-working scientific researchers have been forced to death by Zhang Qingtuan? Below the post, there are countless comments from netizens. First floor, my father was developing a solar-powered computer.
On the day my father's company went bankrupt, Mimi Qingtuan submitted a patent application for a solar-powered computer to the patent office. On the day my father died of gas poisoning after turning on the gas at home, Mimi Qingtuan's new solar-powered computer was released. These unethical and immoral beasts, I will wait with all my eyes open and my breath alive for them to perish. It seems that he is afraid of being questioned. After posting this thread, the netizen on the first floor posted dozens of screenshots of evidence, as well as recordings and videos. There is a recording of Zhang Qingtuan threatening his father to submit
There is a photo of the contract for Zhang Qingtuan to acquire his father's company. There is another one, which shows his father's last moments before his death. He cut his finger and wrote the 5 words Zhang Qingtuan, die on the wall with blood. The entire wall was covered with bloody words Zhang Qingtuan, die. It's creepy and shocking. Netizens were shocked. The number of comments increased rapidly. 353F. Holy crap.
Isn't this Professor Xiao from the computer science department of a top 985 university?
He didn't die of gas poisoning, but was forced to death by Zhang Qingtuan to floor 369. Why didn't Professor Zhao's daughter call the police to arrest Zhang Qingtuan for 13th floor? Call the police.
Don't be ridiculous. Who is Zhang Qingtuan's father? Zhang Qi, who is so bold as to want to die. Aren't you afraid of retaliation for messing with Zhang Qingtuan? Floor 427. Stop talking nonsense in the previous posts.
If anyone dies, you should blame Zhang Qingtuan. To floor 521 at floor 427. Is the doctor at the mental hospital on vacation or the wall collapsed? How did they let you out? Floor 535 at floor 427. You were so angry and embarrassed. Could it be Zhang Qingtuan himself? See the replies on floors 521 and 535. Zhang Qingtuan was so angry that it felt like there was a fire burning in his chest. She raised her hand and smashed the phone hard. The phone hit the wall of the office and fell to the ground. Cracks as dense as a spider web appeared on the screen. At this time, the doorknob to her office was turned. Someone pushed open the door and walked in. Zhang Qingtuan turned his back to the door, frowned, and angrily yelled, "Get out!
Get out! Don't you know how to knock before entering my office? Ms. Zhang Qingtuan." A deep and cold male voice sounded behind Zhang Qingtuan. Zhang Qingtuan was stunned.
He turned around and saw several policemen. The leading policeman showed his police ID. Of the words Su Fei were clearly written on the certificate. Zhang Qingtuan forced a smile on his face. "Officer Su, is there anything wrong?"
Su Fei said, "Ms. Zhang Qingtuan, we've received a report that Mimi Qingtuan Company is suspected of tax evasion.
Please come back with us and cooperate with the investigation." Zhang Qingtuan's whole body stiffened. The whole person felt as if a basin of ice water was poured over his head. Her face was pale. How could it be? Her most shameful secret was exposed and brought into the light. At this time, another group of people in black suits and uniforms pushed open the office door and walked into Zhang Qingtuan's office. Su Fei, dressed in police uniform, turned around and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The man in the lead among the group of people in black suits said, "We are from the National Patent Department. We have received a report that Mimi Qingtuan Company has violated the patent law and seriously infringed on the patent rights of others. We also want to ask her to come back and accept investigation." Additional chapter, 3,000 words, asking for free gifts, and asking for help and watching and urging for a smaller video. Chapter 047. Everyone is equal before the law. Su Fei straightened his police hat. His sharp gaze shifted from Zhang Qingtuan to the people from the National Patent Department, and he said, "Ms. Zhang Qingtuan and Mimi Qingtuan are not only suspected of tax evasion, but we also suspect that several of Mimi Qingtuan's subsidiaries have engaged in tax evasion by filing false tax returns." Zhang Qingtuan's legs went weak. My limbs were so cold that I almost fell to my knees. There is a huge difference between tax evasion and tax avoidance. For the former, timely payment of taxes may only result in administrative penalties, and tax evasion, if the amount is large, you will definitely go to jail. Su Fei took out handcuffs from his waist. This time, a sinister and sharp voice sounded. "What's the fuss?" In the office, the door of the lounge was pushed open. Zhang Qi walked out with bloodshot eyes. It was obvious that he had just taken a nap here and was woken up. Zhang Qingtuan seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. His eyes lit up. "Dad. Why are you panicking? This is what I always teach you." Zhang Qi shouted coldly, "We have nothing to fear if we are upright." Zhang Qingtuan seemed to have a magic weapon to stabilize the seat. I calmed down immediately. Zhang Qi turned to look at Su Fei. "Captain Su, what crime did my daughter commit?" Su Fei saluted Zhang Qi. Although Zhang Qi does not work in the police system, he is a senior criminal investigation consultant and his rank is not low. Su Fei said, "Ms. Zhang Qingtuan is suspected of multiple tax crimes. This is a criminal detention decision. We are acting in accordance with the law and are taking Ms. Zhang Qingtuan back for investigation. I'm just taking her back for questioning. If there's no problem, she'll be released soon." Zhang Qi is not stupid. The criminal detention decision has been taken out. If they are really arrested, how many people can escape unscathed? Zhang Qi tugged at his collar and said, "Captain Su, if my daughter really breaks the law, she will confess her crime, but when it comes to police work, it doesn't matter if it's a day early or late. Today is Qingtuan's mother's birthday. Except for the law, can you just consider it as giving me a favor and fulfilling her filial piety towards her mother?" Zhang Qingtuan was stunned. Her mother's birthday isn't today. Around the employees of Mimi Qingtuan Company spoke up one after another. "That's right. Officer Su, we live in a society where favors are important. After all, it's someone's mother's birthday. You shouldn't be so inflexible." "Ah, right. Mr. Zhang is in such a high position, so just give him some face." Zhang Qingtuan quickly spoke up. "Yes, Captain Su, I have never done anything illegal or disorderly. If I really have, she hasn't finished yet." Su Fei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly sneered. "I've been in the criminal police force for over a decade, and I haven't learned to show leniency or give face to anyone. I only know that I should do my job well in my position.
Everyone is equal before the law.
Zhang Qi's face instantly turned pale and his expression became dangerous. Even Zhang Qingtuan, who was beside him, was frightened and his hair stood on end when he saw his father's expression. Zhang Qi took 2 deep breaths and said, Captain Su, I understand what you mean, but you are a human being, not a law enforcement machine.
You have to know what it means to be discerning and what it means to be flexible.
Zhang Qi thinks so himself with his status and position. Having said that, Su Fei didn't dare to take Zhang Qingtuan away. However, Su Fei said, I don't know what flexibility means.
I only know that I must enforce the law impartially and selflessly.
Today, not to mention Ms. Zhang's mother's birthday, even if it's Ms. Zhang's death anniversary, if the case requires it, we will dig up Ms. Zhang's ashes and take them away. If it's really like you said, and it's Ms. Zhang's mother's birthday, we should fulfill her filial piety and not enforce the law. Doesn't that mean, before we police enforce the law, we have to investigate the criminals' birthdays, the birthdays and death anniversaries of their family and friends, and various holidays, and then avoid those dates?
As a police officer, don't you have over 200 days off a year?
Su Fei spoke loudly and his voice was cold and deep, but he is not afraid of power and does not show any leniency to Zhang Qi because of his power and status. As Zhang Qi's face darkened, there was a cold chill in his eyes, and murderous intent. Su Fei acted as if he didn't see it and waved his hand, catch him. Click, the cold police handcuffs were handcuffed on Zhang Qingtuan's wrists. The 2 policewomen held Zhang Qingtuan's arms expressionlessly and were about to walk out. Zhang Qingtuan's hands were handcuffed behind his back, and he looked at Zhang Qi in panic. Dad.
Save me. Save me. Dad, I can't be arrested.
Please help me, say something. The veins on Zhang Qi's forehead were throbbing. He asked Su Fei in a cold tone, You are determined to take my daughter away today, right? Su Fei said calmly, Even if the president is standing here and commits a crime, I will still take him away, take away. That night, the city police department's official Weibo account updated several posts. Ping and Liqing v. Mimi Qingtuan Company is suspected of multiple tax crimes involving hundreds of millions of yuan. Ms. Zhang Qingtuan has been criminally detained. Picture. The first picture is the decision to file a case, the second picture is the decision on criminal detention of Zhang Qingtuan. Ping and Liqing v. Mimi Qingtuan Company is suspected of multiple patent infringement crimes and has been implicated in 18 suicides of scientific researchers in the past 5 years.
The case is under investigation.
Image, the picture shows another decision to file a case. There is also a written explanation from the National Patent Department. 2 Weibo posts were just published. In an instant, the entire internet was shocked. Of the top 10 hot searches that night, 5 were related to Zhang Qingtuan. Hashtag Zhang Qingtuan was detained, exploded. Hashtag Mimi Youth League suspected of tax crimes amounting to hundreds of millions. New. Hashtag Mimi Youth League's intellectual property infringement crime. Hashtag Mimi Youth Group. Do you want to eat rice balls? Hashtag Zhang Qingtuan was handcuffed and put into the police car. Hashtag when Shueishan saw these trending searches, he was having dinner with Ding Jiaji. Shueishan glanced at the trending searches. He knew it clearly. Zhang Qingtuan also has 2 companies, Mimi Qingtuan and Fanzichuanma, which are definitely going to be in trouble. Shueishan picked up his wine glass and said, Lawyer Ding,
thank you for this time.
If there was no Ding Jiaji, Shueishan was still able to win the lawsuit against Zhang Qingtuan. But if you want to bring down the Mimi Youth League, you will have to make more trouble. Ding Jiaji clinked glasses with him and shook his head.
You don't have to thank me. I'm not just trying to help you. It's just, Shueishan, I was in the legal department of the Mimi Youth League. I aided and abetted the evil and deceived too many people.
My hands are already stained with blood and cannot be washed clean. Ding Jiaji's eyes were filled with dejection. Sometimes, people who study law break the law more viciously than those who don't understand the law. Shueishan said, yes, because people who understand the law do all kinds of evil things and exploit loopholes in the law without having to bear any responsibility. So, we need to fill the loopholes, not exploit them. Ding Jiaji also laughed. Xiao Shui, you look a lot like a scientist I met over 20 years ago. He also said this over 20 years ago. Ding Jiaji is already in his 40s. He is old enough to be Shueishan's father. Shueishan asked, who is it?
Ding Jiaji, Shueishan. Finished. Ding Jiaji typed Shueishan's name on his phone and clicked search. Then, he pushed Baidu Encyclopedia in front of Shueishan. Shueishan saw Shueishan's photo on Baidu Encyclopedia, confused. Chapter 048 Shueishan, Shuihanhai Ding Jiaji, he is Shueishan, a renowned and talented scientist at the National Academy of Science and Technology. At such a young age, he became the vice president of the academy. Shueishan's face was full of question marks. He couldn't believe it. Lawyer Ding, are you sure this person's name is Shueishan? Ding Jiaji, is there any problem?
Shueishan didn't know what to say. Because that Shueishan looks exactly like his father Shuihanhai. Or rather, it's the same person. Shueishan asked Ding Jiaji, then, where is Shueishan now?
Is he still at the Institute of Science and Technology?
Ding Jiaji was silent for a moment. 27 years ago, he left the Institute of Science and Technology and disappeared.
Xiao Shui, your last name is also Shui. Is Shueishan related to you?
There was scrutiny and temptation in Ding Jiaji's eyes. Shueishan picked up a piece of pork ribs with his chopsticks, placed it on the plate, and said, Lawyer Ding, please stop teasing me. If I really knew a big shot who was the vice president of the Academy of Science and Technology, would I still have to work so hard all day taking on cases and fighting lawsuits? Ding Jiaji thought about it. I think so too. After the meal, the two of them tacitly agreed not to talk about it anymore. After Ding Jiaji left, the smile on Shueishan's face gradually disappeared as suddenly, the cold mechanical sound of the system rang in my mind. Bite. Intermediate mission completed. Successfully helped Xia Huai win the lawsuit. Mission reward: 1 RMB plus 50,000. 2. 7 entry-level basic skill attributes, each increased by 1,000 points. 3. Core clues to the Shuaihanhai case *3. Do you want to check the core clues in the Shuaihanhai case? Yes. No. Shueishan, check. Core clue: Shuaihanhai, real name Shuichen, is the founder of digital investigation technology. At the age of 21, he developed a high-tech electroencephalometer that could reconstruct the face and features of criminal suspects by reading the victim's brainwaves and scanning brain activity. Shueishan was dumbfounded. His father Shuaihanhai, who worked in a factory and later died of leukemia, was actually named Shuichen. WTF? Shueishan didn't understand. Since Shueishan developed the brainwave device at the age of 21, why would a famous scientist work in a factory? How did his ordinary father become a scientist? Core clue: Shueichen's brainwave analyzer, during a murder investigation, malfunctioned, leading to an innocent man being mistakenly identified as the murderer and executed. Shueichen was suspended for investigation, his reputation tarnished, and he subsequently left the academy and was imprisoned. Core clue: Shueichen's case was unjust. These 3 core clues of system rewards. Too much information. Shueishan's mind was in a mess. After a while, Ding Jiaji spoke. After a while, there are 3 clues of the system. After a while, the system said the same thing again. Wu Fangping had given Shuaihanhai 10 million. Shueichen, Shuaihanhai, Wu Fangping. What exactly happened 27 years ago? Shueishan asked the system in his mind. So, the brainwave analyzer developed by my father had a program error and was framed? Who wanted to frame him? Why did they frame him? Ding. Your lawyer level is displayed, and you can unlock advanced tasks. Tip: your lawyer level in the attribute column can be improved. Upgrade? Yes. No. Shueishan, upgrade. Original level, LV5, low-level lawyer. Current level, LV6, low-level lawyer plus. Shueishan touched his chin. He remembered that when he broke up with Liu, he had just obtained the system and was only at LV3, lawyer apprentice. I used the attribute bar upgrade package to go from LV3 to LV5. He also remembered that Gu Pingwen's level was LV16, senior lawyer. So, what does this lawyer professional grade mean? Ding. Tips: levels 0 to 4 are apprentice lawyers, levels 5 to 8 are low-level lawyers, levels 9 to 12 are mid-level lawyers, levels 13 to 16 are senior lawyers, levels 17 to 20 are bronze lawyers, levels 21 to 24 are silver lawyers, levels 25 to 28 are gold lawyers, and levels 29 to 30 are god-level lawyers. Shueishan nodded thoughtfully. So that's what it means. So what conditions are triggered to upgrade? It's impossible that there are no rules and regulations at all. Ding. Tip: when 3 of your professional skill attributes reach the maximum value under your current level, you will be able to trigger the upgrade of your lawyer professional level. Shueishan understood. It seems that the 2 lawsuits he fought recently, the lawsuits against Lin Chang'an and Xia Huai, have increased his attribute values a lot. There are advanced tasks to be unlocked. Shueishan, unlock. Bite. Trigger advanced tasks. 1. Find out the truth. 2. Clear Shuaihanhai of his wrongful charges. Mission rewards: 1 RMB plus 100,000. 2. Legal writing skill plus 1,500, evidence collection skill plus 1,500, courtroom debate skill plus 1,500. 3. Opportunity to become a lecturer in a university law department *1. Shueishan looked at the system taskbar thoughtfully. My father's case, even without the system reward, he would still find out the truth and clear his father's name. But this opportunity to teach in a university caught Shueishan's attention. From lecturer to associate professor, and then to professor. The treatment and social status are not comparable to those of a lawyer. Shueishan thought that he had to take some time to go home on the weekend, talk to his mother first, and ask his father what happened that year. After I got the 10 million back from the bank last time, Mother Shui bought a 4-bedroom, 1 living room corridor house with large floor-to-ceiling windows and north-south ventilation. I even consulted a feng shui master, who said the layout was quite good. Xia Huai heard that Shueishan was going home. He also specially brought Shueishan a tea that was a specialty of his hometown, called Yashixiang. The tea is good. It was the name of this tea that made Shueishan speechless. It was as if he had brought home 2 cans of duck shit. Shueishan also bought exercises and test papers covering all subjects as gifts for his younger brothers who were still in school. He would take the bus home only on the weekend. Shueishan followed the new home address sent to him by his mother, turned on the navigation, and soon arrived at the doorstep. Waiting for the knock on the door. Through the door, he heard Mother Shui's extremely angry voice coming from inside the room. Get out of here. If it weren't for you, would old Shui be depressed for the rest of his life and die with regrets? Wu Fangping, you are half responsible for Shuaihanhai's death. P.S. This book focuses on lawyers fighting lawsuits and popularizing the law. It does not involve criminal investigation, suspense, and reasoning. Don't worry. Chapter 049, he is in the late stage of cancer and won't live for many days. Shueishan's hand, which was about to knock on the door, froze in midair. He lay on the door and listened carefully to the movements in the room. Shueishan heard Shue's mother's almost collapsed tone, saying, Stop being so hypocritical. Back then, you were the main investigator in Shui Hanhai's case. 27 years ago, it was you who said Shui Hanhai was guilty and put him in jail. 27 years later, the one who claimed Shui Hanhai was innocent and hypocritically offered to atone for his sins was still you.
Shui Hanhai is dead.
Wu Fangping, if you truly feel you were wrong, please stop bothering us again and again.
You are not welcome in the Shui family.
In the house, hearing what Mother Shui said, Wu Fangping sighed. The man, who had long held a high position and great power, bowed deeply to Mother Shui and said in a dull tone, Sister Lin, I am guilty of negligence. I have lived to this day only to find out the truth about this injustice that happened 27 years ago. Don't worry, once the case is fully investigated and I have cleared Brother Shui of all charges, I will die as an apology. I will use my life, Wu Fangping, to atone for Brother Shui's sins. Finished. Wu Fangping turned and walked out. Shueishan, who was eavesdropping outside the door, heard the sound of the door lock turning and quickly hid at the corner of the stairs. After a while, the door opened and Wu Fangping walked out. He has been a veteran criminal policeman for more than 10 years and has a very high level of sensitivity. He narrowed his eyes, looked around, and immediately noticed that there were people around.
Come out. Shueishan walked out and accurately called out the other party's position, Director Wu.
Wu Fangping had deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, but his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's.
He glanced at Shueishan lightly and asked, Did you hear everything? Shueishan nodded calmly. Wu Fangping asked doubtfully, Don't you hate me?
Your father's case happened because of my momentary negligence, Shueishan asked in return. Then who do you think is more hateful, the person who failed to oversee the situation, or the person who tampered with the brainwave analyzer program and plotted to frame my father? There was something that Shueishan didn't say. A major criminal case from more than 20 years ago. If you want to overturn the verdict, without the intervention of a powerful person like Wu Fangping, Shueishan would not have access to many case files and archives. Wu Fangping was slightly stunned. Do you believe that I didn't mean to harm your father?
Shueishan, I believe it. Why?
Wu Fangping looked as if he had seen a ghost. Even Shui Hanhai and Lin Changhuan suspected him and hated him deeply. Why would Shueishan believe him, Shueishan? Because you are in a high position and have great power, while the Shui family is just a common people.
If you deliberately wanted to harm my father, you would have succeeded 27 years ago.
There's no need to put on a show in front of my mother, saying you want to find out the truth after my father has passed away.
So? Director Wu, I believe you.
Wu Fangping is a grown man. In the past, when he was on a mission, his stomach was cut open by the criminals and his internal organs were spilling out. There was a shortage of medicine and no anesthetic, so he had to suture the wound without anesthesia, but he never cried. However, Shueishan believed it. Wu Fangping's eyes were red. A faint sob was heard in the air. Shueishan was just about to say something. Wu Fangping's expression changed slightly. He pressed his stomach tightly with his right hand and squatted down against the corner of the wall. A painful expression appeared on his face and he suddenly vomited blood. Blood splattered everywhere. A faint smell of blood filled the air.
Director Wu.
Shueishan was startled and took out his cell phone to call 120. Wu Fangping firmly grasped Shueishan's wrist and shook his head. It's just an old problem, it's nothing serious.
There are medicines in the bag. Help me, take them out.
Shueishan took out a medicine bottle from Wu Fangping's bag. It's a bottle of fluorouracil tablets. Shueishan vaguely remembered that this was an anti-cancer drug. Shueishan's heart skipped a beat. Wu Fangping threw a pill into his mouth and drank water. Shueishan saw a light green, square root on his head. Shueishan nodded. Wu Fangping, a leader of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Provincial Department, suffered from excessive worry and developed advanced stomach cancer. He was not expected to live more than 6 months. Shueishan was stunned. How much shame and condemnation did Wu Fangping bear during these 27 years? Only then will you worry too much and become ill from overwork, Wu Fangping said. There's a seafood restaurant nearby.
Come have a meal with me and we can talk about your father.
Shueishan spoke without thinking. But your body, stomach cancer, eating seafood? Wu Fangping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. He didn't seem surprised that Shueishan knew about his condition. He smiled with relief.
It's okay. Anyway, I won't live for 2 days.
The car was driven by Wu Fangping's assistant. Shueishan and Wu Fangping sat in the back seat, and the car soon stopped downstairs of the seafood restaurant. The seafood restaurant is on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is a large barbecue restaurant. Business is booming, and the barbecue dipping sauce smells delicious. Beef and mutton skewers, vegetable rolls, dried tofu rolls, chicken gizzards, duck gizzards, and chicken hearts are coated with several layers of dipping sauce and are being grilled over the fire. When Shueishan and Wu Fangping walked through the 1st floor lobby, they saw a guest next to the stairs was eating sheep whip and sheep eggs. In his left hand he held 5 strings of sheep whips, and in his right hand he held 7 strings of sheep eggs. While eating, he yelled at the people at the
same table, you guys want to compete with me in eating? I've never lost when it comes to eating.
Today, I must eat all the lamb whips and lamb eggs in this barbecue restaurant. I will make all the ewes on the green grassland widows overnight. Shueishan, eat so much sheep whip and sheep eggs, I'm really not afraid of having nosebleeds at night and dying from excessive blood loss. At this time, next to the big brother eating goat eggs, a woman in a black skirt suddenly threw a bunch of grilled chicken wings in her hand onto the plate, her face livid, and said, "Waiter, why are there hair and nail fragments on your kebabs?" The tall and thin male waiter, with artistic long hair fixed at the back of his head with a hairpin, hurried over to take a look. On the plate, the lamb skewers were grilled to a crispy aroma, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a fresh color. However, several long strands of hair were entangled on the iron skewers used to skewer the lamb, and 2 pieces of fingernail fragments could be vaguely seen. The waiter, sweating profusely on his forehead, tried to appease the situation by saying, "Ma'am, we'll give you a free meal." "Look," the woman in the black dress scoffed, "free? There are hairs and fingernails on your kebabs, and you're just giving me a free meal without paying me back? Look at you. A man with such long hair, like a transvestite. It must be your hair that fell into the plate." The waiter looked embarrassed and said, "Ma'am, the barbecue in our restaurant is all cooked by the chef in the kitchen, and the customers go and get it themselves. I grilled this plate of kebabs myself, but I definitely didn't drop any hair or nails into the food." "Maybe when you were serving it," the woman in the black dress sneered angrily. "Are you saying I'm trying to scam you? Okay. If you don't pay me, I'll call 12315 to complain tomorrow." "Pay me money. Doesn't that food law say you have to pay at least $1,000? Pay me money. I don't need the money, and I don't bother to try to scam people. I just want an explanation." The waiter was about to cry. When Shueishan turned his head, he saw the waiter's face clearly and was stunned. "Isn't that Chui Jun, the grandson of the grandmother next door who lives in the apartment building where he lives? Chui Jun works part-time as a chef at a barbecue restaurant." Shueishan saw too, on Chui Jun's head. One was the pale yellow, that he had seen last time, the one that hadn't been unlocked yet. The other one is the light blue, that just appeared, and it's already unlocked. Shueishan first clicked on the light blue, The system quickly gives the task content. Chapter 50. Shueishan's wrath. Chui Jun was grilling skewers at a barbecue restaurant when he encountered a demanding customer. A careful investigation will trigger a quest. Shueishan glanced at Wu Fangping beside him and said, "Director Wu, there are a lot of people here. Please go upstairs and wait for me." "I will be upstairs in a moment." After Wu Fangping left, Shueishan saw that the woman in the black skirt who scolded Chui Jun had a light green, square root on her head. Shueishan nodded. "Chen Shelley, a woman without a stable job, who loves to scam people and take advantage of small opportunities." That's obvious. Chui Jun was scammed. Shueishan walked over and patted Chui Jun's arm. "What's wrong?" When Chui Jun saw Shueishan, he felt like he had seen a family member. His nose was sore. "Brother Shueishan, this female customer said there were hair and nail scraps on the kebabs. She asked me to compensate her with 1,000 yuan. But I only work part-time here on weekends, and I only make a few $100s a month." Chui Jun felt a lump in his throat. The hands hanging by his side were shaking constantly. No matter how mature he is still a high school student with little social experience. This scene frightened him so much that his mind went blank. Bite. Trigger help mission. Help Chui Jun deal with Chen Xiaoli, who likes to scam people. Mission rewards: 1. RMB plus 5,000. 2. Client communication skill plus 200, client psychology skill plus 200, client negotiation skill plus 400. 3. Chui Jun favorability plus 10. Shueishan pulled Chui Jun behind him and looked at Chen Xiaoli. He looked like he was going to stand up for Chui Jun. Chen Xiaoli sneered. "What? You want to meddle in other people's business?" Shueishan smiled, his tone gentle and calm. "Ma'am, I am his brother. I will pay you whatever amount you want him to pay." Chui Jun was so aggrieved that he almost cried. "Brother Shueishan, I didn't do anything wrong, why should I pay for it?" "You shouldn't." Chen Xiaoli was delighted. She looked up and down at Shueishan without any hesitation, secretly judging Shueishan's worth in her heart. "If you are worth a lot, you can extort a large sum of money. If someone is worth less, they will extort a small amount of money." Perhaps because she felt Shueishan had a good temperament, Chen Xiaoli stretched out 5 fingers and said, 5,000. "You must compensate me 5,000 yuan, not a cent less, otherwise I will sue you at the National Market Supervision Bureau. I will call 12315 and file a complaint to the end." Shueishan's expression was impeccable as he said, "No problem." There were hair and nail scraps on the grilled chicken wings. "It's Chui Jun's fault. Blame it on him." Chen Xiaoli was stunned. Chui Jun looked at Shueishan in disbelief, stretched out his hand to pull his sleeve, and his face flushed with anxiety. "Brother Shueishan, what are you talking about?" "I didn't." Chui Jun hadn't finished speaking yet. Shueishan said slowly, "It's Chui Jun's fault. It's his fault for not cutting off the hair when he was cutting the mutton. I blame him for not singeing his hair when he roasted the mutton." The words fell. The people watching around were stunned. Everyone looked at each other. "Yeah, what this handsome guy said makes sense. When my mom was cooking in the kitchen, if a hair fell into the food, it would definitely be chopped into pieces. It would not be a whole strand of hair 20 or 30 centimeters long. Also, hair has a high protein content and will burn instantly on the grill, but those hairs on the grill plate don't look like they've been roasted. This woman is asking for 5,000 yuan.
Is she really trying to extort money?
Chen Xiaoli's face changed. Shueishan smiled slightly. He picked up a pair of unopened disposable chopsticks from the table, removed the packaging, picked up the half-nail clipping with the chopsticks, placed it in the sun, and said,
"There are a few glitter pieces on this nail. It must be a manicure."
Shueishan grabbed Shui Jun's hand and showed it to everyone. Shui Jun's hands became rough from washing, cutting, and grilling meat in the barbecue restaurant. There are calluses on the fingertips and a few scars on the back of the hand caused by hot oil. Shueishan asked, "You don't think he'd have the leisure to get a manicure with hands like these, do you?" These words seemed to be spoken to everyone. Shueishan's indifferent gaze was always on Qian Xiaoli. Qian Xiaoli's heart skipped a beat and she panicked. She almost didn't dare to look Shueishan in the eye and avoided his gaze. Qian Xiaoli stood up and said hesitantly, I have something else to do, I'll leave first. Shueishan said slowly, "Stop."
Qian Xiaoli turned her head with gritted teeth. "What else do you want?"
Shueishan turned to look at Shui Jun and said calmly, "Call 110, call the police."
Shui Jun was shocked. "Brother, it's not that serious." Shueishan asked back, "Attempted extortion will also result in a sentence. Do you think it's serious enough?"
Without waiting for Shui Jun to speak, Shueishan threw another sentence over. "If I wasn't here today, you would have lost thousands of dollars. If your boss knew about this, he would definitely fire you." Shui Jun was silent and called 110. There is a police station a few kilometers away from this barbecue restaurant. The police arrived quickly. After taking a statement from Shui Jun, Chen Xiaoli was taken away. Byte.
Mission completed. Successfully helped Shui Jun deal with Qian Xiaoli, a scammer. Mission reward, 1 RMB plus 5,000.
2. Client communication skill plus 200, client psychology skill plus 200, client negotiation skill plus 400. 3. Shui Jun favorability plus 10. Shueishan felt like he had found a treasure, helped Shui Jun solve a small problem, and the reward for completing the task is actually increased skill points for D-level skills. This is the first time that Shueishan has obtained a D-level attribute skill point since his attribute bar was upgraded. Shueishan felt very happy. Shui Jun's favorability plus 5. What?
Shui Jun's favorability rating increased by another 5 points?
Shueishan was stunned for a moment, then saw Shui Jun staring at him with shining eyes. He said with admiration on his face, "Brother Shueishan, thank you.
In the future, I want to study law and become a lawyer.
The way you stood in front of me just now and made that lady speechless was so cool, so cool."
Shueishan waved his hand and said, "Okay, go ahead and do your work. I'm having dinner with a senior at the seafood restaurant upstairs. I won't disturb you anymore." Shui Jun said mysteriously, "Brother Shueishan, you came to the seafood restaurant, didn't you just want to eat seafood?"
Shueishan was confused.
"If we don't eat seafood at a seafood restaurant, what should we eat?" Shui Jun rolled his eyes and said, "I know the chef of the seafood restaurant upstairs. He has several famous dishes that are not on the menu.
Brother Shueishan, you and your friends must try them." Shui Jun didn't know what ingredients those dishes were made of. He only ate it once and found it tender, fragrant but not greasy and very delicious. Those dishes are not cheap, however. The chef is his best friend's father. Sometimes, when there are leftover precious ingredients in the kitchen, the chef will secretly cook them when the restaurant is not open and give them a treat. Shui Jun thanked Shueishan profusely before letting him have a taste. After Shui Jun followed Shueishan upstairs, he ran to the kitchen of the seafood restaurant as if he was familiar with the place. The chef moves very quickly. Less than 20 minutes later, several dishes were served to the private room where Shueishan and Wu Fangping were. This dish was served by Shui Jun himself. Only, Shueishan looked at the two dishes in front of him and was dumbfounded. It's not that the dishes look weird, but that the system has labeled these dishes with names. The first dish has a red, braised baby sperm whale. The second dish also had a red whale shark fin soup written on it. Shueishan stood there in a daze. Deep down, shock and anger intertwined, burning fiercely in his chest. Sperm whales and sharks are both national protected animals. Are the owner and chef of this restaurant crazy to brutally kill this nationally protected wild animal and even serve it on the table? At this time, the light yellow tasks to be unlocked above Shui Jun's head slowly turned into light blue tasks that had been unlocked. Advanced missions have been unlocked. P.S. There are major revisions in the next chapter. Please refresh the page after reading this and click on the next chapter. Thank you. Chapter 051, Show the murderer who killed Shueishan. Shueishan tapped the question mark above Shui Jun's head. Byte. Trigger mission 1. Cooperate with Wu Fangping to dismantle the entire black industry chain that consumes endangered wildlife. 2. Investigate Shui Jun's actions to aid and abet the evil, and persuade him to mend his ways. Quest rewards 1. Unlock C-level skills. 2. Teacher experience plus 10. Shueishan was a little surprised. I just dealt with the guy who was trying to scam me with hair and nail clippings, and gained some experience points for my D-level skill, and now, this quest can unlock C-rank skills? Shueishan is ready to go. Tell yourself in your heart not to be impulsive. It is definitely not something a small restaurant can do to serve wild animals on the table so brazenly. There must be a larger chain of interests behind this. However, what is teacher experience value? There's no explanation for this system. Seeing Shueishan staring intently at the two dishes, Shui Jun smiled shyly. Brother Shueishan, you guys eat first, I'll go downstairs to get busy. Shueishan nodded. Shui Jun walked out of the box quietly and closed the door, his actions revealing his admiration and respect for Shueishan. In the box. Wu Fangping didn't move his chopsticks. He lit a cigarette and slowly began to talk about the past events of 27 years ago. 27 years ago, Shuechen invented the electroencephalogram, a high-tech device that can reconstruct a suspect's face by scanning a victim's brain activity. Shuechen quickly asked, then, during the investigation of a murder case, an error occurred in the EEG program, causing an innocent person to be mistakenly identified as the murderer.
This person was sentenced to death and executed. Was it really my father's EEG program that was at fault? Who wants to kill my dad? Director Wu, you've been secretly investigating for over 20 years, so you must know.
Shuechen said affirmatively. I in those black and white eyes, there is undisguised hatred. He hates the murderer behind the scenes. It was that murderer who ruined his father's reputation and sent him to prison. He was never able to enter the scientific community again and lived a miserable and depressed life. He eventually contracted leukemia and ended his painful life on his sickbed. His father waited for 27 years. I waited till my death, but never got a vindication, never got my injustice redressed. Shuechen was almost burned by the overwhelming hatred. At this moment, he heard a strange yet somewhat familiar name from Wu Fangping's mouth. Wu Fangping, Zhang Huan.
Shuechen, who?
Wu Fangping added, the current president of the Academy of Science and Technology, Zhang Huan, specializes in forensic medicine. Shuechen frowned. I always feel like I've heard this name somewhere before, but I couldn't remember it for a moment. He was a little distracted. Suddenly, I heard the host reporting a news on the small LCD TV embedded in the wall of the box. The news said, Ms. Zhang Qingtuan, chairwoman of Fanchuanma and actual controller of Maimai Qingtuan, has been criminally detained on suspicion of tax crimes, intellectual property crimes, and other illegal and criminal activities.
The case is under investigation. Zhang Qingtuan.
Shuechen's eyes lit up. Suddenly I remembered that Zhang Qingtuan's mother, Zhang Qi's wife, seemed just called Zhang Huan. Shuechen asked Wu Fangping, Director Wu, are you saying that Zhang Huan was the one who killed my father?
Wu Fangping stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. It's been so long since that happened. I don't have any solid evidence. I just suspect her. Why?
Wu Fangping looked at Shuechen and said, back then, Shuechen and Zhang Huan were both candidates for the president of the Academy of Science and Technology. The Academy of Science and Technology has a rule that whoever can produce first-class scientific research results before the age of 30 will be the next president. In the Academy of Science and Technology, scientific research results are divided into first class, second class, and third class.
When Shuechen was 23 years old, he had already developed a first-class scientific research achievement, the brainwave device.
That year, Shuechen was 23 years old, while Zhang Huan was already 29. She had only produced third-class scientific research results, so Wu Fangping glanced at Shuechen, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. It seemed that he felt that telling the truth would be cruel to Shuechen. Shuechen continued Wu Fangping's words, saying, so, in order to compete for the position of dean, Zhang Huan tampered with the program of my father's electroencephalogram. Later, Zhang Huan became the dean, but my father's reputation was ruined by her.
He couldn't gain a foothold in academia and science, and his life was completely ruined, right? Wu Fangping fell silent.
After a long pause, Wu Fangping sighed deeply, but, Xiao Shui, we have no evidence. Zhang Huan was too clean and too cunning. In addition, the status of the president of the Academy of Science and Technology is extremely high, almost equivalent to a leader in the scientific community. Even many leaders and bigwigs respect these old scientists. Many things, given Wu Fangping's status and position, it would be very difficult for him to conduct a secret investigation without alerting others. Shuechen clenched his fists until they made a creaking sound, and said word by word, it will happen. He wants those who harmed his father to pay the price. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Shuechen's eyes rolled. I came up with a good idea. Chapter 052. Shuechen plagiarized other people's papers. Shuechen pointed to two cold dishes on the table, a plate of braised sperm whale, and a small pot of whale shark fin soup. That he said to Wu Fangping, Director Wu, I suspect these two dishes are made with precious and endangered wild animals. Wu Fangping's expression suddenly changed. His face was so dark that ink could drip out of it.
What did you say? Say it again.
Wu Fangping once lurked in a criminal gang that smuggled ivory. He had witnessed with his own eyes countless elephants covered in blood lying on the ground, already dead. The criminals were among the pile of corpses, with greed on their faces, pulling out the tusks one by one. 1/3 of the ivory grows inside the elephant's skull. To obtain the ivory, nearly half of the elephant's head must be cut off, and the rest is ruthlessly discarded and left to be eaten by vultures. That bloody scene, Wu Fangping will never forget it in his life. He hates people who kill wild animals. Shuechen pointed at the dish on the table and said, this dish uses sperm whale as an ingredient. Director Wu, the clear soup in front of you is made with wild shark fins. All of them are nationally protected animals, and some are even endangered wild animals. Wu Fangping pulled out his chair with a whoosh and stood up suddenly. At that moment, his eyes looked like he wanted to kill someone. He was overcome with emotion, his nerves were stretched, and he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. The intense burning sensation caused Wu Fangping to groan indistinctly. He took 2 deep breaths before calming down. The trafficking of wild animals is not something that can be done by just a small restaurant. Having worked as a criminal policeman for so many years, Wu Fangping understood that he must not alert the real mastermind and let him escape. Director Wu
Shuaishan's voice brought Wu Fangping back to his senses. Wu Fangping, Shuaishan asked the waiter to bring 2 takeaway boxes and said, let's take these back for testing to confirm whether they are endangered wild animals. Wu Fangping nodded. Shuaishan lowered his voice and said, the identification department of the police station is bustling with people every day. There are so many people and eyes. When I was in college, I had a friend who studied animal science and was admitted to the Institute of Science and Technology. How about I accompany you to the Institute of Science and Technology? Wu Fangping glanced at him with a half-smile. I think you're not interested in the bar anymore. Are you coming with me to the Institute of Science and Technology for the sake of wildlife or for your father's case? Shuaishan smiled frankly, without hiding anything, and said, nothing can be hidden from your discerning eyes. The Academy of Science and Technology is heavily guarded. Normally, the military and special police provide layers of protection. Even if Shuaishan had friends working at the Academy of Science and Technology, he would not be qualified to join the academy. But Shuaishan knew Wu Fangping will definitely find a way to bring him in. After several people came out of the seafood restaurant, Wu Fangping's assistant Xiao Wang drove and soon arrived at the gate of the Institute of Science and Technology. The special police, armed with live ammunition and wearing neat special police uniforms, walked over. Wu Fangping rolled down the car window and handed over his ID. The special police took a look, immediately stood up straight, and saluted Wu Fangping respectfully. Let him go, said the SWAT police. Wu Fangping's assistant drove the car into the courtyard of the Academy of Science and Technology. Shuaishan just got off the car. I met a woman wearing a white coat and a mask. The woman had very fair skin and wore light makeup. The collar of her white coat revealed a section of her turtleneck sweater, embroidered with delicate peonies. The woman saw Wu Fangping, paused, and greeted him with a smile. Director Wu. Wu Fangping, President Jiang. Shuaishan's whole body stiffened, turning to look at the woman. I in the Academy of Science and Technology, there is only one person with the surname Jiang who can be called the dean. Jiang Huan, the murderer who ruined his father's life. Jiang Huan. Shuaishan saw that there was a light green, square root on top of Jiang Huan's head. Shuaishan nodded. Jiang Huan, the president of the Academy of Science and Technology, is ostensibly a forensic scientist, but in reality, he is proficient in AI and artificial intelligence, and is skilled in IT technology. Shuaishan's heart skipped a beat. The brainwave monitor developed by his father is the application of AI and artificial intelligence in the field of criminal investigation. If Jiang Huan is truly proficient in AI and artificial intelligence, then the possibility that Jiang Huan is the murderer is terrifyingly high. Shuaishan looked at Jiang Huan thoughtfully. As if sensing Shuaishan's gaze, Jiang Huan looked at Shuaishan and asked, who is this? Wu Fangping hasn't spoken yet. Shuaishan looked indifferent and said, Shuaishan's son, Shuaishan. Wu Fangping's expression changed slightly. If this young man Shuaishan loses control of his temper and starts a conflict with Jiang Huan, thus alerting the enemy, all his years of hard work and secret investigations will be in vain, all in vain. Jiang Huan looked at Shuaishan and was also stunned. Although she still had a smile on her face, her eyes were cold. Ever since Shuaishan left the Academy of Science and Technology, he has been hiding under an assumed name. She had been secretly looking for Shuai Chen for many years, but couldn't find any clues. Jiang Huan always suspected that Wu Fangping helped Shuaishan hide. However, she didn't expect to meet Shuaishan's son here today. Wu Fangping coughed and said, Dean Jiang, Shuaishan, and I have something else to do. He didn't finish his words. Shuaishan looked at Jiang Huan and said, Dean Jiang, you've done so many bad things. Aren't you afraid of ghosts knocking on your door when you sleep in the middle of the night? Shuaishan seemed emotional and impatient, as if he was about to rush up and kill Jiang Huan impulsively and arbitrarily in the next second, but in fact, his eyes were indifferent and calm, as if he had already predicted everything. As soon as he said this, Wu Fangping and Jiang Huan's faces changed. Wu Fangping pinched his brows in sorrow and annoyance, thinking that Shuaishan was useless. How could this young man be so impulsive and narrow-minded, so disappointing? The smile on Jiang Huan's face froze. Shuaishan, for your father's sake, I won't argue with you. Shuaishan approached her and asked, back then, it was you who tampered with the program of my father's brainwave machine, right? Jiang Huan restrained his smile. Shuaishan added, I have all the evidence in my hands that you maliciously tampered with other people's scientific research results. Just wait until you get in and start sewing. A hint of panic flashed in Jiang Huan's eyes, but she was very shrewd and had long since concealed her emotions. With no expression on her face, Shuaishan said the third sentence. How many years is the sentence for the crime of destroying computer information systems? Dean Jiang, remember to look up the criminal law. Jiang Huan frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Shuaishan, stop pretending. You understand AI, artificial intelligence, and IT. I know all of that, don't I? Beads of sweat appeared on Jiang Huan's forehead, and he was unusually panicked. She secretly learned about AI, artificial intelligence, and IT, and the number of people who knew about it could be counted on one hand. How did Shuaishan know all this? Who told him? Does he know anything else? Could it be that he already has all the evidence against her? Jiang Huan forced himself to remain calm, curled his lips sarcastically, and turned away without saying a word. Jiang Huan just left. Wu Fangping was so angry that he grabbed Shuaishan and said in a low voice, Are you crazy? Are you losing your mind? You've exposed all our cards to Jiang Huan. You've completely ruined a good hand of cards. Wu Fangping was so angry that his lungs ached. Shuaishan smiled. Do you think I was acting on impulse? Wu Fangping asked in a bad tone, isn't it? Shuaishan shook his head, of course not.
Director Wu, you've been investigating for years, but you haven't been able to find any substantial evidence to prove Jiang Huan's guilt.
You've only ever suspected her.
And she, after all these years, she's still very wary of you.
Wu Fangping, so what?
Shueishan's expression was indifferent. This shows that Dean Jiang is a very cautious and suspicious person.
I just told her that I have evidence in my hands. Do you think, if she panics, will she lose her composure?
Shueishan's words left Wu Fangping stunned. You mean, Shueishan nodded, only by making her lose her composure can we find her weakness and use our inaction to control her. Wu Fangping was stunned. There was a hint of admiration and appreciation in Shueishan's eyes. A young man, facing his father's enemies, was able to analyze the situation rationally, calmly. The Shueishan is really not simple. His criminal investigation admission ticket was not given to the wrong person. Shueishan accompanied Wu Fangping and delivered the 2 boxes of packed vegetables to a zoologist at the Academy of Science and Technology. The zoologist took out a pair of tweezers and picked up a piece of broken bone from the packing box. He frowned and said, the bones are so broken that it's impossible to determine what animal they belong to in a short period of time. It seems to have been chopped up on purpose.
Director Wu, give me 48 hours. I'll run an experiment and let you know the results.
Shueishan smiled after he separated from Wu Fangping. He temporarily returned home to wait for news. However, Shueishan did not expect that the accusation of plagiarism in his master's thesis would be put on him so suddenly, leaving him at a loss. Jiang Huan's counterattack was sudden and fierce. Chapter 053 Shueishan was accused of academic misconduct and was condemned. Su Qian, Shueishan's forensic medicine professor during his graduate studies, called him. As soon as the call was connected, Su Qian said, Shueishan, take a look at the 2 papers I sent you. One is a paper published in the Journal of Forensic Medicine 2 years ago, and the other is a paper published in the Academic Journal of the Academy of Science and Technology 3 years ago. Shueishan opened the first paper and was stunned. This is his graduation thesis. While pursuing his master's degree, he took a second major, a bachelor's degree in forensic medicine, and his graduation thesis in forensic medicine was published in the Journal of Forensic Medicine, and this paper published in the Academic Journal of the Academy of Science and Technology. Shueishan read through it quickly and his eyes darkened. The signature is Jiang Huan. The 2 papers are almost identical except for the signatures. On the other end of the phone, Su Qian said in a serious tone, the duplication rate of these 2 papers is as high as 81%. Plagiarism is a taboo in the academic world. Shueishan, teacher, you guided me in writing my forensic medicine paper, and it took me 3 full months to complete it. From topic selection to proposal report, and even the first, second, and third drafts of the paper, you reviewed and signed them all.
I have never plagiarized anyone.
Su Qian sighed, you are my student, of course I trust you, but, Shueishan, think about it. Jiang Huan is the president of the Academy of Science and Technology.
He has great academic authority and is a leading figure in the field of forensic science.
He has published more than a dozen books on forensic medicine alone, so, even if I believe you, do you think people in the academic world will believe you, a young man who has only studied forensic medicine for 3 years, or an old professor who has studied forensic science for most of his life? Su Qian's face was clouded with worry and anxiety in his tone. What's more, the other party's publication time was indeed before yours. Shueishan said, teacher, when I checked for plagiarism in my paper, there was no such thing as Gui Jiangwan's paper on CNKI. It's impossible that her paper was published 3 years ago.
Su Qian, I've asked about this too.
Jiang Huan's research is a nationally classified project. The relevant papers have only been published on the Science and Technology Institute's internal website and have never been made public. Today, the paper on this project has just passed the confidentiality period and has been officially declassified and released. It was not available on CNKI before. A dark light flashed in Shueishan's eyes. How could it be such a coincidence? Today, he just gave Jiang Huan a warning. That evening, Jiang Huan released a paper that had never been published, directly accusing him of academic plagiarism. Shueishan, teacher, I still have the first, second, and third drafts of my paper.
I'll post them on Weibo as evidence.
Su Qian, okay. He and Shueishan are now tied to the same rope. If Shueishan committed academic misconduct, how could he, as Shueishan's thesis advisor, have any good consequences? Shueishan hung up the phone, turned on the computer and looked for the first, second, and third drafts of the paper and organized the evidence. Before he could finish sorting, Su Qian called again, and his tone was not very good, saying, Shueishan, take a look at Weibo.
Jiang Huan posted a Weibo.
Su Qian added, his voice full of anger. Shueishan opened Jiang Huan's Weibo and was stunned for a moment, because Jiang Huan had posted the first, second, and third drafts of his forensic medicine graduation thesis on her Weibo one step ahead of time, and claimed that they were her own first draft and revised drafts, and said that they were evidence that Shueishan plagiarized her thesis.
There is also a prominent post on the CNKI academic forum #Peking University Law School graduate Shueishan
committed academic misconduct by plagiarizing a paper by Jiang Huan, president of the Academy of Science and Technology. The academic community should condemn scum like Shueishan. Hashtag there are more than a dozen pictures below the post. A detailed comparison is made between the similar viewpoints in Xuexin and Jiang Huan's papers. The sentences marked in red are so densely packed that it is frightening. Plagiarism of papers. As long as one party produces the original manuscript first and publishes it earlier, the other party is definitely a plagiarist and will be nailed to the pillar of shame for academic misconduct for the rest of their lives. Xuexin's evidence has not been fully compiled yet. All the evidence was hung up by Jiang Huan as evidence. Even if Xuexin collected the evidence in his hands and sent it out, it would be of no avail. People in the academic circle would only say that Xuexin not only plagiarized Professor Jiang Huan's paper, but also plagiarized Professor Jiang Huan's evidence. Su Qian was almost going crazy with anxiety.
Xuexin, Jiang Huan will be coming to our Kyoto University next month to serve as vice president.
Tonight, Kyoto University is celebrating its 70th anniversary, and they've arranged a speech for Jiang Huan to pave the way for her.
You can't bend your arms to your thighs. How about I take you to see Jiang Huan, and we can settle this privately? Do you have any conflicts with Jiang Huan? Xuexin smiled and asked, does she have a grudge against me?
Then, I will treat her as a festival from now on. This means we must confront each other to the end. Su Qian smiled bitterly. It's over. He is Xuexin's graduation thesis advisor. The accusation of plagiarism was put on Xuexin's head. I'm afraid he, as a teacher, will also be punished. Thinking of something, Su Qian said, Xuexin, you won the lawsuit against the food delivery company before. The school leaders invited you to participate in the school anniversary ceremony online and give a speech in the live broadcast room, talking about how you won the first domestic labor public interest lawsuit.
Do you remember? Remember. Su Qian kindly advised, you should find a way to decline and don't participate.
I'll help you think of a solution for Jiang Huan's matter. Su Qian was afraid. Xuexin attended the school anniversary ceremony. If someone mentioned Jiang Huan and provoked him without any eyes, Xuexin would turn hostile on the spot. Then things will really get out of control. Xuexin's eyes were firm. No, Teacher Su, I will definitely attend the school anniversary ceremony on time.
Su Qian? Xuexin was very confident. His tone seemed to be well prepared. Isn't Jiang Huan going to make a fuss?
Then I'll let her know who the shameless person who commits academic misconduct, plagiarizes other people's papers, and then cries thief is. Su Qian didn't expect Xuexin to dare to say that an ordinary little person was accused of plagiarism by a leading professor in the academic world. If it were someone else, they would have been scared out of their wits and even wet their pants. Xuexin's tone was calm, and carried the passion and boldness of a young man, which made people feel at ease. Su Qian had some hopes in his heart, looking forward to Xuexin turning the tide at the school anniversary ceremony in the evening. Chapter 054 Author, Xuexin. The anniversary ceremony was held in the auditorium of Kyoto University and started at 7 p.m. The principal and the secretary gave a few polite remarks and opening remarks, followed by Jiang Huan's speech. Jiang Huan was wearing a white forensic gown and giving a live speech in the laboratory. When Jiang Huan was giving a speech, Vice President Song, who hosted the school anniversary ceremony, sent several messages to Xuexin. Vice Principal Song, Xiao Shui, please skip your speech tonight. Vice President Song, Professor Jiang Huan from the Academy of Science and Technology has arrived and is giving a speech. Vice President Song, I also hope you remember that the academic circle is not a place for fame and fortune. You still need to be rigorous in academics and avoid doing anything crooked. Xuexin smiled and replied very politely, Xuexin, okay, after tonight, I will definitely be as rigorous as Professor Jiang Huan. When Xuexin replied, on the computer screen in front of him, Jiang Huan's live speech was playing. The anniversary celebration of Kyoto University was broadcast live on the entire internet, with more than 5 million people watching online. Wait until Xuexin finishes replying. Jiang Huan's speech was almost coming to an end. She changed the subject and suddenly turned her attention to Xuexin before ending her speech. Jiang Huan said in the live broadcast room, recently, regarding Xuexin's graduation thesis, he plagiarized my research project paper. The teachers and students of Kyoto University and the netizens who were watching the live broadcast of the school anniversary celebration immediately pricked up their ears. The melon is coming, a shocking news in the academic world, and it will reach the battlefield in 3 seconds. Jiang Huan paused, then said slowly, academic misconduct is despicable. It's better not to belittle yourself and commit academic fraud. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. The teachers and students of Peking University have more or less admiration and awe for Jiang Huan, a leading scientist of the Academy of Science and Technology. Teachers and students attending the school anniversary ceremony in the auditorium were whispering, you dare to plagiarize Dean Zhang's paper? Are you crazy? When I think about how I had a crush on senior brother Xuexin during my freshman year and even gave him a love letter, I feel down. Academic plagiarism, dog, so disgusting. Hush. The man in the gray suit in the front row seems to be Professor Su Qian from the Forensic Medicine Department, the advisor for Xuexin's graduation thesis. I heard that Xuexin's forensic medicine thesis was published on SCI. Su Qian also benefited a lot, right? No wonder, knowing that his students were plagiarizing, he kept it a secret for so many years. Amid the voices of the crowd pointing and talking, Su Qian's mind went blank. My head is buzzing. The 4 words academic misconduct carry too much weight when spoken by the president of the Academy of Science and Technology. Xuexin's career and future may suffer a devastating blow. Su Qian couldn't bear to let his student's reputation be ruined. He sighed, stood up among the tens of thousands of teachers and students in the auditorium, took a microphone from the table, cleared his throat, and said to the live broadcast room, Dean Zhang. Zhang Huan was stunned. The eyes of tens of thousands of teachers and students fell on Su Qian in an instant. Su Qian tightened his grip on the microphone and said, "You're being so unreasonable and deliberately accusing Shueishan in front of millions of people, ruining his reputation in future. Isn't that too much?" Everyone gasped. Zhang Huan's face looked a little ugly. She had been in power for many years, and no one had ever dared to disobey her like this or speak to her in such a tone. Su Qian also said, "As a scientist, one should be humble, seek truth from facts, and not complain without reason." Dean Jiang, are you worthy of the title of scientist? Zhang Huan's face darkened. The president of Beijing University winked at his deputy next to him. Vice President Song, receiving the hint, immediately stood up and said, "Professor Su, what nonsense are you talking about? Dean Jiang is a renowned scientist in China." Vice Principal Song looked at Su Qian coldly. "To protect your own favorite student, you can even say such a thing that confuses right and wrong, huh?" Su Qian hesitated. "Principal Song, Shueishan didn't plagiarize." Vice Principal Song interrupted him directly, "Enough. Su Qian, you condoned your students' plagiarism in their graduation thesis and covered up this academic misconduct. This has seriously violated school rules and regulations. According to the school rules and regulations, I have the authority to suspend all your classes. You are to go home and reflect on your actions for a few months. Let's clear our heads." Su Qian's face didn't look good either. Seeing Su Qian being suspended, Zhang Huan smiled. She spoke softly in front of the live camera. "President Song, today is the anniversary ceremony of Beijing University after all. Please don't let me ruin everyone's mood. I will soon be taking up the position of vice president of Beijing University, and Shueishan can barely be considered my student. I'm not a narrow-minded person, but without rules, there will be no order. Shueishan's plagiarism of my paper and academic fraud will be dealt with according to the school rules of our Beijing University. I don't quite understand Kyoto University's school rules. I don't know what the school rules are." Zhang Huan finished speaking. Su Qian felt as if struck by lightning. He looked at Zhang Huan in disbelief and was extremely angry. Kyoto University is a leading university in China, which attaches great importance to academic integrity. If a graduation thesis is plagiarized, not only will the student's master's degree be revoked, but the supervisor will also be punished. Zhang Huan didn't want to let Shueishan go, but to kill him, completely. She wanted to make sure Shueishan would never be able to gain a foothold in society for the rest of his life. Just then the lights in the auditorium suddenly dimmed. Behind the podium in the auditorium, the light from the huge slide screen went out. This giant screen, which is nearly 4 meters high, originally displayed the image of Zhang Huan giving a speech during a live broadcast. The slide screen suddenly went black. When the screen lights up again, Zhang Huan on the screen disappeared. Shueishan, wearing a white shirt, appeared on the slide screen. Shueishan sneered lightly and raised his eyebrows. "You want to get to the bottom of this, right?" Shueishan clicked the mouse and clicked on remote desktop sharing. His computer screen appeared in the sight of tens of thousands of teachers, students, and millions of netizens. Shueishan used his computer to open the CNKI academic forum. Below the forum post titled Peking University Law School graduate Shueishan committed academic misconduct by plagiarizing a paper by Zhang Huan, president of the Academy of Science and Technology. The academic community should condemn scum like Shueishan. There were several links attached. The link opens. These were the evidences compiled by Zhang Huan. The first, second and third drafts of her thesis, used to prove that Shueishan had plagiarized. Shueishan clicked to download all files. Vice Principal Song was completely confused by Shueishan's actions. He frowned and said, "Shueishan, this is the anniversary celebration of Beijing University, not the place for you to act wildly. I don't care how you hacked into the Beijing University intranet. I'm warning you, turn off remote desktop sharing immediately and log out. You plagiarized Dean Zhang's paper, which is academic misconduct. Now it seems that your character is also in question." He chattered on and on. Shueishan acted as if he didn't hear anything. After downloading several files to his computer desktop, Shueishan asked, "Is this what you call Zhang Huan's first draft and revised version of the paper?" Vice Principal Song's face turned pale. "Yes. Is there any problem?" Shueishan casually opened a Word document, used the mouse arrow to open the author information page of the Word document, which says, "Related personnel, author, Shueishan, last modified by Shueishan." Chapter 055. Shueishan predicted Zhang Huan's prediction. Vice Principal Song's words accusing Shueishan were suddenly stuck in his throat. He was like a mute and couldn't utter a word. Zhang Huan threw away the black screen computer, picked up his iPad, and connected to the live broadcast room of Peking University's anniversary ceremony. She had just logged back in and had not yet seen author, Shueishan, and last modified by Shueishan on Shueishan's computer shared desktop. Zhang Huan just smiled nonchalantly and said, "Yes, this is the first draft and revised draft of my paper." "What's wrong with it?" Zhang Huan shut up. Her expression changed and she wanted to close the page. Shueishan seemed to be able to guess her reaction through the network cable. "Stop it, you can't turn it off. Even if it's shut down, the evidence you compiled yourself is still posted on the CNKI academic forum. Dean Jiang, you not only stole my thesis, you also stole the evidence. Who is engaging in academic misconduct and academic fraud?
Shueishan returned the two words academic misconduct and academic fraud to Jiang Huan exactly as they were meant to be. I. Jiang Huan panicked. She quickly came up with a clever idea and said, even if the revised manuscript is yours, and the author and the last editor are both Shueishan, so what? My paper was first published on the intranet of the Academy of Science and Technology 3 years ago. It is available on the intranet of the Academy of Science and Technology. And your graduation thesis was published 2 years ago. Shueishan, the information on the Science and Technology Institute's intranet is all top secret. What should be done if you stole top secret information? Jiang Huan finished speaking in one breath and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she knows the publication time on the Institute of Science and Technology's intranet was tampered with by her, even if there is evidence on her Weibo and CNKI academic forum. The author and last editor are both Shueishan. However, her paper was published a whole year earlier than Shueishan's. This is irrefutable evidence. She is about to retire from the Academy of Science and Technology. Shueishan has just entered society. She will definitely make Shueishan fall into eternal damnation. Thinking of this, Jiang Huan straightened his chest and spine and said, Shueishan, what hatred or grudge do I have against you that is worthy of you going to so much trouble to slander me? You are a very talented person. Also, I'm a researcher and dean of the Academy of Science and Technology. I often sit down and discuss with some well-known scholars who advocate science. I don't bother to plagiarize. Jiang Huan knew most people who engage in academics are of strong and proud character. Her lofty and arrogant words could resonate with more people in the academic circle and make more people dislike Shueishan. Shueishan asked, Dean Zhang, are you sure the paper with an 81% similarity between you and me was published by you 3 years ago? Jiang Huan's heart skipped a beat. I intuitively felt that Shueishan's tone was not right, but if she didn't respond, it would prove that she was guilty and bluffing. Jiang Huan stiffened his neck and said, yes, I published it 3 years ago. Shueishan laughed, but there is a case on page 23 of the paper. This case is about a serial murder case. A murderous maniac captured dozens of young men and women, starved them until their skin became loose, and then killed them. He then cut off their skin, boiled it, and made clothes. In that case, the murderer's modus operandi was unique, unprecedented, and without precedent. Jiang Huan, so what? Shueishan, that case happened 2 years ago. Jiang Huan's body stiffened, all the blood in my body rushed to my head and I was stunned. Being stared at by millions of netizens across the internet, Jiang Huan wanted to save face in the public eye, but he didn't know how to start. Jiang Huan didn't understand. When Shueishan met her for the first time, he said in a hurry that he was Shueishan's son, and told her that he knew that Jiang Huan had tampered with the program to harm Shueishan. Jiang Huan's first impression of Shueishan was that he was impulsive, stupid, and couldn't keep things to himself. Therefore, Jiang Huan didn't even read Shueishan's paper and directly set up such a plan. Now it seems that Shueishan was acting deliberately, waiting for her to lose control and take action, just in time to lure her into the trap. In the auditorium of Kyoto University, the teachers and students attending the school anniversary ceremony subconsciously took out their mobile phones, opened Shueishan's thesis, and searched for the murder case in which clothes were made from the skin of an acquaintance. Time of the incident, 2 years ago. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Jiang Huan directed and acted in a play, saying that Shueishan committed academic misconduct and plagiarized her thesis. She also said that she was a scientific research leader and would not bother to plagiarize. Now it seems like a joke. Shueishan, the lawyer who single-handedly won the first domestic labor public interest litigation case, was questioned by them. However, Jiang Huan, a sinister villain who eats people without leaving any bones, disguised as a professor and scholar, is respected as a senior by them. The school even wants to hire her as the honorary director of the forensic department and the vice president of Peking University. Is Jiang Huan pay suitable? She doesn't deserve it. Vice President Song's face was filled with shame. He looked at Shueishan's mentor, Su Qian, and said to him, Professor Su, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you and Shueishan. Su Qian said calmly, I dare not. Didn't you ask me to go home and suspend my duties to reflect on myself? Vice Principal Song choked. He didn't say anything. He opened WeChat silently, clicked on the principal level workgroup, and removed Jiang Huan, who had just joined the group a few hours ago, from the group chat. Vice President Song is the vice president of Peking University in charge of personnel, and happens to be the administrator of the WeChat group. After doing all this, Vice President Song blocked Jiang Huan's WeChat. If Shueishan had not been calm and had strong adaptability, and had not quickly found Jiang Huan's flaw in a short period of time, wouldn't Shueishan's reputation be ruined and his life be ruined? The president of Peking University, who was over 50 years old, bowed towards the huge slide screen and said, Lawyer Shuai, I'm sorry. Although Shueishan did not show his face, the principal knew that Shueishan could see everything on their side. Others who had scolded Shueishan apologized to him one after another. I'm sorry, senior brother Shuai, I'm so sorry. In the live broadcast room, those who had cursed Shueishan in the barrage also apologized. Jiang Huan's fingers were shaking as he held the iPad, and he was completely stunned. What was she just saying? He accused Shueishan of academic plagiarism and self-deprecation, and even used his position as the dean of the Academy of Science and Technology to put pressure on the school-level leadership of Peking University to revoke Shueishan's master's degree.
Jiang Huan almost didn't dare to read the comments in the live broadcast room, let alone think about what other people in the Academy of
Science and Technology thought of her. From now on, people in the academic and scientific research circles will look down on her. On the live broadcast room barrage, is the Dean of the Academy of Science and Technology this kind of person?
As a scientist, one should not blindly follow others, but rather rely on reason.
When faced with adversity, one should remain unyielding and unafraid of the strong.
One should only consider right and wrong, regardless of personal gain. At National Academy of Science and Technology recommends a thorough investigation of all academic and scientific research achievements under Jiang Huan's name.
At Kyoto University, give Shueishan his name.
At this moment, Shueishan has already exited the live broadcast room. He packaged the entire case of Jiang Huan's academic misconduct, along with all the evidence he had compiled, and sent it to the Ministry of Education, and also sent a copy to the Ministry of Science and Technology. Two heavyweight organizations paid close attention to this matter and quickly responded to Shueishan's email. Ministry of Education, we have received the report and will investigate and deal with it seriously as soon
as possible. Ministry of Science and Technology, we have read the report and will immediately launch an investigation.
If any illegal or disorderly conduct is found, severe punishment will be imposed. Shueishan received the news not long after. The leader of the Ministry of Science and Technology called the Academy of Science and Technology. Chapter 056, A Big Banyan Tree. The truth of the Shueishan case. Only one thing was said on the phone, that means Jiang Huan should be suspended from his post to reflect and accept investigation. The news that Jiang Huan was suspended and under investigation quickly reached the Academy of Science and Technology and also reached Wu Fangping's ears. Wu Fangping immediately called Shueishan. Shueishan, Director Wu?
Wu Fangping's tone was somewhat incredulous. Have you guessed it a long time ago?
Shueishan remained calm and said, the matter of the Institute of Science and Technology is unfounded, and the police cannot interfere excessively. That's why you have been investigating for so many years and have not found any substantial evidence, so you are unable to help my father overturn the verdict. Wu Fangping, so you deliberately provoked Jiang Huan, letting her take the first step, and then used the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Science and Technology to investigate her? Wu Fangping is a smart man. Shueishan knew he couldn't hide it from him, and he didn't want to hide it, so he answered directly, yes, this is just the beginning.
Wu Fangping then asked, what if she doesn't accuse you of academic misconduct, but instead uses other methods to deal with you? What will you do then?
Shueishan didn't even think about it and said firmly, impossible. When Jiang Huan heard that Shueishan had all the evidence that she had harmed Shueishan, she panicked. A desperate person, I just want to destroy my enemies in the shortest possible time, so this is the simplest trick. Shueishan had already predicted Jiang Huan's prediction in advance. Wu Fangping sighed, I'm so glad you're a lawyer, not a criminal. If investigators encounter a criminal like Shueishan, they will have a headache. Shueishan didn't say anything. Wu Fangping added, by the way, the 2 boxes of materials that were sent to the Institute of Science and Technology for testing this afternoon have been studied overtime by several zoology and biology experts, and the results are out.
Shueishan, you guessed right again.
Those 2 boxes, one is a braised baby sperm whale, the other is a soup made from whale shark fin.
These black-hearted bastards have thrown away their conscience just to make money. Shueishan asked, how did the police handle this?
After asking, Shueishan suddenly thought that the progress of such a major case should be kept confidential. He was afraid of embarrassing Wu Fangping and wanted to change the subject. Before he could say anything, Wu Fangping said, a case has been filed. Investigators are setting up surveillance outside the seafood restaurant. They've secretly placed several pinhole cameras on the banyan tree outside the restaurant for constant monitoring.
Because we don't want to alert the enemy, we are only investigating secretly.
Wu Fangping did not treat Shueishan as an outsider. If Shueishan hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have discovered that the 2 dishes were made of endangered wild animals. What's more, he wanted Shueishan to join the police system and become an investigative consultant. Such talents are rare. Wu Fangping wanted to win over Shueishan, but when he thought of the 2 fierce lawsuits between Shueishan and Zhang Qingtuan, he reminded Shueishan, you don't have to worry about Zhang Qi interfering in Zhang
Qingtuan's case. The higher-ups are also investigating Zhang Qi. As a senior criminal investigation consultant, he's already overwhelmed. Shueishan, thank you, Director Wu.
Wu Fangping hung up the phone. Shueishan pinched his eyebrows a little tiredly when he finished his work and returned to the big house that Shue's mother had just bought. It was already late at night and his younger brothers had all gone to bed. See him come back. Mother Shui cooked him a big bowl of noodles with 2 poached eggs, some green vegetables and chopped green onions sprinkled on top. Shueishan wolfed down his midnight snack. Shue's mother, sitting nearby, said, I watched the live broadcast of Peking University's anniversary ceremony today. Shueishan paused holding the chopsticks. Mother Shui, the Jiang Huan who falsely accused you of plagiarism is the president of the Academy of Science and Technology.
Xiaoshen, why did the dean of the Academy of Science and Technology frame you for no reason? Is it related to your father?
Mother Shui is extremely perceptive. Just based on one live broadcast, he guessed everything. After Shueishan finished his midnight snack, he took the bowl to the kitchen, washed it under the faucet, and said yes.at. This time, Shueishan's phone rang in the living room. Shueishan is washing dishes. My hands are wet and it is inconvenient to answer the phone. Mother Shui helped him get the phone and pressed the answer button. A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Shuishan, I am Zhang Qingtuan's
father, Zhang Qi.
Mother Shui's hand shook and her cell phone fell onto the kitchen counter with a bang. There was a hint of shock and hatred in his eyes. Shuishan looked at Shui's mother in surprise. Mother Shui quickly picked up the phone and put it back to Shuishan's ear. Shuishan, Mr. Zhang, is there anything wrong?
Zhang Qi, my wife Jiang Huan and I want to see you.
Shuishan refused directly. I'm sorry, I don't want to see you.
Zhang Qi, don't you want to hear about Shuichen? Shuishan thought about it and said, then let's meet at Shengyan Seafood Restaurant at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Feast Seafood Restaurant is the name of the restaurant where the endangered wildlife was discovered. Zhang Qi, okay. The next day at 11:00 am, when Shuishan arrived, Zhang Qi and Jiang Huan were already waiting for him in the box. The box was booked by Shuishan. Outside the window, there is a big banyan tree lie in the box. Zhang Qi crossed his fingers and supported his elbows on the edge of the table. Because of Zhang Qingtuan's matter, he has been running around looking for help but has been rejected everywhere. He looks haggard and older. Seeing Shuishan pull out a chair and sit down, Zhang Qi said to Shuishan, Lawyer Shui, I know you lawyers like to play with recordings. After saying that, Zhang Qi threw his cell phone into the ice bucket containing red wine. The lit phone screen was soaked in water, flashed a few times, and then went black. Jiang Huan also did the same. Zhang Qi pointed at the ice bucket and said, This is my sincerity. If Lawyer Shui is willing to show his sincerity, I can tell you the truth about Shui Chen's case.
Shuishan thought for a moment and asked, will you compensate me for the money I spent on my new phone?
Zhang Qi, Jiang Huan, Zhang Qi's face darkened. Compensation, every penny, at the price of a new phone. Shuishan threw his cell phone into the ice bucket as Zhang Qi was about to speak. Shuishan waved his hand and said, Wait a moment. Then, Shuishan took out 2 recorders from his pocket and took off a recording watch from his wrist. Zhang Qi, Shuishan smiled and said, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry for the expense. It just so happens that my voice recorder has been used for 2 years, and my recording watch has been used for a year, so I want to replace it with a new set. The veins on Zhang Qi's forehead were throbbing. He took a few deep breaths and talked about Shui Chen's case 27 years ago. Please give me 5-star praise. I really didn't get stuck today. Chapter 057 The truth. Zhang Qi said, 27 years ago, it was because Shui Chen was arrogant and lacked the rigor of a scientist that he messed up the EEG instruments program. This matter has nothing to do with us as a couple. Zhang Qi hadn't finished speaking yet. He was hit in the face by a glass of red wine. The cold and sticky liquid slid down his neck into the collar of his shirt, and Zhang Qi's not-so-cheap handmade shirt was ruined. Zhang Qi flew into a rage and slammed the table. How dare you throw wine at me? He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Shuishan's expression was indifferent. Mr. Zhang is not thinking clearly and is talking nonsense. I will help Mr. Zhang wake up. I guess your father, who died of leukemia, didn't raise you well. Zhang Qi froze in the middle of his sarcastic words, because he saw, Shuishan's eyes were slightly narrowed, and the corner of his eyes was filled with cold gloom. Zhang Qi boasts that he has seen the world and has even made criminal investigation reports in front of many senior national leaders. However, the coldness in the eyes of this young man in his 20s made him feel timid. Shuishan pulled out a chair and said in a cold voice, My father is indeed dead. But who is the culprit who ruined his reputation, prevented him from ever again touching the scientific research he loved most, and caused him to be depressed for the rest of his life? Jiang Huan's legs went limp and he slumped down in the chair. Zhang Qi was also very scared. Shuishan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His father committed suicide. The reason is, it could be that the pain of late-stage leukemia is too great, or that he has lost the will to live after being wrongly accused his entire life, or that he no longer wants to be a burden to his family. Shuishan will never forget what he saw when he rushed home after hearing the sad news of his father's suicide. Shui Chen's cold body and suicide note. The suicide note reads, After I die, donate all the usable organs, burn the rest, and scatter my ashes into the sea. My life has been too hard and too tiring, and I won't come back in the next life. Shuishan didn't even look at Zhang Qi, turned around and walked out, throwing a sentence to Zhang Qi, Mr. Zhang, I just want to hear you tell me the truth in person.
If you don't say it, then there is no need to talk anymore.
Seeing Shuishan approaching the door, Jiang Huan became anxious. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. Shuishan sat back in his chair. Jiang Huan said, during the testing phase of the brainwave device developed by Shui Chen, I tampered with the program because I simply couldn't stand by and watch him develop the brainwave device and take away the position of director of the Academy of Science and Technology. Jiang Huan looked at the silent Zhang Qi and continued, back then, the electroencephalogram was first used in criminal investigations. The lead detective on that case was Zhang Qi, so Zhang Qi and I colluded with each other and deliberately used a faulty EEG program to label an innocent person a murderer. Zhang Qi also fabricated a lot of evidence to get that innocent person sentenced to death. He was shot shortly afterwards.
Shuishan, go on. Jiang Huan almost didn't dare to look Shuishan in the eye. Later, I exposed the error in the EEG program, and the charge of murder was successfully pinned on Shui Chen.
He was a disgraced, homeless man who left the Institute of Science and Technology and ended up in jail because of this.
This is the truth you need to hear.
Jiang Huan's voice became smaller and smaller. By the end it was almost inaudible. At this time Zhang Qi said, Shuishan, the past is the past. I can help Shui Chen clarify what happened back then.
I only have 2 conditions. A life, just gone like that, Shueishan laughed angrily. What conditions? First, help me convince Wu Fangping to stop investigating my illegal activities. Second, help Jiang Huan clarify her academic misconduct. Shueishan lowered his head and suddenly laughed out loud as Zhang Qi frowned and tilted his head to look at Shueishan's expression. Shueishan quickly said, "No, Mr. Zhang, don't bow your head." Zhang Qi, Shueishan, I'm afraid the water in your brain will overflow. Zhang Qi, Shueishan, when you lowered your head just now, I heard the sound of waves and tsunamis. Zhang Qi lost his patience and the anger in his chest burst out. Shueishan, who do you think you are? My husband and I have already humbly begged you and told you the truth. What else do you want? Shueishan asked coldly, what do I want? I want both of you to pay for your crimes with blood and spend the rest of your lives in prison. When Jiang Huan heard that he was going to jail, he panicked, her hands on the table were shaking, and her lips were trembling so much that she couldn't even speak clearly. Shueishan, as long as you let my wife and I go, we can give you the shares of the two companies under Zhang Qingtuan's name, Shifan Chuanma and Mimi Qingtuan. All of them. Shueishan's smile was like a demon that had opened Pandora's box. Sorry, I don't want the money. I want the person who harmed my father to pay the price. Jiang Huan still wanted to ask Shueishan for help, but Zhang Qi grabbed her and stopped her from kneeling down, mocking her. Shueishan is determined to get rid of us. Even if you kneel down and die here today, he won't show any mercy. Shueishan raised his eyebrows. Men understand men best. Zhang Qi turned to look at Shueishan and said, Shueishan, we were the ones who let your father down for what happened 27 years ago. But so what? Everything still requires evidence. Do you have any evidence? Shueishan didn't say anything. Zhang Qi said to Shueishan as if talking to himself, I advise you to be smart. With my connections, it would be easy for me to kill a small lawyer like you. Do you think that just because you have Wu Fangping as your supporter, you can rest easy? Naive. Zhang Qi sneered and looked at Shueishan with disdain. Even that old bastard Wu Fangping has to give in to me and even look at my face. Zhang Qi hadn't finished speaking yet. The door of the box was kicked open from the outside, and a voice as loud as a bell, old but vigorous, sounded outside the door. Yeah? Zhang Qi, when did I have to look at your face? Wu Fangping, dressed in police uniform, walked in, and behind him, there were more than a dozen armed policemen, led by Su Fei. As Zhang Qi's expression changed slightly. Old Wu, you brought so many people with you, making such a big show. What do you mean by that? In the police station, police officers can only be issued guns when they are on duty. Carrying a gun outside without approval from superiors is a serious violation of the law and discipline and will be subject to punishment. Zhang Qi thought that his case of violation of discipline and law was still under investigation by the Supervisory Commission, and Jiang Huan is guilty of academic misconduct. The Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Science and Technology will conduct a joint investigation, so the police will not come to your door. Thinking of this, Zhang Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Qi was certain Wu Fangping was bluffing and laughed. Old Wu, you brought so many people out here for no reason. Do you have any permission from above? Wu Fangping didn't say anything. Su Fei, who was behind him, took out a piece of paper and handed it over. Mr. Zhang, you abused your power for personal gain and perverted the law 27 years ago, resulting in an innocent person being sentenced to death. Ms. Jiang is an accomplice. This is a case filing notice and an arrest warrant. You are under arrest. Jiang Huan's heart skipped a beat, his calves were trembling, and he couldn't stand steadily at all. Zhang Qi was still relatively calm. However, Shueishan saw that there was a large wet area on the shirt material on his back. Zhang Qi, this is a false accusation. There's no evidence. How can you say I'm involved in the case from 27 years ago? Where's the evidence? Show it to me. Zhang Qi was certain they had no evidence. Shueishan, the only one who heard the truth, threw his mobile phone and recording equipment into the ice bucket. There is no evidence to prove this. Chapter 058 3 White Candles. Next second. Wu Fangping took out his mobile phone and clicked on a video. Jiang Huan raised his head stiffly and stared at everything in the video in shock. His face had an expression of having seen a ghost. She and Zhang Qi were married, and she knew Zhang Qi's investigative and counter-investigation abilities. Zhang Qi had checked carefully and found that Shueishan did not have any electronic devices on him, but now, although the video playing on Wu Fangping's mobile phone was not in high-definition Blu-ray format, it was enough to recognize that the people in the video were her and Zhang Qi. She even revealed the truth of the case that happened 27 years ago in front of the camera, word for word. Jiang Huan staggered, took 2 steps back in a daze, and slumped against the wall as if he had no bones. Shueishan glanced at her, then casually tilted his head towards the big banyan tree outside the window, a smile on his face. Sorry, I forgot to remind you that there is a pinhole camera outside the window. These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Jiang Huan's mind. She looked at Shueishan in front of her, and her vision went dark. Her body was shaking and she almost fainted. The couple took great pains to get Shueishan out, and even told him the most shameful truth, just to make Shueishan agree to cooperate with them and overcome the current difficulties. But who knew, despite all their calculations, they never expected, Shueishan also prepared a pinhole camera outside the window. Everything the two of them did was like that of a clown, trapping themselves in a cocoon, like the funniest joke in the world. Zhang Qi's eyes rolled, and he suddenly thought of something. He pointed at the video on Wu Fangping's phone and said, "This video was shot using special eavesdropping and recording equipment that's not available on the market, right?" Shueishan, yes. Police pinhole camera .it is indeed not available on the market. Zhang Qi calmed down and said, "Shueishan, the evidence from wiretapping and recording has no legal effect and cannot be used as the basis for a verdict." Zhang Qi's words rekindled hope in Jiang Huan's heart. As long as there is Green Mountain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. As long as they don't go to jail, they will have a chance to make a comeback, a chance to kill Shueishan. Shueishan smiled and said, "Who said that this video was recorded by eavesdropping?" Zhang Qi? Shueishan pointed to the ground beneath his feet and said, "This restaurant is suspected of a crime, and the police have been monitoring it for many days. The pinhole cameras outside are all police equipment. There was no wiretapping or recording, it was completely legal and compliant, and had evidentiary value." Zhang Qi was stunned. He fell to the ground as if he had lost his soul when he was handcuffed and dragged out. His eyes were vacant and he didn't say another word. Seeing Zhang Qi and Jiang Huan being handcuffed and put into the police car, Shueishan's eyes suddenly turned red. "Dad, I avenged you." On Weibo, the Liqing police acted quickly and responded to the incident immediately, posting a Weibo post, Ping and Liqing v. 27 years ago, Comrade Shueishan, the youngest genius scientist at the Academy of Science and Technology, was wronged. Zhang Qi and Jiang Huan are suspected of framing Shueishan and have been arrested. The case is under investigation. Major official media outlets have reposted this Weibo post. Some applauded, some scolded Zhang Qi and Jiang Huan as worse than beasts, and some sympathized with Shueishan. Only Shueishan. He took out his waterproof mobile phone from the ice bucket and forwarded the Weibo post without any text, only placing 3 white candles because, even if the injustice can be cleared and the grievances can be cleared, his father Shueishan, however, would never come back. Bite. Mission completed. 1. Find out the truth. 2. Clear Shui Hanhai of his wrongful charges. Mission rewards: 1. RMB plus 100,000. 2. Legal writing skill plus 1,500, evidence collection skill plus 1,500, courtroom debate skill plus 1,500. 3. Opportunity to become a lecturer in a university law department. *1. Shueishan glanced at the transparent light screen of the system in the air. I saw the item backpack in the upper right corner of the screen shaking wildly. Shueishan clicked on item backpack with the arrow to open the system item bar. Inside, a bloodstained long knife was jumping up and down. Only then did Shueishan see it. On the handle of the knife, there is a not very clear word Shui, which has become blurred. Shui, could it be something that belonged to his father? Shueishan looked at Wu Fangping, who was explaining something to Su Fei, and walked over. Wu Fangping asked Su Fei to leave first, then asked Shueishan, "What's wrong?" Shueishan said, "Director Wu." Wu Fangping waved his hand and said, "Call me Uncle Wu." Shueishan could sense his kindness. "Uncle Wu, did my father ever collect a long sword?" Shueishan described the characteristics of the blood knife. Wu Fangping's face changed and he said nothing. After a long time, he said slowly, "Yes." Shueishan, Wu Fangping, that knife is a family heirloom passed down from our ancestors in the Shui family. It is also your father's favorite collection. When Shueishan was framed, he used this knife to smash the brainwave device, ending his dream. After being imprisoned and expelled from the Academy of Science and Technology, Shueishan used this knife to smash all the trophies and medals he had won at the Academy, ending his faith. Shueishan was in the late stage of leukemia and in excruciating pain, so he used this knife to commit suicide and ended his life. Shueishan understood at once. Why did he feel so uncomfortable when the system rewarded him with this long sword? Because his father's dreams, beliefs, and even life were destroyed by his father himself with this knife. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully uncovered the secret of the blood knife and obtained a mysterious attribute. *1. Do you want to check? Yes. No. Only taking the Shueishan case as an example, I pay tribute to all scientists. Happy start of school / return to work. See you tomorrow. Chapter 059 An Ordinary Wire. Shueishan, open. Ding. Congratulations, you've obtained a piece of black wire. Shueishan was confused. Holy shit, isn't it said to have special effects attributes, this wire? What is it for? Iron wire. Black, an ordinary piece of iron wire. Shueishan was stunned. So, then what? Iron wire. Black, this wire can easily open any lock you encounter in the future. Shueishan understood completely. It made a lot of noise. This wire is equivalent to a skeleton key, but, as a lawyer, what use does this wire have for him? Shueishan didn't understand. Forget it, let's put it away first. Shueishan put away the wire and called Shui's mother to tell her that Zhang Qi and Jiang Huan had been arrested. There was silence on the phone for a long time. Shueishan heard the faint sobbing sound of Shui's mother on the other end of the phone. Xiaoshun, Mom, what's wrong? Mother Shui sniffed and said, "Tonight, accompany me to your father's grave. I want to tell him in person. It's just the two of us. Wait until the verdicts on Zhang Qi and Jiang Huan are announced, and then we'll call your brothers along." Shueishan, okay. Shueishan hung up the phone and was on his way home to pick up his mother when he received a message from Xiaolu from the law firm's Human Resources Department. HR Xiaolu, Brother Shin, you've just been promoted to partner. According to the firm's rules, you need an assistant. HR Xiaolu, I've picked out 2 good candidates for you from the people who submitted their resumes to our law firm. HR Xiaolu, when are you free? I'll tell them the interview time. Shueishan, Monday morning at 9 o'clock. HR Xiao Lu, okay.
Shueishan sent an emoticon of thanks. He first went home to pick up his mother. When the two of them arrived at Shue's father's grave, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, the night was dark, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. A long way away, Shueishan saw that there was a person sitting next to Shueishan's tombstone, and sobbing sounds echoed in the air. It was the middle of the night and it felt strangely creepy. Shueishan took a few steps closer before he could clearly see the man's police rank and badge. It's Wu Fangping in front of Shueishan's tombstone. Wu Fangping burst into tears, even more emotional than Shue's mother, whose eyes were red. The man who was about to retire was crying like a child. Mother Shui also recognized Wu Fangping and wanted to go over and say something. Shueishan held her back. He understood Wu Fangping's feelings. Throughout his life, Wu Fangping was a man of strong character and a clear conscience, and he only caught the most vicious criminals.
But this time it's different. Shui Chan's unjust case became a mountain weighing on
his heart for many years. On the surface, he is a high-ranking provincial and ministerial leader. In fact, the guilt and sense of remorse made him live in torment all his life, a life worse than death. He would not think that someone had conspired to frame Shueishan, which led to his imprisonment. He just felt that it was his fault that Shueishan was depressed all his life and committed suicide in despair. Wu Fangping cried breathlessly, venting his emotions. He never dared to imagine the huge stone that had been weighing on his heart for 27 years was actually removed before his death. Shueishan and Shue's mother looked at each other and stopped disturbing Wu Fangping. Shueishan held his cell phone in one hand to light up the room, supported Shue's mother with the other hand, and turned to leave. A message popped up on the phone. HR Xiaolu, Brother Shin, I've sent the resumes of the two interns to your email. HR Xiaolu, one is Lin Qingxi, the other is Ji Ran. Lin Qingxi, Shueishan was stunned. What the hell, the girl whose seat he had met on the train before, a top student at Peking University, it seems, as if, that's the name, it can't be such a coincidence, right, duplicate name, wait until Monday. Shueishan sat in the interview room, looking at Lin Qingxi in front of him, and fell silent. What a coincidence, it's really the same person. Lin Qingxi looked at Shueishan in disbelief. Are you Jun Jing's partner, lawyer Shueishan? Shueishan nodded, his expression indifferent. Please introduce yourself first. Lin Qingxi brushed away the loose hair on her forehead and smiled. Her resume is impressive. A top student at Peking University, a recipient of the President's Scholarship, an exchange student at Stanford University, and has experience interning at several Red Circle law firms and the legal affairs departments of 3 Fortune 500 companies. Her resume took up 2 full pages. After Lin Qingxi introduced herself, Shueishan asked her, do you think appearance can add points when applying for a job? Lin Qingxi was very confident, of course. Shueishan asked again, why did our law firm choose you? Lin Qingxi thought for a moment and said, I've done a lot of internships. Compared to other interviewees, my connections can bring the greatest value to Junjing. After her interview, Xiao Lu from HR asked Shueishan with a smile, Brother Shin, this girl is quite good. I think, why not take her and let the next interviewee just go through the motions? Shueishan shook his head, I won't choose her. Why? Xiao Lu was stunned. The next interviewee is Ji Ran. He graduated from a regular law school and it's been 5 or 6 years since he graduated. He's not a recent graduate. Are you sure? Shueishan asked him to call another interviewee, Ji Ran, in. You'll know in a moment. Soon, Ji Ran walked in. He wore a solid black business suit and a black watch. Wait for Ji Ran to finish introducing himself. Shueishan asked him the same question as Lin Qingxi. Have you ever had any internship experience? Ji Ran said, I used to be a judge at a grassroots court, but I resigned and am applying for the position of your assistant. Xiao Lu was stunned. Shueishan asked, why did you resign? Ji Ran, lawyer Shue's words ignited all my passion. It was like a revelation, a sudden realization, and I suddenly understood the meaning of studying law. You once said that visible justice does not need to be upheld, but invisible justice does. So, I hope to follow in your footsteps and uphold the invisible justice. When Ji Ran said this, his eyes were clear, burning with passion and fighting spirit. Shueishan didn't expect Ji Ran to say that. After all, he initially only saw that Ji Ran's resume stated that he used to be a judge in a grassroots court and later resigned, and he was somewhat curious about the reason why Ji Ran resigned. Unexpectedly, Ji Ran would say that. It made him feel a little helpless. Shueishan asked again, what if you fail the interview today? Wouldn't that mean I've caused you to lose your job? Ji Ran was slightly stunned. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I haven't thought about it that much. However, the first labor public interest lawsuit that Shueishan won, which shocked the entire food delivery platform industry, caused him too much shock and impact. Ji Ran is a person with strong belief in law. He didn't think that much at all. Shueishan, remember, there is no single sentence in this world that can enlighten you. The only thing that can truly enlighten you is an experience. And that sentence was just a matchlit in the powder storehouse. Chapter 60. Creepy. Ji Ran nodded deep down. I am still shocked. Shueishan asked him the second question. Do you think appearance can add points in job interviews? Ji Ran was silent for a moment, then, he gave an answer that was completely different from Lin Qingxi's. Ji Ran said, appearance has different impacts on interview results for different positions. When hiring models, appearance probably accounts for 95% of the influence. When hiring assembly line workers, appearance may only play a 5% role. Lawyers need to meet clients, so they definitely need good looks. Shueishan asked,
Then what percentage do you think you can account for? Xiaolu, who was listening in the corner, laughed when he heard Shueishan's words. Is there any need to ask? Jiran has been the school hunk for 4 years in college. After entering the court, he worked his way up from judicial assistant to judge, and has always been the most handsome man in the court, the most beautiful person in the court. Xiaolu was sure. Jiran would say a very high proportion, however. Jiran smiled modestly and said, I hope the percentage is lower. Xiaolu was completely bewildered. What the hell? What? This answer, that's really clever. Shueishan, Junjing Law Firm is a top-tier, red circle, large law firm in China. Why did we choose you? Jiran thought for a while and said, as far as I know, Junjing mainly deals with litigation. To win a lawsuit, you must not only understand the facts and the law, because the judge has a certain degree of discretion, but also understand the judge's mind and attitude. I have been a judge myself, and judges know judges best. Xiaolu was so shocked that he was in a trance. He waited until Jiran left the interview room, still unaware, and asked Shueishan blankly, Brother Shan, Jiran's EQ is too high. How did you know he's so capable? Did you know him before? Shueishan, I don't know him, but, Xiaolu, Shueishan glanced at him and asked, how many people become judges at the age of 28? Xiaolu's body stiffened. Most judges are promoted from judicial assistants. Within the system, one must work as a judicial assistant for at least 4 or 5 years before having the opportunity to become a judge. Moreover, there are often dozens of judicial assistants competing for one judge's position. Xiaolu looked at Shueishan with awe. This observation, this reaction, Xiaolu asked, Brother Shan, such a talented person gave up his job as a judge to become your assistant. Is this a scam? Shueishan, it's hard to say. Xiaolu looked at him in surprise. How dare you use someone with unclear thoughts? Shueishan, it's just right, let's see what he wants to do. Jiran, this is him. Xiaolu said okay and left. Shueishan returned to the office, turned on the computer, typed on the keyboard for the whole morning, and finished writing some materials. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The law firm's cafeteria has long run out of food. Shueishan had no choice but to go downstairs to buy food. Near the law firm, there is a stall selling grilled cold noodles. Boss, 1 egg and 1 sausage. Okay. Please wait a moment. When Shueishan was waiting for the cold noodles to be grilled, he suddenly smelled a bloody smell. Perhaps because he studied forensic medicine as a second major, Shueishan is particularly sensitive to the smell of blood. Something's wrong, something must have happened. Shueishan took the grilled cold noodles, paid the money, followed the smell of blood, and walked into a remote alley. He just walked in. At the other end of the alley, a man wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and a baseball cap turned his head and glanced at Shueishan. That look suddenly made Shueishan feel cold. The man just took a look and ran away in a hurry. Shueishan ran over and saw, on the ground were the bodies of several cats. Bloody, the cat's limbs were cut off and its internal organs were spilled out. The eyes of several cats were wide open, as if they died with their eyes open. Shueishan was stunned. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Tip, this man who abused cats has a significant connection to a case of endangered wildlife. Please proceed with caution. Shueishan chased in the direction the man in the black sweatshirt was running. Men who abuse cats have strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities. It seemed that he was aware that someone was following him, so he kept shuttling back and forth in the streets and alleys, taking Shueishan around in circles. After walking around for almost 2 hours, he finally took Shueishan into a residential building. The man got into the elevator. Shueishan watched as the elevator gradually rose and then stopped on the 7th floor. Shueishan sent a text message to 12110, the public welfare SMS alarm number, briefly explaining the situation here and the location of the cat abuse case. He hid in a milk tea shop outside the corridor, not daring to go upstairs for fear of alerting the enemy. Less than 10 minutes later, Shueishan saw the man who abused the cat walk out of the corridor and hurriedly leave the community. Shueishan got up and went into the corridor. Take the elevator directly to the 7th floor. There are 2 households on the 7th floor, and one of them has a for sale sticker on its door, so it's definitely not the house. That's another household. Looking at the locked security door in front of him, Shueishan fell into deep thought. Ding. There seems to be an important clue to the wildlife case inside the security door. Go inside to check for more clues. What? Go in and check. How can he open this big iron door? He doesn't have the key. Hint, you have a black wire ready to use. Shueishan's eyes lit up. He took out the wire from the system inventory and stuffed it into the keyhole. How do I use this? Shueishan hasn't figured out how to use it yet. He pinched the wire and twisted it twice, and the door lock opened with a click. Shueishan, this wire that can open locks really lives up to its reputation. Shueishan found 2 clean plastic bags from the miscellaneous items piled up in the stairwell next to him, put them on his leather shoes, and went into the house. As soon as he entered the room, Shueishan was so shocked that he stood there motionless. His hair stood on end and his scalp tingled. Because, in the living room of nearly 50 square meters, there is no sofa, coffee table, or TV, and there is no atmosphere of life. Instead, there were more than a dozen mahogany shelves neatly arranged. The shelves are densely packed with glass bottles. The liquid in the glass bottle, it's formalin. A chemical solution used to soak corpses to prevent them from decaying. The glass bottles were all labeled. The labels read, eyes of a stellar sea lion, fins of a baiji dolphin, tail of a sperm whale, teeth of a white dolphin. See these. An uncontrollable anger and desire for destruction spread from the depths of Shueishan's heart, because, for every additional glass bottle here, a national protected animal is cruelly killed. Shueishan walked through several rows of shelves, and when he reached the last row, He saw an empty glass bottle at the end of that row. There is a label on the empty glass bottle. It says, Schweshen's brain. A black figure suddenly appeared behind Schweshen. Chapter 061 Lectures on Criminal Law. Schweshen didn't have time to think about it. Almost instinctively, he grabbed the empty glass bottle with the label Schweshen's brain and swung it backwards. When he turned around, he saw a man with a ferocious and sinister face behind him, holding a switchblade in his hand. With a flash of the knife, he stabbed at him. In a flash, the empty glass bottle hit the man's chest hard. Schweshen used all his strength, and the man felt pain. The knife in his hand deviated from its direction and stabbed into the mahogany shelf beside Schweshen. Crack, the empty glass bottle smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces and sending shards of broken glass flying everywhere. The cat abuser in a black windbreaker picked up a glass bottle containing a small sperm whale tail from the mahogany shelf like a treasure, put it to his mouth greedily and obsessively, and touched the cold bottle with his lips. He carefully took out his handkerchief and wiped the bottle clean, as if he were protecting his own child, fearing that it might get contaminated by a speck of dust during the fight. After doing all this, the man turned to look at Schweshen, took out another knife from his pocket, blocked Schweshen in the corner, and slowly approached him. There was a light green, square root on top of the man's head. Schweshen pointed with an arrow. The system immediately pops up the character information: Xing Shi, male, 29 years old. Psychopath, suffers from manic depression, and enjoys torturing and killing small animals. Schweshen took a step back to create some distance, his back almost touching the cold wall. He leaned sideways and did a roundhouse kick, knocking the knife out of Xing Shi's hand. The knife suddenly fell to the ground and stabbed into the crack in the floor. Xing Shi bent down to grab the knife. Schweshen reached out and grabbed his shoulders tightly, while at the same time he kicked the handle of the knife in the crack of the floor hard. The handle is under stress. A large piece of the solid wood floor was dug out by the blade. Under the floor, it turned out to be hollow, with a lot of black granular matter inside. Schweshen squatted down and smelled the strange smell. It smells like gunpowder. A large amount of black powder had already been buried under the floor. Schweshen's whole body stiffened. It was when Schweshen was distracted that Xing Shi broke free from Schweshen's grip. He took several steps back, took out a lighter from his pocket, looked at Schweshen, stiffened his neck and smiled sinisterly. There are dozens of kilograms of black powder under the floor. Schweshen, do you want to die here with me? Schweshen had no expression on his face and looked quite calm. Sign this contract. Otherwise I will blow you up and die with you. As Xing Shi spoke, he took out a crumpled paper ball from his trouser pocket and threw it to Schweshen. Schweshen stretched out his hand lazily, without even raising his eyelids, but caught the paper ball steadily. I unfolded it and laughed. It is a share transfer contract of Feast Seafood Restaurant. Xing Shi is the owner of Shangyan Seafood Restaurant. In this contract, Xing Shi transferred 49% of the restaurant's shares to Schweshen. Moreover, the effective date of the contract was written as half a year ago. Schweshen raised his eyebrows. In my opinion, this isn't a share transfer contract, it's a criminal partnership contract. But, by signing this contract, he became the second owner of the restaurant that sold endangered wild animals and the leader of the criminal gang. Seeing that Schweshen didn't move, Xing Shi pressed the lighter. Click, a flame suddenly appeared in the lighter. Xing Shi slowly squatted down. The flame was very close to the black powder under the floor, less than 10 centimeters away, just a little closer. In an instant, Schweshen and Xing Shi, along with the room full of mahogany shelves and biological specimens soaked in formalin, would be blown to pieces. Not a trace of their bodies would remain. Xing Shi stared at Schweshen viciously and sneered. Even ants try to survive. Lawyer Xue, you're a smart man. Even if you become a criminal and become notorious, it's better than being blown to death here on the spot. Xing Shi had been keeping an eye on Wu Fangping and Schweshen since their first visit to the seafood restaurant. These two people. Point 1 is a senior leader of the provincial department. Point 1 is a terrifying lawyer. If they could use Schweshen to connect with Wu Fangping, they could turn Wu Fangping into a protective umbrella for their wildlife trafficking. Without the threat from the police, wouldn't they be able to rest easy? Xing Shi narrowed his eyes and stared at Schweshen coldly. Lawyer Xue, I'll count to 3. If you don't sign this contract, I will. Before Xing Shi could finish his words, he was stunned when he saw Schweshen's actions. Sizzle. Schweshen tore the crumpled contract into 2 pieces. Schweshen, you are looking for death. Xing Shi growled, his eyeballs covered with creepy red bloodshot. Schweshen is like a paper shredder. He slowly and methodically tore the contract into pieces and threw them away. White scraps of paper were scattered all over the ground like snowflakes. Schweshen stared at him, his tone firm. I will not sign this criminal partnership contract, and I will not let you go. There is no room for negotiation on this matter, don't even think about it. Xing Shi was completely stunned. He had never expected that Schweshen would be so arrogant and presumptuous. Xing Shi, aren't you afraid of death? This is impossible. I'm scared, but... Schweshen said confidently, you won't ignite the gunpowder here, absolutely not. His words shocked Xing Shi. Could it be that Schweshen could read minds and guess what he was thinking? Schweshen, if the glass bottles that contain animal carcasses get a little dusty, you should carefully wipe them clean with a handkerchief. A whole room full of specimens, how many years of hard work must have taken you? Would you be willing to blow them all up? I guess you wouldn't. Xing Shi's whole body froze. He mumbled you for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Schweshen glanced at him and continued slowly. The crime you committed before was only a few years in prison at most. It wasn't serious. But if you detonate the black powder here, that's different. The crime of explosion is a crime endangering public safety, and you will most likely be executed by lethal injection. Just think about it. The cold poison will flow slowly into your veins through the needle. You will never see these precious treasures you've soaked in formalin again in this lifetime. Schweshen lowered his eyes, and layers of sweat appeared on his palms. He just lied, trafficking and killing endangered wild animals, and dozens of wild animals. How could it be that just a few years in jail is not serious? Eating 20 toads will result in a 3-year prison sentence. Xing Shi's case is definitely not as simple as just spending a few years in jail. Just then, Xing Shi shuddered all over and stared at Schweshen fiercely. You're lying. I bought Professor Luo Xiang's lectures on criminal law and Luo Xiang on criminal law. I've studied those crimes for over a decade and have read them countless times. I can recite every single one of these charges by heart. My crime deserves at least life imprisonment. Don't try to fool me. Schweshen, he was a little helpless. The first attempt to fool people failed because the criminal had read Mr. Luo's lectures on criminal law and studied criminal law. Schweshen glanced at him and said in a very steady voice, "You have studied criminal law. Do you know that if you have made significant contributions, your sentence can be reduced or exempted?" Xing Shi's face was full of vigilance. How can you achieve such a great achievement? Schweshen, you will be the police's undercover agent, helping them catch those who sell wild animals to seafood restaurants. Your superior. Although, assist the police in solving crimes in which they were involved, it cannot be called meritorious service, it can only be called surrender or confession. However, when Schweshen was trying to trick Xing Shi, he remained calm and composed, with a sincere expression that said, "I'm here to save you." Xing Shi's expression changed again and again. That he was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, as if he was going through a great psychological struggle, and he didn't say anything. There was a long silence. Xing Shi asked Schweshen, "Really, can the sentence be reduced or even waived?" Schweshen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy is not very good at criminal law. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Schweshen's back. He knew that Xing Shi was still engaged in a fierce inner struggle, and the danger would only be truly over when he truly put down the lighter and no longer had the thought of igniting the gunpowder. Just then, a burst of quick, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Schweshen and Xing Shi were confronting each other in the room. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, so the footsteps seemed particularly clear. There was even the sound of a police walkie-talkie. The police are here. Schweshen thought to himself that something was wrong and hurried to see Xing Shi's reaction, and Xing Shi, who hadn't moved for a long time, suddenly there was a big move. My thoughts are a bit stuck. There is one more chapter. I am coding. Chapter 062. Schweshen's divorce case. Xing Shi was panicked. He opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and was about to jump out of the living room window. Schweshen was shocked. This is the 7th floor. He rushed forward and pulled Xing Shi back. Xing Shi, what are you going to do? Schweshen glanced at his watch. 2:58 p.m. Schweshen looked at Xing Shi, fearing that he would do something irreversible in a moment of impulse. In order to distract Xing Shi's attention, Schweshen suddenly had an idea and said something casually, "Even if you jump off a building, wait until 3 o'clock sharp." Xing Shi, Schweshen, I asked someone to calculate it. If I jump down at 3 o'clock, I can be a civil servant in my next life, and even a deputy section chief. Xing Shi? The two of them were pulling each other. Su Fei and several policemen rushed over and pulled Xing Shi down from the windowsill and controlled him. Su Fei looked at Schweshen with a bad expression. They secretly stared at Xing Shi for a long time. Schweshen made such a fuss. If Xing Shi was arrested by them, it would definitely alert the enemy. How can you cast a long line and catch a big fish? Schweshen saw what Su Fei was thinking and said, "I've already persuaded Xing Shi to be your police's undercover agent. I'll have him work with you from the inside and outside to help you lure the big fish into the trap." Su Fei didn't believe it. "Lawyer Xue, please stop being so self-righteous and causing trouble for us, okay?" In the past, Xing Shi's house was filled with the shrill screams of animals all night long. The neighbors couldn't stand it anymore and called the police several times. Su Fei and Xing Shi have dealt with each other before. This guy is a tough nut to crack. He is usually very frugal with words, and is aloof and cold. Even if a sow can climb a tree, people like Xing Shi will absolutely not cooperate with the police. However, the next second, Xing Shi said, "I can be an insider for the police, a secret agent." Su Fei was completely stunned and speechless. What the hell? Did the sow really climb a tree? It's totally off the mark. Xing Shi, I only have one condition. Su Fei, what conditions? Xing Shi, guess what? If you guess correctly, I'll agree to cooperate with the police in all their actions. Su Fei thought for a moment. Are you going to seek leniency? Xing Shi shook his head. Su Fei, so, you want a reduced sentence? Xing Shi still shook his head. Su Fei guessed more than 20 possibilities, but none of them were correct. Su Fei was so worried that his head ached. He looked at Schweshen for help. "Lawyer Xue, please help me." Schweshen looked at Su Fei innocently, shrugged, spread his hands, and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Officer Su, didn't you say you wouldn't let me cause any more trouble?" Su Fei was silent for a moment. He suddenly took a half step back and bowed deeply to Xue, saying sincerely, "I'm sorry, Lawyer Xue, I misunderstood you. I apologize." Only then did Schweshen look at Xing Shi. Yet he hit the nail on the head and pierced through Xing Shi's thoughts. "Xing Shi, your condition is that you don't let the police touch all the treasures in your house."
Xingxi nodded vigorously. Sufei, tired, destroy it. Sufei also wanted to ask Shueishan how he convinced Xingxi and how he saw through Xingxi's thoughts. Shueishan's phone rang. Shueishan took a look and saw that it was a call from his new assistant Jiran. The call is connected. Jiran's voice came from the phone. Lawyer Shui, is it convenient for you to come back to the law firm now?
Shueishan, what's wrong? Jiran said, a client has arrived and is waiting for you in your office.
Shueishan, okay, I'll go back now. The phone was hung up when Shueishan walked out. He saw two policemen carrying a large box out of Xingxi's bedroom. The box is full of books related to criminal law. It seems that Xingxi studies criminal law a lot. Shueishan took a taxi back to the law firm. When Shueishan arrived, Jiran was already waiting in the lobby on the first floor of the law firm. He was very considerate and took Shueishan's coat. Shueishan saw several colleagues at the front desk of the law firm staring at him thoughtfully, whispering to each other. I heard that Ding Jiaji, the former legal director of the Mimi Youth League, is coming to our law firm. Mimi Youth League is suspected of multiple crimes, and so many executives and leaders have been imprisoned, so why is Ding Jiaji not guilty?
Exactly.
I also heard a piece of gossip. Ding Jiaji came to our law firm, and when the director asked him about his salary requirements, Ding Jiaji only asked one question.
What?
Ding Jiaji asked if he and Shueishan could be assigned to the same business team. Shueishan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why, but he intuitively, Ding Jiaji is hostile to him and very dangerous. Shueishan went upstairs and returned to the office. I was stunned when I saw the woman sitting on the sofa in the office. It's Zhang Meiran. On the first day he got the system, he went to the hotel to catch the cheating husband, the woman in the red dress, Zhang Meiran.
Zhang Meiran stood up and smiled at Shueishan. Lawyer Shui, long time no see. Shueishan, Miss Shang, is there anything wrong? Zhang Meiran, after I exposed my husband's infidelity, he has refused to divorce me.
I want to file for divorce, and attorney Gu Penguin recommended you to me again, so I came to you. After saying that, Zhang Meiran took out a key from her bag, handed it to Shueishan, and said, this is a property developed by my company.
It's a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house with north-south ventilation. I've reserved one for you. As long as you win the lawsuit, I'll have someone handle the transfer procedures for you right away.
Shueishan nodded. Ms. Zhang, your husband is Zhang Meiran, Ding Jiaji. Chapter 063, Public Opinion Reversal. Lawyers like Shueishan. Shueishan was confused. What the hell? It doesn't have to be such a coincidence. Shueishan pinched his brows with a headache. Miss Zhang, you should seek help from someone else. Zhang Meiran thought for a moment and asked Shueishan, if you think the legal fees are too little, I'll add another car and you can go to the 4S store and pick anyone you want. She and Ding Jiaji must get a divorce. However, Ding Jiaji also holds shares in her company, so Zhang Meiran cannot use the lawyer from the company's legal department. Shueishan shook his head. That's not what I meant, Miss Zhang. You may not know that Lawyer Ding is already a member of Junjing Law Firm.
From now on, Lawyer Ding and I will be colleagues. I'm afraid you'll find it inconvenient.
Zhang Meiran smiled. It's okay.
It's very convenient. This isn't appropriate.
Lawyer Shui, this is perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
Zhang Meiran was used to being a CEO, a person who had been in a high position for a long time. Although her tone was not overbearing, it was somewhat strong and unquestionable. She said, I must divorce that cheating scumbag. Besides, I want to leave beautifully. I'm going to fight him for custody of my daughter, as well as shares, savings, real estate, and luxury cars. Zhang Meiran hadn't finished speaking yet. The door of Shueishan's office was pushed open from the outside. Ding Jiaji, dressed in a suit and tie, walked in, looked at Zhang Meiran with a hurt expression, and said, Meiran, I love you. You can't. Zhang Meiran looked at him coldly.
Love me? Love me so much that you slept with another woman and were even caught by a police officer cracking down on prostitution and nearly received administrative detention?
Ding Jiaji choked and said, Meiran, I was wrong about what happened that time, but I've already broken up with her.
If you want a divorce, you have to think about our daughter, Dian Dian.
She's only 7 years old. It would have been fine if he didn't mention it, but as soon as he mentioned Dian Dian, Zhang Meiran's expression became even colder.
Ding Jiaji. You're so capable of secretly filming your own daughter taking a bath, how dare you mention my daughter to me?
Zhang Meiran gets angry when talking about this. She is busy with work at the company, and in order to cultivate Dian Dian's sense of independence, she rarely lets the nanny feed Dian Dian or help Dian Dian take a bath. Last month, Zhang Meiran discovered, every time she asked Dian Dian to take a bath, Dian Dian would be scared and see her white out at first. She thought it was just a child's temper and didn't take it seriously. Until later, she suspected Ding Jiaji of cheating on her, and when she secretly looked through his phone, she actually found an encrypted photo album name, photos of Dian Dian taking a bath. Zhang Meiran raised her hand and slapped Ding Jiaji, then said angrily, you are a beast worse than pigs and dogs. Ding Jiaji's face was full of embarrassment. When Shueishan and his assistant heard this, Ding Jiaji coughed uncomfortably. Meiran, I haven't done any substantial harm to you and your daughter.
I don't have any intention of harming you, no intention of harming anyone.
Zhang Meiran interrupted him, took out a document from her handbag, and threw it at Ding Jiaji's face, breaking his glasses. Zhang Meiran, I have no intention of harming anyone.
You bought accidental death insurance for me and Dian Dian, and even listed your own name as the beneficiary? Ding Jiaji, do you take me for a 3-year-old?
Zhang Meiran grabbed Ding Jiaji by the collar and pushed him, but she never expected that with just such a light push, Ding Jiaji, a 1.85-meter tall man, would fall backwards to the ground, hitting his head on the hard corner of the coffee table. When Xuexin saw, when Ding Jiaji leaned back, the corners of his mouth curled up strangely, and it was clear Zhang Meiran had fallen into Ding Jiaji's trap, but it was too late. Ding Jiaji's body fell straight down without any effort, and hit the corner of the coffee table hard. Blood was all over the floor, staining the carpet red. Xuexin's heart skipped a beat. He immediately took out his cell phone and took a few photos of Ding Jiaji lying in a pool of blood.
Jiran, someone is trying to scam me in my office. Call 110 first, then 120. Ms. Zhang, go get the car out of the law firm's underground parking lot. We'll take him to the hospital.
No matter how vicious Ding Jiaji is, you can't die here either, otherwise, they will be in trouble if they are charged with intentional injury causing serious harm. Jiran called 110 and 120 and evacuated the crowd along the way. Xuexin carried Ding Jiaji downstairs, and Zhang Meiran drove all the way to the hospital and sent Ding Jiaji to the operating room. Xuexin and Zhang Meiran stood outside the operating room, covered in blood, waiting for the police to arrive. However, instead of waiting for the police, they waited for a bunch of reporters. At the hospital entrance, crowds of reporters rushed in frantically and surrounded Xuexin and Zhang Meiran in the corridor outside the operating room. It was obvious that someone had arranged this early in the morning. Before Xuexin and Zhang Meiran could say a word, the spotlights flashed wildly and a barrage of questions came at them like a tide.
Mr. Zhang, is it true that you murdered your own husband?
Mr. Zhang, your husband is still lying in the operating room.
What is your relationship with the gentleman next to you?
Soon someone turned their attention to Xuexin.
Lawyer Xue, I've seen your legal education livestream. I know you.
What's your relationship with Zhang Meiran?
Yes, why did you and Zhang Meiran come together to send Zhang Meiran's husband to the hospital? Are you guys having a secret relationship? Did Ms. Zhang divorce her husband just to be with you?
The questions came one after another, aggressively, as if they were interrogating a prisoner, leaving no chance for people to breathe or react.
I'm Zhang Meiran's lawyer.
The person who spoke was Xuexin. He spoke of the reporters immediately focused their camera spotlights on Xuexin, and took every opportunity to ask him questions one after another.
Zhang Meiran caused her husband to go into surgery and possibly the morgue, and you're still defending her?
Lawyer Xue, you're defending a vicious villain.
The lawyer fees you earn are all dirty money. Isn't that dirty?
Lawyer Xue, please explain.
Xue.
His words were so convincing that it seemed as if he was being tortured in an interrogation room. Xuexin's expression was indifferent and he asked the reporters, so you think those murderers shouldn't have lawyers to defend them?
Of course.
Defending criminals, isn't that supporting crime? A reporter said. Xuexin smiled, but the next second, his words made all the reporters present stunned and silent. He said, lawyers are like doctors.
They defend criminals and save their lives. They are only supporting the criminals.
Right to life, not supporting crime.
Whether Zhang Meiran injured anyone should be determined by the police. Whether Zhang Meiran has committed a crime should be determined by the court. Without knowing the full story, I won't comment.
You are not qualified to jump to conclusions. Xuexin's aura is too strong. His expression was gloomy and cold. Subconsciously, those aggressive journalists who are paid to do things, they all shut their mouths in shame. A reporter in the crowd said awkwardly, you talk so high and mighty, but lawyers are nothing more than hired dogs paid by the parties involved. Xuexin's tone was cold and forceful. You may have some misunderstandings about the profession of lawyer.
Those who confuse right and wrong are the dogs hired by the client. Such people are not worthy of being lawyers.
A true lawyer will never blindly protect all the rights and interests of the client, but will pursue legal justice and justice under the rule of law while protecting the legitimate rights and interests of the client. Only the rule of law can lead our country and nation to true revival. Xuexin spoke every word with firm resolution. The voice was like golden swords and jade, filled with passion. Zhang Meiran was stunned. These reporters were paid to deliberately smear her. Even if she said nothing and did nothing, the internet is bound to be full of negative news and negative information about her. She has asked the public relations department to be on standby and ready to work, but Xuexin used just a few words. In less than 5 minutes, these reporters were silenced. What? Emotional control. This is Zhang Meiran covered her chest with her hands, her heart pounding. She was not attracted to Xuexin, but Xuexin's few words made his blood boil. There was a moment, Zhang Meiran really wants to be a lawyer like Xuexin, a legal person like Xuexin. Chapter 064B is lazy in bed. BB is lazy after the reporters left. I don't know how long it took, but the door of the operating room opened. The surgeon came out and took off his mask. Zhang Meiran asked, Doctor, what's going on? The surgeon said, it's a mild concussion. The wound required 16 stitches. The patient has lost a lot of blood and is still receiving a blood transfusion. Because the wound is on the back of the head, with various nerves involved, we need to wait until the patient wakes up and then conduct further examinations to determine if there will be any sequelae. Xuexin and Zhang Meiran spoke almost at the same time. Xuexin, fortunately.
Fortunately, I didn't die as Zhang Meiran. What a shame.
What a pity, why didn't he die in the operating room? After the surgeon left, Xuexin looked at Zhang Meiran and lowered his voice to advise, Ms. Zhang, when the police come to take your statement, please don't be impulsive or act on impulse. Zhang Meiran nodded. Don't worry, lawyer Xue, I know what I should say. Xueshan breathed a sigh of relief. However, when the police came to take the statement, Xueshan heard what Zhang Meiran said to the police. He just wanted to twist off Zhang Meiran's head, coat it with egg liquid, sprinkle it with breadcrumbs, and then fry it in a pan until both sides were golden browned. Because, when the police were taking his statement, Zhang Meiran answered quite seriously and properly. After finishing the record, Zhang Meiran told the police the story of her marriage to Ding Jiaji. At that time, the two were still starting a business. They had little money and were penniless. They lived in a basement of less than 20 square meters in a big city. Zhang Meiran told the police, officer, on the first day of my marriage to Ding Jiaji, he told me, let me give you a heads up. After marriage, it will definitely be you women who will do the housework.
Isn't it women's job to do housework? Zhang Meiran said, imitating Ding Jiaji's tone. The policeman asked curiously, what did you say?
Zhang Meiran, I replied to him, you should give yourself an injection first. You are young, but you are seriously ill.
Bees are lazy in bed.
BBs are lazy in bed, police, Zhang Meiran added. Oh yes, this Pushing man also told me that he doesn't have high expectations for his wife. He just wants her to be independent and have a job outside, and be able to do the laundry, cook, and take care of the kids when she gets home.
The policeman was amused, as if he were listening to a storyteller, and asked, and then?
Zhang Meiran crossed his arms and said, then, I asked him a question in return.
I say, if I can do all these, why do I need you, a common man, for?
Do I need you to applaud me, police? Zhang Meiran tilted her head. The door of the ward was ajar, leaving a gap. Zhang Meiran saw that Ding Jiaji was lying on the hospital bed, his eyelids moved slightly, and he must have woken up. Zhang Meiran folded his arms and raised his chin towards the ward.
Look at him.
He has no confidence in life, and no determination in death. He's so upset that he's neither dead nor alive. Ding Jiaji's eyes widened in anger. No more pretending to be asleep or unconscious. He was so angry that he started coughing as if he was going to cough out his lungs. The policeman restrained the smile on his face and looked at Zhang Meiran seriously.
Ms. Zhang, Mr. Ding has woken up. We will take his statement later. You need to come back to the police station with us.
You are suspected of injuring someone, and so far, your suspicion has not been cleared. Ding Jiaji, who was in the ward, pricked up his ears to listen to the noise outside the door. Hearing this, he smiled triumphantly. As long as Zhang Meiran was taken into the police car and taken to the police station, he asked someone to take a few photos, wrote a few short essays with a certain rhythm, and posted them on Weibo, and he was able to suppress Zhang Meiran in public opinion. By he then created a persona for himself as a loving husband, and magnanimously forgave Zhang Meiran for causing him to suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. It would be difficult for Zhang Meiran to divorce him again. At the same time, Xueshan leaned against the wall of the hospital corridor and suddenly asked the police a question that shocked Ding Jiaji. Chapter 065, Surgeon, Ding Jiaji. Xueshan, comrade police officer, asked the surgeon. They should be able to determine whether the wound on the back of Ding Jiaji's head was caused by someone pushing him down and causing his head to hit the ground, or whether he staged the fall intentionally, right?
Ding Jiaji's face showed panic.
He looked at Zhang Meiran and said, Zhang Meiran, considering we're husband and wife, I haven't even filed a lawsuit against you for intentional injury, and you've already instructed your lawyer to bite me back. Without waiting for Zhang Meiran to speak, Ding Jiaji added, before the operation, when the doctors were giving me anesthesia, I heard them say that the wound on the back of my head would require at least 12 stitches.
Officer, I almost died. How could I possibly risk my life to frame my wife?
The two policemen looked at each other. I think there is some truth to it, even if there is some deep hatred, he wouldn't be so cruel to himself. An older policeman with a mustache said, Mr. Ding, you should take good care of your injuries first.
We will ask your surgeon to come and ask if there is any problem with the wound. The younger, fatter policeman asked, Mr. Ding, would it be convenient for you to record your statement now?
Ding Jiaji, it's my duty to cooperate with the police, but what? Asked the fat policeman. Ding Jiaji glanced at Xueshan and said, Comrade police officer, my wife has been having a fight with me lately and is angry about wanting a divorce.
Xueshan is my wife's attorney.
Before we take your statement, I have a few questions for you. Ding Jiaji was injured in Xueshan's office. The wound was on the back of the head and required 16 stitches. If it is really a premeditated intentional injury, it may constitute intentional injury or even attempted intentional homicide. It is reasonable for the police to question Xueshan. The policeman with a mustache nodded, ask.
Ding Jiaji said, today is my first day at Junjing Law Firm. Xueshan is an old friend of mine and we have a good relationship. That's why I brought tea and gifts and wanted to visit him in his office.
Who knew? Just as I walked to the door of Lawyer Xue's office, I heard my wife's voice. We were alone, and my wife even said she was going to give Lawyer Xue a house and a car. Lawyer Xue, my wife has been asking for a divorce from me recently.
Why would she give you a house and a car?
The policeman with the mustache frowned. There was a hint of suspicion and scrutiny in the look he gave Xueshan. During the on-site investigation, he did see the blood-stained coffee table and the key on it in Xueshan's office. It's a house in Yujingwan. The location is good. It is a school district house. It has north-south ventilation, and there are floor-to-ceiling windows and a balcony. Even the keychain is inlaid with diamonds and engraved with the Royal Bay logo. If Xueshan and Zhang Meiran
Had no relationship, why would Zhang Meiran give the house to Shueishan?
Two words popped up in the mind of the mustache policeman. Keeping Zhang Meiran frowned, Ding Jiaji.
You bought a house for your female assistant to hide her in. That's like a toad fucking a frog. You're ugly but you're not. Don't be so lewd as to think that everyone is just like you, playing dirty.
I'm paying lawyer Shue's legal fees to represent us in our divorce case. Zhang Meiran is very rational. Unfortunately, Ding Jiaji is a lawyer and is very good at sophistry. He had an expression of sudden enlightenment. I was out of my mind. I didn't know I could get a house as a bonus with my lawyer's fees.
I misunderstood lawyer Shui. I'm sorry.
Just one word of apology made the mustache policeman even more suspicious of Shueishan. Zhang Meiran gave a house to Shueishan, and they have a close relationship. So, is it possible that Zhang Meiran and Ding Jiaji are getting divorced because of Shueishan, and for the sake of property, Shueishan conspired with Zhang Meiran to kill Ding Jiaji? The mustache policeman thinks this could be a premeditated murder and a criminal case. Shueishan has a motive for murder and is also a suspect in the crime. The ward was depressingly quiet. At this
moment, a very light puff sound was heard in the air. Shueishan sneered, Lawyer Ding, are you a lawyer or a legal practitioner? A litigant is someone who maliciously initiates litigation and profits from it. Ding Jiaji, what do you mean?
Shueishan turned his gaze to his assistant Jiran, who had a very low presence, and smiled. When Miss Zhang gave me that apartment, my assistant Jiran was right there and was present the whole time. If Miss Zhang and I really had something shameful going on, you wouldn't give me a car and a house in front of my assistant.
The mustache policeman was stunned. There are other people here. Aren't you two alone?
Because Ding Jiaji just used the term lonely man and single woman, the policeman with the mustache had a preconceived notion and subconsciously thought that there were only Zhang Meiran and Shueishan in Shueishan's office. Shueishan's tone was very certain, of course not. Ding Jiaji's expression changed slightly. However, how could a veteran lawyer who had worked in the Mimi Youth League's legal department for over a decade be just an ordinary person? Ding Jiaji was very adaptable and immediately apologized to Shueishan. I'm sorry, Lawyer Shui, I was so concerned about Meiran and so worried that she would leave me as her husband and find someone new, that I didn't notice your assistant was there.
Ding Jiaji looked innocent and guileless. Your assistant is really low-key.
He never smiles or speaks.
He's truly your confidant.
He deliberately emphasized the word confidant. Jiran is Shueishan's confidant. Shueishan and I wear the same pants but breathe through the same nostril. Therefore, Jiran's testimony cannot be trusted and cannot prove that Shueishan and Zhang Meiran are innocent.
But
Shueishan slowly raised his head and said softly, Jiran and I have only known each other for less than 24 hours. Ding Jiaji, Shueishan's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. This morning, Jiran came to the law firm to interview for my assistant position.
That was the first time we met.
Ding Jiaji, Shueishan looked at him with amusement. I can't say I'm a confidant yet. Jiran nodded and said to the police in a calm tone, Officer, I used to be a judge, but I resigned.
I just passed the interview at Junjing Law Firm, and I don't have any personal relationship with Lawyer Shui.
When Ms. Zhang Meiran came to see Lawyer Shui, I was present the entire time.
Both of them are innocent. The mustachioed policeman nodded and asked, You were there the whole time, so what did you hear?
Following the words of the mustache policeman, the ward fell silent. Jiran spoke in silence. I heard Ms. Zhang say that Lawyer Ding had an affair and slept with a woman, and was caught by the anti-pornography police. He was almost detained for soliciting prostitution. I also heard from Ms. Zhang that Lawyer Ding secretly filmed her daughter taking a bath. Ms. Zhang also said that Lawyer Ding bought a large amount of accidental injury insurance for Ms. Zhang and her daughter, and even listed Lawyer Ding's own name as the beneficiary. These, Lawyer Ding admitted them all. The words fell. The mustached policeman and the fat policeman looked at Ding Jiaji in disbelief. A lawyer who talks a lot about legal faith, caught by the anti-pornography police, secretly filming your own daughter taking a bath. He also bought a large amount of accidental injury insurance for his wife and daughter. What kind of cow and horse is this? The policeman with a mustache said to Ding Jiaji, Mr. Ding, I just said the 3 words Mr. Ding. Ding Jiaji suddenly covered his eyes and screamed in despair. He screamed so miserably and shrilly that it scared the people around. The surgeon had just changed out of his blue sterile surgical gown. When he heard from the nurse that Ding Jiaji had woken up, he wanted to come over and check on Ding Jiaji's condition. As soon as he reached the door, he heard the scream. The surgeon was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. He quickly ran into the ward. What's wrong?
Doctor! Doctor! I can't see with my eyes. I can't see any light at all. Everything is pitch black. I can't even see my hand in front of me. Doctor, please save me. I'm a lawyer, I can't lose my eyes, please.
Ding Jiaji burst into tears and almost collapsed. His pupils were dilated and unfocused, as if he were truly blind. He went through so much trouble, even the 2 policemen forgot to ask him about secretly filming his daughter taking a bath and buying large insurance policies for his wife and daughter.
Calm down.
The surgeon walked over, carefully examined Ding Jiaji's eyes, and gave his diagnosis. It's possible that you suffered a severe blow to the back of your head, causing a blood clot in your brain that's compressed your optic nerve, leading to temporary blindness. The specific cause requires a brain CT scan and detailed examination.
Mr. Ding, be prepared. In the future, your eyes may recover, or you may lose them forever. Hearing this, Ding Jiaji was so angry that he flew into a rage and started cursing. It is impossible to record his statement in this state. The mustached policeman and the fat policeman looked at each other and went to investigate other clues first. When only Ding Jiaji and the surgeon were left in the ward, the surgeon handed Ding Jiaji a glass of water in a paper cup and said, "That's enough, stop pretending." Ding Jiaji was holding his mobile phone and browsing Weibo. Where is the trace of the expression of despair after going blind on his face? He took the water cup, took a sip, and said, "If Shueishan asks another doctor to examine the wound on my head, can he tell me whether it was a severe head injury caused by being pushed and falling, or whether I fell and hurt myself on purpose?" The surgeon hesitated and said, "Yes." Ding Jiaji, then this identification must be done by you, and don't let anyone else find out. Ding Jiazi, you will help me, right? Also, in code, chapter 066 3 major illusions in life, my phone vibrates, I can fight back, and she likes me. Heard the three words Ding Jiazi, the surgeon's face turned slightly cold as he pointed at his name tag and said, "My last name is Zhao, not Ding. My name is Zhao Zi, not Ding Jiazi. The badge reads, Zhao Zi, neurosurgeon Zhao Zi. Even if I help you, I'm not the only doctor in the operating room, and it's impossible to have only one doctor testify in a criminal case." Ding Jiaji hesitated to speak, and before he could say anything else, there was a knock on the ward door. Ding Jiaji, who? Shueishan's lazy voice came from outside the door. "Lawyer Ding, I have a favor to ask of you." Ding Jiaji's face darkened and he stressed, "Shueishan. I'm blind. I'm a blind man now." "Oh, okay, blind lawyer Ding, I have a favor to ask you." After saying that, Shueishan pushed the door open and walked in. A blind lawyer Ding? He quickly lowered his head. He was afraid that Shueishan would find out that he was not blind. "Shueishan, lawyer Ding, I came to you to get your marriage certificate. Divorce litigation case, when filing a lawsuit, you must produce your marriage certificate." However, Ding Jiaji secretly hid Zhang Meiran's marriage certificate. Hearing Shueishan's words, Ding Jiaji smiled and said with his head down, "Have you lost your mind because you won the lawsuit so smoothly?" "Shueishan, when I was studying for my doctorate, I studied marriage and family law. You can't win this lawsuit. Please also tell Zhang Meiran that she can't get a divorce. Even if we really get divorced, I'm sure she'll be kicked out of the house with nothing. Her reputation will be ruined." Ding Jiaji is very confident. He has a key piece of evidence that can turn the tide. This piece of evidence is enough to send Zhang Meiran to his death. As for Shueishan, a newcomer in the legal profession, after winning 2 lawsuits, he became arrogant and lost his mind with joy. "Lawyer Ding," Shueishan said, interrupting Ding Jiaji's thoughts, "I can't lose this case. What's more, even if I'm bound to lose, I will fight you to the death." Ding Jiaji was stunned for a moment and asked Shueishan in disbelief, "Why? How much did Zhang Meiran give you in legal fees?" Many lawyers, fearing that losing a case would affect their reputation, simply refuse to take cases with a low chance of winning. Even if they accept the case, they will advise the parties involved to settle the matter privately and go through the reconciliation procedure. "Shueishan, I don't need to trouble lawyer Ding about my legal fees. Ding Jiaji, I'm different from you. I'm filing this lawsuit to teach you a lesson. You're such an ignorant scumbag who even covets your own daughter." Ding Jiaji curled his lips sarcastically, "Naive. Coveting your own daughter? So what, if Zhang Meiran had evidence of this kind of thing, she wouldn't have tolerated him until now." Ding Jiaji reached into his pocket, took out Zhang Meiran's marriage certificate and threw it to Shueishan. Shueishan took the marriage certificate and turned away. Out of the hospital, Zhang Meiran waited in the underground parking lot outside and asked Shueishan, "Lawyer Shui, what should we do next?" Shueishan hesitated. There are many branches of law. Marriage and family law is not his main research area. He only knows the basics. A divorce case came down. It just so happens that the couple's joint property is not a small number. What to do? If he said that he didn't know what to do, Zhang Meiran's trust in him would completely collapse. At this moment, Shueishan had an idea. He has a legal search system. Shueishan immediately searched the marriage and family section of the civil code and the relevant provisions, interpretations, and rules of the civil procedure law. He only needs to recite in his mind and give instructions to the system. The system's search is completed instantly in just a few seconds. In an instant, a large number of laws, regulations and information appeared in Shueishan's mind. Shueishan said to Zhang Meiran, "Ms. Zhang, in divorce cases, the first instance judge rarely directly rules for divorce. Most of the time, they mediate and allow the parties to file a lawsuit 6 months later, unless what?" Shueishan said, "Unless the relationship breaks down." Zhang Meiran laughed, "I've been renting a house on my own and have been separated from him for half a year. Doesn't that count as a breakup? Lawyer Shui, can the rental contract be used as evidence?" Shueishan, okay. Shueishan then gave Zhang Meiran several pieces of evidence that could prove the breakdown of their relationship. For example, the call logs from the mobile company, testimonies from colleagues. However, Ding Jiaji obviously thought of the same thing as Shueishan. The couple hasn't sent WeChat messages for almost half a year. Today, Ding Jiaji sent a WeChat voice message to Zhang Meiran, expressing his concern, fearing that Zhang Meiran would provide evidence that their relationship had broken down. Ding Jiaji, "Meiran, it's getting cold, remember to add more quilts to your bed so you don't get cold." Zhang Meiran replied sarcastically, "It's getting cold. Remember to add a blanket to your coffin so you don't get cold."
Ding Jiaji seemed not to have noticed Zhang Meiran's tone and sent another voice message back. Meiran, I knew you still like me. Shueishan shook his head. Three major illusions in life. My phone vibrates, I can fight back, she likes me. But Shueishan was stunned for a moment and went over the voice messages that Ding Jiaji had just sent him carefully in his mind. When I thought about it, I was stunned. He thought of something else. Thinking of this, Shueishan's face changed instantly. Chapter 067 System Evolved. Skill Tree. Shueishan was thinking, a normal person. My eyes suddenly became blind instead of collapsing. This man was very affectionate and concerned about whether his wife had covered herself with a blanket when she slept at night, being calm and open-minded to this extent. It's really like a sparrow pecking at a cow's butt, and the sparrow's food is, indeed, awesome. This is not rational. Seeing Shueishan's complicated expression, Zhang Meiran asked, what's wrong? Shueishan came back to his senses and shook his head. He already had some guesses in his mind. Miss Zhang Meiran, I'm over 30 years old now. I deserve you to call me sister. Sister Meiran. Shueishan said readily. Ding. Zhang Meiran's favorability plus 10. Shueishan, the favorability came so suddenly. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Even if you pick it up, it will still hurt you. Zhang Meiran's favorability, 15 out of 100. Friendship. Shueishan was happy when he saw the favorability value column. With goodwill, he can clearly grasp the changes in the minds of people around him, and no longer have to worry about someone playing dirty tricks or doing small things behind his back. Zhang Meiran glanced at her watch and said, it's getting late. My daughter Dian will be out of school soon. I have to go pick her up. Sister Meiran, your divorce from Ding Jiaji involves Dian's custody, so? I have a few questions I'd like to ask Dian in person. Zhang Meiran took out the car key from her pocket and pressed it to I in the parking lot. There was a soft sound of a car door unlocking. Get in the car. I'll treat you to dinner after I pick up the kids. We'll talk while we eat. Zhang Meiran opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. Shueishan did not sit in the back seat, but chose the co-pilot seat. Ding. Zhang Meiran's favorability plus 5. Hearing that his favorability had increased, Shueishan breathed a sigh of relief. Joke. Zhang Meiran, the female boss of a large enterprise, condescended to drive the car herself, which meant that she treated Shueishan as her friend. If he sat in the back seat, wouldn't that be ungrateful and treating Zhang Meiran as a subordinate? Bite. Trigger mission, help Zhang Meiran win the lawsuit and successfully divorce Ding Jiaji in the first instance. Quest rewards, Micro Expression Skill Tree *1, Psychology Skill Tree *1, Negotiation Skill Tree *1. Note, all 3 skill trees are at the elementary level. Please complete more quests to level up. Shueishan, the system has evolved, upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon. After being shocked, the villain in Shueishan's heart put his hands on his hips and laughed uncontrollably. He found a treasure. Micro-expression studies, psychology, and negotiation are all valuable things that a lawyer can only come across. This is not comparable to a simple reward of tens of thousands of dollars. What's more, from the several lawsuits he won before, the money from the system rewards, lawyer fees, and tips for legal education live broadcasts added up to hundreds of thousands of yuan in savings. Compared to money, Shueishan is more optimistic about these practical skills. Ding. Because there is no monetary reward for this mission, the psychology skill tree, elementary, will be dropped early. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Psychology Skill Tree *1, do you want to use it? Shueishan muttered to himself, use it. The words fell. A large amount of information flowed into Shueishan's mind frantically, and a large amount of psychological knowledge and experience constantly stimulated every brain cell in his brain. Too much information. Shueishan's head hurt so much that it felt like it was about to explode. It was not until Zhang Meiran drove the car to the vicinity of Dian's primary school that Shueishan's headache was slightly relieved. After Zhang Meiran parked the car, she got out. Dian. Zhang Meiran pushed the sunglasses on her nose and waved to a little girl with 2 ponytails at the school gate. Shueishan followed Zhang Meiran's gaze. The little girl came over with her backpack on her back and said sweetly, Mom. Zhang Meiran held Dian's hand and asked casually, what delicious food did the nanny bring you for lunch? Dian lowered his head. There are fish, meat, vegetables, rice, and taro. At this time, Shueishan stared at Dian's expression, and all kinds of information suddenly appeared in his mind, constantly in line with the situation of blushing cheeks, increased blinking frequency, and unnatural hands and feet are psychological signs of lying. Dian lied. Zhang Meiran then asked, how are you doing in school? Did your teacher hit you? He glanced at the upper right corner and said, no. Shueishan touched his chin. Dian lied again. When people try to remember something that actually happened, their eyes look to the upper left. When people lie, their eyes look to the upper right. In addition, liars will subconsciously avoid using the first person and try to avoid mentioning themselves. This is common sense in psychology. Sister Meiran. Shueishan spoke, interrupting the conversation between Zhang Meiran and Dian. He spoke suddenly. Dian looked up curiously and looked at Shueishan. This is my daughter, Dian. Her full name is Ding Dian. Zhang Meiran introduced her to Shueishan. Dian, call Uncle Shui. Hello, Uncle Shui. After Dian greeted him, she climbed into the child's seat in the back seat of the car. Shueishan thought about it and reminded Zhang Meiran, Sister Meiran, Dian, I seem to have lied just now. Ding. Zhang Meiran's favorability -10. Zhang Meiran narrowed her eyes and looked at Shueishan with a bit of displeasure. Shueishan, my daughter has always been very well behaved.
She never lies. Shueishan shook his head. That's not what I meant. I'm just worried that she'll be bullied at school.
Zhang Meiran's favorability -10. Zhang Meiran pointed at the school gate behind Shueishan with a faint tone. This is the primary school with the strongest teaching team in the entire Licheng. All the teachers are PhD graduates.
Being bullied? That's impossible. Lawyer Shui, you're overthinking it.
Besides, I just asked what Dian Dian had for lunch and whether he was beaten by the teacher.
Why would I lie about that? Shueishan didn't explain much. He bent down and looked at Dian Dian, who was sitting in the back seat. Dian Dian, Uncle Shui wants to ask you 2 questions, okay? Nodding his head, Shueishan, the fish in the lunchbox that the nanny brought you, was it yellow croaker or Yangtze River knife fish?
Yellow croaker.
As if afraid that Shueishan would not believe that she had eaten fish, Dian Dian added, the nanny said yellow croaker.
Zhang Meiran's expression changed. The price of yellow croaker is 20,000 yuan per catty, and the price of Yangtze River knife fish is 8,000 yuan per catty. Their family has never bought such expensive fish. The nanny couldn't have said that. Dian Dian really lied.
Shueishan asked again, does it hurt when the teacher at school hits you? Dian Dian bit her lip, it hurts. Zhang Meiran couldn't believe it. She raised her voice and asked, didn't you just say that the teacher didn't hit you? If a teacher did hit you, which teacher did it? Where did she hit you? Dian Dian glanced at Zhang Meiran timidly and said, yes, it's Teacher Zhou.
She pinched my arm with her nails.
Mom, I'm in pain. Can I not go to school?
Zhang Meiran simply rolled up her sleeves a little. I saw that the white and tender arm was covered with bruises and deep crescent-shaped nail marks with bloodstains. Zhang Meiran even wanted to kill someone. She frowned.
But, among the teachers in Dian Dian's class, there is no one with the surname Zhou. Zhang Meiran asked, which teacher Zhou? Tell Mom the truth, or she'll be angry.
After she threatened him like that, Dian Dian confessed everything. It was Ms. Zhou Yuru, the new teacher who came yesterday.
She teaches us Chinese. The lunchbox that the nanny gave me was also taken away and eaten by Teacher Zhou.
Zhou Yuru, Zhang Meiran narrowed his eyes and sneered. Not long ago, isn't the woman Ding Jiaji cheated with, the mistress, Zhou Yuru? Ding Jiaji, you can do it.
You really can do it.
Let the mistress be the Chinese teacher for the legal wife's daughter. This is really a knife stabbing the butt. My eyes have been opened. Chapter 068 Calcium Tablet. Zhang Meiran looked at Shueishan, his eyes blazing with fire. Shueishan, please take care of Dian Dian for me.
I'll be back soon.
Finished. Zhang Meiran walked back with a gloomy face. I guess he went to settle the score with Zhou Yuru, Shueishan sighed, and just when he was about to buy some snacks and candies to coax Ding Dian, his sleeve was pulled, her eyes were slightly red and swollen, and tears were about to fall, hanging on the roots of her eyelashes.
Uncle Shui, I feel like I'm a nuisance.
Mom said that if it weren't for me, she would have divorced Dad long ago. Dad said that if Mom hadn't been injured giving birth to me, he wouldn't have looked for someone else in the hope of having a boy.
Ding Dian buried his head in his elbow and said in a nasal voice, Uncle Shui, is my presence causing them trouble?
Shueishan was silent for a moment. Ding. Psychology, elementary, passive skill, psychological counseling. Shueishan said, I will teach you a perfect way to relax.
First, take a hot bath. Second, make a cup of hot milk and add some honey. Third, drink the milk and lie down on the bed.
Fourth, when you open your eyes and see the sun rising, you can live with a new mood. Ding Dian looked at Shueishan in confusion. The haze in my heart gradually dissipated. It was as if a beam of light shone in.
Drink milk? She fished out a pure white medicine bottle with a torn label from her bag.
You need to take calcium tablets when you drink milk to grow taller. This was bought for her by Zhou Yuru, but he also asked her to take 2 tablets every day, saying that it is good for the body. Shueishan stretched out his hand towards her and said, give me the calcium tablets.
Let me see them.
Ding Dian handed over the medicine bottle. Shueishan unscrewed it and poured a few pills into his hand. After just one glance, his face was so dark that ink could drip out. Calcium tablets. Is this called a calcium tablet? This isn't some calcium supplement at all, it's sleeping pills. Before his death, Shueishan was tortured by cancer and could not sleep all night. The doctor prescribed me so many different kinds of sleeping pills. Shueishan might not be familiar with other medicines, but he is more familiar with sleeping pills than doctors, and there is no way he would confuse calcium tablets with sleeping pills. Sleeping pills are something that can become addictive and even damage your nerves if you take too much. Zhou Yuru, you are wicked enough to be killed. Shui's face darkened out. He first called Zhang Meiran. At the same time, Zhang Meiran went straight to Zhou Yuru's office. Wait until you reach the office door. The office door was open, and Zhang Meiran saw at a glance. Zhou Yuru was sitting at her desk, cutting mango melaleuca. The office was filled with the scent of rose and grapefruit tea. As Zhang Meiran's eyes turned cold, the nanny told her that the lunch delivered to Ding Dian today included mango millefeuille dessert and rose grapefruit tea as a drink. Seeing Zhang Meiran, Zhou Yuru was stunned. Zhang Meiran picked up the grapefruit tea on the table and poured it over Zhou Yuru's head. Zhou Yuru stood up from her chair and angrily said, Zhang Meiran, what the hell are you doing? You can't control your own husband, so you take it out on others? Zhang Meiran raised her hand and slapped Zhou Yuru. This slap is for stealing Dian Dian's lunch. Zhou Yuru seemed to be stunned and did not move. Pa Zhang Meiran slapped her a second time.
Both sides of her face swelled up symmetrically. She said to Zhou Yuru, "This slap is for pinching Diandian's arm." Zhou Yuru smiled and deliberately provoked, "Do you have any evidence?"
Zhang Meiran grabbed Zhou Yuru's collar, clenched his fist, and punched Zhou Yuru in the face. Blood soon flowed from Zhou Yuru's nostrils as Zhou Yuru was hit so hard that he lost his balance and knocked over the cabinet behind him, making a loud noise. Soon, 2 security guards ran in. "What's going on?"
Zhou Yuru pointed at Zhang Meiran and said, "She slapped me twice and made my nose bleed. Send her to the police station." Zhou Yuru smiled triumphantly. She heard Ding Jiaji say, "There is absolutely no problem in detaining someone for a few days for slapping him in the face and making his nose bleed." The 2 security guards looked at each other, locked the door, and then walked towards Zhang Meiran and grabbed her arms behind her back. "Let go. Let me go."
Zhang Meiran struggled desperately. However, the 2 security guards' hands were like iron pliers, holding her tightly. There was even a security guard who touched Zhang Meiran and was not very honest. Zhang Meiran was shaking with anger. "Get out.
Don't touch me."
Her face was filled with humiliation and despair, and she felt so disgusted that she almost vomited. But there is no way to resist. Zhou Yuru leaned back in her chair and said slowly, "Zhang Meiran, last time you caused Jiaji and I to be arrested and photographed, making us notorious.
Do you remember?"
Zhang Meiran's heart skipped a beat. Zhou Yuru looked at the 2 security guards and said, "Take some pictures of her too."
"Zhou Yuru, how dare you? You are committing a crime." Zhang Meiran's eyes were full of bloodshot. Zhou Yuru laughed, "Do you dare to expose us?"
"Zhang Meiran, if we go to jail, your photo will be all over the internet, and your family, your parents, your daughter, will never be able to hold their heads up high again. They'll all be criticized. The worst that can happen is that we'll all perish together." Zhou Yuru looked at the 2 security guards and said, "Hand it over.
Don't hesitate. She's the boss of the company.
She'll pay a lot of hush money. Wealth and honor are achieved through risk.
If you are a man, don't be a coward." Just then, the locked door of the office was kicked open by someone.
Chapter 069 Revenge. Shueishan walked in. I saw Zhang Meiran being pressed to the ground, her clothes in disarray. Shueishan kicked a security guard over and the tip of his leather shoe crushed the security guard's chest. He leaned over and punched the other security guard in the stomach. The security guard was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Unable to get up, Shueishan took off his coat and put it on Zhang Meiran.
Ding!
Zhang Meiran's favorability plus 25. Zhang Meiran's favorability, 25 out of 100. Friendship. Zhang Meiran trembled and took 2 deep breaths.
"Thank you." At this moment, 2 urgent police sirens sounded downstairs. Soon, 2 policemen ran into the office, who called the police.
Shueishan took a look. Happy. Or an acquaintance. The 2 policemen were the ones investigating the case of Ding Jiaji's head injury. Mustache policeman and fat policeman, Shueishan said. "I called the police." When he discovered that the calcium tablets were actually sleeping pills, he called the police. The fat policeman looked at Shueishan in surprise. "Lawyer Shui, why did you call the police again? If you call the police more often, you can recharge your membership." Shueishan has long been a supreme SVIP. Every day is like commuting. Calling the police every day is more punctual than them punching in. The mustachioed policeman waved his hand. All right, Lawyer Shui, you just said on the phone that someone was abusing a child.
Where is the suspect? Do you have any evidence?" Shueishan turned around and pointed at Zhou Yuru. "She." Zhou Yuru was startled, then said, "Who are you? You have no evidence, stop slandering me."
Shueishan pulled Ding Dian out from behind him and rolled up Ding Dian's sleeves. The plump white arms were covered with bruises and nail marks. Some of the crescent-shaped nail marks were so deep that new wounds were stacked on top of old ones and were still oozing blood. "Shueishan, this is the evidence."
Zhou Yuru sneered, "Then if I go to the crematorium and find a dead person and say you killed them, will you admit your guilt?"
Shueishan stepped forward, grabbed Zhou Yuru's wrist, and put Zhou Yuru's hand in the police's sight. Zhou Yuru's nails are very long. There are still dandruff and bloodstains in the nail crevices that have not been cleaned off. As Zhou Yuru's expression suddenly changed.
"Shueishan, officer, the forensic department of the police station can identify the DNA of the bloodstains and skin flakes under Zhou Yuru's fingernails and see if it matches the tiny DNA. It shouldn't be difficult."
Zhou Yuru's calves were trembling slightly. She was wearing high heels and staggered, barely able to stand by holding onto the desk. Zhou Yuru swallowed her saliva.
"Officer, it was Ding Dian who didn't do her homework and disturbed other children's lessons. She was mischievous and I got so angry.
I was doing this for her own good."
"For her own good?"
Shueishan raised his eyebrows and said, "You stole her lunch and made her hungry the whole afternoon.
Was that for her own good?"
You pinched her arm until it bled and bruised, and then warned her not to tell anyone.
Was that for her own good?
You bought her sleeping pills and lied to her that they were calcium tablets, asking her to take 2 or 3 a day.
Was that for her own good?" Shueishan pressed on step by step with a strong tone. He didn't give Zhou Yuru any chance to react. "Sleeping pills?"
Zhang Meiran looked at Zhou Yuru in shock, her face full of anger, her chest heaving violently with anger. Shueishan took out the bottle of sleeping pills with the label torn off from his pocket and slammed it on Zhou Yuru's desk. Zhou Yuru forced a smile.
"You just casually took out a bottle of medicine. I've never seen this bottle before. How can you say I bought it? Where's the evidence?"
The policeman with mustache and the fat policeman exchanged glances. As veteran police officers with so many years of experience, what else can't they see through? An innocent man who committed no crime. When being accused of a crime, one should refute it fiercely and say that it was not him who did it, a guilty person. Only when being accused of a crime will they raise their voice and ask the other party, do you have evidence?
Schweshen looked down at her and said, is there your fingerprint on the medicine bottle? It will only take half an hour to identify it. I studied forensic science. With the equipment, I can do fingerprint identification. Or.
Schweshen turned to look at the police officer. Sleeping pills are prescription drugs and must be ordered by a doctor.
They are not available in ordinary pharmacies.
Just check the drug purchase records of Zhou Yuru and her relatives and friends, and you'll know the answer. Zhou Yuru's face looked ashen. She didn't expect the truth to be revealed so quickly. Catching her off guard, she deliberately snatched Ding Dian's lunchbox and pinched Ding Dian's arm until it was bruised, just to hide it from others, to cover up the fact that she bought sleeping pills for Ding Dian. Even if Zhang Meiran discovered that she was abusing him in the slightest, the worst that could happen to her was that she would just find another job. That medicine, if taken for a long time, it is. What can really make a child demented and mentally ill? She just wanted to take revenge on Ding Dian and Zhang Meiran. However, all of this was ruined by Schweshen, destroyed. Zhou Yuru was unwilling, but she felt relieved. Fortunately, Schweshen did not mention a word about her instructing the two security guards to molest Zhang Meiran. The next second, Schweshen, officer, how many years is the sentence for rape? Zhou Yuru, two security guards. Zhou Yuru looked at Schweshen with a stiff expression. I wish I could sew his mouth shut with needle and thread. She just wanted to take some photos and had no intention of letting those two people kill Zhang Meiran. Forced molestation and rape. The difference in sentencing is huge, but as soon as Schweshen opened his mouth, he started to charge it with rape. The policeman with a mustache said, the minimum sentence is 3 years and less than 10 years. Zhou Yuru's palms were sweaty. No, a single piece of evidence cannot convict a person. There is no surveillance here, only Zhang Meiran's victim statement and the eyewitness testimony of Schweshen, which does not mean anything. Schweshen is a human being, not a god. It is impossible for him to keep the recording and video equipment on 24 hours a day. At this time, Schweshen smiled.
Don't be nervous.
I was in a hurry to get out today, so I didn't bring any recording or video equipment with me.
Excuse me.
Zhou Yuru breathed a sigh of relief, but, the next second Schweshen took out his cell phone, and on the screen was the call interface between him and Zhang Meiran. Call duration, 20 minutes, 36 seconds. In other words, when all this just happened, the phone call between Zhang Meiran and Schweshen was always connected. Schweshen smiled and said, unfortunately, my phone was infected with a virus a few days ago. Whenever you're on a call, it will automatically record the conversation and back it up on your phone.
You can't blame me for this.
Author's words, 6,000 words, 3 updates, no writer's block. It's even later. I was really upset after being scolded last night. I saw some people criticizing me for having no logic and winning the lawsuit inexplicably without providing any evidence, just one sentence. If I wanted to, I could write 50,000 or 60,000 words about a trial, and make it extremely boring, but would anyone like to read it? If you want to find a logical trial, just go to the Trial Live broadcast website. Why read novels? Chapter 70 is on the hot search. A few words about water. Those who said in the comments a few chapters ago that I looked like I had a new brain and that my writing was a mess, watch out.
There are many foreshadowings in the early stage, so the foreshadowing took a long time. After the foreshadowing was completed, the last 3 chapters started to slap the face. Zhou Yuru and the 2 security guards were horrified and looked despairing. It's cold. When the woman and 2 men were taken into the police car, Zhang Meiran stood next to Schweshen. She had a complicated expression on her face and said to Schweshen with lingering fear, Schweshen, thank you so much for what happened today. If Schweshen hadn't called her and asked her to keep the line connected, the consequences are unimaginable. Schweshen didn't say anything, but asked another question. Ding Jiaji's chief surgeon, Zhao Zi, do you know him? In the hospital this afternoon, Zhao Zi and Zhang Meiran had a brief eye contact. He noticed it. Zhang Meiran glanced at Schweshen in surprise and nodded. Yes, we know each other. What is your relationship?
Schweshen didn't like to inquire about private matters, but this was related to the doctor's assessment of Ding Jiaji's head injury. Zhang Meiran, Zhao Zi, she's the lactation consultant that Ding Jiaji introduced to me when I just gave birth to Ding Dian. After 7 years, if it weren't for the mole on his right thumb, I would have almost failed to recognize him.
Schweshen nodded. I need Zhao Zi's contact information. Without saying a word, Zhang Meiran sent a string of mobile phone numbers to Schweshen on WeChat.
Sister Meiran, Ding Jiaji might retaliate against you for Zhou Yuru's arrest.
You and Dian Dian should be careful. Take Dian Dian back to rest first, and leave the rest to me.
Schweshen was right. Ding Jiaji's revenge came quickly late at night. When Schweshen was organizing materials and writing legal documents on the computer in the law firm's office, he received a call from Zhang Meiran. Schweshen held the mouse in one hand and before he could say anything, Zhang Meiran's voice came from the other end.
Schweshen, have you seen the news?
Schweshen used the law firm's intranet to search for information and never went online to read the news. However, Zhang Meiran's tone made him vaguely guess. What did Ding Jiaji post?
Zhang Meiran was a little embarrassed to speak. You can open his Weibo and see for yourself.
I can't say this. Hang up the phone with Zhang Meiran. Shueishan logged into Weibo immediately. As soon as he logged in, 99 plus messages popped up on Weibo, which made Shueishan stunned. Several legal education live broadcasts have also gained him a lot of fans on Weibo. However, except for the live broadcasts, most of those fans are like zombie fans, and there are rarely so many messages. Shueishan glanced at the trending searches and his gaze paused. The first hot search is Zhang Meiran, with a black and red word, behind it in addition. The third, 7th, 9th and 10th most searched names are also Zhang Meiran. Shueishan didn't even have to search Ding Jiaji's Weibo.
The first hot search topic was a long Weibo post by Ding Jiaji.
Ding Jiaji started out by playing the victim, saying that he was a grassroots person with a poor background. He also said that he and Zhang Meiran had lived together in a basement, and that they were a married couple who had worked hard together and had survived the 7-year itch to get to where they are today. Immediately afterwards, Ding Jiaji wrote a long paragraph to express his deep love for his wife Zhang Meiran. It was here that Ding Jiaji's painting style changed. He said he never imagined that his beloved and trusted wife was such a fickle person. In order to win a big case, he slept less than 5 hours in 4 days and received a considerable amount of legal fees. When he returned home and wanted to share it with Zhang Meiran, he found there was a man on Zhang Meiran, touching her all over. Zhang Meiran's face was full of enjoyment. Ding Jiaji also said that he had been cuckolded for 7 years and had endured it for the sake of his daughter. However, Zhang Meiran not only caused him to get 16 stitches on the back of his head, but also wanted to divorce him and make him leave the house with nothing. After reading this 3,000-word Weibo essay, Shueishan laughed out loud. Ding Jiaji is really smart. His language is provocative and empathetic enough, and the 9 square grid pictures he released are also confusing enough. Pictured, Zhang Meiran was lying on the bed, with a pair of hands that were obviously men's covering her. 36D.9 photos, taken from various angles, capture Zhang Meiran's face clearly. Only one pair of the man's hands were captured in the shot, with a mole on his right thumb. I have to say that Ding Jiaji's move was quite ruthless. If Zhang Meiran hadn't said that the man with a mole on his right thumb was a lactation consultant, even Shueishan would have believed Ding Jiaji's words. However, Ding Jiaji posted a Weibo using his real name on a large account with a sad tone, which made almost everyone believe it. The comments were all cursing Zhang Meiran. Even Zhang Meiran's lawyer Shueishan was severely criticized. After Shueishan quit Weibo, he sent a message to Zhang Meiran. Shueishan, what's the current situation at your company? Zhang Meiran, not good. Zhang Meiran, Ding Jiaji has made such a big deal out of this. When the market opens tomorrow morning, the share price of our orange company will definitely plummet. Zhang Meiran, I'm afraid I have to suspend my work and reflect on my actions. Zhang Meiran. Shueishan, this is a complicated matter. Don't get involved. This matter is over. Shueishan's fingertips paused. Then, he replied slowly. Shueishan, tomorrow morning you hold a press conference in the name of Orange Company, and leave the rest to me. Shueishan narrowed his eyes. Finished? Of course not. He has almost collected enough evidence. The counterattack has just begun. The press conference of Orange Company was the real game between him and the 2 lawyers, Ding Jiaji. The next day, the scene of Orange Company's press conference, several major shareholders and senior executives of the company have already arrived, as well as elites from various industries and several influential media outlets. Zhang Meiran did not show up, and Shueishan, as Zhang Meiran's lawyer, sat in Zhang Meiran's seat. His long legs were crossed, calm and powerful. There were countless cameras in the press conference hall, and the flashing spotlights were giving people a headache. The reporters did not see Zhang Meiran, who was the most talked about person with negative news flying all over the place, so they threw the questions to Zhang Meiran's lawyer.
Shueishan. Lawyer Shuai, what do you have to say about Ms. Zhang Meiran's infidelity?
Lawyer Shuai, Zhang Meiran cheated on her first and then filed for divorce from Ding Jiaji, leaving him with nothing.
Why did you choose to represent her in this case? Did you get paid a lot of money? Is it true that Orange Company wants to suspend Zhang Meiran and ask him to reflect on his actions? Lawyer Shuai.
Please answer. Shueishan heard the reporter's questions clearly. His eyes passed through the crowd and he saw the blind Ding Jiaji sitting in the corner. He wore a pair of blind eye sunglasses and had a blind stick at hand. Ding Jiaji had a smile on his face, and he seemed to be confident in waiting for the celebration banquet. Shueishan sneered. He will never sit and wait for death. In full view of everyone, Shueishan stood up and took action.
Chapter 71. Ding Jiaji's pretense of blindness exposed. Shueishan cleared his throat.
Ding Jiaji's long Weibo post yesterday, in my opinion, it's just burning newspapers at graves to fool the ghosts.
Yesterday, my client didn't respond to lawyer Ding's short Weibo post. It's not because we feel guilty, but because we believe that litigation is all about evidence. Just a quick note, the evidence, my assistant Jiran has brought it to you.
Everyone subconsciously looked at Ding Jiaji. Ding Jiaji held his cane and said, Lawyer Shuai, a lawsuit requires evidence. But the long Weibo post I made yesterday was only because I love my wife so much, so deeply, that I can't tolerate any sand in my eyes, and I can't tolerate betrayal.
Shueishan. You're so eager for Meiran and I to divorce. What do you mean? Do you have any intentions towards Meiran?
Shueishan acted as if he didn't hear anything. Then, Shueishan's assistant Jiran, holding a large stack of A4 papers, distributed them to each reporter one by one, like an invigilator handing out papers. When it was sent to Ding Jiaji, Jiran just handed over a piece of information, then took it back as if he had received an electric shock. Sorry, Lawyer Ding, you are blind anyway, and you can't see this evidence, so I won't give it to you.
It's a good saving. Save every piece of paper, save every tree. Jiran said seriously. Ding Jiaji's face turned black, his eyes under his sunglasses inadvertently glanced at the words on the document, and his body suddenly froze. That information. It was Zhang Meiran who called 110 and said that he and Zhou Yuru were suspected of prostitution. He and Zhou Yuru were arrested by the anti-pornography police in disheveled clothes, and the statements they made at the police station were recorded. That document is a photocopy. It's clearly written on the paper. Ding Jiaji and Zhou Yuru are lovers and have been living together for a long time. There is also Ding Jiaji's signature stamp on the paper. Ding Jiaji's face turned pale and blue in an instant. A second ago, he had just finished saying that he loved his wife deeply. The next second, Shueishan produced evidence of his infidelity with other women. Moreover, the evidence was stamped with the official seal of the police station. No one would doubt the authenticity of this evidence. Ding Jiaji's head was buzzing. It feels like having your head stuck in a hornet's nest. Unfortunately, Shueishan didn't give him any time to catch his breath or think of a countermeasure. Shueishan took out a laser pen from his pocket, pressed it, and directly threw out the second piece of heavyweight evidence. A picture slowly appeared on the slide screen behind Shueishan. The picture shows a little girl's arm that was pinched and covered in bruises. The little girl's face was blurred. Shueishan pointed a laser pointer at the little girl on the screen and said, "This child is the biological daughter of my clients, Zhang Meiran and Ding Jiaji. The person who pinched her with her nails until she was covered in bruises was Ding Jiaji's mistress, Zhou Yuru." This is the confession Zhou Yuru recorded at the police station last night. After saying that, Shueishan played the second picture. The picture on the screen is Zhou Yuru's confession. The article is very long and has many words. Therefore, Shueishan used a red frame to circle the 3 sentences Zhou Yuru said in the confession on the picture. Point 1. She pinched Tiny's arm. Point 2. She replaced Ding Dian's calcium tablets with sleeping pills in an attempt to kill Ding Dian. Point 3. The above 2 points were instigated by Ding Jiaji, and the sleeping pills were also bought by Ding Jiaji. The reporters were all shocked. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Even if Ding Jiaji cheated on his wife, even if Ding Jiaji lived with another woman and was caught red-handed in a hotel by anti-prostitution police, it would not be as shocking to everyone as the fact that he wanted to kill his own daughter. This still a human being. Intentional homicide, even if attempted, is already a crime, something that journalists are aware of. Ding Jiaji is a lawyer, so he naturally realized it. He broke out in a cold sweat and stood up suddenly. Shueishan, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I instruct Zhou Yuru to kill my own child? Don't slander me. Regarding Zhou Yuru, he was really wronged. If Shueishan had not produced this confession, he would not have known that Zhou Yuru had contact with Ding Dian. Shueishan asked back, "When did I ever say that you ordered Zhou Yuru to do this?" Ding Jiaji pointed at the slide screen and cursed, "The words on the screen are so big, and you circled them in red. How can I not see them? Shueishan, do you think I'm blind?" Shueishan couldn't help laughing, and said faintly, "Oh, it turns out that lawyer Ding is not blind and can still see." These words came like thunder out of the blue. Point 1 stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Ding Jiaji's face changed. He felt annoyed and suddenly shut his mouth, but it was too late. Those present were either senior shareholders or elites and reporters from all walks of life, and none of them were fools. Didn't Ding Jiaji say that Zhang Meiran pushed him to the ground, and the blood clot in the back of his head pressed on his optic nerve, causing him to become blind? Yes, in his short Weibo post yesterday, he condemned Zhang Meiran and Shueishan, questioning why these two people wanted to harm him. So Ding Jiaji is just pretending to be blind. He's more than just pretending to be blind. I'm even wondering if the 16 stitches on the back of his head were caused by Zhang Meiran pushing him down, or if he did it on purpose. Ding Jiaji's acting skills are much better than those young actors. If he enters the entertainment industry, he might even become a triple award winner. He can act. For the first time, panic appeared on Ding Jiaji's shrewd and capable face. When his pretense of blindness was exposed, he simply took off his sunglasses. Ding Jiaji grew up in the society and is very sensible and humble. In front of all the reporters and media, he publicly apologized for pretending to be blind. Then, he looked at Shueishan and said, "Have we gone off topic? The reason everyone is here today is because of Zhang Meiran's infidelity, not because of whether I'm blind or not. Shueishan, we've strayed off topic." Ding Jiaji is really amazing. With just a few words, he drew everyone's attention back to the photos of Zhang Meiran. Those photos were so impactful. A curvy woman lying flat on her back, a pair of men's hands fell on the woman's chest. This picture makes it hard not to be distorted. Ding Jiaji walked in front of Shueishan. He was shorter than Shueishan and looked up at him. Shueishan, Orange Company's legal department, has over 100 lawyers and legal advisors. Meiran wants to divorce me. Why would she hire you as her attorney when she has more than 100 people in Orange? Jiran glanced at Shueishan worriedly. This was almost a direct question as to whether Shueishan and Zhang Meiran were having an affair. If you don't answer well, you can easily get yourself into trouble. Ding Jiaji pressed on, "Shueishan, when did you and Zhang Meiran become friends?" Chapter 72 Green Grassland. Shueishan shook his head helplessly and smiled. "Lawyer Ding, how come you are so cute?" The style of painting suddenly changed. Ding Jiaji looks confused. "Is that cute? Is this talking about him?" Shueishan spoke slowly. "You can put on a green hat that I can't predict. The hat isn't green, but you insist on dyeing it green yourself. Your habit of balancing green grass on your head is so adorable. As for why Zhang Meiran didn't use Orange's legal department's lawyers." Shueishan took out a tablet from his bag and tossed it to the reporter closest to him. "Let me show you this."
The reporter took it, looked down at the tablet page, and read it aloud into the microphone.
Director of Orange's legal department, graduated from Ding Jiaxi's university roommate.
Deputy Director Li of Orange's legal department, formerly studied at, and was a student of the same advisor as Ding Jiaxi during his doctoral studies. Deputy Director Chen of Orange's legal department started working 11 years ago, and is Ding Jiaxi's cousin Orange. The reporter read for nearly 10 minutes. In Orange's entire legal department, a small number of lawyers have more or less nepotism with Ding Jiaxi. The small group of people are the elites of Orange's legal department. And all these promising talents were recruited by Ding Jiaxi. No wonder, Zhang Meiran did not look for a lawyer in her company's legal department, but instead looked for Xuexin. If I really find Orange's lawyer, wanting to defeat Ding Jiaxi, isn't that just wishful thinking? It's like walking into a trap. So, Zhang Meiran went to find Xuexin. It's completely reasonable and there's nothing wrong with it. Ding Jiaxi, on the other hand, is suspected of judging others by his own standards. Ding Jiaxi clenched his fists in his trouser pockets. He never imagined that Xuexin's early evidence collection had reached such a pervasive level. This was what frightened him most.
Shui.
Ding Jiaxi moved his dry lips.
Also, what did you just say?
Xuexin's slightly cold voice sounded. You just said that my client, Ms. Zhang Meiran, cheated on her husband and was involved with another man? Xuexin found the photo on Ding Jiaxi's Weibo of Zhang Meiran being touched by a man's hands and put it on the big screen. Anyway, Ding Jiaxi's Weibo post received nearly 1 million reposts, comments, and likes. Ding Jiaxi deliberately hired a group of internet trolls and kept it on the hot search list for more than 10 hours, so everyone who should have seen it saw it. Xuexin enlarged the picture, pointing the laser pointer at the lower right corner of the picture on the slide screen. Look here. Everyone saw that there was a calendar in the lower right corner of the picture. The date on the calendar, it was 7 years ago, on March 25. Xuexin, Ding Jiaxi, March 25th. Your daughter was just 3 days old.
Xuexin, Ms. Zhang Meiran had a cesarean section, and the scar on her belly is still bleeding.
Xuexin, is there any mother who would be involved with another man when her child is less than 3 days old? Is it possible? The discussions among Orange executives and reporters fell silent. The entire hall was so quiet that it felt depressing. When no one spoke, Xuexin leaned over and looked around the hall, his gaze finally landing on Ding Jiaxi. Even if you doubt her, what husband would post a photo of his wife like that on Weibo? You even bought trending searches and hired a troll army. How can she live her life in the future? Ding Jiaxi, are you still a human being? Ding Jiaxi was silent, but Xuexin deleted the photo from the big screen and said, I might as well tell everyone that the person touching Ms. Zhang Meiran in the photo is not someone she cheated on with, but a lactation consultant. Xuexin finished speaking. There were many female reporters and female executives present, and they quickly nodded. I was saying, why does that man's hand movements look so familiar? Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's deliberately taking advantage, it seems more like he's doing it with skill. When I gave birth last year, I hired a lactation consultant. This is obviously a massage. The object of public criticism, yesterday, it was Zhang Meiran who was cheating. Today, it became Ding Jiaxi who falsely accused his wife of cheating. Ding Jiaxi was almost stabbed in the spine. Xuexin, who was standing by, didn't even glance at Ding Jiaxi. He turned around and asked Ji Ran in a low voice, is Xia Huai here? Ji Ran nodded, here he is. Mr. Xia said he is already outside the hall. I will go and take him in. Okay. Xuexin said. At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the calm atmosphere. Lawyer Shui, you said this person is a lactation consultant. Does he have a lactation consultant certificate? Does he have a maternal and child care service contract? The person speaking was Lin Qingxi. Lin Qingxi straightened his chest, with a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows. The interview for the position of Xuexin's paralegal was the first time she failed in all the interviews in her life. Lin Qingxi feels, there must be something shady going on here. Why should Ji Ran, an ordinary undergraduate student, be put above her? She looked down on Xuexin's position as a lawyer's assistant, but Lin Qingxi felt very unhappy that something that should have belonged to her was snatched away by someone else. So, on the day she failed the interview, she went to find Ding Jiaxi and became Ding Jiaxi's assistant. She came here with Ding Jiaxi today. Lin Qingxi's words made Ding Jiaxi's eyes light up. Ding Jiaxi felt more confident. Lawyer Shui, it seems, there really is no evidence to prove that this person is a lactation consultant. Zhao Zi does have a certificate as a senior lactation consultant. However, Zhao Zi is on Ding Jiaxi's side and will not help Xuexin and Zhang Meiran. Who said that? A doctor in a white coat pushed through the crowd and walked in. It was Zhao Zi. Ding Jiaxi felt vaguely uneasy. Why is Zhao Zi here? He gave Zhao Zi a warning look. Dr. Zhao, why are you here? Zhao Zi ignored Ding Jiaxi and walked directly to Xuexin. Lawyer Shui. Xuexin handed him a microphone and made a gesture of invitation. Zhao Zi held the microphone with his right hand. An attentive reporter exclaimed, look at the mole on his right hand. His hands are the same hands as the man in the photo. Is it him? Zhao Zi held the microphone and waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Then, Zhao Zi announced two major events. These two things directly determines Ding Jiaxi's fate. Chapter 73 Thrilling Zhang Meiran also came with Zhao Zi. Zhang Meiran's appearance has set off a new wave of climax among reporters and media. Countless microphones were raised to Zhang Meiran's mouth, all the cameras were pointed at her, as if they were interrogating a prisoner. Some reporters even asked about Zhang Meiran's marital status, whether she was divorced or single. Zhang Meiran just said it lightly.
My marital status? Of course I'm widowed. It was then, it is now, and it will be in the future. The reporter wanted to ask more, but Zhang Meiran was already impatient. She put her coat on her elbow, took off her wedding ring with Ding Jiaji, threw it on the ground, stepped on the ring with her high heels, and said Shueishan is my attorney. If you have any questions, just ask him. Every word lawyer Shui said today represents my opinion, and I take full responsibility. Zhang Meiran has completely given up hope. Her trust in Ding Jiaji completely collapsed. The husband she had slept with for more than 10 years was not as good as a stranger she had just met. Shueishan smiled, took the ID card from Zhao Zi, threw it in front of the media's camera, and said without further ado, I saw it all clearly. That certificate is a lactation consultant certificate, name, Zhao Zi, certificate level, senior lactation specialist certificate. There is a photo of Zhao Zi on the ID card, and it is the kind with a steel stamp. It is absolutely impossible to forge it. Shueishan's voice was cold, clear, and rhythmic. The person standing next to me is a senior lactation consultant named Zhao Zi. As far as I know, Mr. Zhao is Ding Jiaji's best friend. 7 years ago, Ding Jiaji found Mr. Zhao and signed a maternal and child care service contract with him. Ding Jiaji asked a lactation consultant, several nannies, and confinement nannies to take care of his wife, Zhang Meiran. These words may seem like just a few ordinary statements, but they contain a huge amount of information. The smart people sneered after thinking about it for a moment, and looked at Ding Jiaji with ridicule and contempt in their eyes. There were also some not-so-smart young journalists who had just graduated from journalism and entered the industry. They asked the senior reporter next to them, Master, what are you laughing at? Lawyer Shui didn't say anything funny. The reporter, who was over 50 years old, shook his head and said nothing more, but when he looked at Shueishan, he was impressed because, just yesterday, Zhang Meiran was still being blacklisted by the entire internet. Even the old grandfathers and grandmothers in their 70s and 80s, who took their dogs for a walk on the street after dinner, would scold Zhang Meiran for being fickle and unfaithful, saying that people like her would be thrown into a pig cage in ancient times. But today, Shueishan said that Zhang Meiran's cheating partner was a lactation consultant, and added that this lactation consultant was hired by Ding Jiaji. He almost had the words, Ding Jiaji, this stupid bastard, deliberately framed his wife for cheating written on his face. With just a few words, Ding Jiaji was put on the fire. Not to mention, Shueishan also pointed out that there was not only one male lactation consultant in the family, but also several nannies and confinement nannies. Then Zhang Meiran and the male lactation consultant are not a single man and a single woman. Anyway, it was you, Ding Jiaji, who found the lactation consultant. And it was you, Ding Jiaji, who found the confinement nanny and the babysitter. Zhang Meiran just gave birth to a child in an ordinary way. There was nothing wrong with her, and she is a great mother. These words made it impossible for those entertainment reporters who wanted to find fault with Zhang Meiran's behavior to find any fault at all. The old reporter looked at Shueishan with approval, and even a hint of fear in his eyes. Fortunately, Shueishan is not his colleague, nor is he his mortal enemy. This meticulous and flawless speaking style brings a lawyer's professionalism and rigor to the extreme. If it was an enemy, it would be truly terrifying. As a lawyer, Ding Jiaji naturally thought of what the veteran reporter could think of. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on his assistant, Lin Qingxi. Ding Jiaji winked at Lin Qingxi. It was as if everything had been arranged in advance, and Lin Qingxi was informed to act according to the plan. After Lin Qingxi walked out of the crowd, Ding Jiaji withdrew his gaze from her and set his eyes on Zhao Zi. After discussing the lactation consultant, Zhao Zi took the microphone and slowly spoke, regarding the wound on the back of Mr. Ding Jiaji's head that required 16 stitches. Did Mr. Ding Jiaji accidentally fall and scratch himself, or? Zhao Zi paused. Or was it due to a huge external force pushing him, or someone deliberately plotting to harm him, that caused Mr. Ding Jiaji to fall and nearly die? I was the surgeon who performed the suture surgery on Mr. Ding Jiaji. The medical report and brain CT scans have been released. The result of the appraisal is Zhao Zi hadn't finished speaking yet. The long-arm headlight that provided fill light in the conference hall, with an iron frame nearly 2 meters high, suddenly collapsed and fell straight down. As luck would have it, the iron frame hit Zhang Meiran accurately. When danger strikes, when a person's brain goes blank, his reaction and agility will decrease. Zhang Meiran stood there in a daze, looking at the fallen iron frame, her whole body stiff, unable to move at all. Mr. Zhang. Sister Meiran. Zhang Meiran, get out of the way, don't. Mother. After a few screams, the little Dingtian covered his eyes in fear and dared not to look anymore, squatting on the ground and crying loudly. Shueishan was too far away and had no time to save Zhang Meiran. Chapter 74 Let Shueishan kneel down and apologize. Meiran, be careful. Ding Jiaji rushed over, hugged Zhang Meiran, protected Zhang Meiran in his arms, and rolled on the ground. The iron frame fell down too fast, it almost grazed Ding Jiaji's scalp. If Ding Jiaji had been a little slower, his head would have exploded like a watermelon, smashed by the iron frame weighing hundreds of pounds, and his brains would have been scattered all over the ground. Ding Jiaji rolled on the ground holding Zhang Meiran for several rounds before stopping. He staggered to his feet.
reached out to help Zhang Meiran up, and looked her up and down, fearing that she was injured. Meiran, how are you?
Are you hurt? Does it hurt?
Zhang Meiran didn't say anything. Just then, a reporter exclaimed, there's blood on the ground. It's the blood from the wound on Ding Jiaji's head. The wound has burst open and the gauze is covered in blood. Everyone was still frightened seeing Ding Jiaji's desperate attitude when he rushed to save his wife just now. Many people who supported Zhang Meiran's divorce turned against him.
Zhang Meiran has such a loving husband, and she wants a divorce?
Yes, Ding Jiaji risked his life to save her.
You can't find a good husband like him even with a lantern.
Ding Jiaji was rolling on the ground while holding Zhang Meiran, dodging the iron frame. The back of his head must have hit the ground, causing the wound to tear.
He's such a protective husband. What a great husband.
I think Mr. Zhang, please don't be so ungrateful for what you have. These words clearly reached Ding Jiaji's ears. A triumphant smile appeared on Ding Jiaji's lips. The severe pain at the back of his head made him gasp. But as long as we can use the strategy of inflicting pain on ourselves to shut up Xuexin in the major media outlets, we can make Zhang Meiran change her mind. The play he performed is worth it. Unfortunately, Zhang Meiran is a person who doesn't play by the rules. She looked coldly at the reporter who said she didn't know how to appreciate her blessings.
Do you want this blessing?
What's even more unfortunate is that Xuexin is a person who doesn't play by the rules. He folded his arms, looked at Ding Jiaji indifferently, with a faint smile on the corner of his lips. It sounds like sarcasm and also like contempt. Xuexin said, Lawyer Ding, you and that mistress Zhou Yiru were in private contact on some niche couples app, and your profile picture was changed to a nude photo of the mistress.
Lawyer Ding, you are such a good husband.
Lawyer Ding, your wife is so lucky to have a hat thrown at her while she's sitting at home.
She's truly blessed. Ding Jiaji's face darkened.
Xuexin, when you speak, you need evidence. Ding Jiaji was almost going crazy with excitement. Finally we can make a comeback. The couple app he used to chat with Zhou Yiru on his phone had a profile picture that was indeed a photo of Zhou Yiru. However, since the day Zhang Meiran proposed to sue him for divorce, Ding Jiaji deleted everything related to Zhou Yiru from his mobile phone, leaving nothing behind, because, when a couple files for divorce, the one who committed infidelity is the party at fault. The party at fault gets very little. When the divorce property is divided he could never tolerate it. Ding Jiaji thought that the marriage could be divorced, but all the property under the name of that stupid woman Zhang Meiran, whether it is deposits or real estate, must be his. If they divorce, Zhang Meiran will have to leave the house with nothing and take the children out of the villa they are living in now and be kicked out. Ding Jiaji looked at Xuexin complacently and raised his chin. There is absolutely nothing
related to the 3 words Zhou Yiru in his mobile phone now.
Documents, pictures, recordings, information, none of them. Xuexin is doomed to lose this round. Ding Jiaji took the initiative and handed the phone to Zhang Meiran. Before, I really couldn't resist the temptation and did a lot of ridiculous things with that Miss Zhou, but I, Ding Jiaji, and Zhou Yiru have long since severed all ties and all ties. To prove my innocence, Meiran, I hope you can check my phone in front of everyone to see if there is any information about other ambiguous objects. Zhang Meiran was about to refuse, receiving Xuexin's gaze. She took it and handed it to Xuexin. Lawyer Xue, come here. Xuexin was about to use Ding Jiaji's mobile phone to connect to the large slide screen in the conference room so that all reporters could see it clearly. At this moment, Xuexin's arm was grabbed by Ding Jiaji. Ding Jiaji said righteously, Lawyer Xue, you just said that I used indecent photos of other women as my profile picture.
I cannot accept that. I asked you to check my phone in public to prove my innocence. But, if there's really nothing wrong with the content on my phone, what are you going to do? Xuexin raised his eyebrows. What do you want me to do?
Ding Jiaji said without hesitation, I want you to kneel down in front of the reporters and media friends and apologize to me. Xuexin said without hesitation, okay. The words fell as Xia Huai took Ding Jiaji's mobile phone and connected it to the large slide screen. Xia Huai studied IT. Ever since Xuexin helped him win the patent case against Mimi Qingtuan, he has become a little fan of Xuexin. Xuexin came looking for him, and he came over without saying a word. At this time, all the files in Ding Jiaji's mobile phone appeared on the translucent large screen in front of reporters from major media outlets. Xia Huai checked each file one by one, including Ding Jiaji's call records, chat records, mailboxes, and even photo albums. After checking, Xia Huai's face turned a little ugly. Because Ding Jiaji's phone is clean, filled with work documents and client information, there is no pornographic or vulgar content at all. Ding Jiaji pointed to the empty space at his feet and said, Lawyer Xue, please. Xuexin asked Xia Huai slowly, have you checked the photo album? Xia Huai was almost going crazy with anxiety. I checked, there is absolutely no problem. What should I do, Lao Xue? Xuexin, check if there are any hidden photo albums, the kind hidden with programming and special codes. Xia Huai's eyes lit up. Ding Jiaji's expression changed. Before he could stop it, Xia Huai had already typed out a series of disorganized codes on the big screen. Several translucent hidden albums soon appeared on Ding Jiaji's mobile phone. The name of the album is Photo of Dian Dian taking a bath, Photo of changing clothes, Dian Dian looks really good without clothes, Chapter 75 Divorce Case. Victory. Xia Huai kicked Ding Jiaji in the stomach. You are a complete hypocrite. If you can do such a thing, why are you pretending to be affectionate and a good husband? Xia Huai looked at Ding Jiaji lying on the ground and sneered, give you sunshine and you will shine, give you dog shit and you will eat. Ding Jiaji's face turned paler and paler, looking ashen. It's completely over. The last straw that broke the camel's back has finally arrived. Even if cheating can be whitewashed, cohabitation can be whitewashed, and even falsely accusing one's wife of having an affair with another man can be whitewashed. However, he did something worse than pigs and dogs to his own daughter. It is completely impossible to wash away the blame. A reporter dismantled a camera stand and smashed it against Ding Jiaji's head and body. Your birth is an apology letter from Durex.
Ding Jiaji, are you still a man? People like you are not even fit to work a sewing machine. You should be sent to eat bullets.
Son of a bitch, most journalists are full of passion. He rolled up his sleeves and raised his fists, wishing he could beat Ding Jiaji to death right here. Ding Jiaji's handmade suit was wrinkled, his glasses fell to the ground with the lenses broken, and his head and face were covered in blood. When everyone was tired of beating and scolding, the noise gradually died down, and a powerful voice rang out, enough. It's Shueishan, the person who revealed Ding Jiaji's true face. Everyone subconsciously made way for him, and Shueishan walked in front of Ding Jiaji. Ding Jiaji covered his chest, which was painful from being kicked, and said nothing. His heavy breathing and the look in his eyes as he stared at Shueishan were filled with undisguised hatred. Shueishan's face was calm. I know you hate me.
You can hate me because I exposed your hypocrisy.
You can hate me because I set up a trap that exposed your evil heart and rotten lungs to everyone. Shueishan bent down and grabbed the collar of Ding Jiaji's bloodstained shirt.
But I'm not afraid of you hating me at all. There are demons everywhere in the world, but they are hiding in disguise.
I'm a lawyer, and I've seen plenty of beasts like you who are worse than animals. Even if you hate me and want revenge on me, I have 1,000 ways to bring you down.
A ferocious and cold expression appeared on Ding Jiaji's face. Do you know why I'm not afraid of you hating me?
Shueishan laughed out loud. Because you're a hypocrite, because you're a coward, because you're not a real man. You only think about snatching shares, company power, and real estate from your wife.
You've never fulfilled your obligations as a husband.
Ding Jiaji, you are not worthy of being a husband, you are not worthy of being a father, you are not worthy of being a lawyer, and you are even less worthy of being a man.
Shueishan stared into Ding Jiaji's eyes and spoke loudly, word by word. Impossible, I didn't.
Ding Jiaji covered his ears and yelled, almost emotionally broken. His head hurt as if it was about to split open. He didn't know if it was the wound on the back of his head that hurt or something else. Shueishan indifferently turned his gaze away from Ding Jiaji and ordered Jiran, call the police and hand him over to them.
Xia Huai couldn't believe it. Old Shui, are you just going to let him go like this?
If you don't call the police, the reporters present here could drown Ding Jiaji with just a mouthful of spit. Shueishan tilted his head to look at Xia Huai. If Ding Jiaji were beaten to death here today, it would be murder, and we would all be accomplices. Not to mention, it is the law, not public opinion, that determines whether a person is guilty. Public opinion is a double-edged sword that can kill people but also save people. Shueishan hopes that in his hands, public opinion will be used to save the innocent and the law will be used to punish the guilty. Jiran has already called the police. The police arrived quickly and handcuffed Ding Jiaji and took him away without much effort. As Ding Jiaji was being escorted out by 2 policemen, he passed Zhang Meiran and a trace of guilt gradually emerged in his eyes.
Meiran, let's get a divorce. I am leaving the house empty-handed.
In the future, when Dian Dian grows up, don't tell her that she has a father like me.
Zhang Meiran didn't say anything. After Ding Jiaji was taken away and the senior executives and reporters at the press conference dispersed, Zhang Meiran relaxed. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Zhang Meiran looked at Shueishan, took out 2 keys from her bag and handed them to Shueishan. 1 key is the key to a house in the luxurious community of Yujing. 1 is the car key. Shueishan, lawyers are not allowed to collect legal fees privately, so I can only ask my secretary to transfer the legal fees to Junjing Law Firm. But, this house and this car are my personal gifts to you.
You must accept them.
Zhang Meiran spoke in a sincere tone. If it weren't for Shueishan, she would have been alone against the shrewd Ding Jiaji. If she really filed for divorce and the case went to court, she might not have been able to gain any advantage. Even the family fortune she had worked hard for 20 years to earn would become Ding Jiaji's possession. Shueishan is her benefactor. Being able to make a friend like Shueishan, this gift worth over 1 million yuan is worth it and well given.
Thank you, Sister Meiran.
Shueishan took it generously and thanked Zhang Meiran. He had a vague premonition that in the future, Zhang Meiran will come to him if he has cases, and the difficulty of this case is absolutely hellish. With a new house with 3 bedrooms and a living room, Shueishan no longer needs to go to the sales center to look at houses. He returned to the small apartment he rented for $2,000 a month and packed his things. All the stuff added up only took up 2 suitcases. Then, Shueishan carried the old desktop computer in his apartment and walked out the door. As soon as he went out, Shueishan was stunned. Chapter 76 Sea-level skills unlocked. Outside the door, there was a snow-white robot with its feet dangling in the air floating in front of him. The robot's eyes are blue with a faint halo next to the robot. Xia Huai looked at Shueishan with a smile and took the 2 suitcases from him. Shueishan asked in surprise, Old Xia, this robot is? I'm researching a household robot that can sweep the floor, wash dishes, cook, and do laundry.
Xia Huai poked the robot's face. It's called Multos. It's not on the market yet, so I'm giving it to you.
Old Shui, if you hadn't helped me last time, my 12 invention patents, my company, and my reputation in the scientific research community would have all been ruined. This robot is not worth much, I give it to you as a token of my appreciation. Robot Multos worth 7 figures, Xiaohui, Multos uses clean energy and does not consume electricity. Later, when Shueishan paid his electricity bill at the end of the month, looking at the electricity bill of several thousand yuan a month, I wish I could tear the robot into scrap metal. But with the help of Xiaohui and Multang, Shueishan moved into his new home in just one afternoon and moved in with just his luggage. After moving to a new house, Shueishan lay on the bed feeling a little tired. Multos was suspended at the end of the bed, and the microcomputer in the palm of my hand projected a beam of light onto the white wall. The white wall became a slide screen. Shueishan saw a piece of news on the white wall. Hashtag Xingxi's case of endangering endangered wildlife was successfully solved, and all 13 suspects involved have been arrested. Hashtag Shueishan. Isn't this the case he accidentally came across while having dinner with Wu Fangping a few days ago? He also persuaded Xingxi to act as a secret agent for the police and help with the fishing. Unexpectedly, the case was solved so quickly. It's really satisfying. Bite. Mission completed. Cooperate with Wu Fangping to dismantle the entire black market for consuming endangered wildlife. Rewards: 1. Unlock C rank skill. 2. Plus 10 teacher experience points. Shueishan was happy. E level skills are the skills for legal education live broadcast. D level skills are the skills of communicating with the parties involved. What are the C level skills? Shueishan saw it. There is a C level skill with a lock in the attribute column. When the lock is opened, the C-level skill is unlocked. C-level skills: student concentration improvement skills, 0/2000 student comprehension improvement skills, 35/2000 student memory improvement skills, 2/2000 student mastery improvement skills, 127 out of 2000. Note: the above teaching skills are limited to teaching legal professional knowledge. Teaching legal expertise, Shueishan immediately thought of the last time he helped his father redress his grievances. The system rewarded him. Opportunity to serve as a lecturer at a university law school. *1. Shueishan slapped his thigh. I am so excited. There are many lawyers in the legal circle, however, those who can enter universities as lecturers, associate professors, or even professors. Social status can be greatly improved. Your social circle can also be expanded. Byte. Mission completed. Help Zhang Meiran win the lawsuit and secure a smooth divorce from Ding Jiaji. Rewards: 1 micro-expression skill tree, 1 negotiation skill tree. All 3 skill trees are at beginner levels. Please complete more missions to level up. Hint: because the host successfully arranged Zhang Meiran's divorce before the first trial, the mission was completed ahead of schedule and rewarded with 3 lucky draw opportunities. This is related to C-level skills. Shueishan was still muttering something in his mind and communicating with the system. At this moment, the news content reported by the anchor and a news projected by the robot using a high-tech computer suddenly attracted all of Shueishan's attention. The host said, the case of Xingxi endangering endangered wildlife was successfully solved. However, at the scene of the arrest, veteran criminal police officer Wu Fangping died in the line of duty, his life frozen at the age of 58. Shueishan could no longer hear what was said after the news. He froze, his mind going blank. Died in the line of duty. How is this possible? Given Wu Fangping's position, identity, and status, no one can force him to take risks as long as he doesn't want to. How could he, a provincial department boss, appear at the scene of arresting a criminal suspect? This is unreasonable. I thought of the overly worried Wu Fangping, the Wu Fangping who had spent his entire life feeling guilty and blaming himself for the Shueishan case, the Wu Fangping who was in the late stages of stomach cancer and wouldn't be around for long. Shueishan felt sad and heavy in his heart. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door, breaking the dead silence in the room. Shueishan was stunned. He just moved into a new home, except Xiaohui and Zhang Meiran. No one knew the address of his new home. Shueishan didn't even have time to tell his master Gu Penguin visiting at this time. Who could it be? Shueishan went to open the door with a lot of questions and confusion. Outside the door stood a woman. She was wearing an off-white sweater with a small peony embroidered on the collar. And glasses. She looked to be in her 50s, and her every move exuded elegance and nobility. Shueishan felt that the person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. This time, the woman pushed the frame of her glasses on her nose and stretched out her hand towards Shueishan. Hello, Mr. Shui. I'm Wu Fangping's wife, Bo Nan. Bo Nan, Shueishan suddenly understood. There is a judicial examination education and tutoring institution on the market called Zebiasan Law Examination. Boyan refers to the founder of Bayesian Law Examination and a law professor. When he was taking the judicial examination, he had met Bo Nan at the live broadcast of the annual meeting of the Zebiasan Judicial Examination. No wonder. Looks so familiar. Shueishan hurriedly shook Bo Nan's hand, and after holding it for 3 seconds, he politely let go. Hello, Professor Bo. Bo Nan smiled dignifiedly. Would it be convenient for you to come in and chat for a few minutes? Shueishan nodded and went to the kitchen to make 2 cups of tea, one for himself and one for Bo Nan. Bo Nan thanked him, was silent for a moment, and then said, You should know about old Wu's death. Shueishan nodded. Bo Nan's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. Actually, old Wu didn't have to go on that dangerous mission. But he said he was in the late stages of stomach cancer and that living one day longer or one day less wouldn't make any difference, so old Wu went to the scene of the arrest. At the scene of the arrest, a criminal rushed over with explosives strapped to his body, intending to die with the dozens of police officers present. It was old Wu who embraced the criminal and jumped into the river. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became so oppressive that it made people breathless. Shueishan raised his teacup without saying a word. He used tea instead of wine to water the land as a sign of respect and commemoration. Bo Nan's eyes were a little cloudy, with tears in them, and he said, "The night before Old Wu left on his mission, he left me a few words for you." "What?" Shueishan asked. Bo Nan said word by word. Old Wu said, "Sha Shui, in that case back then, I was deceived and wrongly accused your father, which led to him being thrown into prison, suffering from injustice for the rest of his life, and ruining his reputation. Now, your father has finally been vindicated after 27 years of injustice. I no longer have any reason to drag this worthless life through the world. Xiao Shui, I want to go to the underworld to see your father and tell him, old friend, I'm sorry. I wronged you back then. I bought a plot of land for myself next to your father's grave. I want to bury my ashes next to your father." 2 lines of tears flowed down Bo Nan's face. Shueishan handed a pack of tissues to Bo Nan, and turned his head away so that Bo Nan wouldn't see the tears in his eyes. At this time, Bo Nan's cell phone rang. She took out the phone from her pocket with trembling fingers and pressed the answer button. "Professor Bo, something happened. Over 300 students in the criminal law class at the Compass Legal Examination Institution are clamoring to drop out and demand a refund of 80,000 yuan in tuition each. This is a transition chapter, laying the groundwork for the story, so the pace isn't very fast. I'm about to start a new chapter in Shueishan's judicial examination teaching. This can be considered a buffer before the next case. You'll get tired of reading about cases all the time." Chapter 77, Bad Influence. A full 300 people want to drop out of the class, 80,000 yuan per person, that's more than 20 million. Doesn't it clearly state in the contract they signed when they registered that no refunds will be given after the course begins? Bo Nan frowned. She pushed up her black-framed glasses and said, "Yang Wei, you're the head teacher of the criminal law class and you're also a doctoral student in law. Didn't you see the non-refund policy in the contract?" On the other end of the phone, Yang Wei was about to cry, but, "Professor Bo, the contract also states that if you fail the judicial examination for 2 consecutive years, you will get a full refund." Yang Wei's tone was very decadent. He is a doctor of criminal law and thinks he is quite good at giving lectures, but those students couldn't understand and had obvious aversion to studying. They were good at playing games, copying homework, playing with mobile phones, and teasing teachers, but they just didn't study. You can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. You will never be able to teach a student who pretends not to understand. Yang Wei sighed. "Professor Bo, I'm sorry for betraying your trust in me. Or, you should seek help from someone else. I really can't teach the students in this class. I can't stay at the Compass Law Examination Institute any longer." Yang Wei hung up the phone. Just as I hung up, another call came in. "Professor Bo, what should we do? Those students who want to withdraw from the course have already returned to the dormitories to pack their bags, which means they will be leaving Compass tomorrow. Professor Bo, if this gets out, how can we survive among the 4 major bar exam institutions? This incident has such a bad impact. How are we going to recruit people in the future?" Bo Nan pinched his brows and said, "I know. I'll take care of it." She hung up the phone and looked at Shueishan in front of her apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shui, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." "Professor Bo." Shueishan stopped her and said, "I'm sorry, I was just standing nearby and heard some troubles with the compass. If you're willing to trust me, I might be able to try and help you retain the students in the criminal law class." Bo Nan looked at Shueishan suspiciously. There is doubt, temptation, and uneasiness in the sight. "You?" Bo Nan placed the teacup on the coffee table. "Mr. Shui, I don't think you're studying criminal law." "Shueishan, I have a master's degree in civil and commercial law." Bo Nan forced a smile. "I appreciate your kindness, but the teacher who just called me to resign is Yang Wei, the head teacher of the Compass criminal law class. Yang Wei is a doctor of criminal law and the dean of the law school at Peking University. No matter how powerful Shueishan is, he didn't study criminal law. Every profession has its own specialization. If even Yang Wei can't handle the student, it's probably of no use even if Shueishan takes over." "Shueishan, I didn't study criminal law, but civil law and criminal law do have some similarities. Uncle Wu helped me so much when he was alive. I just want to repay his kindness." Bo Nan didn't say anything. After thinking for a moment, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Shueishan. "Here is the address of Compass. Come over tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. I'll find 40 students and you can give them a lesson. Let's give it a try. If you can keep those students, I'll pay you 3 times Teacher Yang's hourly rate for 1 day tomorrow." Shueishan took it. He picked up the coat from the hanger for Bo Nan and personally sent Bo Nan downstairs. Early the next morning, Shueishan drove himself to the Compass base. Yang Wei, the original teacher of the criminal law class, insisted on meeting Shueishan as soon as he heard that a new teacher was coming to replace him. Shueishan got off the car. Yang Wei looked Shueishan up and down and shook his head in disappointment. A young and inexperienced person, if you come to find a compass at a time like this, I'm afraid that instead of getting attention, you'll end up hurting yourself and becoming the scapegoat. Yang Wei, hello, this is the new teacher Shui. My name is Yang Wei. Shueishan, hello. The two greeted each other and walked into the building together. Yang Wei came to complete the resignation procedures. Seeing that Shueishan was young and full of vigor, he felt as if he saw himself back then.
Yang Wei kindly gave him a reminder.
Teacher Shui, the students here are all adults in their 20s and 30s, legal professionals, and many of them work as odd jobs in courts and procuratorates. They're trying to cause trouble and drop out of class, and even Compass's legal team can't do anything about it. My advice to you is, don't get involved in this mess. Be careful, or you'll get yourself into trouble.
Chapter 78 God-level microphone. Yang Wei's face was full of disapproval. Shueishan could feel Yang Wei's kindness and patted Yang Wei on the shoulder with a smile.
Teacher Yang, thank you for your advice.
Could you please tell me about the criminal law class?
Okay. Yang Wei sighed, this class is for poor students. It wasn't originally called the criminal law class because the students kept saying you're really a criminal. So we just habitually called it the criminal law class. Most of the students in this class didn't want to take the bar exam, but were forced into this class by their family elders. They play Honor of Kings in class, PUBG after class, and play Sky, Children of the Light, Genshin Impact, at night. They even play mind games with me to hide their phones.
They just don't study. What can I do?
They're hiding it well, not in plain sight, and I can't go through their bags and look for their phones.
Look, the criminal law class, the one at the corner of the corridor. Shueishan smiled and said, playing with your phone. Look at me.
Shueishan pushed the door open and walked in. 40 students were neatly lined up, each holding a law exam book and reading it attentively. When they saw Shueishan coming in, they all shouted in unison, "Hello, Teacher Shui." Very well behaved and obedient, with no flaws visible at all. Bite. Open the legal professional teaching copy. Trigger mission, in the criminal law class, find 20 students who are playing with their cell phones.
Task rewards: 1. Increase student concentration by 5%.
2. Increase student concentration skill by plus 500, and teaching experience by plus 700. 3. Earn the title, First Class Strict Teacher. Failure penalty, live broadcast of washing hair upside down in the criminal law class, teacher's authority minus 200.
Shueishan, there were only 40 students in the entire classroom, playing with the phone down there are 20?
Shueishan introduced himself and looked around the classroom. Pull the curtains. Although everyone didn't understand why the curtains had to be drawn in broad daylight, but I did it anyway. The curtains in the classroom are the kind of opaque blue-black curtains. As soon as the block was put on, the light in the entire classroom dimmed instantly. Shueishan turned off the lights. Many students' faces were illuminated brightly by a cluster of light. Shueishan knocked on the desk and said, "Students with bright faces,
please hand over your phones." Yang Wei, crouching at the door and peeping at the screen like a gecko. Everyone?
Several students walked up with their cell phones in hand, looking worried, and placed them on the desk. Students found playing with mobile phones, 6/20, only 6, it must be more than this. Shueishan thought for a moment and asked someone to open the curtains.
Okay, then, let's start today's class.
I heard from Professor Yang Wei that yesterday you were discussing the special provisions of the criminal law, and the newly added crime of sexual assault by persons with caregiving responsibilities, which was newly added in the 11th Amendment to the criminal law, right?
Okay. Shueishan flipped open the handouts. Personnel with care responsibilities, hi, Siri.
As soon as Shueishan finished speaking, yeah, I'm here.
Here I am, kindness.
Down below, under the desks of several other students, there were bursts of automatic reply sounds from mobile phones. Siri is an intelligent personal assistant on your phone. After setting up the voice wake-up function, just say hi, Siri, and you will get different feedback words. Yang Wei's eyes almost popped out of his head.
What the hell?
Everyone, Shueishan put down the handouts and said, student whose phone rang just now, please hand it over. 7 more mobile phones were harvested. Students found playing with mobile phones, 13/20 this time. The remaining students stared at Shueishan with vigilance, at level 10 alert.
Shueishan smiled and said, don't be nervous, relax. Oh, by the way, do you have a class group? Pull me in.
The criminal law class has 2 class groups, one is a QQ group and the other is a WeChat group. After Shueishan entered 2 group chats, he said, everyone, add me as a friend and leave a note. 10 minutes later Shueishan asked, I heard that you like playing King of Glory during class. When the students heard this, they hurriedly started explaining.
That's nonsense. Teacher Shui, who is framing us? We are all legitimate lawyers, and we are honest and trustworthy. We don't even know what Honor of Kings is. We've never played it, right?
Shueishan smiled faintly and said nothing, without exposing them, and calmly opened the King of Glory. Then, reach out and click on the people nearby. Everyone stretched their necks, wishing they could put their faces close to Shueishan's phone screen to see what he was doing. Shueishan shook his phone and pointed at the people online displayed on the screen. There were several IDs among them, all of whom were students in the criminal law class who had just added him as a friend.
Come on, one online at King of Glory, hand over your phone.
Everyone looked at each other and started whispering to each other.
Fuck, this Shueishan is a devil. How did he come up with so many shady tricks? Isn't that so wicked? Damn it. Yang Wei was almost driven to impotence by our anger. He didn't even notice I was playing with my phone.
This Schweshen, guys, he's horrible. In this wave, 6 more mobile phones were harvested. Students found playing with mobile phones, 19/20. There is only one left. This completes the first task of this copy. Schweshen looked up. I saw a light green, square root, on the head of the fat-faced student sitting in the first row. Schweshen quickly clicked. I was stunned when I saw the content prompted by the system. Name, Jean DePeo, age, 28, hobbies, Honor of Kings, Summon the Dragon, Game for Peace, Plants vs. Zombies, League of Legends, Temple Run.
Subway Surfers, Happy Match, Snakes.
Too much content to display. Knowledge mastery, poor, 0 out of 100. Study concentration, very poor, 1 out of 100. Schweshen suddenly felt extremely overwhelmed. Learning concentration and knowledge mastery are divided into 5 levels: very good, good, average, poor and very poor. Even though Jean DePeo's concentration and knowledge are average, he wouldn't have such a headache. Tip: you have 3 chances to draw a lottery, which may improve students' concentration.
Use? Yes. No. Schweshen, use it. Bite. Obtained item, God-level microphone, effect. Using this microphone to teach will automatically increase the concentration of all students by 10%.
There is still one chapter, which is being written. The main plot is still about lawyers, and teaching is a branch line, which also revolves around legal professional knowledge.
It will not become an urban novel.
Love you guys. Chapter 79, concentration plus 10%, a 10% increase in concentration, good stuff. This is like hanging firecrackers on a cow's butt. So cool. Schweshen bent down and tied his shoelaces. Under the cover of the table, he took out the God-level microphone from the system inventory. The system is very user-friendly. This God-level microphone is exactly the same as the microphone used by the main teacher of the criminal law class. Schweshen held the microphone and said, "Everyone, be quiet. I'll give you 5 minutes to look at pages 325 to 330 of the textbook." Jean DePeo, who was sitting in the first row, casually opened his textbook. I just turned 2 pages. He was stunned. He actually felt that the knowledge points that were usually obscure and difficult to understand, so boring that they made him want to sleep after just one glance, seemed, and might. It's quite interesting. Jean DePeo slowed down and watched carefully. From time to time, he would draw with a pen and write down his questions in the blank space. Yang Wei, who was outside the door, was more shocked by this scene than seeing a sow climbing a tree. Jean DePeo stayed at the campus for 3 whole years. I didn't even pass the bar exam, because Jean DePeo has never touched his law exam books. There was not a single word written on the textbook, not even a fingerprint. What happened today? Do you have a fever or water in your brain, more than just a cannon? The others also seemed to be possessed by a demon or evil spirit. Several girls who were holding small mirrors to draw eyeliner put down the mirrors, held the books with concentration, and outlined several important concepts on the books with eyeliner. The few people who were cooking self-heating hot pot in the back row also opened the criminal law in their hands. Yang Wei, however, after a few minutes, Jean DePeo threw away the law exam book in his hand, tore a page from the book, and started folding paper airplanes. The girl who was drawing eyeliner put down her book, took out double eyelid tape from her pocket, and started to put on makeup. The person in the back row who was cooking the self-heating hot pot opened a box of beef, a box of shrimp balls, and a box of vegetables and added them into the hot pot. Yang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. This was normal. Schweshen saw this and vaguely guessed that this 10% concentration was time-limited. He said a word using the God-level microphone. These people can focus for a few minutes. Schweshen coughed, took the microphone and said, "Okay, now that everyone is focused and in the learning state, then I'll give you a few questions to test your criminal law skills. The first question, I got a new recipe for making methamphetamine. It uses 200 grams of green pepper and 200 grams of elm leaves, and burns them at 200 degrees Celsius for 200 minutes to produce very pure methamphetamine. But after the drug was made, I was a little puzzled.
Traditional methamphetamine is white and has no distinctive smell.
Why does my drug smell a bit pungent and is green?
Is it pure and pollution-free? Excuse me, do my actions constitute the crime of manufacturing drugs? Does it constitute a crime of drug manufacturing, or a crime other than drug manufacturing?"
Without waiting for anyone to answer, Schweshen saw that in the corner of the last row near the door, there was an unidentified object sleeping on the table with a green fish head mask on its head. Schweshen curled his fingertips and tapped the table lightly with his knuckles. When people fall asleep on the table, the ears are very close to the table. Even if you knock on the table very lightly, it will feel very loud. Almost the next second, the green-headed fish suddenly raised its head and looked at Schweshen. Schweshen held the God-level microphone and said with a smile, "Mr. Greenhead Fish, please answer." Greenhead Fish and Schweshen stared at each other for several seconds. Then he reached out and took off Greenhead Fish's hood. He coughed and said, "I choose C." The people around burst into laughter.
I got the answer wrong?
The green-headed fish scratched his head and muttered to himself, then said, "Then I choose D." Schweshen laughed angrily. "There are only 3 possible scenarios for this question.
Where did you kidnap D from? Kidnapping is illegal, you know?"
Greenhead Fish, Schweshen turned around and walked to the front row. When I turned around, I saw there was a translucent glass on the table. This translucent means the half of the podium that Schweshen could see was pure black and opaque. The half of the desk that the green-headed fish can see when sitting in front of it is completely transparent. There is a mobile phone in the glass. The phone screen was still on, broadcasting an LPL Spring Esports competition. What a talent Schweshen took. Away the glass and the phone without any hesitation. Students found playing with mobile phones, 20/20, ding.
Mission completed, rewards, 1. Increased student focus by 5%.
2. Increased student focus skill by plus 500, experience points by plus 700.
3. Title earned, first class strict teacher.
Shueishan, who was awarded the title of first class strict teacher, asked several students some questions. After asking the answer to this question, Shueishan asked the next question.
Question 2. Zhang San was the owner of a zoo.
One day, his son Li Si was admitted to a top university.
He was so excited that he released all 985 highly venomous snakes in the zoo into the wild. Excuse me, what crime does Zhang San's behavior constitute?
Shueishan finished speaking. Zhang Depeo, who was sitting in the first row, raised his hand. Shueishan was very pleased and asked him to answer the question. Zhang Depeo stood up and asked weakly, Teacher Shui, why is Zhang San's son named Li?
Chapter 080 Memory plus 8%.
Shueishan was a little speechless, pinching his brows with a headache. You just need to answer me whether he is guilty enough to commit a crime, that's all.
Zhang Depeo nodded, seeming to understand. Just as he was about to answer, he asked again, Teacher Shui, what was your question just now? I forgot.
This memory, it's simply the memory of a fish. Shueishan repeated the question and said to the system in his mind, I want to participate in the lottery. The God-level microphone won in the first lottery can improve students' concentration. Maybe, in the second draw, you can win a treasure that can improve students' memory. Byte. Obtained item, green cactus, effect, placing this cactus on the windowsill will automatically increase the student's memory by 8%. This green plant is really nice, but he couldn't conjure up a green plant out of thin air. So, I had to wait until the get out of class was over, find a place where no one was around, and then take out the plants. The class is over. Shueishan came out holding a cardboard box of cell phones. Yang Wei was already full of admiration. He was in his 40s and followed Shueishan happily.
Brother Shun, are you thirsty? Have some water. Brother Shun, I made you some fresh tea.
Brother Shin, here are some dried plums that can nourish the lungs.
Try them.
Shueishan thanked Yang Wei and talked to him about the students in the criminal law class. At the beginning, Yang Wei stared at Shueishan with starry eyes, as if he wanted to write Brother Shin YYDS on his face. But when Yang Wei heard Shueishan say that they would give the criminal law class a small test in the third period and give them a test paper, Yang Wei hesitated for a moment and said, a test?
That's the most useless thing. Shueishan, why? Yang Wei shook his head helplessly.
No reason, because, no matter how difficult the questions you give, they can all get full marks collectively.
Shueishan frowned, what?
The two sat down in the teacher's lounge, and Yang Wei said, I'm sure they cheated. However, I and several lecturers who teach civil law, commercial law, and the Three Kingdoms law have investigated many times, both openly and secretly. We even watched the surveillance footage dozens of times, but we can't find the cause.
3 laws, international law, international economic law, private international law, Shueishan asked, Teacher. Yang, could you please show me the surveillance video of the last exam for the criminal law class? You want to see it?
Yang Wei was stunned for a moment and then laughed. They had watched the surveillance video over and over again but couldn't find any clues. What's the point of showing it to Shueishan? But Yang Wei couldn't bear to undermine Shueishan's confidence, so he nodded and pulled up a surveillance video from his mobile phone. The video is a full 2 hours long, because the exam time is exactly 2 hours to eye in the video. The exam begins. Shueishan saw a fat student weighing about 200 pounds sitting in the corner with a box next to him. The box was filled with fruits such as bananas, apples and cherries, and there were dumplings in several takeout boxes on the table. That he would eat something after finishing a few questions. Yang Wei coughed awkwardly and explained to Shueishan, because this is a tutoring class for adult exams, we often can't interfere too much with the students' diet. Shueishan stared at the surveillance camera intently for nearly 3 or 4 minutes. He asked Yang Wei, Teacher Yang, could you please show me this student's answer sheet? Okay. Yang Wei found the answer sheet. Shueishan finished reading it and laughed.
I see. Yang Wei didn't react and looked at Shueishan in confusion. What do you know? Shueishan, I understand their cheating methods. Yang Wei was completely stunned. He stood there stiffly, looking at Shueishan in disbelief. Are you kidding me?
They watched the surveillance video over and over again dozens of times. The top management of Compass even held several meetings on this matter. However, no one could find out the cheating methods used by these students in the criminal law class, and Shueishan, it took less than 5 minutes from the time he saw the surveillance video to the time he said he understood the students' cheating methods. Is Shueishan reliable?
Yang Wei's face turned stern. Shueishan, please stop making fun of me.
There's no need to lie to me or play tricks on me.
I'm not kidding you, nor am I lying to you, and I'm definitely not making fun of you.
Shueishan also became serious and said solemnly. He held an answer sheet in one hand and pointed at the surveillance video on the phone screen in Yang Wei's hand with the other. Look carefully.
When this fat student was filling in the card, did he eat a bite of food after filling in each multiple choice question? Yang Wei was stunned for a moment. So what?
Shueishan said, the multiple choice questions have 4 options, A, B, C, D. When that fat student filled in the answer sheet, when he encountered a question that required him to choose A, he would take a bite of an apple, because the English word for apple is apple, and the first letter of the word is A. When he encountered a question that required him to choose option B, he would take a bite of a banana, because the English word for banana is banana, and the first letter of the word is B. When he encountered a question that required choosing C, he would take a bite of a cherry, because cherries are a type of cherry, and the English word for cherry is cherry, which starts with C. When he encountered a question that required answering D, he would open his takeout box and eat a dumpling, because the English word for dumpling is dumpling, and the first letter of the letter is D.
Yang Wei?
Shueishan spoke a long string of words in one breath, and finally took a breath. Teacher Yang, these students are cheating by using the English initials of food to pass on the answers.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yang Wei opened his mouth wide. His mouth was wide open enough to fit an EGG. It felt like I was struck by lightning, like a dream. He stared at the surveillance video carefully and found that the fat student's words and actions throughout the exam were exactly the same as what Shueishan said. It's true. No matter what option you choose, you should eat the food corresponding to that option regularly. Yang Wei was watching the surveillance video, and Shueishan was watching it too. Shueishan discovered that above the fat student's head, a blood red, exclamation point, and a light green, square root, slowly emerged. Shueishan's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a strong sense of unease. As a warning of impending danger. Square root is the character's profile information card, but, from the first day his system awakened to now. I have never seen a light green, square root, and a blood red, exclamation point appear on someone's head at the same time. What does this mean? What does it represent? Shueishan first nodded at the exclamation point on the fat student's head. The next scene he saw made Shueishan's pupils tremble, and a hint of shock and surprise appeared in his eyes. Chapter 081 Compass Criminal Law Lecturer, Shueishan. Within 10 days, a large number of students withdrew from the Zabiasan Law Exam course, questioned the high price of the course, and complained to the Education Department and the Market Supervision and Management Department, causing the Zabiasan Law Exam to lose its reputation and lose its foothold in the legal examination industry.
Compass CEO Bo Nan was verbally abused, cyberbullied, stalked, and even subjected to doxing.
Later, unable to bear the pressure, Bo Nan committed suicide by jumping off a building. What? Shueishan frowned. This is not just a simple incident of students causing trouble. Someone is maliciously misleading and wants to destroy Zabiasan and Boyan. What kind of deep hatred could make someone do such a ruthless thing? Almost pushing Compass into a dead end, Shueishan clicked on the light green, square root, on the fat student's head again, wanting to see who this person was. Name, Shueisha, age, 27, hobbies, 2. Seek revenge on everyone at the Compass Law Exam Institute and bring down the compass.
Knowledge mastery, very good, 100 out of 100, maximum level. Study concentration, very good, 100 out of 100, maximum level. Shueishan? Max level boss?
If he hadn't seen Shueisha's hobby that was different from ordinary people, he would almost applaud Shueisha. When he was teaching the criminal law class, he carefully looked through the information cards of some students. None of those students' knowledge mastery exceeded 10/100. There are even several people. The learning concentration is a negative value, not even 0.
Shueishan, are you listening to me? Yang Wei shook Shueishan's arm. Shueishan,
there will be a test later.
When you are invigilating, you must keep an eye on Shueisha.
He is a sinister person with all kinds of tricks. Yang Wei said with lingering fear. Last time, Yang Wei was the invigilator. In order to cheat, Shueisha actually added something to Yang Wei's water cup, causing Yang Wei to go to the toilet more than 30 times during the 2 hours of invigilation. He almost suffered from diarrhea and was seriously injured. He was even dehydrated and sent to the hospital. Shueishan smiled and said okay. The two walked out of the teacher's lounge and ran into a middle-aged man with a big belly. Yang Wei called out, "Boss you." The middle-aged man put his hands behind his back, nodded slightly, and his eyes fell on Shueishan. This must be Shueishan.
Yang Wei nodded. Yes, he is Shueishan. Shueishan, let me introduce you. This is our Compass's vice president, Yu Minglang.
While Yang Wei was introducing them, Shueishan was also looking at Yu Minglang. Yu Minglang was wearing a suit, but as a middle-aged man in his 40s, he was a little overweight and had a slightly protruding belly. However, he is the vice president of Zabiasan. After years of immersion in the business world and working hard in the legal examination circle, there was a sharp coldness in Yu Minglang's eyes, which was both shrewd and calculating. Ever since the system awakened the skill trees of micro-expressions and psychology, Shueishan's ability to judge people has undergone subtle changes. It's not completely accurate, but at least it's pretty close. At this time, Shueishan felt, his first impression of Yu Minglang was not very good. An indescribable feeling, as if Yu Minglang had some hostility towards him, made him feel uncomfortable all over. Even so, Yu Minglang shook his hand warmly and said a lot of good things, saying that he was a talent in the legal circle and that he was
here to save their Compass Law Exam.
After Yang Wei completed his resignation procedures and left. Yu Minglang and Shueishan were the only ones left in the teacher's lounge. Yu Minglang took a contract from the secretary and handed it to Shueishan. Lawyer Shui, this is the employment contract for Zabiasan's criminal law lecturer.
Would you consider working for our Compass?
Shueishan didn't say anything. The secretary interjected. Lawyer Shui, the monthly salary Mr. Yu gives you is 3 times that of Mr. Yang Wei, which is rare in the industry. Law exam education only requires recording and teaching classes during a fixed few months each year. The rest of the time, you can continue to work in the law firm, handling lawsuits and taking on cases.
There is no conflict. Who wouldn't want money, right, Lawyer Xue?
Shueishan curled his lips, but his attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, and he was not in a hurry to accept the contract.
Mr. Yu, if you have any other conditions, you might as well tell me directly.
Almost all the lecturers in each subject of Compass have a PhD. He was a little-known legal education anchor, and it was not easy for him to catch the eye of the vice president of Ji Beijing. Yu Mingling smiled and said someone's name, Shueisha.
Shueishan, I need you to help me eradicate this cancer.
Whether you file a lawsuit or settle it privately, I will pay you every penny of your attorney's fees. Once you've dealt with him, you'll immediately become the leading criminal law lecturer.
Shueishan pretended not to understand. Is there a conflict between Shueisha and Zibiazan?
It's more than just a conflict, the secretary said indignantly. Shueisha's girlfriend, Sui, was a salesperson, selling pirated Compass books and made over 200,000 yuan. A few years ago, our legal team discovered her and reported her to the police, leading to Sui's imprisonment.
The charge is selling infringing copies.
As a result, Shueisha thought we were responsible for his girlfriend's death and came to our legal examination institution every day to cause trouble. It's really a bad apple that spoils the whole barrel. So that's how it is. Shueishan touched his chin, neither agreeing nor refuting. Mr. Yu, I still have one class in the criminal law class.
I will talk to you in detail after class. Yu Mingling smiled and said, okay.
Shueishan came out of the teacher's lounge and went to the bathroom. Then, he came out of the bathroom holding a pot of green plants and returned to the classroom of the criminal law class. He placed the green cactus on the windowsill behind Shueishan. A voice sounded, Teacher Xue. Shueishan turned his head and looked over. It was Zhang Depeo.
What's wrong?
Shueishan looked at his watch and asked. Zhang Depeo hesitated to speak and looked around for a long time. Then, with great difficulty, he pointed to the chair where Shueishan sat during the lecture and kindly reminded him, the chair was painted with 502 by Shueisha.
Don't sit on it.
Shueishan looked in the direction Zhang Depeo pointed. Really, the light from the window fell on the chair, and there was a layer of colorless and transparent liquid substance that reflected some light in the sunlight. Shueishan laughed angrily. After a few seconds, Shueishan looked at Zhang Depeo and said, thank you. Zhang Depeo scratched his head embarrassedly. You are the only teacher who doesn't look down on me for being stupid or because my family is a pig farmer.
I want to thank you.
I signed up for the bar exam class, spending a lot of my family savings and even slaughtering several pigs. Shueishan was stunned. I didn't expect him to be so difficult. After thinking for a while, Shueishan took out a business card from his business card holder and handed it to Zhang Depeo. If you have time, come to Junjing Law Firm to find me.
Junjing can arrange an intern or assistant position for you. I also give you this law exam notebook.
Shueishan picked up a notebook from the desk and gave it to Zhang Depeo. Those were the notes he took during the bar exam last night. He copied one out overnight. Zhang Depeo's face flushed with excitement. Thank you, Teacher Xue. Teacher Xue, please come to our house someday to eat the pig-killing meal.
Shueishan was stunned. Didn't your family kill several pigs?
And you made pig-killing dishes for him? Zhang Depeo nodded and said, yes, but we have tens of thousands of pigs at home. The entire back mountain belongs to us, and we have thousands of sheep and quite a few cattle. Shueishan, the clown was actually me. He, a partner lawyer with a monthly salary of tens of thousands of yuan, wanted to help a rich man who had tens of thousands of pigs and thousands of sheep at home. Teacher Xue, at this moment, a cold voice interrupted abruptly. I'll update one chapter first. I have to go out today and will continue writing in the car. Chapter 82. Zhang San's snail noodles were stolen at Shueisha extended his hand towards Shueishan and said in a sarcastic tone, hello, Teacher Xue. Zhang Depeo was so anxious that he quickly stood between Shueishan and Shueisha and said to Shueishan in a low voice, Teacher Xue, please don't shake hands with him. Last time, he was lifting weights in the gym and once lifted an 80-kilogram dumbbell with one hand.
5 minutes, 20 times.
Zhang Depeo was terrified. Shueishan's skinny little body, what if the bone is really broken? Shueisha smiled, rubbing 2 walnuts in his other hand, his coat draped over his arm. If you're scared, stay out of my business. Teacher Xue, if anyone dares to interfere in the dispute between me and Compass, I will send him to jail. But Shueisha looked at Shueishan with disdain. Teacher Xue didn't even dare to shake my hand, so he probably wouldn't dare to interfere with me. He didn't finish his words. Shueishan held Shueisha's hand and said indifferently, hello. Shueisha clenched his 5 fingers together and exerted force suddenly. The veins on his wrist and ulna bulged and he attacked with great ferocity. Zhang Depeo was so frightened that his voice trembled as he said, Shueisha, let go of Teacher Xue. Shueisha gradually increased his strength. He smiled and waited for Shueishan to beg for mercy, but the next second, he felt a force that was no less powerful than his own, colliding violently with him. Shueishan took the initiative and held Shueisha's hand. The existence of martial arts secrets allowed Shueishan to unleash unprecedented power. Martial arts secret book, obtained when the system awakens in Chapter 1. This was modified and added not long ago, so it is specially noted. The back of Shueisha's hand was so painful that he lost feeling. Shueishan pinched his hand bones so hard that they crackled, and he felt waves of piercing pain. Not pain, it hurt so much. The triumphant and arrogant smile on Shueisha's face gradually disappeared. How is this possible? Shueishan is a weak scholar and doesn't look like he has well-developed muscles. Shueisha's facial features were twisted in pain, and his left hand, which was holding the walnut, was shaking. Shueishan freed his other hand, wrapped it around Shueisha's hand holding the walnut, and squeezed it hard. Crack, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Zhang Depeo was startled. When I looked closely, I see, Shueishan calmly let go of his hand,
and two broken walnuts appeared on Shueisha's palm. Shueisha. Zhang Depeo?
Shueishan crushed the two walnuts in Shueisha's hand with one hand.
No way, how is this possible?
Zhang Depeo was so frightened that he couldn't even use punctuation marks. Shueisha was stunned. Shock and shame appeared on his face. He was too arrogant. Shueishan took Shueisha's coat and threw it on a chair a few meters away. The coat drew a beautiful parabola and landed precisely on the chair painted with 502, covering the half-dry transparent glue. Shueisha's coat was completely ruined. Shueishan sat in the chair calmly,
his expression indifferent. Remember, there are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you.
I hope this is the last time. What happened today? Shueisha said nothing. He turned around and went out, bringing in a box of bananas, apples, cherries, and a few boxes of dumplings. It seems that he is planning to go back to his old ways and continue cheating. Shueishan smiled and didn't expose him. He pointed to the test paper bag on the desk and reminded him, the test will start in 10 minutes. Zhang Depeo, who was sitting in the first row, quickly took out the notebook that Shueishan gave him. Before opening it, I sighed. His memory is really bad. Bad. Sometimes I can't even remember my own name. His original name was Zhang Qian, but because he couldn't remember it, he changed it to Zhang Depeo. However, when Zhang Depeo opened Shueishan's notebook, he was stunned. The first thing he saw was the font, which was straight and interlaced, with iron-like strokes and silver-like hooks, and
the strokes varied in thickness in an orderly manner.
The lines were casual and natural, and majestic. Zhang Depeo didn't even dare to touch the pages of his notes, as if he was touching some antique instead of notes. He looked up and caught sight of the green cactus on the windowsill, and suddenly his mind focused. The whole world became quiet and empty, and he was the only one left. Zhang Depeo looked down at his notes. The knowledge points in the notes kept drilling into my mind. Finish reading a page. Zhang Depeo closed his eyes. The few knowledge points I just memorized suddenly appeared in my mind clearly, without any mistake. Zhang Depeo was so excited that he almost cried. He looked at Shueishan and used two fingers to make a kneeling and bowing gesture on the table. Teacher Shui is amazing. Zhang Depeo didn't know the existence of green plant cactus. He just thought that Teacher Shui's notes were well written. It is more easy to understand than the legal examination materials written by teachers like those in Zabiazan, and he can understand it. 10 minutes passed in a flash. The exam begins. When Zhang Depeo was about to help Shueishan distribute the test papers, Shueishan waved his hand and said, "Today's test will not include multiple choice questions." Shueisha's face suddenly became extremely ugly. No multiple choice questions. This means that his perfect cheating method is useless, Shueisha complained. But the objective test of the bar exam has 2 papers with 100 questions each, all multiple choice questions. Why aren't they included in the exam? Shueishan shrugged and asked quietly, "Your judicial examination only tests subjective questions, not subjective questions." Shueishan picked up a piece of chalk and wrote questions on the blackboard. First question, Li Si always likes to steal takeout. Every time Zhang San orders snail noodles, they are stolen. This happened 3 times in 6 months. Zhang San was very angry and went to the snail noodle shop to pack a pack of snail noodles. He put 80 packets of laxatives in the noodles and deliberately left them outside. Li Si stole the snail noodles and ate them all, which resulted in diarrhea and minor injuries. Please tell me, what constitutes Li Si's behavior? What constitutes Zhang San's behavior? Everyone looked at each other. This question, they don't know how to do it. Only Zhang Depeo was writing furiously with shining eyes. This question. It's so damn easy. The answer written by Zhang Depeo is, Li Si stole takeout food 3 times in 2 years, and was convicted of theft to Zhang San. This was self-defense and did not constitute a crime. While he was writing down the answer, Shueishan wrote the second question on the blackboard. Second question, Zhang San got lost in the wild and was nearly dead from hunger for 3 days and 3 nights. To survive, he ate a giant panda and a golden monkey every day. After being rescued, he also caught 80 geckos. Excuse me, what does Zhang San's behavior of eating pandas and golden monkeys constitute? What does his behavior of catching geckos constitute? Shueishan wrote more than a dozen questions in one breath. Wait until he finishes writing, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Byte. Trigger new mission. Chapter 83 Persuading Shueisha, Trigger Mission 1. Investigate the feud between Shueisha and Compass. 2. Investigate the case of Shueisha's girlfriend Sui, who was accused of selling infringing copies. Mission rewards: 1. Client negotiation points plus 500, client psychology skills plus 500, evidence collection skills plus 1000. 2. 1 platinum treasure chest. 3. Unlock the lawyer-apprentice relationship. Tip: after the master-disciple relationship is unlocked, accepting a disciple can increase your master points and reputation. Master-disciple relationship, is there still reputation points to be gained? Shueishan paused while writing on the blackboard. Looking back, the look in Shueisha and Zhang Depeo's eyes was as if they were looking at pieces of fragrant and tender crispy bones. Teacher Shueisha pulled out a chair and stood up. I need to go to the bathroom. After saying that, he turned and went out through the back door. Shueishan touched his chin. The grudge between Chuizhu and Compass, the case where Chuizhu's girlfriend was sued by Zabiasin for selling pirated books, both things are related to Chuizhu. He should go talk to Chuizhu. Shueishan went out. He casually asked the system, what are master teacher points and reputation points used for?
Master teacher points. The increase in master teacher points represents your prestige in the legal academic community.
Levels are divided according to the number of master teacher points, from low to high: level 3 master teacher, level 2 master teacher, level 1 master teacher, provincial master teacher, and national master teacher.
Reputation. Your current reputation is too low. You will unlock reputation after becoming a provincial level famous teacher.
Shueishan, I feel despised by the system. Shueishan walked into the bathroom and saw Chuizhu leaned against the sink, seemingly typing into his phone, saying, Zhang San's behavior of eating a panda and a golden monkey every day is an emergency measure to avoid danger and does not constitute a crime.
Geckos are protected species, not nationally. However, capturing more than 20 of them constitutes illegal hunting. 3 have animals, terrestrial wild animals with important ecological, scientific, and social value.
Shueishan folded his arms. He waited patiently for Chuizhu to finish speaking before asking, where's the answer? Chuizhu was startled and knocked over a bottle of hand sanitizer next to him. Shueishan, tell me, who is your accomplice?
Chuizhu didn't say anything. I have an expression that says, I'm a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. What can you do to me?
Shueishan didn't waste any words and took the phone from him. Then, using Chuizhu's mobile phone, a message was sent to the group. Go to the men's restroom on the 3rd floor to get the answer. 5 minutes later, except for Zhang Depeo, all the male students in the criminal law class went into the bathroom, as if they were having a dinner party. As for the female students, except for a girl named Su Yike, the others were waiting outside the men's restroom. Seeing Shueishan's dark face, they all trembled like quails and ran away. Shueishan turned his head to look at Chuizhu. His tone was gloomy. Is this what you want?
Chuizhu didn't say anything.
Chuizhu, you are 27 years old this year, not 17 or 7. A legal elite spends all day in Compass's classroom, learning nothing, leading others to cheat, and organizing other students to drop out of the class.
Is this your clever trick?
You're a man, and a man should be upright and have great ambitions. A man can know the dangers of the world, the filthiness of human nature, and the scheming in tactics, but at least he shouldn't be a coward like you who doesn't even dare to calculate and is always hesitant. Every time Chuizhu heard a word, his head lowered an inch. By the end, he was like an ostrich, with his head almost hanging down to his chest. His indifferent expression gradually turned into fear and panic. Shueishan's words were like knives, each one stabbing into his heart. He couldn't believe why Shueishan could see through him so clearly that it made him feel ashamed, as if he was stripped naked. Chuizhu's eyes were red.
It's the Compass. They're the ones who won't let me live.
They're the ones who want to drive me and my girlfriend to death.
Shueishan, don't teach others to be good without first experiencing their suffering. If you go through my suffering, you may not be as kind as I am. Chuizhu practically yelled at the end of his words, his entire body hysterical and on the verge of collapse. Compass has brought me to this point. Why can't I retaliate against them? On what basis?
In the final analysis, you are just a dog working for Compass for money to eliminate disasters for others. Your pretense of being noble and upright is hypocritical.
I don't need to pretend, and I'm certainly not being hypocritical.
Shueishan said slowly, if I were you, and I hated Compass to the bone and wanted revenge, then at least I wouldn't be like you, wasting 5 whole years in Compass's class, and not even making a splash. I didn't see any revenge. I only saw a 27-year-old loser who still relies on his parents and can't earn a dime. You keep saying you hate it, but the truth is, you just don't want to leave the ivory tower, don't want to enter society, don't want to work.
You're running away.
If you were my son, I would rather go to jail than kill a useless wimp like you with my own hands. Shueishan's voice was not loud, but it was filled with deep hostility and coldness. He smiled and said to Chuizhu, if I were to go through your suffering, I would not be as kind as you.
I won't resort to petty calculations against those who harm me. That's too childish. I will kill the person I hate.
Chuizhu's face was numb, like a puppet. He was scolded by Shueishan without any ability to refute, unable to utter a word. I don't know how long it took. Chuizhu looked at Shueishan and grabbed Shueishan's arm as if asking for help, as if he had grabbed the last straw. With a thud, he knelt down in front of Shueishan. Chuizhu's eyes were filled with tears.
Mr. Xue, no, Lawyer Xue, what should I do? What should I do? I'm going to tell you the truth about everything.
Please help me.
You even won the first public interest labor lawsuit in China. You can definitely help me. Please.
When Shueishan helped him up, a system prompt sounded in his mind, ding. Complete the hidden mission, negotiate with Chuizhu and successfully persuade him to tell the truth about what happened back then.
Shueishan, hidden quest, is there such a thing? Shueishan, is there a reward?
Task reward, imitation card *1, effect, after use, the host can imitate one legal professional skill from anyone.
Note, can only be used once.
Shueishan's eyes lit up. This is simply a magical tool. Shueishan was excited, however, after awakening the micro-expressions skill tree. His expression management skills are almost perfect. Shueishan looked at Chuizhu expressionlessly and said, "Tell me about the grudge between you and Compass."
I'm listening. Chuizhu took a deep breath and said, 9 years ago.
Chapter 084. The sixth case. 9 years ago, Sui and I were together.
She studied finance, and I studied law.
One day I suddenly received a call from someone who claimed to be Yu Minglang, the vice president of Compass. Yu Minglang asked me if I would be willing to be the agent for Compass in northern universities and help sell textbooks. The higher the sales, the higher the commission. I'm not good at this, so I gave him Yi's contact information, thinking it could be a way to make money.
Yi is a good speaker.
In just 1 year, she sold a full 300,000 yuan worth of books and earned tens of thousands of yuan in commission.
Shueishan nodded. This is a good thing. Good news?
Chuizhu laughed sarcastically, his tone changing. When we went to ask Yu Minglang for the commission, Yu Minglang suddenly turned hostile. He said, Chuizhu was so angry that his chest heaved violently. He is fat. When you get angry, your blood pressure soars instantly. Chuizhu covered his chest, took out the medicine bottle from his pocket, poured a heart pill into his mouth, and then he recovered with a heavy breath. Shueishan's face was indifferent as he finished telling the unspoken truth for him.
Yu Minglang told you that all the books you sell are pirated, right?
Yes.
Chuizhu nodded, slamming his fist on the sink, gritting his teeth.
This bastard also asked us to help him recruit more students to sell pirated copies. Otherwise, he would sue Yi and me for illegally profiting from selling pirated copies and send us to jail. Selling pirated goods is really profitable because, apart from the printing costs, the cost for pirates is almost 0.4 genuine books. Most of the income goes into the pocket of the copyright owner himself, and there is very little left for the publishing house.
It's all my fault.
Chuizhu covered his face and squatted on the ground in despair. I was busy with my postgraduate study and academic projects at the time, and I didn't pay any attention to Yu Minglang at all.
Later, Yi received a summons from the court.
Later, Yi was jailed for selling infringing copies. Chuizhu's eyes were red, his voice was nasal, and he was choked up so much that he could hardly utter a complete sentence.
In court, the prosecutor and Yu Minglang's lawyer pressed Yi several times on whether Chuizhu was her accomplice. Yi categorically denied it and said no. Because Chuizhu really didn't get involved in selling books, therefore, it was preserved. Chuizhu covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from crying out loud. He would rather be the one in jail, instead of Yi. If he had not given Yi's phone number to Yu Minglang, the subsequent series of tragedies would not have happened. Blame him, he deserves to die.
Shueishan handed him a tissue and said, "Don't cry, I'll take this case." Chuizhu sniffed and said hesitantly, Lawyer Shui, I can't afford your legal fees." After Shueishan won a series of lawsuits against two business giants, FancyTuan.com and MimiQingTuan.com, Shueishan's net worth and status skyrocketed. The lawyer fees and legal consultation costs he paid for the cases also increased several times. Shueishan said calmly, "You don't have to pay. I will make Yu Minglang spit out every penny of the ill-gotten gains he made." This case is no longer just a personal grudge between Chuizhu and Ji Beijing. Yu Minglang, as the vice president of Compass, they dared to so brazenly print pirated books from the Compass Law Examination Institution, and even let students from law schools of major universities act as agents to sell the pirated books. There must be many people like Chuizhu and Sui who were deceived and ended up in jail. If we bring down Yu Minglang, won't that earn us the lawyer fees? He wants to be the first lawyer in history to make the other party pay for the legal fees out of pocket. Chuizhu, seeing Shueishan's deceitful and wicked expression, Chuizhu burst into laughter and said, "Lawyer Shui, I've wanted to trick that bastard for a long time.
We have the same values."
Shueishan smiled and said nothing. 3 Views in agreement. He remembered what his mentor Su Qian said to him. If you find that you and someone have similar values and it is comfortable to chat, then this person's emotional intelligence and knowledge content must be far above yours. However, there was no need for him to say these words now to attack Chuizhu. Shueishan said to Chuizhu, "I'm not trying to trick Yu Minglang, but
have you heard of this saying?"
"What?" Chuizhu asked. Shueishan, in law schools, half the students are arresting the other half the students are judging the other half, and half the students are defending the other half.
Yu Minglang and I are schoolmates. It looks like he will be the one who is arrested, tried, and needs to be defended.
The criminal suspect.
This half-and-half logic applies to any university.
Chuizhu didn't believe it.
Then, what if it's at the drama school?
Shueishan, half of the students are sleeping with the dad of the other half.
Chuizhu, what about the medical university?
Shueishan, half of the students are selling the other half's generic drugs.
Chuizhu, what about universities that major in geography?
Shueishan, half of the students are digging up the ancestral graves of the other half.
Chuizhu wanted to ask more.
All right.
Shueishan waved his hand, stopping him from saying anything.
I'll go back to the criminal law class first.
Without you helping them cheat by passing answers, how will they do on the test?
After saying that, Shueishan turned around and walked out of the men's restroom. Mainly, he and Chuizhu stayed alone in the men's restroom for so long that if someone saw him, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Ding. Chuizhu's favorability +10. As soon as Shueishan walked out, He heard the system's favorability prompt sound. Shueishan took 2 more steps. Ding. Shueisha's favorability plus 10. Shueisha's favorability, 20 out of 100. Teacher-student relationship. Teacher-student relationship. Shueishan laughed twice. Wait until the lawyer-apprentice relationship is unlocked in the system. Shueisha was his first guinea pig. The needle does not poke. However, what Shueishan didn't see was, after he left, a figure walked out from the corner of the stairs, staring at the backs of Chuizhu and Shueishan, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. It's Yu Minglang. Yu Minglang tapped the marble cracks on the wall fiercely, muttering to himself, "You're just drinking a toast and then getting punished. Shueishan, I'll triple your salary and let you be the main lecturer on criminal law. I'll treat you as a guest of honor. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you're trying to help Chuizhu reopen the case. You're courting death. Look at how I kill you." Yu Minglang rolled his eyes and made a phone call. There was a vicious glint in his eyes. "I told the secretary a great idea. A good way to force Shueishan to be like a lost dog." Even later, regarding some readers who say they don't like watching the lectures given by legal examination institutions, please let me explain. When I write books, I also hope that the characters I write about are real people, rather than machines that take cases and fight lawsuits. This way, I can feel immersive. My fellow readers are all young people. Ask yourselves, if lawyers were constantly busy taking on cases and working under high pressure every day, would we get bored or even collapse? The protagonist is a high-spirited young man. He has ambition and opportunities. If he wants to develop, he cannot just be a litigation machine. A man's growth requires him to experience all aspects of society and life, so he is destined to engage in litigation, do legal education live broadcasts, give lectures, and even participate in legal revisions in the future. Tisk, I've written so much more. It's okay, you can read it for free, and Tomato pays for it, so don't worry, I'll have a meal and come back to write 2 more chapters. Chapter 85, The Thinking a Lawyer Should Have Mr. You? The secretary answered the phone and called out respectfully. Why Yu Minglang said, "Find me a well-known criminal law expert and have him come to our campus to lecture on criminal law." The secretary was stunned for a moment. What about Teacher Shui? "I just want him to get out of campus with his tail between his legs." Yu Minglang sneered a few times and asked, "I remember there was an internet celebrity named He Jiji who had a live stream discussing criminal law. His traffic was much higher than Shueishan's. But Mr. Yu, that He Jiji took 7 years to pass the bar exam. She's a beautiful anchor. Go talk to her now, it's her." Yu Minglang said and hung up the phone. The secretary sighed. "What is this? Isn't this misleading the young people?" The news that Yu Minglang wanted He Jiji to be the main lecturer on criminal law quickly spread throughout the campus. The next day, during morning class, Lu Shuang, the youngest and most gossipy student in the class, was the first to spread the news to the class. "Eat up, guys. Campus has a new criminal law lecturer, replacing Teacher Shui. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples." The entire criminal law class was in an uproar. "Fuck." One person wrote in blood, begging campus to change the teacher so that he won't take our cell phones. "Even if a god came, I wouldn't be able to learn the difference between robbery, snatching, and theft. Who cares?" That's right, the criminal law class has had 4 new teachers. Whatever. It was at this moment that Chuizhu pulled out the chair legs scraped across the floor, making a harsh sound. Chuizhu said calmly, "Teacher Shui confiscated your phones. For whose benefit is this?" "Teacher Shui investigates cheating on the exam." "Whose benefit is this for?" "Teacher Shui personally wrote every single stroke of the exam question on the blackboard." His arms were stiff. Who was he doing this for? Which of the criminal law teachers in the past didn't just give lectures and then take the money and leave? Who has ever truly cared about you? Do you still have any conscience? Everyone was silent. No one spoke. It was Zhang Depeo who broke the silence. He said, "Yes, Teacher Shui gave me a bar exam notebook yesterday. He copied it word for word by hand. I think it's better than the notes written by the gold medal lecturer at Compass." "Okay, brother Pao, when Shueisha handed over the answers, you couldn't even pass by copying them, and you still need to take notes? If you had gotten 60 points on yesterday's test without Shueisha helping you cheat, I would have dug out my eyeballs and fried them for you." Without waiting for Zhang Depeo to refute, Shueishan pushed open the door and walked in with a stack of answer sheets. Everyone quickly returned to their seats, still somewhat in awe of Shueishan, the teacher who had confiscated more than 20 cell phones from their class on the first day of class. Shueishan stood in front of the desk and tugged at the collar of his shirt. "Let me hand out the answer sheets for yesterday's test. Shueisha, 95 points. Shueisha stood up and went to get his answer sheet. Everyone, "What, it's not 100 points. Shueisha was quite calm. Among the questions Shueishan gave him yesterday, there was an additional question worth 5 points, which was quite difficult, and he got it wrong. Shueisha took the stack of answer sheets from Shueishan. His tone was no longer cynical but respectful. "Teacher Shui, you take a rest. I'll do it." The answer sheets are arranged in order of scores from highest to lowest. Shueisha picked up the second answer sheet. Su Yike, 72 points. Su Yike, the daughter of a legal family, wanted to study medicine since she was a child. She even changed her name to Yike and dreamed of going to a medical school. However, when she applied for college, her parents secretly changed her choice and forced her to study law. Dr. Su received the test paper, and his cool and pretty face showed no sign of being affected by fame or disgrace. Medical students have 39 compulsory professional courses, and law students have 14 compulsory professional courses. From the perspective of medical students, legal studies are extremely simple. Su Yike got 72 points just by answering the questions casually. But when Chuizha read out the results of the third answer sheet, everyone was stunned. Zhang Depeo, 61 points.
Everyone? How is this possible? With his memory, 61 points? Either he cheated, or teacher Shui gave him a tip. As a teacher, isn't it really unclassy to leak questions before the exam? Chuizha walked up to Zhang Depeo and put the answer sheet on his desk. Chuizha glanced at Zhang Depeo's answer sheet inadvertently and was stunned. Because Zhang Depeo wrote down the answer to the additional question that he couldn't answer, and still got full marks. Chuizha's pupils trembled. No one knew better than him how difficult that additional question was. Chuizha knew by heart all the real legal examination questions from the past 10 years, and had never seen such strange and abnormal difficult questions. It's not difficult, but the ideas are tricky and weird. Chuizha pointed at the additional question and asked Zhang Depeo, how did you come up with this question? Could it be that it was really the notes Shueishan gave to Zhang Depeo that leaked the test questions? I didn't expect to get it right. Zhang Depeo handed Shueishan's notes to Chuizha. Teacher Shue's notes are very thorough. I understand them all and have memorized them. Chuizha took it and flipped through it quickly. They all focus on key knowledge points, occasionally giving some simple examples. Shueishan did not reveal the answer to Zhang Depeo. Chuizha's frown relaxed slightly, and he heard Zhang Depeo say, it was the 3 sentences written at the end of teacher Shue's notes that taught me how to do this problem. As soon as the words fell, everyone exploded and started talking at once. Sure enough, the question is revealed. Haha, let's change the criminal law teacher. Don't let this unethical person stay and harm us. At this time, Chuizha turned to the last page of his notes and was stunned because what was written on it was not an additional question at all, but 3 sentences like this. Chuizha read it out involuntarily while reading it. Learning law is like doing academic research. You must have the courage to think, dare to act, and dare to take responsibility. The great way is simple. All things return to their origin, and all changes remain the same. A true scholar can use the simplest principles to solve the most profound and complex problems. Chuizha suddenly realized what Shueishan wants to teach his students is not legal knowledge, but the thinking that a legal professional should have. Shueishan didn't need to reveal the answer to Zhang Depeo at all because, after Zhang Depeo read this notebook, his legal thinking has been completely transformed. He got 61 points in the exam because Zhang Depeo's memory was too poor before and he had not memorized many knowledge points in a short period of time. However, Chuizha was very sure that Zhang Depeo's performance would improve by leaps and bounds. Chuizha had a complicated expression. He has a narrow mind. Those who had just mocked Shueishan and called him unethical as a teacher all shut up. Medical Officer Su, who had remained silent the entire time, walked up to Shueishan, bowed, and asked respectfully, Teacher Shui, I'd like to borrow the notebook you gave to Zhang Depeo. I'd like to make a copy so I can take it home and read it slowly. Is that okay? Su Yike was forced by his parents to study law. She felt quite resistant and disdainful. I think that thing is too simple and not interesting, but Shueishan's words rekindled her love for academics. Su Yike's eyes, which were as empty and numb as stagnant water, suddenly shone with light. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. The new teacher is here. Teacher Hijiji, please come in. Chapter 086. Shueishan liked a video and fought back. Hijiji. Shueishan raised his eyebrows. The new criminal law lecturer invited by Compass, the handsome anchor who can popularize the law, is Hijiji. Just as I was thinking about it, the classroom door was pushed open from outside. Hijiji walked in wearing high heels, and the pendant chains on her fingers made a jingling sound. Shueishan glanced at Hijiji indifferently. Just one glance and he sneered several times in his heart. Just ask yourself, which serious teacher would wear 15 centimeters high heels to teach? It is very inconvenient whether teaching while standing or sitting, and her hands with manicure. Can I use chalk or red pen to mark the test papers? Dressed like this, she went to class, treating the podium as a red carpet in the classroom as the Oscar Awards ceremony. Hijiji didn't even notice Shueishan's eyes. She held a black folder, puffed out her chest, put her hands behind her back, and walked a long circle around the criminal law classroom. Hijiji acted like a leader on a rural inspection tour. Sometimes he complained that the desks in the criminal law class were too worn out, and sometimes he complained that the slide screens in the criminal law class could only be projected and operated with a computer mouse, and could not be touched. Hijiji frowned. If Yu Mingling hadn't charged her a sky-high tuition fee, she wouldn't have bothered to come. Moreover, Yu Mingling also told her that after the Compass course started, she should find a few criminal law exam textbooks on the market, copy them casually, and piece together the books of big names like Luo Xiang, by Lang Tao, Lu Fengke, Fang Peng, and Su Guanghua. Then he could find a publishing house to help her publish a book called Hijiji Lectures on Criminal Law.
Hijiji was moved. As online anchors, the thing they have the most is money. She could ignore Yu Minglang's exorbitant tuition fees, but what Hijiji values is the huge commercial value that publishing a textbook she wrote herself can bring her. Since Luo Xiang can endorse Volvo, well, once her book Hijiji talks about criminal law is published, maybe she can become the spokesperson for Lamborghini. Hijiji had beautiful thoughts. Even though he was so happy inside, he still had a disgusted expression on his face. He shook the mouse, pointed at the computer screen, and asked, why hasn't this computer system been upgraded to Windows 11 yet? I already retired this version last year and upgraded to Windows 11.
What a country bumpkin.
Windows 11 is the latest computer operating system on the market. Shueishan chuckled. He cleared his throat and kindly reminded, teacher, this is an Apple computer.
It uses the Apple Mac system, not Windows.
Hijiji was suddenly embarrassed. She opened her mouth and hesitated several times, but no word came out. The classmates around burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha, this is the best joke I've ever heard. People who call others bumpkins don't even know the Apple Mac system. Who are the bumpkins anyway?
Hijiji,
do you want to make me laugh to death and then inherit my $2.50 inheritance and my homework? Black bone chicken and Spanish mackerel.
Hijiji's face flushed red with embarrassment. She coughed, pulled out a contract from a folder, handed it to Shueishan, and changed the subject. Teacher Shui, this is the teaching contract I signed with the Compass Institute. I, Hijiji, will be the only criminal law instructor at Compass from now on. Hijiji finished speaking. Zhang Depeo, who was straightforward and not very good at hiding his emotions, murmured directly, impossible, this is impossible, impossible? Hijiji interrupted Zhang Depeo and rolled her eyes.
Go to Zabiasan's official Weibo and read it carefully.
Zhang Depeo took out his phone with trembling fingers, opened the official Weibo of Zabiasan, and found, Compass Law Examination V, who has not updated his Weibo for nearly half a month, has updated it. Compass Law Exam V, welcome new teachers. Picture. The first picture is a work photo of Hijiji wearing a gray business suit and a white shirt. He looks majestic and has a strong aura. The second picture is a group photo of the main lecturers of several subjects including civil law, criminal law, commercial law, and administrative law standing together. They look very harmonious, but, to be precise, these two pictures are like this. In the first picture, Hijiji is wearing a suit. The chair legs are photoshopped so much that they bend, and the lines between the floor tiles are distorted. The second picture shows a group photo of several main lecturers of Compass. The lecturers are standing together harmoniously, but Hijiji is the only one left out.
Hijiji is standing alone in the lower right corner of the photo.
This is just the first Weibo post of Compass. Less than 5 minutes after the first Weibo post was sent out, Zabiasan sent out the second Weibo post, Compass Law Exam V, with the addition of it V, the queen of legal education and the pinnacle of beauty. We will surely make Compass even better and more successful. To thank you for your support, within 1 month of joining us, all purchases of Compass courses will be offered a 15% discount.
Netizens who saw these two Weibo posts were stunned for a long time before they reacted, comments one after another. When Yang Wei resigned, didn't he say that the next criminal law lecturer at Compass would be Shueishan? Yes, how did it become Hijiji? She is an internet celebrity, so it's inappropriate for her to steal other people's jobs, right? Why is it inappropriate? The person above is a complete saint, right?
Hijiji has more followers on Weibo than Shueishan, and her live broadcast room has more traffic than Shueishan.
Why can't she be a lecturer on criminal law? This is hilarious. Why didn't anyone above mention that Hijiji's hair is longer than Shueishan's?
They're hiring a criminal law lecturer, not a live streaming influencer selling goods.
So what's the point of having more fans? Brothers, stop arguing and go to Teacher Shueishan's Weibo. Teacher Shueishan liked a very interesting video, come quickly.
A group of people rushed to Shueishan's Weibo. Shueishan's latest Weibo post was a promotional post from Junjing law firm that he forwarded. But just a minute ago, Shueishan liked a video. The video was 2 minutes and 30 seconds long. When I clicked on it, it was an interview. The person being interviewed was Hijiji. In the video, the reporter held a microphone and asked Hijiji, you are a good-looking anchor, but you are proficient in criminal law knowledge.
You can be called the Luo Xiang of the internet celebrity circle.
Hijiji was stunned for a moment, then slowly asked, who is Luo Xiang? All the netizens who saw the video laughed. Hijiji's fans' faces were swollen from being beaten. Even Luo Xiang doesn't know, and you dare to say that you have studied criminal law and are proficient in criminal law knowledge? Are you teasing me? At this moment, a god-level barrage faintly floated across the video. Dr. Jai, what is Haonet?
Host who is Luo Xiang?
You know what, it rhymes. Netizens laughed like crazy. The interview in the video continues. The reporter asked Hijiji a second question. Jiji, many netizens have left messages asking you to talk about the crime of obstructing safe driving. What do you think? Is there such a charge? Hijiji held the microphone, shook his head blankly, and smiled. The netizens must have remembered it wrongly.
Netizen? The crime of obstructing safe driving is one of the new crimes added to the recent amendment to the criminal law.
It has become a hot topic and is being discussed throughout the criminal law community. What Gigi said, is there such a charge? Did netizens remember it wrongly? At this time, another barrage of comments floated past the top of the video. Only, this time, the words on the barrage directly pressed Gigi's face to the ground, rubbing it repeatedly and trampling it mercilessly. Chapter 087. Everyone is trying to keep Shueishan. The barrage said, frowny face. Gigi's recent legal education jokes are probably all copied from Shueishan's legal education livestream, XSWL. Gigi naturally also saw this video. She was so angry that she was shaking all over. She walked to a corner and called her agent.
Didn't I ask you to find a way to delete that interview video? How come it's still on Weibo?
The agent was extremely worried and was still arranging the internet army to help Gigi control the comments.
His tone was not very good. Did you offend anyone?
The deleted video was restored using technical means.
Now, I can't delete it at all. I offended someone? Who could I offend?
Gigi took out a pack of ladies' cigarettes from his pocket and realized that he was on the campus, not in his own studio, so he put it back. She caught a glimpse of Shueishan, who seemed to be smiling. Not far away, Shueishan was clearly smiling, but there was a coldness in his eyes that made people feel odd. Gigi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Shueishan did it? She hung up the phone with her agent and walked up to Shueishan in her high heels.
Teacher Shui, you have seen the contract between me and Compass.
It has the signature of the vice president of Zabiazin and the official seal of Zabiazin, so it is legally binding.
Shueishan nodded. Well, Mr. Shui.
Gigi gestured for permission. Please leave.
I have to teach my students. It's very ungentlemanly to occupy the magpie's nest and refuse to leave.
Shueishan laughed twice. The post he liked on Weibo, in which Gigi asked who was Luo Xiang, was enough to make Gigi lose tens of thousands of fans. Gigi has established herself as a top student majoring in law in the internet celebrity circle, and many of her millions of fans are law students, given Mr. Luo's status in the legal circle. It would be strange if Gigi wasn't scolded to death for making such outrageous remarks. This incident gave Gigi a headache for a long time. But Shueishan didn't argue with Gigi anymore. He turned around and walked out with his cell phone and car keys. After all, Gigi has an official employment contract with Compass and is officially recognized as the criminal law lecturer of Compass. If he continued to argue, it would only make him appear ungentlemanly and lacking in grace. However, Shueishan had just walked out of the Compass building. Suddenly, a series of footsteps and several voices were heard behind me.
Teacher Shui. Lawyer Shui, Brother Shui. You can't leave. Don't you want a Compass or our criminal law class anymore?
As soon as Shueishan turned around, Zhang Depeo hugged him and said, Teacher Shui, you taught me criminal law, so I will only recognize you as my criminal law teacher.
I won't listen to anyone else, and I won't acknowledge anyone else.
Shueishan hasn't spoken yet. Zhang Depeo's eyes suddenly turned red. Teacher Shui, Brother Shui, Father Shui, please don't leave. When I pass the law exam, I'd like to invite you to our hometown in northeast China to eat pig-killing dishes. Killing pig dish is a famous dish in northeast China. Garlic pork heart, firewood bone meat, big bone soup, and sauerkraut. Stewed pork ribs and blood sausage. Of the meat is tender and the soup is delicious, fat but not greasy, appetizing and satisfying. Shueisha stood behind Zhang Depeo, holding a large stack of law exam books in his hands. It seemed that he had hurriedly packed his books and notes and ran out without even having time to put on his coat. Shueisha ran so fast that he was out
of breath.
His tone was calm and indifferent. Lawyer Shui, if you want to leave, let's go together. If you want to leave, take us back to Junjing Law Firm. I've interned at the law firm before, so I can be your assistant, carry your bags, drive you, and be your driver. What we want is a good teacher who truly cares about us, not a criminal law lecturer who doesn't even know who Luo Xiang is. Dr. Su looked at Shueishan with a cold expression in his eyes. You are the first law teacher I respect. Behind Dr. Su, there were also dozens of classmates from the criminal law class following him. It was hard for Shueishan not to be moved by those familiar faces. Just 2 days of getting along, Shueishan never thought that these students would break up with Zabiazin and stand against Gigi for him.
What are you doing? Who told you to run out during class? Why don't you go back to class?
At this time, a cold and unhappy male voice sounded in Shueishan's ears. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to see Yu Minglang, dressed in a suit and tie but a little overweight, walked over with a beer belly. Yu Minglang, holding a briefcase, looked at Shueishan's face and instantly became furious.
Shueishan! Why is it you again?
A teacher at Compass secretly took away students who were taught by Compass to teach outside. This is a serious breach of contract. Shueishan protected Zhang Depeo and Shueisha behind him, looked at Yu Minglang calmly, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Sorry, Vice President Yu, I don't think I've ever signed a contract with Compass from the beginning, so how can I talk about breach of contract? Yu Minglang suddenly shut up. He moved his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Yes, he mentioned to Shueishan that he wanted to sign Shueishan as the lecturer of criminal law. Shueishan didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. Shueishan didn't sign a long-term contract with Zabiazin at all, and he wasn't considered Zabiazin's teacher, so how could he be considered to have breached the contract? After thinking for a moment, Yu Minglang questioned, You've taken so many of our students away from Compass.
Isn't that unfair competition?
Shueishan, you're just a criminal law teacher.
If you take away dozens of students, what will the civil law lecturers, commercial law lecturers, and other lecturers who teach these students do? Will they just starve? Teacher Shui didn't say he would take us away. We left voluntarily. It has nothing to do with Teacher Shui. Shuizha said quickly. He is already 27 years old, the age when one has experienced the ups and downs of society. Yet he denied it directly, not wanting Yu Minglang to find any fault with Shuishan. A group of students echoed, yes. We paid the tuition. We have money. If we pay the tuition but don't come to Hijiji's class, so what? To be honest, I really like the teachers and courses of other law subjects, but I just don't like Hijiji. Hijiji isn't RMB, so why should everyone like her? It doesn't make sense. Yu Minglang's chest was heaving violently. He was furious and pointed at the group of students behind Shuishan and said, you guys want to make a scene, right? Okay, I'll ask the finance department to refund all the course fees to you now. Our Compass Temple is too small to serve a big Buddha like you. If you walk out of this door today, I will put you on the Compass blacklist and the entire legal community's blacklist. As soon as these words were spoken, dozens of students instantly quieted down and fell silent. The blacklist of Compass is not scary. What is scary is the blacklist of the entire legal community. In any industry, there will always be some troublemakers who are untrustworthy, like to be cunning, and like to cause trouble. People in the industry have created such a blacklist to avoid risks. The legal world is so small. Once you are blacklisted, you will never be able to work in the legal world in your life. Yu Minglang is a senior executive of a legal examination institution and also holds a certain status in the Bar Association. With nearly 50 years of experience and connections, he cannot be matched by a group of young men who are just starting out. Seeing that the students had calmed down, Yu Minglang raised his chin and said, alright, let's go back to class. The words haven't been finished yet. A majestic voice filled with anger sounded. Yu Minglang, you are so majestic. Chapter 088. A big bet show. When Yu Minglang heard the voice, he instantly became extremely nervous, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to his knees. This familiar voice is clearly the boss of Compass. Bonan alone is not scary, but Bonan's husband is Wu Fangping, a powerful boss during his lifetime. When Wu Fangping's body was brought back, Yu Minglang saw with his own eyes how high the ranks of those people in police uniforms saluted Wu Fangping. Bo. Professor Bo. Yu Minglang trotted to Bonan's side in fear and smiled again. Didn't you go home to prepare for Director Wu's funeral? What brings you back? Bonan's face darkened as he sneered. Yu Minglang, you were so brave. I was the one who invited Shuishan to be the Compass. What do you mean by driving him away? Bonan came from a military and political family. He had been with Wu Fangping and had met many powerful people. He had a very imposing aura. Yu Minglang stammered and was unable to speak. Bonan took out his cell phone and pointed at the Weibo post where Zabiazan welcomed Hijiji to join, and he became furious. You're dragging all sorts of people into your Compass, huh? Yu Minglang was unconvinced. Professor Bo, could you please stop being so biased? We are businessmen, not philanthropists. Hijiji is more famous than Shuishan, has a larger fan base, a wider network of contacts, and is also the most beautiful woman. The sales of the legal exam textbooks she compiled will definitely be the ceiling for our Compass. Yu Minglang finished speaking, glanced at Shuishan with disdain, snorted, and directly called Shuishan cats and dogs, saying, Hijiji is nothing compared to any cats and dogs. Cats and dogs? Shuishan chuckled softly and suddenly asked, do you dare to compete? Comparing what? Hijiji and I will each write a chapter of criminal law theory lecture notes, without signing our names, and post them on the official website of Compass for 24 hours to see whose lecture notes have the highest download and reading volume. We'll also see who is the real nobody. Shuishan said discussing with Hijiji was not Shuishan's main purpose. Shuishan is already 25 years old, and is no longer at the age of making a living. However, the case of Shuizha and Sui has been handed over to him. This mystery must be unraveled and solved bit by bit. Then, he must stay in the Compass and get close to Yu Minglang in order to find his flaws and loopholes. Yu Minglang looked at Shuishan and laughed provocatively. Okay. If you're going to gamble, let's gamble big. Yu Minglang's eyes darted from left to right, shrewdness and calculation in his eyes. Shuishan, if you lose, you'll give me your share of the partnership in Junjing Law Firm. Do you dare to gamble? Junjing Law Firm is a leading Red Circle law firm in China. Red Circle firms, top-tier law firms in China. The partnership shares of the Red Circle firm cannot be bought with money. When these law firms select partner lawyers, they look at the lawyer's professional abilities, legal qualifications, and connections. There are many billionaires, capitalists, and even the richest people who are worth hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars, who spend huge sums of money to buy partnership shares in Red Circle firms, but no one pays any attention to them. What if Hijiji loses? Shuishan didn't agree and asked back. If I lose, Hijiji came out at some point, looking straight at Shuishan with a proud expression on her face. I'll officially announce in my legal education livestream that I'm leaving Compass and will no longer be the main criminal law lecturer for Compass, admitting that I'm not as good as you, Shuishan. Also, I will give you all my after-tax income from live streaming in the next year, without a penny less.
He Gigi boasted without thinking. She couldn't help laughing out loud. If Shueishan competed with her in theory, teaching, or legal logic, she would really be a little scared of Shueishan. But what did Shueishan just say he wanted to compete in? She and Shueishan were asked to each write a criminal law lecture note and post it on the Zabiasan official blog, comparing the number of reads and page views. She has millions more followers on Weibo and live streaming platforms than Shueishan. She wipes her eyes with garlic before live streaming, and during the live streaming, she says with red eyes that she has no money to buy food and can only eat instant noodles. There are those stupid rich people who give her rockets and castles. There are more than 20 professional data-boosting internet trolls in her WeChat list, compared to her, Shueishan, hee. You really don't know whether you live or die. Shueishan glanced at Gigi, then turned his gaze to Yu Minglang. If she loses, I will also want your 5% stake in Compass. 5% of Compass's shares is worth far more than the 1% partnership share in Junjing law firm. Why Yu Minglang seemed to be afraid that Shueishan would go back on his word, so he waved his hand and asked Gigi and Shueishan to go to the computer room of Compass and turn on the computers to write the lecture notes on the spot. Gigi turned on the computer. Holding the criminal law in one hand and the mouse in the other, she opened more than 20 web pages in one breath, and nervously looked up. Information and summarized knowledge points. When Gigi had written almost 500 words, she glanced at Shueishan next to her. Shueishan sat cross-legged on the computer chair with his eyes closed. As if asleep, motionless. Gigi sneered. He was so arrogant just now, but now, he seems to be nothing but a worthless piece of shit. Gigi's fingers fell on the keyboard, typing away, as if assisted by God. Shueisha and Zhang Depeo looked at each other and became anxious. Teacher Shui, is he asleep? Zhang Depeo looked at Shueishan in confusion. Shueisha ignored him and walked respectfully to Bo Nan, saying in a low voice, Professor Bo, you have to help lawyer Shui. He's doomed to fail if this continues. Even if what Gigi wrote was shit, at least there was a handout with words on her computer screen. However, Shueishan's computer had gone black because it had not been used for a long time. There's not even a Word document open on the screen. If you submit a blank lecture note and post it on the official blog and website of Compass, you will definitely lose. Bo Nan shook his head helplessly. He proposed the bet himself, accepted the bet himself, and placed the stake himself. The competition has already begun. If I call a halt now, Shueishan will lose his reputation and will never be able to survive in this legal circle again. Now, he has to rely on himself. Shueisha was so anxious that he was almost going crazy. Yet he paced back and forth anxiously and irritably, like an ant on a hot pan. Nearly 10 minutes later, Gigi's typing slowed down, his thoughts were stuck, and he began to scratch his head. At this moment, Shueishan suddenly opened his eyes. He typed on the keyboard with one hand and took a sip of the teacup on the table with the other. After thinking for a moment, he looked up at Zhang Depeo and said, Take my car keys and drive my car over here. Zhang Depeo nodded and responded to Shueishan's order without hesitation, okay. Shueisha asked Shueishan, Lawyer Shui, why did you drive the car over here? Could it be related to writing handouts? Shueishan was quite calm. Tonight, I'll take you students who passed the test and have excellent grades to eat seafood. That restaurant gives away Bing done souvenirs when you order seafood. Shueisha's face showed astonishment and speechlessness. No, the situation is critical now. Gigi has already written a lecture note of nearly 3,000 words. Shueishan is about to lose this competition. Right now, Shueishan is not worried about losing. Instead, he is thinking about eating seafood and getting Bing done souvenirs. Shueisha hesitated to speak, as he had a lot to ask Shueishan, and his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat's claws. He stared at Shueishan's computer screen without blinking. Gradually, Shueishan's typing speed became faster and faster, and Shueisha's reading speed could hardly keep up with Shueishan's typing speed. When Shueisha finally saw the text on Shueishan's computer screen clearly, a look of disbelief and shock appeared in his eyes. Shueishan, actually, how is this possible? Chapter 89, Losing on Shueishan's computer screen. It's a beautiful mind map. It is densely packed, like a walking old ginseng, with many roots but not messy, clear, and rigorous logic, and the appearance is pleasing to the eye and bright. Gigi copied and wrote from Baidu Encyclopedia for 3 or 4 hours before she came up with less than 5,000 words of knowledge points, and the completion rate of the lecture notes was less than 50%. Shueishan summarized the content of the entire chapter with a logic diagram in less than 1,000 words. He sent a PDF of the logic diagram to Bo Nan and dropped another copy into the Compass's public mailbox. Then, he shook his aching wrist, threw away his mouse and keyboard, and walked out casually. Let's go. Dinner is ready. Gigi, she pricked up her ears and heard Shueishan say to Zhang Depeo, let me tell you, if you're not active in eating, there's something wrong with your brain. Gigi rolled her eyes. Shueishan is the one with a problem in his brain. She didn't see the logic diagram Shueishan made, nor did she see, when Bo Nan opened the PDF sent by Shueishan, shock and amazement appeared in his eyes. She wrote for another 2 hours before finishing the lecture notes, sending them to a public mailbox and then to Yu Minglang. Gigi let go of the mouse, pounded his shoulders tiredly, leaned back on the computer chair, and his hand was held by Yu Minglang. Gigi was shocked. There are still people here. Gigi, Bo Nan, Shueishan, and their group of students have all left. It's just the two of us here. I locked the door. Yu Minglang pinched Gigi's face and said with a lewd smile. Gigi frowned, pushed Yu Minglang aside, stepped back a few steps, and used her bag to block herself. What are you doing? She didn't want anything disgusting to happen between her and this fat, bloated old man. Even if I want to find a man, Shueishan's face suddenly appeared in Yiji's mind. Although he was a poor boy, at least that face. Yu Minglang lit a cigarette and gave a lewd smile. Jiji, if it weren't for my support, you wouldn't have the opportunity to come to Zabias and to lecture on criminal law. Also, the main teacher of Compass sells law exam books and earns about this much a year. Yu Minglang gestured with a number. Lecturers from legal examination institutions give lectures at other judicial institutions and public institutions, and earn at least 10,000 yuan per lecture. Yu Minglang gradually approached. If you don't accept, you can leave at any time.
I won't force you.
It's just that the contract that Compass criminal law teaches.
I can sign it with you, but I can also break it.
Yu Minglang knew Yiji's weakness. I can still afford the penalty for breach of contract. Yiji clenched his fists, unclenched them, clenched them again, and unclenched them again, until Yu Minglang put out his cigarette, picked up Yiji, and put her on the sofa. Yiji didn't hide or resist. Asterisk the other side, Shueishan drove out of Compass and took Chuizhe, Zheng Depeo, and Suyak to the bank first and told the staff that he wanted to withdraw money. When the bank staff heard that he wanted to withdraw 50,000 yuan at once, they poured him a cup of hot water and asked, "Sir,
why do you want to withdraw money? It's our job and service. Is there anything wrong with it?"
Shueishan touched his chin awkwardly, with a thoughtful expression, and asked, "Should I tell the truth or lie?"
"The truth. It's the truth."
Shueishan took a sip from his cup. The bank across the street from you deposits 10,000 yuan and gives you a small bag of fragrant rice.
The rice is plump and translucent.
After being cooked, the rice grains are still shiny and have a soft and sweet taste. It's very delicious, and the more you chew it, the more fragrant it becomes. A bank staff? Shueishan patted his shoulder and said, "When your bank gives you a barrel of oil for every deposit, I'll withdraw the money and deposit it back."
"Don't send cooking oil, send gasoline instead. The price of gasoline has gone up again recently."
Bank staff, Shueishan happily carried a few small bags of fragrant rice and stuffed them into the trunk of the car. On the way to eat, Chuizhe was nervous all the way and kept checking the official website and official blog of Compass. The lecture notes written by Shueishan and Yiji have been posted above. Chuizhe glanced at the download count of the recently released Shueishan, 235 downloads, Yiji, 8,564 downloads. Chuizhe suddenly became anxious. He clicked on Yiji's Weibo and found that Yiji was promoting the lecture notes he wrote on Weibo. Even the host of Yiji's Super Topic made a special post to promote Yiji's handouts. At the post mentioned, "Download Yiji's lecture notes and take a screenshot to receive a cash red envelope." Chuizhe slammed his fist on the table and stood up from the chair suddenly as if he had been electrocuted. In the seafood restaurant, the guests around their table looked at Chuizhe as if he were a lunatic. Chuizhe looked anxiously at Shueishan, who was still peeling the crab shell. He was so anxious that he had lost control and judgment. He suppressed his voice and growled, "Yiji's download volume is already 20 times greater than yours.
She cheated and played dirty, promoting herself and advertising on Weibo and in social media. What should we do?"
Shueishan picked up an abalone for Chuizhe with his serving chopsticks and patted him on the shoulder.
"All right, don't be so impatient. What are you panicking about?"
Chuizhe hesitated to speak. However, when he met Shueishan's indifferent gaze, Chuizhe shut up. During the meal, Chuizhe was feeling very nervous. Several times, I secretly used my mobile phone to open the official website of Compass under the table to check the download volume of Yiji and Shueishan's lecture notes. Shueishan, 643 downloads, Yiji, 13,567 downloads. This is the latest data updated by Chuizhe when Shueishan went to pay the bill. Yiji's download volume has reached 20 times that of Shueishan. This was almost like pressing Shueishan to the ground and rubbing him repeatedly. What's more, Yiji also said on Weibo that he would add a live broadcast in the evening, apparently to promote his own lecture notes. Chuizhe sat in the chair in despair, his face as pale as death. He covered his chest, feeling his stomach churning and dizzy. After a few minutes, Chuizhe vomited heavily. The sticky and smelly vomit was everywhere. Just then, the usually calm Dr. Su excitedly jumped up on the spot with his phone in hand, his words becoming incoherent.
"Look! Teacher Shue's download volume, look!"
Chapter 090. Shueishan hired internet trolls to increase download volume. Chuizhe hurriedly looked at the phone screen. Shueishan, 643 downloads. He clicked on the arrow circle in the upper right corner of the Compass official website to refresh the page. Only by refreshing can you see the latest download status in real time. Shueishan, 1654 downloads. Chuizhe was stunned. "I no longer feel dizzy, my eyesight is no longer blurry, my stomach is no longer churning, and I don't feel like vomiting anymore." His hand holding the phone was shaking slightly. How could Shueishan's downloads increase by more than 1,000 times in just a few minutes? Chuizhe calmed himself down and clicked refresh again. Shueishan, 1935 downloads. Chuizhe was confused. This seems like only a few seconds have passed since his last refreshed eye. In just a few seconds, the number of downloads increased by 300 times. What the hell is this?
Are you crazy?
At this time, a pop-up window appeared on Chuizhe's Weibo, prompting him that the blogger he followed had updated. Chuizhe casually clicked on Weibo and saw Huda Law Exam V. Highly recommend Mr. Shueishan's lecture notes, link, and sincerely invite Mr. Shueishan to join Huda Law Exam. At V, the link attached at the end refers to the download page of Schweshen's lecture notes on the official website of Bayesian. Several other legal examination institutions were unwilling to lag behind and joined the competition. Rueha Law Exam V. You deserve the first handouts of spring, link, the first popsicle of summer, the first cup of milk tea of autumn, and the first hot pot of winter. Go download Mr. Schwe's handouts at V and pass the bar exam with Schweshen.
Rongda Law Examination V. You deserve this handout, link. Schweshen's work is a masterpiece. We sincerely invite Mr. Schweshen to join Rongda Law Examination.
At V, the number of fans of several legal examination institutions is in the millions. Moreover, they are all legal professionals who have either passed the bar exam or are preparing for it. She is different from the fans in Hijiji's live broadcast room who are obsessed with her looks and figure. On several occasions, Hijiji went live wearing a pair of cat ears, a cat tail, and a small black suspender. Too thin straps hung loosely on her rosy and plump shoulders, with only a few more pieces of fabric than underwear. Among Hijiji's fans, few are here to learn criminal law. Sincerely, most of her fans simply clicked the delete key after downloading her handouts, and fans of several major legal examination institutions. After downloading Schweshen's lecture notes, I took a look at them and was stunned. Damn it, what kind of magical lecture is this? I failed general principles of criminal law for 5 whole semesters, and I actually understood it. I am a primary school student. I am 9 years old this year, and I can understand it too. Mom asked me why I was kneeling and looking at my phone. I said I was kneeling to show my respect to Mr. Schweshen. For next year's bar exam, I unilaterally hired Schweshen as my royal criminal law lecturer. Whichever law examination institution Schweshen goes to, I will go there to sign up for the law examination class. The kind where Mr. Schweshen will teach me 1v1 face-to-face. I am from Peking University Law School. I have already shared the download link of Schweshen's lecture notes in our grade group and forum. The number of downloads in the comments section and the official website of Compass is constantly being refreshed. Chweja stayed nervously beside his phone all night long, not daring to sleep. He knows that staying up late is bad for the body. Then, as long as he stays up all night, it doesn't count as staying up late. He felt like he might have been a street lamp in his previous life, which was why he liked staying up late so much in this life. Until 7 o'clock the next morning, before Chweja went to the criminal law class for the morning class, he refreshed the download count of the Compass official website one last time. Schweshen, 621,000 downloads, Hijiji, 462,000 downloads. Chweja almost cried with joy. He is feeling as excited as if he heard that the men's football team won the world championship. However, when Chweja finished washing up and arrived at the criminal law class, before the morning class, something happened again. The door to the criminal law class was kicked open, and Hijiji walked in with an angry face. He looked at Schweshen, who was sitting at the desk copying a PPT, and said angrily, "Schweshen, I know you want to defeat me, but, using such despicable means, your victory is not fair." Schweshen tilted his head and found Hijiji didn't wear high heels today. She was still wearing yesterday's clothes, and her legs seemed to be shaking a little behind Hijiji. Yu Minglang walked in with a gloomy face. "Schweshen, your hiring of internet trolls to boost downloads has been discovered by the Compass technical department. Stop pretending." Schweshen stretched lazily, his long legs squeezed under the desk in grievance, and smiled. "By water army? You're saying that Huda, Rongda, and Rueha, the legal examination institutions, are just water armies? Are they paid for?" Yu Minglang took out a black PDA, connect the projector in the classroom and project the content on the computer screen onto the big screen. "You won't cry until you see the coffin." Yu Minglang pointed at the data on the back end of the Compass official website on the big screen. "In the back end, I can clearly see how many downloads of your and Gigi's handouts are increasing every second. But, it started at midnight last night. Midnight, 1, 2, 3, all the way to 7, every hour, your handouts downloads increase by 20,000 in a second. You've racked up a total of 160,000 downloads. The evidence is clear as day. Would I lie?" Schweshen raised his eyes and glanced at the line chart of download volume, his eyes darkening slightly. Indeed, every time the hour comes, his download volume would instantly soar by 20,000 in 1 second. You can tell at first glance that it was created by the Navy. However, he only briefly revealed the lecture notes to major legal examination institutions yesterday and did not hire any water army. So who boosted the download volume for him. Without waiting for Schweshen to say anything, Yu Minglang slammed the table and said, "You're playing dirty tricks on me, aren't you? Come on, follow me to the Licheng Lawyers Association. I want to ask for an explanation and ask the people at the association why they accepted a scumbag lawyer like you." Hijiji and Yu Minglang sang the same tune, joining in the chant. "Mr. Yu Lawyer Shui is a partner at Junjing Law Firm. Could it be a mistake?" Yu Minglang slapped his forehead and then remembered, "I almost forgot. Schweshen, you cheated and got 160,000 downloads. After subtracting the cheated data, your total downloads are exactly 1,000 less than Gigi's. You lose. Shouldn't the 1% partnership share you promised Junjing Law Firm also be, young man, accept the loss?" Yu Minglang patted Schweshen's shoulder with a flushed face. "If you want to renege on your debt, I'll take people to Junjing Law Firm and sit in the office of your master, Gu Pingguan. You probably don't want your little scandal to be known to everyone and become infamous, right?" He smiled triumphantly and looked at Shueishan arrogantly. Yesterday, she served Yu Minglang very well. Why Yu Minglang promised her, as soon as Shueishan gets her share of the partnership, I will buy her a custom-made, limited edition sapphire necklace. I didn't describe this necklace in detail before, and you guys insisted it was cheap, so I'll add a few more words to describe it.
Shueishan. He stepped forward and threatened, you don't want me to open a live broadcast room and embarrass you in front of my millions of fans, do you?
At this time, Shueishan, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly laughed softly a few times. The first thing he did was to bomb. Chapter 91 Shueishan's superb acting skills. Note, some readers have mentioned that Shueishan's bet in the gambling game in the previous chapters was too high, while Yu Minglang stayed completely out of the game, which was a bit unreasonable. I have revised Chapter 88 to include Yu Minglang in the gambling game, with the stake being 5% of the shares of Zabiazan. The rest of the plot remains unchanged.
Shueishan suddenly raised his head and looked towards the door. Comrade police officer, come in.
He was stunned. The expression on Yu Minglang's old face with fine lines suddenly froze.
Sorry, I was born with Conan's physique. Accidents happen wherever I go, so I just called the police. Shueishan shook the SMS alarm page on his phone. You said I was cheating with data and hiring water armies. If you have any evidence, tell the police, comrades. Yu Minglang held his breath and seemed extremely nervous. When the police saw Yu Minglang not daring to breathe, they thought that a murder had occurred and asked him what happened. He talked a lot to the police, saying that Shueishan had made a huge bet with her. In order to win her, Shueishan spent money to hire internet trolls to inflate the data, which destroyed the fairness of the competition. He wanted to use false data to cheat her money and Yu Minglang's shares in Compass, which constituted fraud. At the end, she kindly added, Shueishan is young, and this is his first time committing fraud, so let's give him a lenient sentence. Shueishan laughed twice. This is really a powerful deduction. It can even help the police investigate the case.
As Shueishan spoke, he gave He a thumbs up. Then, the thumb turned downward, showing the full meaning of taunting, which was even more powerful than Bai Chi's taunting skill. That He was furious and pointed at the data on the large slide screen. Why are you still quibbling? The download growth line chart on the back end of the compass on the screen is irrefutable evidence. If you didn't hire a troll army to manipulate your data, then why does your data spike by 20,000 in just 1 second every hour? Shueishan didn't understand. If they couldn't be friends, they could be strangers. Why did He have to be his enemy? However, since He had used such a ruthless move, he would not sit still and wait for death. You're really a QR code. You don't know what it is unless you scan it. Shueishan folded his arms, looked at He, shook his head indifferently, and said, if someone is faking the data, does it have to be the water army I paid for?
Shueishan was terrifyingly calm. Yu Minglang stepped forward and said, stop arguing and don't disturb the police officers in their investigation.
The police officer was taking the on-site record and asked loudly, Miss He, do you have any evidence to prove that Mr. Shui bought these water army?
Of course I have evidence.
He said, she was as confident and proud as a peacock, and said, I have witnesses. The technician who helped Shueishan with the data is called Bianin.
He just shared his location with me. He's already outside the Compass Law Examination Institute.
He can just park his car and come in to testify. He raised her lips, but deep down in her heart, she was still frightened. She didn't expect Shueishan to suddenly call the police, making the matter so big that it was almost out of control. Fortunately, she knew many water army studios that manipulated data, so it was easy for her to pull someone over to identify Shueishan. He licked the slightly dry corners of her mouth and reached for the bag on the table, wanting to take out a lipstick. Shueishan's eyes rolled and a plan came to his mind. There is a solution. He put on a smile, walked over and handed Gigi's bag to her. Sister Gigi, do you want this lipstick? Gigi looked at Shueishan in surprise. Shueishan's sudden change in attitude left her a little overwhelmed. Shueishan continued, lipstick contains chemicals.
Using too much will harm your body.
I'll pour you a cup of hot water to moisten your throat and warm your stomach. Yu Minglang looked at Shueishan and laughed. Coward. Shueishan must have heard that they had witnesses, so he became intimidated and wanted to settle the matter privately with them, so he lowered his stance. That's for sure. Shueishan took a paper cup and filled it with warm water and walked over. Shueisha looked at Shueishan in disbelief. Lawyer Shui, what are you doing? Teacher Shui, do you have a fever? Zhang Depeo asked uncertainly. Dr. Su also looked at Shueishan with confusion as he handed the cup of water to Gigi. Just then, the door of the criminal law class was pushed open, and a man in black clothes and sunglasses walked in. The policeman took one look at the man and asked, are you Bianin?
Yes, my name is Bianin.
Bianin nodded, I'm here to testify for Gigi. Shueishan curled his lips. He still held the water cup to Gigi with both hands, and turned to look at Bianin. Xiaobian? Bianin took off his sunglasses in confusion and looked at the young man serving tea to Gigi. Who is this? Could it be Gigi's assistant? Gigi has a bad temper after the live broadcast, and often beats and scolds the studio assistants. He changes 3 or 4 assistants in a month. Judging from this person's diligent actions, he should be Gigi's new assistant. That's our own people. Before Gigi could react, Shueishan pointed at Yu Minglang. Is this the Shueishan who paid you to be a water army and help him brush up the data?
Yes. Dianen nodded immediately. It was Shueishan who asked me to brush the data. It's him.
Dianen then pointed at Yu Minglang. Since He Jiji's assistant said that person was Shueishan, then it must be him, no doubt about it.
Shueishan chuckled, also, writing, even later, sorry.
Chapter 92. Fulfilling the agreement. Shueishan laughed several times, his grip loosened and the paper cup fell to the ground, rolling a few times and soaking He Jiji's 3,000 yuan shoes. Dianen swallowed his saliva, sensing that the atmosphere was not right, and did not dare to speak.
So? Shueishan suppressed his smile and looked at Dianen indifferently. You keep saying that I hired you to brush the data, but now I'm standing in front of you, and you can't even recognize that I'm Shueishan?
Dianen originally came to testify for He Jiji with full confidence. Hearing Shueishan's words, Dianen's expression changed slightly. Yesterday, He Jiji gave him some money and asked him to help the man named Shueishan increase the number of readings and downloads, but now there's such a huge misunderstanding. Shueishan only used a few words to clear himself of all charges and stay out of the matter. These are all secondary. Over the years, Dianen has made a lot of money by helping people cheat on data. The police are right next to him. If the police start investigating his use of illegal plugins to cheat on data and destroy other people's websites and system backends, this is what Dianen fears the most. He glanced at He Jiji, then at Shueishan and the police officer next to Shueishan. Comrade police officer, it was He Jiji who gave me some money and asked me to help Shueishan brush the data. Dianen sold He Jiji out without hesitation to save himself. Dianen bowed to Shueishan, looking guilty.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shue.
I'm just a data geek, taking money to help others get rid of disasters.
Dianen deals with celebrities in the entertainment industry all day long.
He is very humble and keeps a very low profile, making it impossible to find fault with him. He also took the initiative to add Shueishan's WeChat and promised to compensate Shueishan. After apologizing, Dianen left in shame. After Dianen left.
All right.
Yu Minglang, who had been silent the entire time, coughed twice. We all need to be united and work together, and not split into two groups.
Shueishan, your lecture notes are excellent.
Come to my office later to sign a contract for Class B promotional resources. Yu Minglang thought he treated Shueishan well. The daily active users, DAU, of Zabiasan's legal exam app can reach tens of millions, and its promotional resources are divided into 3 tiers, A, B, and C. Only some experienced lecturers who have worked with Zabiasan for more than 10 years can get B-level promotion resources.
Shueishan is a newcomer who has not yet joined the company.
He should be grateful for the promotion efforts he has received. Yu Minglang finished speaking and the stiff expression on He Jiji's face gradually relaxed. If she really had to fulfill the bet and give all the income from live broadcasts in the next year to Shueishan, she would cry to death.
What? Are you trying to cheat by not fulfilling the bet?
Shueishan suddenly asked back in the gradually relaxing atmosphere. Yu Minglang's face darkened instantly. He Jiji also remained silent. Shueishan glanced around with a cold gaze, and his eyes fell on Yu Minglang. Vice President Yu, you promised me that if He Jiji lost, you would transfer 5% of the Compass shares to me.
Do you remember?
Note, the bet on 5% of the Compass shares was last revised in Chapter 88. I took readers' suggestions into consideration and would like to note this. He Jiji couldn't stand it any longer and frowned. Yu Minglang interrupted He Jiji and looked at Shueishan. Shueishan, be merciful when you can. I will give you A-level promotion resources, and you, given Shueishan's professional ability, it is worth giving him A-level resources. What's more, several other law examination institutions regard Shueishan as a hot commodity. Shueishan is too popular. Yu Minglang narrowed his eyes. I must find a way to tamper with the contract so that Shueishan will be trapped in writing lecture notes for Compass for the rest of his life and help him make money. When He Jiji looked at Shueishan, there was jealousy, unwillingness, and resentment that Shueishan had stolen the limelight.
No need. Shueishan interrupted Yu Minglang and asked calmly, if I were the loser, would you show mercy? You wouldn't. Or, you fulfill the bet. Or, let the police intervene and solve it. I will make the whole thing public and let everyone in Compass see that their vice president Yu Minglang is a villain who goes back on his word. Shueishan spoke word by word, each word sonorous and powerful. Legally, the gambling game between him, Yu Minglang and He Jiji is called a gambling contract. When making the bet, Shueishan paid attention to the surrounding environment. It was not a blind spot for surveillance, and there was surveillance, so it was completely legally effective. If the amount involved in the bet is too large, the police can naturally be asked to intervene. Yu Minglang pursed his lips. He didn't expect Shueishan to be so ruthless and push people into a desperate situation. He shouldn't have interfered in the matter between He Jiji and Shueishan in the first place. This result made him look like a joke. Okay, I'll give you the equity transfer contract in a few days. Yu Minglang's heart was bleeding. No need. Shueishan took out a piece of paper from his coat pocket and handed it to Yu Minglang. I have prepared the equity transfer contract for you. I have signed and stamped it. Please sign it. As if afraid that Yu Minglang would make excuses, Shueishan even prepared a whole box of black pens for signing, with more than a dozen of them. Yu Minglang suppressed the anger and frustration in his heart, signed his name, and threw it on the table in front of Shueishan. With this contract, if Yu Minglang does not give him the shares of Compass, Shueishan can sue him in court, and the court can make a judgment or even enforce it. He Jiji wants to escape. Shueishan seemed to have eyes on his back.
Missy, Hijiji froze and turned to Shueishan. We're betting on the revenue from my live streaming studio for the next year.
You have no right to ask me for that money now.
As long as it is delayed, time will pass and Shueishan will forget about it. Hijiji comforted herself in her heart. Shueishan folded his arms, leaned lazily against the wall, and glanced at the police officer next to him. The police officer looked at Hijiji and said, "Alright, don't put it off until next year.
Aren't you an internet celebrity?
Just look at your total income from live streaming last year. I remember your name is Hijiji, and you were administratively punished for tax evasion last year.
The branch office has a record of that. Your after-tax income last year should have been over 9 million, am I not mistaken?"
Hijiji's face turned green, and she angrily said, "Why should I give money to Shui now?" "Oh, yes," the police officer glanced at Hijiji again. "A few days ago, I received a report from netizens that your live broadcast room contained pornographic and vulgar behavior.
The report information has been temporarily with me. I will hand it over to my colleagues in the Internet Police Department tomorrow and have them investigate."
This statement seems very abrupt. It has nothing to do with what I said above. However, Hijiji is an internet celebrity. She is not stupid. If she wants to default on her debt and not fulfill the bet, the other party will report her for pornographic and vulgar information and hand it over to the Internet Police Department. Hijiji's expression changed slightly, and she called her agent on the spot.
"Please contact the studio's finance department." "What's wrong?"
Hijiji's agent asked. Hijiji glanced at Shueishan and took out his phone, asked the finance department to make an appointment at the bank and transfer 9 million yuan to Hijiji. "Are you crazy?" the agent roared.
9 million? There are so many mouths to feed in the studio, and yet you, Miss He, spend money lavishly, huh?
Today you buy a dress for 200,000, and tomorrow you buy an Hermes piece for 800,000.
Hijiji, this is an internet celebrity studio, not a money printing factory. Where are we going to get you 9 million? Rob a bank or rob an armored car? Do you want to die?
The agent cursed angrily. P.S. This book doesn't follow the path of urban literature or super rich literature. 9 million is Shueishan's future startup capital in the legal industry.
Don't think it's unrealistic.
A male protagonist worth 9 million is considered very poor in the online literature world. The plot of the Compass Law Examination Institution is about to end, and what follows is the Chueja case and other cases. Chapter 093, the last wave of face slapping by the compass. The side quest is about to end. Returning to the main quest, Hijiji was proud and arrogant. It was the first time that her agent pointed at her nose and scolded her. It hurt her eardrums so much that she took her phone and went outside. Shueishan didn't know how Hijiji communicated with his agent. After about 20 minutes, Hijiji asked him for his card number.
The money was successfully transferred to his account a few days later.
This is a later story, however. At this moment, Yu Minglang looked at Shueishan expressionlessly, turned around, and walked out of the criminal law class, slamming the door. The tall policeman couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. His laughter grew louder and louder, until he held his stomach, which hurt from laughing so much.
"Comrade police officer, what are you laughing at?"
Chueja asked. Shueishan glanced at the tall policeman and nodded at him. The tall policeman saw Shueishan's eyes, then stood up, took off his police hat, and put his arm around Chueja's shoulders like a brother, pulling him and Shueishan out together. When they were in a deserted place, he said, Don't call me comrade police.
I haven't graduated from the police academy yet. I'm doing an internship in the criminal police team. My name is Lin Bai, and brother Shueishan is my cousin."
Chueja was shocked.
Then, Lawyer Shui called the police. "Why are you here?"
Lin Bai shrugged.
"He didn't call the police at all. He asked me to come and help him out, so I came."
For the police to enforce the law, at least 2 police officers must come together. It is impossible for only Lin Bai to come. Chueja was still in shock. But, aren't you lying?" Lin Bai spread his hands.
"What did I lie about?"
"I didn't show my police ID from beginning to end, and they didn't ask me for it.
The police uniform I'm wearing was issued by the police academy. It's real, not a fake."
That pornographic incident in Hijiji's live broadcast room. Chueja glanced at Lin Bai. Lin Bai nodded calmly. She was indeed involved in pornography, and someone did report it.
"My boss did ask me to hand over the report to the internet police tomorrow. Everything I said is true."
Chueja swallowed, looked at Shueishan in shock, and then looked at Lin Bai. This is a really great trick. Everything Lin Bai said was true. However, every sentence has a double meaning, which can make Hijiji interpret it in different ways due to her guilty conscience. Hijiji thought that losing money could ward off disaster, but in fact, he lost both the wife and the army. Not only did he have to take out 9 million, but his live broadcast room would also be strictly investigated by the
internet police. Chueja thought for a moment and asked Lin Bai, "Then aren't you still defrauding Hijiji of her money?"
"That's a full 9 million yuan. She and my cousin already had a bet, and she was willing to fulfill the contract in advance."
"I didn't lie to her."
Lin Bai patted Chueja's shoulder. After saying that, Lin Bai looked at Shueishan again and said, "Cousin, come to my house for dinner some other day. I still have to sort out the pornographic information in Hijiji's live broadcast room and hand it over to the internet police."
"I'm leaving now."
This happened a few days ago. Hijiji's live broadcast room was blocked and she could not broadcast live for 3 months. Hijiji cried until her eyes were swollen.
She ran to Yu Minglang's office in the compass and pushed the door open.
Minglang, in the office, Yu Minglang was discussing business matters with the other two vice presidents of Zabiazin. Seeing Hijiji come in without knocking, the two vice presidents looked at each other, stood up and said goodbye.
Minglang, my live broadcast room has been blocked.
It must be that Shueishan said something to that policeman.
He harmed me like this.
You. Hijiji said halfway when her eyes fell on a piece of document on Yu Minglang's desk. The document has a dark purple-red watermark of a compass. IT is an A-level promotion plan for the compass method examination book. Title: Shueishan's Notes on Criminal Law. Author: Shueishan. Promotion level: A-level. Compass top promotion. Promotion time: September 19th. 2 months later. Seeing this, a hint of coldness flashed across Hijiji's pretty face. Compass is going to promote Shueishan's book?
Yes, that old fool Bo Nan personally finalized it. 2 months later, when Shueishan's manuscript is completed, he will be given an A-level promotion.
Yu Minglang said with a frown. In the blink of an eye, Shueishan extorted half of the 10% of Compass shares he held. Why Yu Minglang hated Shueishan to death. After listening to this, Hijiji said directly, I'm also writing a book.
You can find a way to give me the A-level promotion and let Shueishan get the B or C-level promotion.
My book will definitely become a hit and crush his.
You?
Although Yu Minglang hated Shueishan, he looked at Hijiji hesitantly. Why Yu Minglang still hasn't forgotten the last time Hijiji and Shueishan piked and lost miserably.
Shueishan is just a master's degree holder, a fresh-faced young man.
He's been flattered and carried away by the praise after winning a few cases.
People like him are destined to be cannon fodder.
Hijiji hooked her arm around Yu Minglang's neck and leaned into his arms.
I know a few PhDs in criminal law who are very capable.
I'm going to ask them to help me write a book called Hijiji on Criminal Law.
All you need to do is give me top-notch promotion.
This time, I will teach Shueishan a lesson and avenge my previous shame. Hijiji said confidently her graduation thesis was written with the help of those male PhDs, and now is the era of big capital.
As long as the quality is okay, she can use the best promotion and spend money to operate it.
Wouldn't it be easy for her to crush Shueishan? Anyway, she just left Compass and couldn't teach there. The bet did not say that she could not publish law exam books and sell them under the Compass organization. Why Yu Minglang rolled his eyes, reached out and pinched Hijiji's cheek, looking her up and down with lustful eyes. Jiji, your skirt is a little short today. Hate, in the office, there was a sound that would be blocked if written out. Asterisk time flies and it's 2 months later. Shueishan sent the written lecture notes, a manuscript of nearly 100,000 words, to the review editor of Zabiazin. Shueishan, criminal law lecture notes. The review editor did not respond immediately.
The other party is typing.
After a while, Shueishan received a reply. Review editor: sorry, Mr. Shue, your A-level promotion resources may become B-level promotions. Shueishan, reviewing editor: Mr. Bo has been hired to help solve a homicide case in another city and won't be back anytime soon. Reviewing editor: Vice President Yu gave the A-level resources to Hijiji a few days ago.
Chapter 94. Shueishan's new book is released. Shueishan asked again, when will it be published and released?
Reviewing editor: your book is on the 12th, and Hijiji's is on the 19th, which is exactly a week apart. After the review editor finished replying, he rubbed his knuckles and waited anxiously for Shueishan's reply. He was afraid that Shueishan would get angry with him because his A-level push turned into a B-level push. The review editor added, Teacher Shue, if you had published your book earlier, you might have had a chance to surpass Hijiji. However, there is a huge difference between A-level push and B-level push. There is little hope. Shueishan, it's okay. Shueishan, true gold fears no blazing furnace, and good wine fears no hidden alley. Shueishan was quite calm and didn't take it to heart at all. He wrote a test book in Zabiazin, one for Bo Nan, and the other for staying in Zabiazin temporarily so that he could be closer to Minglang and continue to investigate the case in which Chuejia's girlfriend was imprisoned for selling pirated books, and find a way to overturn the case. He doesn't care about the sales of the book or the promotion resources for the book. Reviewing editor: Teacher Shue, after I review the manuscript, I will send it to apply for a publishing number. Shueishan made an expression that showed he had worked hard. Then he went about his own business. It was not until the 11th, the night before the new book went on sale, that Shueishan received a call from Chuejia. Lawyer Shue, please check Hijiji's Weibo. Chuejia spoke very quickly. Shueishan pressed the hands-free button and opened Weibo. Hijiji, the new book Hijiji on Criminal Law, will be released tomorrow. Picture. The first picture is the cover of the book, the second picture is a photo of Hijiji in a cool and domineering style, the third picture says that the first 100 people to place an order will receive an autographed photo of Hijiji, the first 500 people will receive a specially signed book by Hijiji, and the first 1,000 people will receive a personally signed book by Hijiji. Hijiji brought forward the release date of her new book by a whole week, putting it on the same day as yours. Chuejia was overwhelmed. Hijiji's Weibo post has received over 100,000 comments and is gaining popularity very quickly. As for Shueishan, he is so Buddhist that he doesn't even post on Weibo. The only Weibo post promoting the new book's release was posted by the official Weibo account of Compass.
Oh, I see.
Shueishan yawned lazily. Well, should I post a Weibo post too? Chuejia was delighted. Shueishan finally knows how to open for business.
Post a Weibo and wish her new book a big hit? Shueishan finished his words slowly. Actually, I have another way of doing this. I won't lose to Shueishan. Before Shueishan could finish, Shueisha angrily called out his name. Can't you see that Gigi is targeting you? She stole your A-level promotional resources, released her new book on the same day as yours, and even did all that entertainment industry marketing with autograph signings. Her goal was to crush you, to step on you, and to build momentum for herself. If you lose to her, she'll completely establish herself as a top student, and you'll be completely lost. Why are you still wishing her new book a big success? Do you have any heart? Finally, under Shueisha's repeated instructions, Shueishan posted a Weibo Shueishan v. New Book Shueishan's Criminal Law Notes. Image, however, not long after Shueishan posted his Weibo, the comments section was filled with insults. It will be released on the same day as my goddess Gigi's new book. Please don't be so obvious about writing on her popularity, you dog who is trying to get attention. Crawl down here. I read Shueishan's last lecture notes. They are not that good. I could sprinkle a handful of rice on the keyboard or put a chicken on it, and still write better than him. Can Shueishan's fans stop being so overly critical? This is the legal world, not the entertainment industry. Gigi's agent read Shueishan's comments and saw a barrage of insults. He closed his Weibo account with a smile and looked at Gigi. I arranged for someone to control the comments. The online community is already attacking him. Tomorrow is the first day of the new book's release. Gigi, you must crush him in sales. He's the best stepping stone for you to become a legal blogger. Stomp him to death, don't waste his time. Gigi nodded, her elegant face a cold expression. She said to her agent, tomorrow I'll be doing an 18-hour live stream to sell books. I'll also have a 3-hour offline book signing in the afternoon. Please help me arrange it. Guess what, my sales volume will be 10 times, or even 20 times, more than Shueishan's. Asterisk the next day. Gigi and Shueishan's new book will be released at 8:00 a.m. Gigi started the live broadcast at around 5 in the morning. In the live broadcast room, the total amount of gifts has reached tens of thousands of yuan. Seeing more and more gifts in Gigi's live broadcast room, the morning class of the criminal law class fell into a dead silence. Zhang Depeo said, how about we raise funds to buy Teacher Shue's book and boost his sales? Even if we lose, we have to let Teacher Shue lose with dignity. Zhang Depeo clenched his fists. Okay, as long as I can help Mr. Shue, money is not a problem. Shueisha said in agreement, I happen to know a studio that can operate multiple accounts and increase purchases. I'll contact that studio, transfer the money to them, and ask them to help lawyer Shue increase sales. However, at 8 o'clock sharp, Shueisha called the studio and explained his purpose. There was silence on the other side. The studio staff asked, are you sure you want to help Shueishan boost sales? Is it very difficult to swipe? Is the money too little? Shueisha's heart tightened. The studio staff quickly said, no, you can go to the book sales link on the Compass official website and you will understand. Under the book sales link on the official website of Compass, you can see the real-time sales volume of the book and the nickname of the buyer. If the buyer does not want to reveal his or her nickname, he or she can choose to purchase anonymously. Purchase link below. Lawyer Gu Penguin purchased 1,000 copies of Shueishan's Criminal Law Notes. Mayran purchased 1,000 copies of Shueishan's Criminal Law Notes. I'm really not Ji Kang Lanjia purchases 1,000 copies of Shueishan's Criminal Law Notes. Uncle Shueishan, who cut kidneys without anesthesia, purchased 2,000 copies of Shueishan's Criminal Law Notes. Xie Huayar purchased 500 copies of Shueishan's Criminal Law Notes. Junjing Law Firms Ji Rand purchased 500 copies of Shueishan's Criminal Law Notes. Below, there are many red purchase information barrages that keep popping up. They played for so long that Shueisha's phone almost froze, but he didn't. Stop it, Shueisha? Chapter 095 Let the Bullets Fly. Shueishan is on the hot search. Less than 5 minutes after the new book was released, Shueishan's sales exceeded 10,000. Is it necessary to increase purchase volume? But Shueisha touched his chin. A copy of Shueishan's Criminal Law Notes costs 32 yuan. These people bought so many books, obviously they were Shueishan's friends, coming to help him boost sales. Lawyer Shue's friends are so powerful. Shueisha excitedly called Shueishan, Lawyer Shue, did you know that? Your sales have exceeded 10,000? Shueishan was eating breakfast. He hummed lazily, drank a sip of soy milk, and said slowly, it's okay. Gigi's studio will find someone to increase sales and surpass ours later. My classmates in the criminal law class have pooled some money and can help you increase sales. Let's see who can increase sales the most. Shueisha said without thinking. Shueishan held a piece of fried cake with red bean paste filling in his mouth and said, no, I have a trump card. The trump card that can bring Gigi down completely is. Shueishan finished speaking. Shueisha's eyes suddenly lit up. If Shueishan were to use this trump card, Gigi would be ruined in an instant, with no chance of recovery in her lifetime. Since you have a trump card, why don't you use it? Shueisha didn't understand. Shueishan, no rush, let the bullet fly for a while. But Lawyer Shue, in the comments section of your Weibo, Gigi's fan leader personally attacked you, and the abuse was very unpleasant. Below the promotional Weibo post about Shueishan's new book, A Child Without a Father's Guidance is Uneducated. Is it interesting to hire so many people to increase the purchase volume by thousands? I am just a passerby, not a fan of Gigi nor a hater of Shueishan.
I simply think that Shueishan is really ungraceful for bullying a girl. I have met Puxan man and Puxan woman, and today I finally met Puxan lawyer. This kind of comments are full of malice and are obviously made by water armies and black fans, and the number is still increasing. Shueishan did not respond, did not report, and did not close the comments section. He pressed the screen of his mobile phone and looked at it indifferently for a while. A long time after let the bullets fly, he posted his second Weibo post to promote his new book Shueishan v. I have reported to the publishing house and the Judicial Bureau in real name. The book Hijiji talks about criminal law written by Ms. at Hijiji V is highly similar to the graduation theses of 3 doctoral students in criminal law, with a duplication rate of up to 35%. Picture. Shueishan simply and crudely threw out a few pictures. Above the picture is a table comparing Hijiji's book and several doctoral dissertations in criminal law. It can be clearly seen that some academic viewpoints are seriously similar. Hijiji's entire book contains a total of 167 academic viewpoints. There are nearly 60 similar ones.
The comments section completely exploded. Holy crap. The duplication rate of academic works published in paper form should not exceed 10%, right? Is this a coincidence? I am dying of laughter. What a coincidence. Those are niche academic opinions, not mainstream at all. How can it be a coincidence?
That is called plagiarism. I bought a law exam book from Hijiji's livestream, and it turned out to be plagiarized.
Money back. Bad review. The score on the Lily Yuan. Hijiji should stop embarrassing herself by live streaming. She and her studio should just crawl around like a turtle trying to buy a watermelon. The backstage of Hijiji's live broadcast room, Hijiji's agent was so angry that he smashed a glass. Damn Shueishan. How did Hijiji's manuscript end up in Shueishan's hands? And how did he even make a plagiarism comparison table?
Hearing this, Yu Minglang frowned. Shueishan is also Zabiazin's teacher. He has the right to read Hijiji's manuscript, but Yu Minglang hesitated to speak. However, Shueishan only watched it for less than half an hour. Hijiji's manuscript was more than 300 pages long, and half an hour was barely enough for Shueishan to read through it. Shueishan just flipped through it hastily, and he memorized all the contents of Hijiji's manuscript so well, even a plagiarism comparison table was made based on the content of Hijiji's manuscript. How is this possible? Yu Minglang's face didn't look good. What panicked him the most was that he snatched the A-level promotion resources from Shueishan and gave them to Hijiji, and threw the B-level promotion resources to Shueishan. It would be fine if Hijiji's sales were higher than Shueishan's. However, given the current situation, this is obviously impossible. That Hijiji's book sales have reached more than 50,000, and nearly 8,000 of the 50,000 people have applied for a refund after Shueishan posted that Weibo. Find a way to control the comments and reduce the popularity of Shueishan's Weibo post. Yu Minglang said to Hijiji's agent that Hijiji's agent was about to say something when he saw the trending search on Weibo. Suddenly, his whole body froze, his face filled with shock, and his expression was almost out of control.
No, there's no need to lower the heat, why not? Yu Minglang frowned. Hijiji's agent's voice was trembling, because it can't be lowered any further. Look at the trending searches. Hijiji's agent couldn't explain clearly and directly handed his phone to Yu Minglang. Among the top 10 trending searches, there are several with Shueishan's name, neatly arranged, making people tremble with fear. Hot search, #Song Jingwa like Shueishan's Weibo, ## Song Jingwa praised Shueishan's criminal law notes as a masterpiece, ## Lu Zonghai places an order for Shueishan's criminal law notes, ## I read Shueishan's notes in elementary school and wanted to study law, #. Yu Minglang. He was startled, his fingers trembling as he pressed the screen. He clicked on the first trending search and saw a hot topic. The content was, Song Jingwa personally praised Shueishan's notes on criminal law, declaring it a masterpiece of criminal law. Shueishan is a leading figure in the legal community. Song Jingwa is the president and top leader of the National Society of Criminal Law. He is a figure known as the father of criminal law, a great figure who was like a founder of the field. There is a legend circulating in the domestic criminal law circle. All academic achievements in the criminal law circle are either works by Song Jingwa or works by Song Jingwa's students. Domestic criminal laws have been revised 11 times, and Song Jingwa participated in 9 of them. In China, Mr. Song Jingwa, who is over 80 years old, is an undoubted authority in the field of criminal law and a stabilizing figure. As for Lu Zonghai, needless to say, he is also a tenured professor and a well-known figure in the legal circle, being recognized by Song Jingwa and Lu Zonghai, and being called a masterpiece by Song Jingwa. It deserves to be on the hot search list even though the legal circle is not a mainstream circle. Why Yu Minglang stared blankly at the trending searches, completely dumbfounded. He has been at Compass for so many years and has never seen such a scene, nor has he ever seen a lawyer become a hot topic because of the release of a new book. Why Yu Minglang wiped his eyes, as if he suspected that he had seen it wrong. After a while, he clicked on the hot search again. Several trending searches remained unchanged. However, there was an additional black and red word explosion behind the number 1 trending search, #Song Jingwa like Shueishan's Weibo hashtag, and the number 2 trending search, #Song Jingwa praises Shueishan's criminal law notes as a masterpiece hashtag. The third and fourth places on the list, #Lu Zonghai ordered Shueishan's criminal law notes hashtag, and people read Shueishan's notes in elementary school and wanted to study law, have an additional orange word, new. Yu Minglang was deeply shocked. What he didn't expect was, what awaited him next was Shueishan's third Weibo post in recent days, an even bigger reversal.
Chapter 96 Shueishan is really nice. Shueishan quietly posted his third Weibo post, Shueishan v. After the judicial examination this year, I will leave Zabiasan and go somewhere else. After seeing this Weibo post, Yu Minglang panicked. Fine beads of sweat appeared on the palms of my hands. Although he hated Shueishan, he never thought of kicking Shueishan out of Compass in the short term, because Shueishan's legal education live broadcast room is the traffic driver in the face of their Compass. Before Gigi can gain a firm foothold, she still needs Shueishan as a stepping stone. Shueishan's Weibo post caught Yu Minglang off guard. He quickly exited and clicked on Shueishan's Weibo again, where the comments section had already begun to ferment. To be honest, Gigi's book is really not as good as Shueishan's. Yes, a bunch of knowledge points are in a mess, like a pile of boneless rotten meat, which will fall down at the touch of a finger and has no soul. Gigi is really petty, organizing offline book signings, live streaming book sales, giving away signed photos, so many gimmicks. And then look at Shueishan, who only posted a Weibo post about the new book launch.
That's the breadth of vision and magnanimity.
Below the comments section, there are also some very authoritative figures in the legal circle and senior legal scholars. After reading Shueishan's book, I gave it a very high evaluation. In this way, the words of the internet trolls bought by Gigi's studio, such as Shueishan is trying to ride on Gigi's popularity, Shueishan's lecture notes are not very good, and Shueishan's fans are just praising him, are like a huge joke. Ran also saw these comments. As Shueishan's assistant, he
called Shueishan and asked, "Lawyer Shue, have you seen the trending searches?" Ha! Shueishan was holding his computer, organizing the notes for the next legal education live broadcast.
He was stunned when he heard Ran's words.
What trending search?
After posting the Weibo post accusing Gigi of plagiarism, Shueishan never opened Weibo again. The third Weibo post was also a scheduled post that he had set in advance. Ran took screenshots of several trending searches on Weibo and threw them to Shueishan. Shueishan glanced at him calmly and said, "Oh, okay. Ran, you are an ordinary lawyer, but you have been on 4 trending searches. Shouldn't you be so happy that you can live broadcast yourself washing your hair upside down?" Ran was so surprised by Shueishan's reaction that he unconsciously said his thoughts out loud.
Live broadcast of washing your hair while standing upside down? Shueishan shook his head.
Forget it, but since it's on 4 trending searches, I'll start a legal education live broadcast later.
Ran hesitated. Lawyer Shue, your legal education live broadcast, don't you promote it in advance to attract traffic?
Like some internet celebrities and stars up before the live broadcast, it is necessary to promote and warm up for a few days in advance to attract traffic.
There's no need to divert traffic, I have my own traffic.
Shueishan smiled, quite confident. These 4 hot searches, it is the strongest traffic. Ran thought about it and agreed, maybe a new trending search will appear soon. Hashtag. As soon as Shueishan entered the legal education live broadcast room, netizens started asking him questions. Is Teacher Shue doing a live broadcast to recommend us to buy books?
Teacher Shue, I bought your book during the live broadcast. Will it be signed?
Teacher Shue, Shueishan coughed, and when the live broadcast room quieted down, he spoke seriously. I am a legal education anchor, not a product promotion anchor. I hope that everyone who buys a book does so because they really need it, instead of spending unnecessary money just because I am the author of this book. Shueishan's live broadcast was to make this clear to prevent someone from forging his signed book for profit. A group of netizens fell silent. Even some black fans who sneaked into the live broadcast room wrote barrages to curse Shueishan, but then deleted them quietly. There are not many people like Shueishan who have positive values. He can make a lot of money by using capital and traffic like Gigi, but he didn't never.
There was an uproar on the barrage. Shueishan is really nice. I've become a fan.
I hope those unscrupulous anchors who sell sugar water as bird's nest will learn from this.
Okay, let's start today's legal education.
Shueishan opened the lecture notes. He talked about the first case of the day. There was a delivery boy named Zhang San who delivered food to a prostitution ring in a foot massage parlor every day. One time, Zhang San saw a dozen plainclothes police officers outside a foot massage parlor. Zhang San put a note on his lunchbox that read, "Police are here, danger." When the police entered the room, they found a whole room full of prostitution gang members, all dressed neatly and buried in Luo Xiang's book Criminal Law Lectures.
Excuse me, does Zhang San's behavior constitute a crime? What crime does it constitute?
The barrage soon became lively. All sorts of charges were guessed. Shueishan even saw several old fans with the ID name Gigi answering his questions seriously in the barrage. They were so engrossed in listening to the legal education live broadcast that they even forgot to scold him or slander him. Prostitution?
Isn't Zhang San a man?
Why is he a prostitute? No need for trial, no need for trial.
I'm tired. Just sentence them all to death. I guess it's aiding and abetting prostitution?
Answer. Shueishan paused deliberately before revealing the answer. Correct. System, netizen shock value plus 200, netizen admiration value plus 200, fuck.
Is this really a crime?
Next time the guy at the foot massage parlor asks me to be a lookout, I'm never going there again.
I'm going to take emergency shelter. Unless, he gives me another 200 yuan.
The upstairs torture.
Teacher Shue, hurry up and move on to the next case.
None of the donkeys in the production team dared to rest like you.
Courteous production team donkey, are you Shueishan? The second case.
Shueishan pressed the earphones, his fingertips entwined with a piece of earphone wire. Zhang San went to eat a bowl of hot dry noodles for 10 yuan. There was a bottle of Lao Gan Ma next to it, and a spoonful of it cost an extra yuan. Zhang San only scooped out a spoonful and poured the rest of the bottle of Lao Gan Ma into the noodles. He ate it all and didn't pay. The boss and he got into an argument, and Zhang San got so angry that he chopped off the boss's head, brushed it with egg wash, fried it until golden brown on both sides, sprinkled it with chopped green onions, and stuffed it into a 2-meter-long blood sausage. He took his boss's head and a blood sausage to the police station and threw them on the police's desk without saying his name.
Excuse me, what does Zhang San's behavior constitute? You. Why am I watching a live stream while eating a scallion omelette? I'm in the bathroom, throwing up. Is the boss's head cooked? Is it fragrant? Do you want some more cumin and black pepper? Police officer, this is fried and smells delicious, but we didn't order takeout. Ha ha.
Seriously, Zhang San has definitely committed intentional homicide. He voluntarily surrendered to the authorities after committing the crime, which constitutes surrender.
Shueishan shook his head and said loudly, wrong. System, netizen shock value plus 300, why? Isn't this surrender?
Shueishan slowly said, because. Chapter 97 Shueishan's criminal law notes is a hot topic. To surrender oneself, one must not only voluntarily surrender after committing a crime, but also truthfully confess one's crime. Shueishan explained, his speech neither hurried nor slow, with a convincing power. Zhang San brought a human head and blood sausage to the police station with an arrogant and reckless attitude, and refused to reveal his name and personal information, so, it does not meet the legal elements of surrender. System, netizen shock value plus 100, netizen admiration value plus 500. Shueishan listened to the long-lost system prompt sound in his mind. Laughed. Just over 10 minutes of live streaming, he earned a full 1,300 yuan, help. I can't bear to look at blood sausage anymore.
My youth is over.
Someone please tell me about a different case to distract me, my mind is full of brains and blood sausage.
Teacher Shui, if I was sold to a remote mountainous area by a woman trafficker and I sold the trafficker back, would my actions constitute a crime? Can it be considered self-defense? You scared me so much that my question mark stood upside down. Selling to human traffickers, is this even possible?
In front of the camera in the live broadcast room, Shueishan has slender fingers and his nails are neatly trimmed. He crossed his fingers and placed them on the table. His demeanor was cool and reserved.
He smiled and said, unfortunately, your actions cannot constitute legitimate defense. Instead, they constitute the crime of trafficking in women and children. System, netizen shock value plus 500, I am not sisterly. If people don't sell me, I won't sell people. Yeah, why can a human trafficker sell me? If I sell the trafficker in return, it's a crime.
That was clearly self-defense, so he deserves it, okay?
What the hell, I'm really tied up. Law and morality, in certain circumstances, are at odds.
Shueishan waited until the comments gradually thinned out and the noise died down before explaining calmly, the human traffickers committed a crime by selling you. Once you escaped from the traffickers, the state of emergency was lifted. If you sell the traffickers out, it certainly constitutes the crime of trafficking women and children.
Teacher Shui, are we just going to sit there and wait for death?
A netizen asked Shueishan. Even through the screen, Shueishan could feel the netizen's deep despair in the barrage.
Of course not, just sitting there and waiting to die.
In the situation you just mentioned, we expect you to call the police and trust our police. These police comrades who shoulder the moral responsibility and perform their duties for the people are the ones who deserve our trust the most.
Well said. Salute to the police comrades.
Our peaceful and prosperous times are the result of their hard work. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was a little heavy. Some internet police officers who came to listen to the live broadcast of legal education had their eyes red and almost cried when they saw the comments in the live broadcast room paying tribute to the police. Shueishan's words, shoulder the moral responsibility with a strong sense of justice and perform duties for the people, really touched the heart of the internet police officer. I don't know how long it took, the heavy atmosphere in the live broadcast room gradually dissipated. Shueishan chatted with netizens about some family matters and chatted for several minutes before talking about the third case of the day. Zhang San went out for a walk and met a beautiful woman when he passed by the subway station entrance.
A remote control fell from the beautiful woman's body.
Zhang San was stunned for a moment, then bent down to pick it up. He was just about to return the remote control to the beauty when he looked up and their eyes met. The beauty's face instantly turned red. Zhang San understood immediately and pressed the remote control directly.
Boom, the subway station next to us exploded. Excuse me, what crime did Zhang San commit?
The netizens in the live broadcast room were silent for nearly 5 or 6 seconds. The barrage seemed to be stuck, and after a while, it suddenly filled the screen with dense comments. The barrage of comments was hilarious. My family, I am so happy.
Zhang San, why the hell didn't you tell me earlier that this was the remote control for blowing up the subway station? Zhang San, I almost fainted from fear.
This time, Shueishan didn't allow the discussion to continue. Because, if he continued, he was afraid that his live broadcast room would be blocked for pornographic content, and he didn't want to follow in Hijiji's footsteps. Shueishan directly revealed the answer. Zhang San had no prior knowledge of the incident and pressed the remote control, causing the explosion at the subway station.
This was an accident and did not constitute a crime.
This beautiful woman created the danger of the subway station exploding in advance and has an obligation to prevent it from happening. Therefore, this woman is guilty of the crime of explosion by omission. The barrage was shocked. Many netizens with a background in law did not expect this answer. Shueishan was also educating people about the law in the live broadcast room. He had no idea what a sensation his book, Shueishan's Criminal Law Notes, had caused in the market. Shueishan's Weibo post previewing his new book has already grown from a few hundred replies to hundreds of thousands, with over 100,000 reposts, and countless netizens excitedly liked and commented on it.asa result.
The number of followers of the only two people in Shueishan's Weibo follow-up list, at V and at V, also skyrocketed. The heat is exploding.
Asterisk at the same time, I in the office building of the Legal Review publishing house, which published the paper version of Shueishan's Criminal Law Notes, the editor-in-chief, chief editor, and all the major leaders of the publishing house were all busy as hell and were almost going crazy.
Xiao Wang, please shut down the online ordering link and page immediately.
We're running out of stock and can't let them place any more orders. Miss Yi, go contact 2 more large printing factories and place a large, expedited order. Have their workers work all night to print another batch of Shueishan's Criminal Law Notes.
We'll pay them extra overtime. Go quickly.
Deputy Editor-in-Chief Wu, after Professor Shueishan's live broadcast is over, please personally invite him over for dinner and ask him if he's interested in publishing a book called Shueishan's Notes on Civil Law or Shueishan's Notes on Commercial Law.
He can name any price. Some are happy, some are sad. It was also at this time that Yu Minglang's face was full of disbelief. With a loud bang, he slammed his fist on the table. This is impossible. This sales volume is absolutely fake. He even faked the sales data. Didn't Shueishan say in his livestream that he recommended rational consumption? How is it possible that so many people are still buying his book? The secretary shrank his head, trying his best to reduce his presence, but the publishing house has already notified the printing factory to reprint. It doesn't seem fake. Yu Minglang paced back and forth anxiously with his hands behind his back like an ant on a hot pan. He paused abruptly as he suddenly thought of a more serious and fatal problem. Oops. Chapter 98. Shueishan's new book is a hit. When Hijiji's new book was released following the old rules, Yu Minglang privately printed a total of 50,000 pirated copies of Hijiji lectures on criminal law and kept it a secret from Hijiji, intending to secretly make a fortune. But now how can Hijiji, a bad anchor who doesn't even know Luo Xiang, doesn't even know the latest crimes revised in the 11th Amendment to the criminal law, whose published books are suspected of plagiarism, and whose live broadcast room contains pornographic and vulgar content, have a good ending? Hijiji is in trouble, so the pirated books he printed, it will inevitably become a burden in your hands and you won't be able to sell it. Yu Minglang's face was extremely gloomy. He was filled with anger and didn't know how to vent it. His secretary lowered his head, trying to reduce his presence, for fear of provoking his boss. As luck would have it, Yu Minglang was in a rage when Hijiji called, "Clear, you must help me vent this anger." Look at Shueishan, what do you mean by him? Yu Minglang interrupted Hijiji coldly, and angrily demanded, Hijiji, what else are you dissatisfied with? Compass gave you an A-level recommendation, and gave Shueishan a B-level recommendation.
Compass gave you a featured promotion on the official website's homepage, hosted an offline autograph session for you, and over a dozen live streams online. This is unprecedented at Compass and has already caused controversy. But Compass gave Shueishan nothing at all, save for a pre-sale link on the official website. Even then, you still lost miserably, ruining a good hand. Get out of here. The Compass doesn't need a loser like you. Yu Minglang was filled with anger, and he vented it all at once. God knows how much pressure he had to endure to exchange the recommendation and resources that Bo Nanding had given to Shueishan for Hijiji. He has been talking so much these days that his lips are about to be worn out and his legs are about to be broken. It has put in so much effort that Hijiji was exposed for plagiarism at this time, which was a slap in his face. Hijiji was stunned by the scolding. She asked Yu Minglang in disbelief, "You want me to get out?"
Yu Minglang, that's not what you said when you wanted to seduce me. Do you believe I will expose our affair and ruin your reputation? Yu Minglang smiled cruelly and indifferently. Brothers are like limbs, and women are like clothes. If clothes get dirty or wrinkled, just throw them away. Expose it? Yu Minglang laughed out loud, as if he had heard something funny. I'm a businessman, and I've had my share of women. I don't mind. It's up to you. Finished. Yu Minglang hung up the phone. Afterwards, all contact information of Hijiji was blocked. When Yu Minglang was fiddling with his phone, an unfamiliar number called. Yu Minglang thought it was Hijiji who had been blocked by him and changed her number. When he answered the phone, he cursed, "Are you seriously ill?" The man on the other side said in a deep voice, "Are you the vice president of Compass?" "You are." Yu Minglang was stunned. "I'm the director of the Ricci brand. My last name is Liu. I have a business endorsement and would like to discuss cooperation with Mr. Shui." Now it seems I'd better talk to Mr. Shui directly. The quality of the vice president of Compass is really eye-opening. After the other party finished speaking, he hung up Yu Minglang's phone. Yu Minglang was not given any chance to speak. Yu Minglang was dumbfounded. Ricci is a top luxury belt brand whose customer base is mature men and elites. It is the kind of big brand that can be used to show off in articles about brainless and domineering bosses. Ricci's annual spokesperson is either a veteran actor or a rising star. Today, why would they hire a lawyer to endorse Ricci products? This is incredible. When the call from Ricci brand director Lu reached Shueishan's mobile phone, Shueishan was chatting with the civil law lecturer of Zabiasan. The civil law teacher at Zabiasan said to Shueishan, "Teacher Shui, are you interested in publishing a book called Shueishan's Civil Law Notes? You would be the editor-in-chief, and I would write the manuscripts. You would then review the finished manuscripts. This is a small gift from me, so please accept it." The civil law teacher handed over a crimson gift box. The gift box is quite heavy inside. There were 2 gold bars. Shueishan smiled and declined politely. "Teacher Su, you and Compass signed a 10-year contract. A man without integrity cannot stand. If you follow me and leave Compass, then how will you gain a foothold in the legal world?" The boss of the Compass is Boyan. It is impossible for Shueishan to poach people from Bo Nan's subordinates. This is the principle. It's also the bottom line. After sending teacher Su away, Shueishan received a call from director Lu of Ricci. As soon as the call was connected, Shueishan accurately called out the other party's name and position. "Hello, Director Lu." Director Lu was stunned. "Teacher Shui, do you know me? When I posted about my new book on Weibo, you liked it and followed me. I saw your work phone number on your homepage and wrote it down." Shueishan said calmly. His tone made Director Lu feel comfortable. Director Lu and Shueishan had arranged to meet next week to discuss a business endorsement. As the conversation was wrapping up, he casually mentioned to Shueishan, "Yu Minglang, your vice president of Compass, seems to have a bad temper." Shueishan thought about it for a moment and understood why Yu Minglang probably printed a lot of pirated copies of his Jiji lectures on criminal law. "Now, the book is unsaleable. That's why I have a bad temper." "Thank you, Director Lu, for letting me know." Shueishan expressed his gratitude. Finished the call, Shueishan took out the equity transfer document from the drawer under the computer desk and went to find Yu Minglang. He was still worried about how to solve the problem that Shueisha's girlfriend had been in prison for several years. It's true, when you feel sleepy, someone will give you a pillow. There is a solution. Chapter 099 New Mission, Sin Value Skill Tree. In Yu Minglang's office, when Yu Minglang saw Shueishan appear and sit on the sofa in his office leisurely drinking tea, his face became extremely ugly. Just now, the sales of Shueishan's criminal law notes have exceeded 100,000. This sales volume is enough to shock the entire legal community. Yu Minglang sneered, not bothering to pretend anymore. He looked at Shueishan and said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this our teacher Shui, who's all over the internet? With all the fame, your wings have grown. Your loyal fans are cursing us under the Compass Weibo, asking why we didn't give you an A-level recommendation, but only a B-level one. Are you showing off in my office now?" Shueishan glanced at Yu Minglang with a slightly cold look. Then, he took out the equity transfer document and said, "This is the equity transfer document you signed yourself. It's for 5% of Compass's equity. The equity change registration hasn't been completed yet." Yu Minglang's face flushed with embarrassment. He pointed at Shueishan's nose and cursed angrily, "Shueishan, you really want to force me to death, don't you?" But next second. Yu Minglang was stunned. He watched in disbelief as Shueishan tore the equity transfer document into 2 halves, 4 halves, and 8 halves, until it was completely shredded and thrown into the shredder in his office. Shueishan's purpose of coming here was never to ask Yu Minglang for the 5% stake. He had to find a way to gain Yu Minglang's trust and destroy Yu Minglang's entire black industry chain of pirated books. This equity transfer letter was the best bargaining chip to gain Yu Minglang's trust. Byte. Host-related behavior detected, triggering mission, initially gain Yu Minglang's trust and infiltrate the pirated book gang. Quest reward, Sin Value Skill Tree *1, hint, in the Guilt Value Skill Tree, elementary, you can see a gavel floating above the suspect's head. If the gavel is dark red, the suspect is guilty, and if it is light green, the suspect is not guilty. Shueishan asked the system in his mind, "Can't I see the specific value?" "Can't see it, your current Sin Value Skill Tree level is too low." Shueishan, level? The Sin Value Skill Tree is divided into 4 levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, and death level. Beginner, you can see whether the suspect is guilty. Intermediate, you can see the criminal value of the suspect. Advanced, you can see what crime the suspect has committed. Death level, you can see high-definition Blu-ray videos of crime scenes, and can redeem them with lawyer experience points to export the videos in the system. Shueishan, awesome class. He is a civil lawyer, but sometimes he encounters some difficult criminal cases and needs to defend the suspects. Sometimes, in order to avoid being convicted, criminal suspects may lie to their lawyers and claim that they are innocent and not guilty even though they have clearly killed someone. If you upgrade the Sin Value Skill Tree to a high level, or even to the death level, that's just too cool, absolutely. Shueishan was talking to the system, his eyes a little blank. At the same time, Yu Minglang was also in a daze. Yu Minglang stared at the buzzing shredder for nearly 2 or 3 minutes before he reacted and asked Shueishan in confusion, What are you doing?" Shueishan's eyes were indifferent. I'm not here to kill you, I'm here to save you. Yu Minglang sneered, obviously not believing that Shueishan would be so kind. You? Save me? I need you to save me? You have a lot of pirated copies of He Zhiji lectures on criminal law in your hands, but you can't sell them anymore. Shueishan hit the nail on the head. The expression on Yu Minglang's face froze. His face was so gloomy that ink could drip out of it. He said coldly, I don't know what you are talking about. Yu Minglang's suspicion level plus 20, tip, negotiations fail when suspicion reaches 100, and succeed when suspicion drops to 0. Yu Minglang's sharp eyes turned cold as he sneered, that kid Chuizha must have cursed Compass a lot in private, right? What did he tell you? Chuizha never cursed the Compass. Shueishan said, Yu Minglang's suspicion level plus 30. Shueishan glanced at Yu Minglang indifferently, he just scolded you. Yu Minglang's suspicion minus 15, favorability plus 10, what, can negotiation also increase favorability? Shueishan said tentatively. Chuizha said that if someone like you wants to have many children and grandchildren, you must have the help of your brothers. Yu Minglang's suspicion minus 10, favorability plus 10. Some people still like to be scolded. Shueishan said, Chuizha also said that you are a stinky loach that thinks you are seafood because you touched a little seawater. Yu Minglang favorability plus 5. Chuizha also said that when you were in school, mirrors were placed in the teaching building to let you know that if you were ugly, you should read more. Shueishan continued to add fuel to the fire, trying his best to satisfy Minglang's desire to be scolded. Yu Minglang favorability plus 1. Yu Minglang looked at Shueishan thoughtfully and nodded in his heart, even if Chuizha scolded him harshly, that at least means that Shueishan was telling him the truth. Why Yu Minglang felt in his heart that Shueishan seemed to be quite honest. Shueishan carefully studied Yu Minglang's expression until his favorability and suspicion were both gone. Then Shueishan got down to business. He told me everything about Chuizha's girlfriend being imprisoned because she was sued by Compass for selling pirated books. Yu Minglang smiled, calmly took out his phone and sent a message. Then, Yu Minglang looked at Shueishan, oh? What do you think about this matter? Do you believe what Chuizha said, or do you believe the Compass, and believe me? This question is a trap. If Shueishan said that he believed in Chuizha, then there was no need to continue the conversation. Even if Shueishan said that he believed Yu Minglang would not believe him. So, Shueishan smiled and said, I don't trust anyone. As a lawyer, the foundation of the legal profession is belief in the law. The rule of law is to trust no one but myself. Yu Minglang's suspicion level minus 10, current suspicion level, 15 out of 100, Mr. Yu. Shueishan took a sip of tea and said slowly, I'll be honest with you. I'm very interested in the high-profit pie of pirated books. I want to get a piece of it. Once we're all on the same page, does it really matter whether I believe you or not? As for Chuizha, his life or death, what does it have to do with me? Shueishan asked Yu Minglang with his acting skills exploding, indifferent eyes, cold-blooded expression, capitalist face. It seems like he is really a sinister villain who can sell everything for money and betray the whole world. Yu Minglang's suspicion level minus 5, victory is in sight. At this time, the door of Yu Minglang's office was kicked open roughly. Shueishan turned his head and saw Chuizha, with a sinister look on his face, walked in with his head lowered and without saying a word. He had a strong evil aura, as if his entire body was filled with black air. When Chuizha looked up at Shueishan, his bloodshot eyes were filled with murderous intent and anger after being betrayed. Shueishan, you lied to me, explain. 1. Some readers think that Yu Minglang will not trust Shueishan so easily, but Yu Minglang is a businessman. He does not need to trust Shueishan. It is enough for him to have common interests and be on the same page. Point 2. Shueishan's mission here is just to make Yu Minglang trust him initially. It's just initial. It doesn't mean that Yu Minglang trusts him completely. This matter still needs to be done step by step, not just blindly. Point 3. With the Compass incident now concluded, we're entering the 6th case, the unjust case of Chuizha's girlfriend. This will gradually progress Yu Minglang's trust in Shueishan and the gathering of evidence. Also, the author's end of chapter quotes are added after the daily update reaches 4,000 or 6,000 words. No extra words are added. Chapter 100 Medical Officer Su looked at Shueishan and said, Brother. Shueishan was stunned. Chuizha and Yu Minglang have a grudge against each other and they will never have any contact with each other. He would not just run into Yu Minglang's office casually. Something is wrong, this must be a scam. Yu Minglang's suspicion level plus 10, Yu Minglang's suspicion level plus 10, Yu Minglang's suspicion level plus 5. In the few short seconds that Shueishan was stunned, Yu Minglang's suspicion increased by a full 25 points. Shueishan came back to his senses, immediately stood up, and looked at Chuizha. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Chuizha punched Shueishan without saying a word. Shueishan moved faster, leaned sideways, and dodged by turning his head. Chuizha's eyes were red and he stared at Shueishan with bloodshot eyes. The gloomy expression on his face was as thick and dark as the night. Chuizha stood there blankly, as if he was immersed in the icy seawater in the dead of winter. Scenes from the time he met Shueishan until now flashed through his mind. When I first met Shueishan, he said that Shueishan was a good lawyer who was full of passion and committed to upholding justice. After getting to know each other, he told Shueishan everything about him and Sui, even the evidence of Yu Minglang's illegal end.
Criminal activities that he had collected over the years when he was in the most difficult and confused time. It was Shueishan who woke him up by scolding him, but 10 minutes ago, Yu Minglang sent him a message saying that Shueishan was waiting for him in Yu Minglang's office. Shueisha came without hesitation because he was afraid that Shueishan would be bullied and humiliated by Yu Minglang, but just now, outside the office door, he heard Shueishan say in person, as for Shueisha, his life or
death, what does it have to do with me?
Shueisha covered his chest and looked at Shueishan with a strange look. He felt as if his whole world had collapsed, everything is turned upside down. Why didn't he discover Shueishan's true identity earlier? He is just an idiot, a fool who was kept in the dark by Shueishan from beginning to end, the idiot who was fooled around by Shueishan. Bang. Shueisha grabbed the teacup on the coffee table in the office and smashed it hard against the wall. The teacup shattered, sending broken pieces of porcelain flying everywhere. Shueishan only felt a pain on his neck. He reached out and touched it, and his fingertips were covered in blood, scratched by broken porcelain pieces. Shueishan didn't say anything. Why Yu Minglang was watching right next to him, and it was impossible for him to explain everything to Shueisha at this time. Shueisha has a hot temper, and if he knows a lot of things, it will be bad. Shueisha laughed softly, almost crying.
Do you know what I hate most in my life? What I hate most is that others treat me like a fool.
If you want to make some dirty money selling pirated books, go find Yu Minglang.
I don't blame you. But why did you scold me to wake me up? Why did you lie to me? Why did you gain my trust and then betray me?
Why, speak up, are you dumb? You've been lying to me, playing tricks on me, and using me from the beginning. Shueisha cursed madly, venting his anger.
Do you remember what you promised me?
You said Yu Minglang was. Shueishan slapped Shueisha hard on the face. Shueisha weighed 200 pounds, but he staggered and almost fell after being hit by the slap. The crisp and loud slapping sound made one's scalp tingle. Shueisha covered his face and looked at Shueishan in disbelief.
Have you had enough of this? Shueishan asked coldly, his dark eyes staring at Shueisha without any warmth. If you have, then get out of here.
This is not the place for you to run wild. Yu Minglang's suspicion level -10. Yu Minglang's suspicion level -10. Shueisha looked at Shueishan with reluctance. You hit me. Do you have any difficulties? Lawyer Shui, you are not that kind of person, I understand. There was a last glimmer of hope in Shueisha's eyes. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Shueishan interrupted him. I am just that kind of person.
I and interests have always been on the same front.
It's just that you are stupid. I've just made it clear. What does your life or death have to do with me, Shueisha? Shueishan sneered and said deliberately, I approached you to test how much evidence you have that would be detrimental to the president. What Shueishan was thinking was, Shueisha, I'm sorry, some things really cannot be explained now. The hope in Shueisha's eyes dimmed bit by bit. He looked at Shueishan deeply, slowly stood up, turned around, and walked out of Yu Minglang's office step by step. Yu Minglang's suspicion level is -15.
The current suspicion level has been cleared. Mission completed. Quest reward, Sin value skill tree, elementary. Do you want to use it? Yes. No.
Shueishan sighed in his heart, use it. After saying this, Shueishan only felt a large amount of data rushing into his brain frantically. Shueishan had a severe headache, and it took him nearly half a minute to regain clarity. The Sin value skill tree, elementary, has been implanted for you and is currently in use. Shueishan's mind moved. He turned and looked at Yu Minglang. A dark red gavel slowly floated above Yu Minglang's head. The dark red gavel, that means Yu Minglang is guilty.
Mr. Yu, I'll leave first. I'll go to the infirmary to bandage the wound on my neck.
Shueishan said. Why? Yu Minglang nodded. Okay. Shueisha came out of Yu Minglang's office, covered his face and returned to the criminal law class. Zhang Depeo was sharp-eyed and noticed that Shueisha's right cheek was swollen. There was a clearly visible slap mark on his face. Blood was oozing from the corners of Shueisha's mouth. The bloodstains have dried.
Shueisha, what's wrong with your face? Who hit you? Zhang Depeo asked hurriedly. Did Yu Minglang bully you again? I'll go find Teacher Shui and ask him to help you. What are you looking for, Teacher Shui? Shueisha was like a powder keg, ready to explode.
He sneered, looked at Zhang Depeo, who looked bewildered, and said, Shueishan is not a good guy either.
He's in cahoots with Yu Minglang.
Shueisha did not hide it either. He told Yu Minglang everything that had just happened in his office. The students in the criminal law class were all shocked. They trust Shueisha more than Shueishan. After all, they had only known Shueishan for less than half a year, while they had known Shueisha for several years. The reason why Shueisha recognized Shueishan as the main lecturer was because of his respect for Shueishan. You can know a person's face but not his heart. I never thought that Teacher Shui is such a person, teacher. Such a beast in human clothing is not worthy of being a teacher.
Scum. Aren't you guys going too far?
Dr. Su stepped forward, the girl's eyes cold and reserved. What you hear may not be true, and what you see may not be. Teacher Shui has been with us day and night for several months. Don't you know what kind of person he is? Shueisha folded his arms, looked at Dr. Su coldly, and said sarcastically, then. I hope that one day, when he cheats you and leaves you with nothing, you can still continue to believe in his character. Medical Officer Su glanced at Treasure, then stood up and walked out of the criminal law class. Just went out. Dr. Su saw Shueishan standing outside the door. It was obvious that Shueishan heard everything, but he said nothing. There was no one around. Dr. Su looked at Shueishan and slowly called out, "Brother." Shueishan was stunned on the spot. 6,000 words, 3 chapters, finished. Let me tell you something. After clicking the yellow button to urge update, a free short video will pop up. I can receive 1 cent for watching a free short video. Tens of thousands of people request updates for this book every day. So, could you please help me check out a smaller video? Zhou Xiao pushed the broken bowl in front of him and looked at you. Do you understand? Chapter 101 Involution. What did you call me? Shueishan asked in confusion. He has only a few younger brothers in his family. There is no sister as old as Su Yike. Su Yike explained, I am Shui Run's girlfriend. Shueishan suddenly understood. Shui Run is his second brother. After graduating from medical university, he went to work in the cardiac surgery department of the municipal hospital. Last week, Shui Run and I went to see Aunt Shui. Su Yike brushed her hair behind her ears and pointed to the criminal law classroom. Brother, just do whatever you want to do. You don't have to worry about the criminal law class. You are Shui Run's elder brother, so you are my elder brother. If you need any help, the Li Qing Su family will definitely help you. Dr. Su said firmly, without any girlish squeamishness. Dr. Su heard from Shui Run that when Shui Run was a child, he was raised by Shueishan. Shui Run is a person with very positive values, then big brother Shueishan won't be bad either. Medical researcher Su didn't believe what Treasure said, and he also absolutely didn't believe that Shueishan would sell him out for profit. Okay. Shueishan glanced at Dr. Su with some surprise, and said in a slightly lowered voice, thank you for your trust. Shui Run, this kid, has better taste in finding a girlfriend than I do. Moreover, it is rare for a girl from a family background like Su Yike to not look down on Shui Run and the Shui family. Ding. Su Yike's favorability +5. Su Yike's favorability, 5 out of 100, family. Shueishan chatted with Dr. Su for a few more words about Shui Run's recent situation, and made an appointment to invite Shui Run and Dr. Su to dinner to reminisce about the past. Another day before turning around and leaving, Shueishan went to the medical room of Compass. The doctor used alcohol to clean the wound on his neck and frowned as he asked, why is it so deep? It's just a minor injury. Shueishan smiled. The doctor put a band-aid on the wound. You almost cut your carotid artery, and you call it a minor injury? Should I call the police for you? This isn't murder, is it? The more the doctor thought about it, the more terrifying it became. With a warm-hearted expression, he insisted on helping Shueishan call the police. Shueishan talked to the police and explained for a long time before hanging up. When I came out of the infirmary, I ran into Yu Minglang, who seemed to be smiling. Teacher Shui, how is your injury? Yu Minglang asked unnaturally, somewhat uncomfortable with the change in his relationship with Shueishan. It only took a few hours for them to go from being sworn enemies to people who could temporarily live in peace with each other. It's okay. Shueishan said. Why Yu Minglang took Shueishan to his office and pointed to a pile of pirated books on the floor. Didn't Mr. Shui say he would help me sell pirated books? Shueishan took a look and found that the books were worth at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Not if he sold it, it would definitely meet the criminal standard. If he doesn't sell or can't sell it, his temporary alliance with Yu Minglang will end there. Why Yu Minglang wanted to force Shueishan to commit a crime and leave behind a fatal handle, because he wanted to completely grasp Shueishan and control his life. Shueishan sneered in his heart. So vicious. Why, Mr. Shui, can't you sell it? Please help me promote my live broadcast room on the official website of Compass. I will sell books live at 2 p.m. Shueishan glanced at Yu Minglang lightly, and a very slight arc appeared at the corner of his lips. Since Yu Minglang wants to use a dirty trick, then he had no choice but to play along and fight to the end. 150 in the afternoon, Shueishan put on his headphones and clicked into the live broadcast room. He sat in front of the camera, and Yu Minglang sat in the blind spot behind the camera. Why Yu Minglang held the teacup and smiled. In front of so many netizens in the live broadcast room, pirated books were sold for huge amounts of money. Shueishan has definitely committed a crime. Not by then, if Shueishan is willing to be an obedient dog, that's fine. Not if you don't listen, then he wouldn't mind sending Shueishan to jail as well. A hint of coldness flashed in Yu Minglang's eyes. What he didn't notice was, before the live broadcast began, Shueishan pressed the screen of his mobile phone. Sufei. Several internet police officers have entered the live broadcast room and are monitoring it in real time. Sufei, just continue the live broadcast as normal, don't be nervous, and don't alert the enemy. Shueishan, okay. Shueishan looked at his watch. It was exactly 2 o'clock. He greeted the netizens in the live broadcast room in front of the camera. Shueishan's habit is to chat with netizens for 10 minutes and answer their questions after the live broadcast begins. A netizen asked frowny face, Teacher Shui, I will be taking the bar exam next year. How difficult is the exam? Shueishan thought for a moment. Let me put it this way. Preparing for the bar exam is like watching a 76-episode series called The Legend of Xinhuan. After you finish watching it, during the exam, you'll be asked. In episode 58 of The Legend of Xinhuan, did the first eunuch step forward with his left or right foot? We watched the video countless times to remember whether the eunuch took the first step, left or right. But in the final exam, the question was, which palace did the second eunuch appear in episode 61 belong to? When you finish the entire set of judicial examination papers, you will only have one feeling: you are watching Empresses in the Palace and he is taking the exam on Rui's royal love in the palace.
Barrage, Schweshen seamlessly inserted the advertisement and took a bar exam book from the table.
So, if you want to pass the bar exam, you still have to buy the Compass bar exam book.
I used it back then.
Yu Minglang was stunned. He watched as Schweshen sold dozens of books in less than 10 minutes. Of this is because Yu Minglang didn't trust Schweshen's ability to sell goods, so he only opened a small live broadcast room with a maximum number of 1,000 people. Teacher Schwe, what questions are included in the bar exam?
Is there anything fun? Tell us 2 things.
Yu Minglang was also watching the comments in the live broadcast room on his mobile phone. After seeing the words on the barrage clearly, Yu Minglang sneered. Law exam questions. Schweshen has taken the judicial examination for several years. Can he still remember the question? How is that possible? But the next second, Schweshen seemed to have been prepared and said slowly, then tell me one. One day, Zhang San snatched Li Si's necklace, worth 50,000 yuan, and ran off. After running 50 meters, Zhang San, convinced that Li Si's necklace was worthless, turned back, ran up to Li Si, slapped him twice, and cursed, "You're such a scoundrel.
You don't even know how to wear a necklace worth money." Then, he threw the necklace back to Li Si. "Excuse me, how do you use your knowledge of criminal law to evaluate Zhang San's behavior?"
The barrage was full of ha 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 ha. Why Yu Minglang was so dazzled by what he saw that he almost forgot the word ha. When you go out to mingle, or a good necklace XSWL, I laughed so hard that garbage within 100 miles was automatically sorted, so hard that the police set up a cordon within a 20-mile radius of me, and so hard that I almost got dragged away by the chef to make kung pao chicken when I passed by the cafeteria. My guess is robbery, but the necklace was returned. The transfer of property is considered a completed crime. Returning the property does not affect the establishment of the crime.
Teacher Schwe, what is the standard answer? These are the actual test questions from a certain year's bar exam.
The standard answers are all in the criminal law test paper of Compass. Schweshen recommended another Compass book. In the following live broadcast, Yu Minglang was stunned by the skillful words, "This person shouldn't have studied law. It would be a waste of his talent if he didn't sell insurance." A live broadcast it lasted a full 3 hours. Schweshen told a short legal education joke on the left and a short legal education joke on the right, making the atmosphere in the live broadcast room as lively as a meeting of popular stars in the entertainment industry. There were 1,000 netizens who joined the live broadcast at the beginning, but only about 950 were left when the live broadcast was about to end. The live broadcast is coming to an end. Schweshen sold all of Yu Minglang's books. He also said to netizens, "There is a very popular word now, called involution. Have you heard of it?" The comments were filled with "I've heard of it."
Then do you know how to break the internal competition?
Schweshen asked. Barrage. This question made Yu Minglang sit up straight in his chair and look straight at Schweshen.
Read more.
Schweshen said, "After all, read 10,000 volumes of books."
Barrage? Puns will be punished with fines. Did you all see it?
Shueisha pointed at the live broadcast of Schweshen on the big slide screen of the criminal law class. He was so angry that he threw the laser pen in his hand to the ground, and the pen rolled far away. There was dead silence in the criminal law class. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. All that could be heard was Shueisha's roar and the voice coming from Schweshen's live broadcast room on the big screen behind Shueisha.
He is a complete hypocrite.
Shueisha picked up the microphone used by Schweshen from the podium, threw it on the ground, and crushed it hard with the heel of his leather shoe. Crack. The God-level microphone that Schweshen replaced in the system was broken. Shueisha was about to throw the cactus on the windowsill, but Zhang Depeo rushed over, picked up the pot of green cactus with both hands, hid it behind him, and stared at Shueisha vigilantly. "Don't touch that pot of cactus." Shueisha shook his head desperately. For some reason, when he was upset, the green plant seemed to have some magical power that could soothe the restlessness in his heart bit by bit, help him focus his attention, and enhance his memory.
Are you protecting Schweshen?
Shueisha picked up a mop stick as thick as his wrist from the corner and gradually approached Zhang Depeo.
If you protect Schweshen, you are my enemy.
Zhang Depeo was forced into a corner. Shueisha swung the mop handle and hit Zhang Depeo hard. Zhang Depeo was so frightened that his soul flew away. He protected the cactus behind him, closed his eyes in horror, and did not move. Chapter 102. Schweshen is questioned by everyone. Bang. Zhang Depeo heard the dull thud of a stick hitting flesh. However, the expected pain did not come when Zhang Depeo opened his eyes and saw Schweshen stood in front of him, holding the stick that Shueisha was smashing down tightly in his right hand. Schweshen asked Shueisha coldly, "You beat him up, he went to the hospital, and you went to jail?
Prison?"
Shueisha tilted his head and looked at Schweshen sarcastically. "My girlfriend has been in prison for several years. What should I be afraid of? Lawyer Schwe, if you have the guts, send me in to keep her company. If you don't have this ability, even if I beat you to a disability, I can still go in and keep her company." Shueisha threw down the mop in his hand. He poured out all the stuff in his desk, stuffed it roughly into his school bag, grabbed the bag and left. Before leaving, he left a message to Schweshen. "Schweshen, I was blind and misjudged you. Teacher Schwe, your lectures are very good, but your character is really bad. I'm sorry, Mr. Schwe. I have good judgment." I think what Shueisha said is more likely to be true. Teacher Shui's girlfriend is already in jail.
It's already miserable enough.
Please let him go. Teacher Shui, the students in the criminal law class were talking at once in Shui's ear. Every word was like a knife, stabbing into Shui's heart. They are all students he has taught for nearly half a year. It would be a lie to say that it wasn't painful, looking at the classmates in the criminal law class who packed up their things one after another and followed Shui out of the classroom. Shui withdrew his gaze and said nothing. Soon, only Zhang Depeo and Su Yike were left in the classroom. Zhang Depeo handed a notebook to the desk in front of Shui. Teacher Shui, this is the criminal law notebook you gave me.
I'm leaving too.
I'm going to give you my notes. You don't hurt Shui. Zhang Depeo put the pot of green cactus on the table and turned away. In the classroom, only Su Yike and Shuichen were left. Dr. Su looked apologetic. I'm sorry, I didn't stop them, you go out first. Shuichen shook his head and said. After Dr. Su left, Shuichen sat alone in the empty classroom. I don't know how long it was before the phone rang. Shuichen glanced at the caller ID and said, hello, master, what are you doing? Shuichen hadn't finished speaking. Gu Penguin interrupted him and asked directly, you were on Compass today, live streaming and selling books, helping Yu Minglang sell books.
Yeah. Shuichen said. Gu Penguin frowned.
You're a lawyer, so it's fine if you're just popularizing the law, but Shuichen, you're not a live streamer selling goods.
Yu Minglang has always had a bad reputation in the industry.
Who knows what illegal activities he's done behind the scenes?
What on earth were you thinking when you were hanging out with him?
Shuichen didn't say anything. Can't say. It can't be explained either. I granted you leave to go to Compass so that you could help Professor Bo Nan, not so that you could do whatever you wanted at Compass and show off your little legal knowledge for money.
The law shouldn't be overly entertaining, and certainly shouldn't be used as a tool to make money. Don't you know that? Shuichen licked the corner of his mouth and said, Master, I know. Go back to the law firm right now.
Gu Penguin rubbed his eyebrows and said in a bad tone. A gentleman loves money, but he gets it in a proper way. Gu Penguin is very wary of his subordinates who take advantage of their legal knowledge to make money in the gray area.
Master, I can't go back for the time being.
Shuichen interrupted Gu Penguin and said before Gu Penguin got angry, I'll finish my work on the Compass and explain it to you when I get back. After saying that, Shuichen hung up the phone. What he didn't expect was, when he returned home in the evening, there was an even bigger storm waiting for him. Thank you all for your gifts and reminders. Yesterday I received gifts worth 200 yuan and reminders worth more than 200 yuan. I don't have much to say, except to update more and give back to everyone's support. 3 chapters a day from now on. There is one more chapter left. I will continue writing. The more frustrated Shuichen is now, the more unlucky Yu Minglang will be in the future. Reversal tomorrow. Chapter 103. Yu Minglang is arrested. Reversal 1. Someone placed a dead mouse on the red carpet in front of Shuichen's house that said safe entry and exit, the kind that dies with eyes wide open and blood all over the place. This is just the first day of the next day. After finishing his case, Bo Nan called Shuichen and said only one sentence, you are a lawyer, not a businessman. Don't use the legal education live broadcast as a tool, and don't use the law to make money. On the third day, the civil law teacher of Zabiasan removed Shuichen from the WeChat group, DingTalk group, and even the Baidu Cloud group of several main teachers of Zabiasan. On the fourth day, Jiran proposed to terminate the contract with Shuichen in just 1 week. Shuichen was almost deserted by everyone. However, his forbearance is valuable. On the second weekend night, Yu Minglang drove and took Shuichen to the door of a remote cannery in the suburbs. The cannery went bankrupt 10 years ago and has been abandoned and in disrepair ever since. The weeds at the door were almost taller than Shuichen.
Mr. Yu, why did you bring me here? Shuichen asked knowingly.
He had a vague guess in his heart that he was getting closer and closer to the truth, even just a layer of gauze between them. If he lifted the gauze, he would be able to reveal the truth. Why Yu Minglang said nothing, pushed aside the weeds, and pushed open the rusty iron gate. Squeak. Shuichen followed Yu Minglang in. When he entered the cannery, the dazzling lights made Shuichen squint uncomfortably. When he saw everything inside the factory clearly, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. The factory building was surrounded by walls and the windows were nailed shut with wooden boards. When the light is on, no light comes out. There are at least hundreds of workers in the factory. Several technicians in plaid shirts sat in front of computers. On the computer screens were cover images of various legal examination materials available on the market. They were retouching the images, and even the anti-counterfeiting codes were made extremely realistic. On dozens of assembly lines, machines were rumbling, and pirated books were being put on one conveyor belt after another, filling up and tidying up the more than 10-meter-long conveyor belt.
This is the warehouse.
Yu Minglang introduced to Shuichen. 2 workers opened the warehouse door. Seeing everything in front of him, Shuichen's anger boiled over. The 3 warehouses, each about 50 to 60 square meters in size, were all filled with printed pirated books. There are pirated books for qualification certificate examinations in various industries, pirated teaching materials for junior and senior high school students, and pirated postgraduate entrance examination materials. The value of these pirated books must be in the 8 figures.
Shuichen laughed angrily. I finally understand why there is no market for genuine books, why authors don't make
money writing books, and why the sales of paper books have not increased in the past 2 years. Just because piracy is rampant in the market, all the money goes into the pockets of these pirates. The businessman who made a lot of money by selling pirated books was smiling after making a lot of money. Those authors who wrote books were so poor that they couldn't afford to eat and cried. Boss you, the scale of your underground printing factory is really quite large.
Shuaishan smiled and joked casually, aren't you afraid that I'll leak the secret? Yu Minglang seemed to have heard a joke.
He held his stomach and laughed so hard that tears were about to come out.
Leaking secrets? Yu Minglang patted Shuaishan's shoulder. Brother Shui, don't be naive. Think about it carefully. You've done 8 live broadcasts this week. How many pirated books have you sold?
If you leak the information, my printing factory and the piracy industry chain will collapse, and you will be an accomplice and the main culprit.
Don't lawyers always say your brain is a walking database of legal provisions?
Yu Minglang rubbed his chin with his thumb and asked Shuaishan with a half smile, then calculate for yourself.
How many years of imprisonment will you receive for selling infringing copies? Shuaishan didn't say anything. We are now tied to the same rope. You'd better behave yourself and be obedient, otherwise. Yu Minglang threatened. Really?
Shuaishan interrupted Yu Minglang, took out a cigarette from his pocket and held it in the corner of his mouth. He took out a lighter, protected the flame with his hand and lit a cigarette, then blew a smoke ring gently towards Yu Minglang's face and said word by word, Yu Minglang, I am different from you.
What?
Yu Minglang was stunned. Shuaishan lazily raised his hand and pressed the tiny earphones in his ears, which were the size of soybeans.
Do it. The next second.
The tightly closed wooden door of the factory was kicked open fiercely. The door had been in disrepair for a long time and was already somewhat rotten, with broken wood chips scattered all over the floor. More than a dozen policemen filed in, led by Su Fei. There were 5 or 6 police cars parked outside the door. When Yu Minglang saw the scene, he almost died on the spot. He turned and ran towards the back door of the factory.
Shuaishan raised his elbow and hit Yu Minglang's chest hard, then
turned around and kicked Yu Minglang in the knee. Why Yu Minglang fell to the ground in pain. Shuaishan pressed his right knee on Yu Minglang's back, grabbed his arms, pressed down with his elbows, and twisted Yu Minglang's arms behind his back.
Let me go, let go.
Yu Minglang was still struggling. Shuaishan looked up, seeing Su Fei walking up to him. He stretched out his hand and took off the handcuffs hanging on the black belt around Su Fei's waist. With smooth and efficient movements, he handcuffed Yu Minglang neatly and quickly, and then moved his knee away from Yu Minglang's back. Su Fei, Shuaishan's level of proficiency makes him look more like a policeman than him. Shuaishan slowly stood up, brushed off the dust on his body, reached out to take the cigarette from the corner of his mouth, looked at Su Fei and smiled. We caught the criminal red-handed, and fortunately we have accomplished our mission. Shuaishan said. Su Fei was silent and said nothing. He glanced at the piles of pirated books in the factory, and then at Yu Minglang, who was lying on the ground in a miserable state, like a stray dog. Su Fei slowly raised his hand and saluted Shuaishan properly. The factory was in chaos. Several policemen were shouting at the workers who were printing pirated books to squat in the corner with their heads in their hands, and not to run or cause chaos. The noise was so loud that Yu Minglang didn't hear what Shuaishan said to Su Fei. He just thought that Shuaishan had attracted the police. He was shocked and angry, and asked Shuaishan in disbelief, Shuaishan, are you fucking crazy? Lead the police to the factory where pirated books were printed. He is at the base of Minglang. He was thrown into jail. How could Shuaishan have a good ending? Shuaishan, this idiot, killed him. You're the one who printed the pirated books, you're the one who sold the pirated books, and you're the one who made the dirty money, Yu Minglang. Shuaishan looked down at him, as if he were looking at something disgusting. What does it have to do with me? Yu Minglang's face was gloomy. Those triangular eyes filled with blood mist looked like they wanted to kill someone. Why Yu Minglang's hands were handcuffed behind his back.
He was pulled up from the ground by 2 policemen.
He glanced at Shuaishan, then at Su Fei, who was standing beside Shuaishan.
Comrade police. I want to report my accomplice. Shuaishan.
Anyway, the person who printed and sold pirated books was caught red-handed. His life is completely over. However, he was unwilling to give up. Even if he dies, he will drag Shuaishan to be buried with him. Chapter 104. Yu Minglang is arrested. Reversal. 2. Su Fei put the gun on his waist, adjusted the brim of his police hat with both hands, glanced at Shuaishan, and said nothing. Why Yu Minglang felt more confident, puffed out his chest, and said, Officer, Shuaishan participated in printing pirated books, Shuaishan participated in selling pirated books, and Shuaishan also participated in dividing the spoils.
Poochie. Shuaishan couldn't help but laughed out loud. Why Yu Minglang frowned, feeling a little uneasy. What are you laughing at?
Shuaishan took out 2 neatly folded pieces of paper from his pocket, opened them, and handed them to Yu Minglang.
Look carefully, what is this?
Yu Minglang glanced down, and the expression on his face froze instantly. The first piece of paper is a police report receipt. Shuaishan reported Yu Minglang under his real name for printing and selling pirated copies, earning illegal income of a particularly large amount. The second piece of paper is a notice of case filing. The police have opened a case to investigate Yu Minglang's illegal printing and sale of pirated books. The time when the 2 documents were signed, all of this happened before Shuaishan's first live broadcast selling pirated books. In other words, his live broadcast of selling pirated books was a phishing act approved by the police, which was helpful in solving the case and was completely legal. Why Yu Minglang's calves went limp, the slightly plump body shook and fell to the ground, looking at Shuaishan in horror. Shuaishan is such a scary person. He slapped Shuaisha, forced all the students in the criminal law class to leave, argued with Bo Nan on the phone, and fired his assistant. All of this, from beginning to end,
was a trap set by Shueishan Bu. Yu Minglang's mind went blank. He collapsed at Shueishan's feet in a state of utter despair, muttering, "Was this your plan from the very beginning?" "Yes." Shueishan's voice was deep and indifferent. "I'm not as skilled as the other person. I admit defeat. This time I failed." Yu Minglang shook his head in self-mockery and laughed. His hands and feet were cold. He was also a lawyer, however. "I didn't pass the judicial examination for a certificate, but for C certificate. But Yu Minglang also understands the law and is aware of his actions, so I'm afraid the sentence will not be light." Yu Minglang was silent for a long time, watching the workers in the printing factory line up and follow the police out of the factory, watching the pirated books in the printing factory warehouse being packed, sealed, and taken away one by one, and watching the pirated book printing equipment in the factory workshop being taken away as well. The entire factory was soon emptied. Yu Minglang asked Shueishan, "Why?" Shueishan looked at Yu Minglang. "Shueishan, so many people have spoken ill of you, insulted you, misunderstood you, doubted you." Yu Minglang's tone was icy, his face full of incomprehension. "And Shueisha, you've been alienated and criticized by everyone just because you're trying to overturn his girlfriend's case. But Shueisha, that ungrateful bastard, broke up with you. Is it worth it for such a fool who is worse than an animal? Why did you help him? How much did he give you in legal fees? If you pirate with me, I can give you 10 times, or even 100 times. Yu Minglang finished speaking. Su Fei also looked at Shueishan. This was also something he didn't understand. He is a people's policeman, and serving the people is his belief and obligation. But what about Shueishan? There is absolutely no need to get yourself involved just to help the client overturn the verdict. Why bother? Is it worth it? Su Fei asked in his heart. It's worth it. Shueishan spoke, his voice slow and deep, like gold, jade and stone. In my life, I don't need to wear fine clothes and eat delicious food, nor do I need to be above everyone else and have absolute power, because in my eyes, there are things more important than these. That kid Shueisha's whole world is in my hands. This is the trust and expectation he once placed in me. I don't need his understanding. All I ask is to be true to my conscience and live up to others. As for money, I like money very much, but..." Shueishan paused. He squatted in front of Yu Minglang, playing with the empty cigarette box in his hand, tossing it back and forth. His voice was not loud, but every word he said was like a heavy hammer, hitting people's hearts hard. Shueishan said, "Those who take money to send innocent people to jail are called legal hooligans. Those who send guilty people to jail are called lawyers." So I said, "Yu Minglang, I'm different from you. I am a lawyer. The path I walk may be dark and thorny, but, from the day I put on my lawyer's robe, I knew I would never be alone on this road." The words fell out. Yu Minglang stared straight at Shueishan. It was as if I had never really known him. Shueishan stood up, and the empty cigarette box fell at his feet. He stepped on it with his brand new leather shoes and walked over. At that moment, Yu Minglang had a feeling. It was as if he was the empty cigarette box that Shueishan was stepping on. It was 2:30 in the morning that night. Licheng City Police posted a Weibo post, Ping and Licheng v. Our bureau cracked a criminal case involving the printing and sale of pirated books, involving tens of millions of yuan, and apprehended both the perpetrator and the stolen goods. Citizen Shueishan provided us with important clues to solve the case. On behalf of all police officers and the public, our bureau sincerely thanks Shueishan for his help and awards him a second-class honorary medal and a 100,000 yuan prize. At V posted on Weibo, the comments section exploded. Fuck. He had a lawsuit the day before yesterday, he promoted legal knowledge the day before yesterday, his new book sold over 100,000 copies yesterday, and he solved a major case today. What kind of talent is Shueishan? Ugh, he's a genius. Last time, my dad helped capture a serial killer and was awarded a second-class honorary medal for public security. Shueishan, that's awesome. Who is Shueishan? Is he the unscrupulous merchant who did 8 live streams selling books like crazy? I heard the books he sold had typos and seemed pirated. Is the internet only available in the village? Shueishan sells pirated books to help solve the case. That's awesome. It turns out that Teacher Shui sells pirated books in order to combat crime. I'm sorry, Teacher Shui, I wronged you. When Ji Ran saw this Weibo post, he had already completed the resignation procedures from Junjing Law Firm and no longer wanted to be Shueishan's assistant. The person he admires is Lawyer Shui, who upholds justice instead of making money. Host Shui sells books live every day. When I saw this Weibo post, Ji Ran's fingers froze, and the expression on his face changed from indifference to surprise, and from surprise to shock. Shueishan, in the case of pirated books, provided important clues and solved the case. These keywords quickly formed a whole logical chain in Ji Ran's mind. Ji Ran's disgust towards Shueishan disappeared instantly. There was a hint of regret in his eyes. He misunderstood Lawyer Shui. Lawyer Shui is not a sinister villain who forgets his principles when he sees profit. Ji Ran quickly called Gu Penguin. Director Gu, have you read the news online? Lawyer Shui, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Gu Penguin interrupted him coldly. Ji Ran, why are you calling me at 2 in the morning? Don't mention Shueishan to me, I don't have him as my apprentice. No, the police have already come out to refute the rumors and help Lawyer Shui clarify the matter. Lawyer Shui sold books in the live broadcast room to help the police solve a case involving a large-scale copyright infringement case involving tens of millions of yuan.
Gu Penguin was suddenly stunned. I felt completely awake and all sleepiness was gone. His hand holding the phone trembled. What did you say? Chapter 105 Yu Minglang is arrested. Reversal. 3. Ji ran forwarded Ping and Licheng V's Weibo post to Gu Penguin. Late at night, Gu Penguin sat at the head of the bed in his pajamas, reading the content of the Weibo post and several highly praised comments in the comment section below at a glance. The comment with the most likes has the following content. I hope that the keyboard warriors who have abused and cyberbullied Mr. Shueishan on his Weibo posts in recent days will come forward and apologize. One by one. Keyboard warriors are not heroes, they are demons who have lost their reason and judgment. They are fighting justice in the name of justice and stifling kindness in the name of kindness. Gu Penguin was deeply touched. Without hesitation, he used his Weibo account to repost Ping and Licheng V's Weibo post, captioning it, Shueishan, I'm sorry. At Vicent.Gu Penguin called Junjing's public relations department and asked for the password to Junjing Law Firm's official Weibo account. 5 minutes later at Junjing Law Firm V. Shueishan, I'm sorry. At VG Ran, Lawyer Shui, I'm sorry. At V Bo Nan, Shueishan, I'm sorry. At V after posting this Weibo, Bo Nan sat back down at his desk, wearing glasses and holding a pen, writing a paper on criminal investigation. Even though computers are very convenient, she still prefers to use the most traditional method, handwriting. When Bo Nan finished writing 4,000 words and looked up, it was already dawn. She thought about it and felt that this matter should be told to the students in the criminal law class, especially Chui Zhe. Bo Nan found Chui's mobile phone number in the student information system of Compass and called him. When Chuizhe received the call, he was still lying on a bench at the train station, covered with a thick coat, and sleeping soundly. He has completely given up on Shueishan. The evidence he presented to prove Yu Minglang's illegal activities was taken away by Shueishan. His girlfriend was thrown into prison by Yu Minglang, leaving her with a criminal record and ruining her life. There was nothing left in this city worth missing. Chui just slept at the station all night, just waiting to catch the train that would depart at 7 in the morning, change city, and start his new life. Chuizhe was awakened by the sound of his cell phone vibrating. He sat up dazedly and answered the phone, his voice unclear. Hello, I don't know what the other party said. Chuizhe's sleepy eyes slowly widened and became round, his pupils shrank sharply. Chuizhe lowered his head and a warm liquid hit the back of his hand. Chuizhe rubbed the corner of his eye with his elbow, speaking incoherently with excitement. I knew it, Lawyer Shui wouldn't lie to me, he must have his reasons, he didn't betray me, he didn't lie to me. The other passengers and cleaners in the train station looked at Chuizhe dancing with surprise. Someone muttered, what an idiot. I'm such a fool, I deserve to die. Chuizhe threw back his arms, raised his hand and slapped himself hard. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the waiting room. Chuizhe murmured, how could I say such nonsense to Lawyer Shui? He called Shueishan a hypocrite, a villain, and even said, only by beating Shueishan to a cripple can he relieve the hatred in his heart. Chuizhe's eyes were filled with regret and guilt. Shueishan has been helping him all the time. Shueishan slapped him because he couldn't explain it clearly to Yu Minglang in front of him, but he said such words to Shueishan, a mentor whom he respected and admired. Ha 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 ha. I'm just an idiot, I'm an absolute idiot. Chuizhe slowly squatted down against the wall, his shoulders shaking violently, and he roared uncontrollably, wailing loudly, wow, my teacher, he will never forgive me again. Chuizhe cried enough, stumbled to his feet, and walked out of the station in a daze like a wandering soul. Come out of the station. Chuizhe, with red eyes, met Shueishan head on. Shui. Chuizhe hesitated for a long time and couldn't say a complete sentence. Shueishan pinched his eyebrows, feeling a little headache. Are you still not a man? Why are you crying? But Chuizhe was almost overwhelmed by guilt and didn't even dare to look Shueishan in the eye. Okay, do you still want to overturn Sui's unjust case? Shueishan asked. Chuizhe suddenly looked up and nodded vigorously, I do. Shueishan took out a letter of authorization from his bag and said, send this to the prison and give it to Sui for her to sign. I will appeal this case to the procuratorate, and the procuratorate will file a retrial with the court, and I will serve as Sui's attorney. Bite. Mission completed. 1. Successfully investigated the feud between Chuizhe and Compass. 2. Investigated the case of Chuizhe's girlfriend, Sui, for selling infringing copies. Mission rewards: 1 in client negotiation points plus 500, client psychology skills plus 500, evidence collection skills plus 1000. 2. 1 platinum treasure chest. 3. Unlock the lawyer-apprentice relationship. Do you want to view the attribute column of the lawyer-apprentice relationship? Yes. No. Shueishan said to the system in his heart, check. Lawyer-apprentice relationship attribute column, master points, 3 out of 100, no level yet, reputation value, 2 out of 100, not yet on the list, disciple, Chuizhe, other features, to be unlocked. Lawyer Shui, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Thank you for putting aside our past grudges and being willing to help E and me. Chuizhe bowed to Shueishan. He took out a bank card from his pocket, wrote a string of numbers on a sticky note, stuck it on the card, and handed the card to Shueishan with both hands. Lawyer Shui, this card contains all the money I've saved over the years. It's not much, and it may not be enough to pay your legal fees. From now on, I'll work for you. I can do anything from carrying bags to driving. I'll slowly make up for it. Shueishan didn't take his card. Do you have the confidence to pass the judicial examination this year? Yes. Shueisha said without hesitation. He took the exam for 3 years and got full marks on the objective test every year. I just deliberately avoid taking the subjective test every year. Shueisha patted his shoulder and said, now that you've passed the judicial examination, I want to open a legal examination training institution by the end of the year.
Come and be my main lecturer.
A glimmer of excitement flashed in Shueisha's eyes.
Ah. Can I? What's wrong with that?
Shueisha asked back. Shueisha was about to say something, suddenly saw, behind Shueisha, there was a car, which was heading straight towards him. When approaching Shueisha, the person in the driver's seat stepped hard on the accelerator. Lawyer Shui, be careful. A hint of fear flashed in Shueisha's eyes. 6,000 words, 3 chapters, please send me a video to urge me to update, and please send me a gift. Chapter 106 Premeditated Murder. The time was too short and the car crashed straight into Shueisha, leaving him no time to dodge. Shueisha pounced on Shueisha and pushed him away. Shueisha staggered a few steps and stood firm. Then there was a muffled bang in my ears. I could hear the chaotic footsteps and terrified screams of passengers dragging their suitcases at the station. Shueisha turned his head suddenly. Then I saw a pure black off-road vehicle was parked where he had just stood. Shueisha was knocked several meters away and fell to the ground with a pale face. Blood flowed out from under his body. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Shueisha. Shueisha squatted in front of Shueisha, his face full of anxiety, but he didn't dare to touch Shueisha at all, for fear of making Shueisha more injured. Shueisha looked at Shueisha and said with difficulty, Lawyer Shui. I'm sorry, regarding you Minglang, I misunderstood you. You feel guilty. The more Shueisha spoke, the more exhausted he became. Every sentence he spoke would be interrupted for a long time, and his voice would become smaller and smaller. Stop talking, I'll call 120 right away. Shueisha took out his cell phone and dialed 120. His voice trembled slightly when he reported the address and the patient's condition. However, the train station is in the suburbs, the nearest hospital is 10 kilometers away. It's the morning rush hour and the highway is jammed. By the time the ambulance arrived, Shueisha was already dead. Shueisha thought of something and said to the system in his mind, I want to use the good luck kit. There were 2 tips in the previous system rewards. Point 1 is a bag of bad luck, the other is a bag of good luck. Shueisha had already used the bad luck bag on Yuli, but the good luck bag was still in the system's inventory backpack, gathering dust. Host, this lucky bag is only effective for you and cannot be used on others. Shueisha clenched his fists as he looked at the dying Chui Zhe. An idea flashed through Shueisha's mind. After I use it, I will stay close to Shueisha.
Can it bring him good luck?
It's possible. But the probability is no more than 30%. Shueisha, use it, quickly.
The good luck capsule has been used on the host.
Just finished using the lucky bag, someone exclaimed. Make way, the doctor is here. 2 medical staff in white coats brought a stretcher over, followed by 2 nurses carrying a metal medicine box. Shueisha, the leading doctor in a white coat, explained, when we were returning to the hospital, the navigation system malfunctioned and directed us to the train station. The main hospital said there was a patient at the train station who needed emergency treatment and had been hit by a car, so we came here. Shueisha, good luck kit, really awesome. Several doctors evacuated the crowd, squatted down and checked on Shueisha's condition. Shueisha walked towards the SUV that caused the accident. He put on the white gloves that lawyers use when collecting evidence, opened the driver's door, and roughly pulled the owner out of the car. Without waiting for the figure to struggle, Shueisha grabbed her arms, twisted and bent them, and threw her hard onto the front of the car. He, what's wrong with you?
Are you looking for death?
Shueisha grabbed He-Ji's brown wavy hair and pressed half of her face hard against the car body. Shueisha was wearing a black shirt today. The veins on his wrist between the shirt sleeve and the white gloves were bulging out due to extreme anger. Last time, you snatched the A-level recommendation position, changed the release date of the new book yourself, and plagiarized the new book yourself.
You lost to me last time, so you are very upset, right?
Ever since the incident with his uncle Lin Chanan, Shueisha rarely got so angry. He was so angry that he was shaking slightly. If Shueisha had not risked his life to push him away, and He had not stepped on the accelerator and knocked him away, he would probably not be alive standing here talking now. Shueisha glanced at Shueisha lying in a pool of blood, and anger surged up in his heart. He. Shueisha said viciously, if Shueisha dies, you won't have an easy life. Shueisha hadn't finished speaking yet. He suddenly vomited all over the floor. Only then did Shueisha smell the strong smell of alcohol on her body mixed with the stench of vomit. In his rage and worried about Shueisha's condition, Shueisha had just noticed, He drank a drunk driving. No, judging by the strength of the alcohol, it was at least the standard for drunk driving. However, Shueisha always felt that something was wrong. There were so many people at the train station, and He was drunk. Could she really find him so accurately in the crowd and hit him with one swift accelerator? This is unreasonable. Before Shueisha could figure out what was going on, the police arrived. The incident occurred in an open space outside the train station, which was under surveillance. After the police learned about the situation, half of them went to take He away, while the other half followed the station staff to check the surveillance footage. Shueisha glanced at the pure black SUV driven by He walked forward and glanced at everything inside the car. After watching for a few minutes, Shueisha Quan understood. This time, a yellow and white cordon was drawn next to the off-road vehicle. Inside the cordon, 2 policemen were discussing the case.
Who is this woman? I heard she's an internet celebrity. Internet celebrity? He drank some horse urine and then drove an SUV into someone? Did he drink this wine into a human or a dog's stomach?
There have been quite a few cases of drunk driving in recent years. You just get used to it. The court can sentence her to dangerous driving and let her spend a few years in prison.
She'll behave herself when she gets out.
Drunk driving, dangerous driving crime, Schweshen sneered and interrupted the two policemen indifferently. Officer, this is not drunk driving, nor is it a dangerous driving crime. The two policemen looked at each other, then turned to look at Schweshen, stunned.
This was a premeditated murder, Schweshen said bluntly. The driver was named Hijiji.
She had a personal grudge against me, and she was targeting me. Just now, if my friend hadn't pushed me away, I would have fallen to the ground. The police frowned and said to Schweshen seriously, Sir, please come back with us and take a statement. But I didn't take it to heart. 9 out of 10 cases their police station encounters every day are cases of dangerous driving, too many to count. Even if Schweshen's words were very certain, they were still just speculations. They have seen many people who deliberately claim that their mortal enemy committed premeditated murder in order to get an extra 2 years in prison. The two policemen didn't take it seriously and nodded perfunctorily. Until Schweshen said, I have evidence that proves Hijiji committed premeditated murder and attempted murder. Chapter 107 Rescue Treasure. Do you have evidence? The police asked Schweshen doubtfully, half believing and half doubting. Schweshen didn't have time to say anything. Officer, a female voice with a crying tone interrupted the conversation between Schweshen and the police. Hijiji broke free from the two female police officers and staggered over in an S-shaped pace. Her eyes were dull, and the smell of alcohol and perfume mixed together on her body didn't smell very pleasant.
I'm sorry. I just had a few extra sips of wine. I drank too much. I just took some hangover medicine and I'm sober now. Burp. I really didn't intend to hit anyone. If you kill someone, you'll go to jail. How could I dare?
Hijiji was crying so hard that her eyes were red, like a lovable rabbit. Of course, this was just her own imagination. The truth is, she cried so much that her mascara and eyeliner smudged, and when she wiped her tears, her foundation was wiped off, revealing a layer of yellow freckled skin. Two policemen, isn't Hijiji an internet celebrity? She also calls herself the natural face diva and the national sister. It turns out that this is what it looks like after removing makeup. Hijiji
didn't realize her makeup was smudged.
She sniffed and pretended to be strong, saying, however, since someone has falsely accused me of premeditated murder, I will also take legal action and hire a lawyer to protect my legal rights.
Schweshen, you've gone too far.
After working together at Compass for a few months, I've had enough of you. Hijiji rubbed his temples, looking dizzy and still hungover. Schweshen glanced behind Hijiji. The doctor gave Chweja a preliminary examination and carried him to the ambulance on a stretcher. Schweshen then retracted his gaze and looked at Hijiji. You just said that you hit someone because you were drunk.
Was it an accident?
Hijiji said, yes.
Schweshen asked, then, why did Mississippi drive to the train station? Was she there to drop someone off or pick someone up?
I remember your livestream was boycotted due to academic plagiarism, and all your endorsements were lost.
You don't have much to do, so you don't need to take the train, right?
Hijiji gritted her teeth. She couldn't say that she had asked her assistant to follow Schweshen and only then knew he came to the train station. I was drunk and unconscious.
I don't know how I drove out.
Anyway, as long as she bites it to death, she is drunk. Schweshen couldn't do anything to her. Her original plan was to follow Schweshen in her car, find a deserted place, drink a few cans of wine in the car to get herself drunk, and then drive the car to kill Schweshen. Her life has been ruined by Schweshen. He has committed academic plagiarism, copied his new book, and his live broadcast room contained pornographic and vulgar content.
She will never be able to
become an internet celebrity in her life, then she will make Schweshen pay the price too. Anyway, if you drive drunk, you will be charged with dangerous driving and sentenced to a few years in prison. But it's worth it if I can kill Schweshen and let him die. When she gets out of prison, the money she has earned over the years will be enough for her to live a life of luxury and never worry about food and clothing. So what if Schweshen suspected she was committing premeditated murder? Schweshen has no
evidence.
Pucci. Schweshen smiled and took out Hijiji's cell phone from the SUV with his white-gloved hand. The phone screen is still on. On the screen is the navigation of Gouda map. The destination of the navigation is the train station.
Miss He, you just said you were drunk and didn't know how you drove to the train station, right?
Schweshen shook the phone screen in front of Hijiji.
A drunk who was unconscious knew how to use his phone to navigate himself to the train station?
A look of surprise and horror appeared on Hijiji's face. Cold sweat broke out on my back. In order to pretend that she was driving drunk, she drank a whole bottle of white wine before hitting the person. When he got out of the car, he reeked of alcohol. When he blew into the breathalyzer, the police were shocked when they saw the number on the tester. I have been checking drunk driving for so many years, but I have never seen such a high alcohol content in the body. Everyone's attention was drawn to her drunk driving. No one noticed that the navigation system on her phone was still on in the car. It was the first time that Hijiji took a risk and drove her car to hit someone. She was so nervous and confused that she completely ignored the navigation on her phone, but right now, Schweshen was rational and calm. and he immediately realized that something was wrong. Hijiji's face turned pale. Now, it's really over. The crime of intentional homicide, even if attempted, would start with a sentence of 10 years, and could even be life imprisonment, meaning the individual would spend the rest of their life behind bars. Hijiji tried to defend herself despite not giving up. She opened her mouth several times but could not refute a single word. Shueishan took out his cell phone and took a picture of Hijiji's lit screen to preserve the evidence. Then, he turned off Hijiji's phone and waved it in front of her again. Hijiji's heart tightened, thinking that there was some more unfavorable evidence. She subconsciously followed Shueishan's actions, shaking her head and looking at the phone screen.
Shake it and hear the sound of water in your head clearly?
That's the sound of the sea, said Shueishan to Hijiji. Shueishan put Hijiji's cell phone into a transparent evidence bag and handed it to the police without saying anything else. He has already pointed out this step, and what follows is the police's job. Shueishan drove hurriedly to the hospital. When Shueishan ran into the hospital lobby, Shueisha had already entered the emergency room. The door of the emergency room was suddenly opened. A nurse came out, her face full of anxiety, as if something big had happened.
Chapter 108, Stupid Shueirun. The nurse said, the hospital's blood bank has run out of Rh-negative blood.
The patient has lost too much blood and urgently needs a blood transfusion.
Is Shueisha's family here?
Is there anyone with Rh-negative AB blood who can give him a blood transfusion? Shueishan was a little anxious. Shueisha's parents were working in another place and were unable to come in time. He has Rh-negative O-type blood, so you can't give Shueisha a blood transfusion randomly. At this time, a familiar voice sounded behind Shueishan. It was a man's voice, but weak.
I have Rh-negative AB blood type. I can give him a blood transfusion.
Shueishan turned around. I saw a man in a hospital gown lying on a trolley, being pushed out by two nurses.
Shueirun?
Shueishan looked at the man in the hospital gown and was overjoyed. This person is his second brother, Shueirun. Shueirun went to draw 200 cubic centimeters of blood and was pushed out of the blood transfusion room with a pale face.
Shueishan had no time to ask him, why did you go to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell?
Shueirun's face looked a little ugly. He moved his lips, but seemed to find it difficult to speak. Before Shueirun could speak, the doctor flipped through the medical records, took another look at Shueirun, and read the medical records as if he were reading a verdict. Suddenly standing up after constipation led to fainting, which in turn caused a heart attack. Shueishan was frightened by Shueisha. His mind went blank and he didn't react to what the doctor said.
Doctor, what happened to my brother?
It was because of constipation and straining during defecation that caused a heart attack. He fainted when he got up from the toilet. The doctor explained to Shueishan in a very loud and clear voice, like a child giving a speech under the national flag. Shueirun, dirty words, very ugly dirty words. When Shueirun was pushed back to the ward, he lay on the bed and looked up at the ceiling, still with an expression of doubt on his face. Shueisha was still in the operating room for emergency treatment, and Shueirun had just donated 200 cubic centimeters of blood.
Shueishan could only accompany Shueirun back to the ward.
Together with the head nurse, he helped Shueirun lie down and tucked in the corners of the quilt for Shueirun. When only the two brothers were left in the ward, Shueishan asked him seriously, "What's wrong with you?" Shueirun has been afraid of his elder brother Shueishan since he was a child. Shueishan's face darkened, and Shueirun was so frightened that he said, "It's just
I couldn't poop in the toilet today.
I tried my best, gritting my teeth, but it stuck at the beginning and can't be pulled out.
Bro, my teeth are sore, and I can't pull it out." Shueishan, and then?
Shueirun said, "My university surgery teacher said squatting is healthier than sitting, so I took off my shoes and squatted on the toilet.
It was just me and my girlfriend, Yiksu, at home. Yiksu was in the living room, and the air conditioner was turned up too high.
It was hot, so I took off my pajamas and pants." Shueishan pinched his brows speechlessly. Then I heard the splash and felt the pleasure of pooping. But I also felt the anal fissure and saw blood.
Brother, you don't get constipated often, do you? You don't understand the joy of overcoming constipation.
I was so excited that I stood up from the toilet all of a sudden. Shueishan, he wants to change his brother.
Then you had a heart attack?
Shueishan asked.
Shueirun nodded.
Yes, maybe I squatted for too long, and I had myocardial ischemia. I fell off the toilet and fell to the ground. My eyes went black. I just remember that I didn't seem to wipe or rinse. Shueirun said this. The door of the ward was pushed open, and Dr. Su walked in with a thermos in his hand and a bag of medicine in his other hand. Seeing his girlfriend, Shueirun quickly grabbed Su Yik's hand and asked, "You put this hospital gown on me, right?
Did you wipe it in the toilet? Did you flush it?"
Dr. Su glanced at Shueirun calmly and said, "Family members of patients who have had a heart attack cannot carry or move them at will."
So?
Shueirun was 1 part despair, 2 parts collapse, and 3 parts social death. So, until the ambulance arrived at our house, I didn't touch you at all. You were lying naked on the bathroom floor, bleeding and with the shit still there. When the doctors arrived, they stood outside the bathroom door and stared at you for a while, laughing so hard that the burglar alarm went off. 3 more, it's over. Moi Chapter 109, third-rate lawyer Shui-run, he wants to immigrate to Mars. This experience of not being able to defecate caused Shui-run's psychological shadow area to explode. So much so that every time he toasted at a banquet, he would say, I wish you smooth bowel movements, no dryness or wateriness, and no pain or itching, no anal fissures or bleeding after bowel movements. Later, Shui-run got another nickname, Brother Shit, but at this moment, Shui-shin-ting watched speechlessly as Dr. Su was feeding Shui-run water with a cup. The sour smell of dog food drove Shui-shin out of the ward. When Shui-shin arrived at the door of the emergency room, Shueisha was pushed out of the emergency room. Shui-shin glanced at Shueisha lying on the operating trolley. He was wrapped in bandages all over, looking like a mummy or a terracotta warrior.
Doctor, how is he?
The surgeon took off his mask, revealing bloodstains on his blue surgical gown.
He's out of danger for now.
He'll stay in the hospital for observation.
Your family will go and complete the hospitalization procedures.
Okay.
Shui-shin breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as the person was okay, it was good. I don't know how long it took for the anesthetic effect on Shueisha wore off. He struggled to open his eyes, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw. Shueisha held a box of cold instant noodles in one hand and a computer in the other, with a pile of verdicts and files beside his legs. More than a dozen verdicts were neatly placed on the accompanying bed. Shueisha saw it. Each one is a verdict filed by Zabiasen against students for selling pirated Zabiasen books, and the person representing Zabiasen in court is Yu Minglang.
Those who were prosecuted were all students from major universities.
They were either sent to prison or forced to pay compensation until they lost everything. Sue is just the tip of the iceberg among the many college students who have been harmed by Yu Minglang. All of these things, one by one, were sins committed by Yu Minglang. Shueisha is collecting information about the victims. Shueisha wanted to get up and help, but as soon as he moved, he felt pain all over his body, as if all the bones were twisted and crushed. Shueisha, a grown man, groaned in pain.
Are you awake?
Shueisha put down his computer and instant noodle box, his eyes warmed.
Are you stupid?
You tried to block the car when it hit you. The doctor said that if you didn't have a thick layer of fat protecting your internal organs, you would have been killed by Hijiji. Before Shueisha could say anything, the door of the ward was pushed open and a nurse rushed in hurriedly.
Excuse me, is Mr. Shueisha awake? I'm sorry to bother you, there's something wrong outside.
Shueisha and Shueisha were stunned. Shueisha was sweating all over from the pain, biting his lips and unable to speak.
Shueisha quickly turned around and asked, what's wrong?
What happened? The nurse said, outside, the words haven't been finished yet. The ward door was kicked open by a foot wearing high heels. At this time, Shueisha and Shueisha saw a plump woman wearing a cheongsam, sunglasses, and a crocodile leather handbag from a niche luxury brand hooked on her elbow. She was obviously a wealthy woman. The rich woman retracted her foot that was about to kick the door, and behind her, there was a man in a black suit, respectful, like a bodyguard or assistant. Seeing this rich woman swaying her hips as she walked into the ward, Shueisha straightened up. Aunt Jiang, why are you here?
Ha, why am I here?
The rich woman rolled her eyes at Shueisha.
Don't you know why I'm here?
Shueisha saw the light green, square root, above the rich woman's head and tapped it with his consciousness. Jianlan, Sui's mother, is the wife of the foreman Sujio. She is a nouveau riche, violent and authoritarian in her children's education, and she tolerates no grain of sand in her eyes. Jianlan snorted coldly. Shueisha, you and did have a relationship, but since I, Jianlan, don't acknowledge you as her son-in-law, she can only keep him outside and can't bring him home, let alone get a marriage certificate with you. I heard, you're still looking for a lawyer for Yi's case? After saying that, Jianlan took out 2 wads of brand new money from her bag and threw them beside Shueisha's bed.
Don't bother with Yi's affairs. Take the money and leave. Don't hire some third-rate lawyer to help you out. We don't need you.
For Yi's case, I hired a top-notch legal team, so I don't need a third-rate lawyer to interfere. After saying that, he glanced at Shueisha. It was obvious who the third-rate lawyer was talking about. Shueisha's face turned red. I don't know whether I was humiliated or angry. Jianlan disliked him because he was a poor boy and had never liked him.
She wanted Sui to marry a rich second-generation man.
Shueisha knew this, but Shueisha is not some third-rate lawyer. At this time, Shueisha rushed in front of Shueisha and said lightly, a third-rate lawyer also wants to hear what the first-rate lawyers have to say. I also hope that Mrs. Su can give me some advice. Shueisha is not a coward, but Sui is still in prison.
Jianlan is Sui's immediate relative.
If Jianlan does not agree to Shueisha representing Sui's case, even if Shueisha is a Daluo Jingxian, he will not be qualified to rush into the court and speak for Sui in court. Nothing is clear yet. If a quarrel really breaks out, will the lawsuit still be fought and the case still be overturned? This matter must be properly resolved. You have to endure when you need to endure. Jianlan didn't even glance at Shueisha. She lazily glanced at the man in a suit who was standing half a step behind her and said, Lawyer Chen, go ahead. Lawyer Chen walked forward, pushed his glasses on his nose, and looked at Shueisha. In Sui's case, the judge who mistakenly convicted Sui a few years ago has contacted us.
As long as we don't file for a retrial and don't overturn the verdict, the judge will pay a 7-figure compensation.
Moreover, the judge promised to help us get through the prison and get medical parole. She'll be released outside the prison in a few days. When he comes out, I can help her find a job in a state-owned enterprise.
Lawyer Chen smiled like an old fox and patted Shueishan on the shoulder. Young man, don't be ungrateful.
Even if the verdict is overturned, according to the state compensation law, Yi can only get tens of thousands of yuan in state compensation.
So what then?
Whether the verdict is overturned or not is not important at all.
What's more important is innocence or working for a state-owned enterprise? Don't be so naive, okay?
Shueishan frowned. Judges are now held accountable for life when making judgments. If there is a wrongful conviction due to error, the judge must bear the responsibility. That's why the presiding judge in Sui's case was so anxious to spend money to avoid disaster. But no reversal of the verdict. Sui is a criminal. Even after being released from prison, people with criminal records will be excluded, ridiculed, and looked down upon. You can get a decent job, but you will be criticized all your life and can't hold your head up wherever you go. Sui is only in her 20s, as young as a flower. This will ruin her life. This is something that money cannot compensate for. At this moment, Shueishan, who was standing in front of the bed, suddenly saw a huge red question mark appear above Shueisha's head. Ding. Carefully asked Shueisha for his opinion to get the mission.
Shueisha, what do you say? Shueishan asked. Shueisha suddenly raised his head and looked at Jianlan. And Jiang, this is a wrongful case. Yi was wrongly accused.
She spent years in jail for something she didn't do. The police, prosecutors, and even the judge who handled the case are all responsible.
In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent.
Even if it means losing everything and writing a blood oath, I will fight this case to the end.
Ding. NPC Shueisha issues a mission.
Chapter 110. Missions. Quest content. Help Shueisha resolve his dilemma and become the attorney for Sui's case to receive a quest reward. The quest reward depends on the completion of the quest. Tasks with uncertain rewards. Shueishan walked forward and looked at Jianlan, who was being sarcastic towards Shueisha. Sister, calm down first. Jianlan glared at Shueishan and was about to say something sarcastic, but after she saw Shueishan's face closely, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Shueishan's words sister made Jianlan feel calmer, and her tone became much gentler.
She said, how can I not be angry about this? Yi was thrown into jail because she helped Shueisha sell books.
Now the presiding judge has agreed to settle the matter privately, offering us a 7-figure compensation and even finding a way to get Yi a job at a state-owned enterprise. But look at Shueisha, that useless loser, who's still clinging to her.
What can I do? Ding. Senior NPC Jianlan has issued a quest.
Help her get a 7-figure compensation to receive a quest reward.
The reward for completing the quest will depend on Jianlan's satisfaction level.
2 tasks. Moreover, the rewards for these tasks are uncertain, depending on the degree of completion and satisfaction. This means that the better he performs, the bigger the reward. Shueishan nodded in agreement without hesitation. Shueishan said to Jianlan, sister, I'm heartbroken that Sui is in prison. I want her out soon, but if the case isn't overturned, Sui will have to bear the reputation of a criminal for the rest of her life. Her criminal record will be filed, and it will be a lifelong stain. I have a plan that will not only help Sui overturn her conviction, but also get her a 7-figure compensation and a job in a state-owned enterprise.
Would you like to hear my advice?
If you're not satisfied, I'll throw Shueisha to your husband's construction site and let him carry bricks for you for a few years for free.
How about that? The words fell. Shueisha was the first to be dumbfounded. He looked at Shueishan in disbelief. Lawyer Shui, people can be confident, but they cannot believe everything. Do you think Sui's case is easy to overturn? It is already very difficult to overturn a verdict. After all, it has been several years and many evidences and witnesses may not be found. Moreover, the amount of compensation a judge should pay for a wrongly ruled case is clearly stipulated in the state compensation law. Shueisha Shui had studied administrative law and remembered clearly that in Sui's case, the maximum compensation he could receive was tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. 7-figure compensation, that's Japanese yen, right? Although Shueisha has never been involved in a lawsuit, he studied law, did an internship in college, and has attended hundreds of court trials. Shueisha felt that Lawyer Shui was a bit outrageous. Isn't this bullshit? Is this a joke? Isn't this going to be a disaster? Shueisha quickly interrupted Shueishan and said, Aunt Jiang, you can't believe everything Lawyer Shui says. I also studied law, and I don't care what you think, I care what I think. Jianlan stared straight at Shueishan without moving her eyes away. What's your name, lawyer?
Shueishan smiled and took out his business card and handed it over. Shueishan, Sister Jiang, just call me Xiao Shui.
Aunt Jiang.
Shueisha wanted to say something but stopped. When he thought of what Shueishan said, I will throw Shueisha to your husband's construction site and let Shueisha move bricks for you for a few years for free, he was scared and said quickly, Jianlan, Shueisha, I have something to discuss with your uncle Shui. 25-year-old Shueishan, 27-year-old Shueisha. Jianlan and Shueishan walked out of the ward one after another. When they reached a deserted area, Jianlan asked Shueishan distrustfully, are you really sure you can overturn the verdict?
Yes.
Shueishan took out a stack of materials from the briefcase under his arm and handed it to Jianlan. Sister, take a look at this. Jianlan took it and read it quickly. The expression on his face changed from suspicion to shock, and from shock to anger. Because a total of 28 people were deceived by Yu Minglang into selling pirated books and ended up in jail. In addition, there were 13 other people who, because their families were wealthy, paid huge compensation to Compass to avoid disaster, and the matter was left unresolved. Shueishan said, these victims are all in the province. I will file a retrial with the provincial high court and invite all the victims and their families to come. The injustice of one person might not be taken seriously, but the injustice of a group of people, they dare not ignore it. Just then, a very light sneer was particularly clear in the quiet hospital corridor. Lawyer Chen, who came with Jianlan, came over with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth.
Lawyer Shui, you are really scheming.
The lawsuit was won, and your reputation as Lawyer Shui has been established. But sometimes, losing a lawsuit can bring greater benefits to the parties involved than winning one.
You win, and the client loses. Lawyer Chen tapped the ash from his cigarette and looked at Jianlan. Sister Jiang, ignore this guy.
He's just using you as a tool to build his reputation.
Really? Shueishan raised an eyebrow. Sister, let me deduce to you my thoughts on this case, okay?
Jianlan didn't refuse directly yet gently. He nodded. Shueishan spread out an A4 paper on the windowsill in the corridor and took out a piece of paper and a pen from his suit pocket. The pen turned a circle at his fingertips, and Shueishan's mind moved. A virtual screen appeared in his mind, with various information on it. On the left, glowing red fonts listed various pieces of evidence in the SUI case. I in the middle, green glowing fonts list the relevant laws and regulations. On the right, blue glowing fonts displayed the data and information of dozens of victims involved in the case on the screen. As Shueishan's system level increases, the legal search system is also constantly being upgraded and has become a system that automatically deduces the logical chain of cases following the prompts of the legal search system. Several solutions to this case naturally appeared in Shueishan's eyes. Legal search system gave Shueishan 7 or 8 hints. Shueishan used a pen to draw on the A4 paper. After a while, several case logic diagrams were successfully produced. Okay, sister, take a look. Shueishan handed over the paper in his hand. Jianlan was a little curious, so she picked up one and started looking at it. She doesn't understand the law, but when she saw this piece of paper, she only took a glance, just one glance. Jianlan was stunned for a moment. Because Chapter 111 Shueisha becomes a disciple. Jianlan was shocked by the case analysis written by Shueishan. Why? Before she married the foreman Suzhou, she had a very strange job, a cow fart inspector. It is necessary to smell the cow's fart at close range to determine whether the cow's diet and gastrointestinal tract are normal. Jianlan didn't even graduate from elementary school and has no knowledge of law, but she understood Shueishan's approach to analyzing the case. Each type of evidence listed on the paper is marked with 30% proof value, 50% proof value, 75% proof value, etc. Shueishan wrote the professional terms listed on the paper in a very easy to understand manner. Criminal law, laws that send people to prison, pretrial, a lawsuit that rescued Sui from prison, presiding judge, the one who struck the hammer, Duan. Shueishan's writing is not only straightforward, but also very reasonable. A sense of comfort and recognition that she understood instantly filled Jianlan's heart. He is much more insightful than the lawyer she hired at a high price who speak in a language she cannot understand all day long. Jianlan said hurriedly, this is good. Lawyer Chen standing by was also dumbfounded. He described Sui's case as being particularly difficult, so Jianlan felt that he was unfathomable. She gave him a lot of legal fees and also gave him a red envelope in private. Shueishan explained it so simply and easily. Isn't this just ruining his place and slapping him in the face? Lawyer Chen was so angry that he glared at Shueishan and cursed him in his heart, just like the handsome readers of Tomato were cursing a stupid idiot named Fengling Joshua who was always stuck in writing. Sister Jiang, don't let yourself be cheated and still help count money. Lawyer Chen stepped forward and tried to find fault. However, when he looked down at Shueishan's analysis of the case, he was also shocked. Generally speaking, the purpose of a lawyer's existence is to use legal terms to deal with judges and prosecutors and solve problems. Most lawyers speak like bookworms, saying things that the parties cannot understand. Only when the client doesn't understand what you say will he think you are awesome and respect you, and therefore he will willingly pay your legal fees. Moreover, some legal terms cannot be explained in a few words. Lawyer Chen could never have imagined that Shueishan could explain clearly a problem that even he himself had only a vague understanding of with just a few words. Even Lawyer Chen himself felt a sudden enlightenment. He subconsciously gave a thumbs up and shouted, awesome. This is great. After saying that, he was stunned. Meeting Shueishan's half smile, he shut up awkwardly. Xiao Shui, let's use plan A. Jianlan said. Sister, don't be impatient. Shueishan slowly took away the paper with plan A written on it and pointed to plans B, C, D below. Take a look at these again. There are many ways to win a lawsuit. The most important thing is how to win beautifully and win to your satisfaction. Jianlan heard it. He held the papers in his hands as if they were treasures and read them one by one. Her eyes were filled with excitement, surprise, shock, and admiration, and her emotions were about to get out of control. Xiao Shui, these plans are all great. I like them all. How about we fight this lawsuit 4 times, see Ming Lang 4 times, and make him a big fool? Shueishan, Doc doesn't have to. Sister, that won't work. This isn't a waste of judicial resources. Judges have a hard time hearing cases. Besides, I'm a lawyer. I can't deliberately complicate simple matters just to make money and cause you unnecessary trouble. This isn't fair. Ding. Jianlan's favorability plus 15. Shueishan, he just said something honest. How did this increase his favorability? Jianlan excitedly chatted with Shueishan about the case for a while. Shueishan asked her a few questions related to Sui, and then decided on the final lawsuit plan. What Shueishan gave was just a general direction. However, the case of Sui and Yu Minglang involved too many victims and was too complicated. Shueishan alone was not enough. Jianlan called more than a dozen lawyers from her legal team with a phone call. With a wave of her hand, she boldly ordered the entire legal team to follow Shueishan's lead and obey his commands. Shueishan and a dozen lawyers worked for a whole morning and finally finalized a system plan. Sui's case was settled several years ago. Now wanting to overturn the verdict of that year, Shueishan asked Jiren to go to the procuratorate to apply for a retrial. Jianlan was also asked to go to the prison and apply to meet with Sui. After being busy for most of the day, Jianlan's attitude towards Shueishan changed 360 degrees from a third-rate lawyer at the beginning to the current lawyer Shui. Jianlan was so excited that her hands were shaking when signing the power of attorney. Before leaving, Jianlan looked at Shueishan and said to him, Lawyer Xiao Shui, I apologize for my rudeness when I entered the ward just now. I shouldn't have just labeled you a third-rate lawyer. Jianlan paused and glanced at Shueisha. Shueisha is right. This is a wrongful case. Even if I have to lose everything and write a blood oath, I must fight this case to the end. After saying that, Jianlan took out 2 sealed stacks of money from her crocodile leather handbag and handed them to Shueishan. Lawyer Xiao Shui, we'll calculate your legal fees separately. You can keep this money for now. The 4 solutions ABCD you came up with are worth the price. While speaking, Jianlan had already carefully stuffed the several pieces of paper with Shueishan's handwriting into her pocket like treasures. When Shueishan sent Jianlan out, Jianlan stood outside the ward door and said, Lawyer Shui, add me on WeChat. The door of the ward was not closed. Shueisha in the ward stared with his eyes wide open. In just one morning, he earned a full 20,000 yuan and successfully added Jianlan on WeChat. It was already dusk. Shueisha looked at Shueishan who had returned to the ward and smiled. You're making a fortune every day, master. Shueisha changed his name. Byte. Mentorship value plus 5, master points plus 5. Shueishan, if you accumulate enough master teacher points, you can be upgraded to provincial or national master teacher. But what is the master disciple value used for? Tip: when the master apprentice value reaches 50 or above, you can unlock the master apprentice duo mission. The reward for a successful mission is 3 to 5 times that of a single player mission. However, if either person fails in the duo mission, both will be punished. Caution, Shueishan, 3 to 5 times. Damn, then I have to give him a big beating. As for the punishment, Shueishan can accept that profits and risks always coexist. Shueisha looked at Shueishan's distracted expression and asked curiously, Master, how did you convince Aunt Jian? Jianlan is stubborn and has a bad temper. She won't tolerate anyone saying no in front of her. Shueisha didn't understand, nor did he understand how Shueishan did it. Jianlan is a very contradictory person. She has wealth, but due to her low level of education, she cannot fit in with the circle of upper-class socialites and noble ladies. This kind of person can't find their place, longing to fit in, but also resisting it. She has a low self-esteem at heart. She resists people with higher education and rejects professional legal knowledge that she doesn't understand. I simply seized on her fatal psychological weakness and used easy-to-understand legal knowledge to make her identify with me and feel a sense of belonging. So, she was willing to believe me. After Shueishan finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Naturally, I didn't tell Shueisha. The moment he saw Jianlan, the psychology skill tree in his mind had already come into play. Shueishan could clearly see that above Jianlan's head, a virtual tree was growing, which only he could see. On a leaf is written, the inferiority complex of those with low education. On a leaf is written, the arrogance of the upstarts. On a leaf is written, arrogance is a cloak covering inferiority. See these? Shueishan understood everything. If you can guess Jianlan's psychology and find her weakness, you can easily defeat her. For women, it is best to attack their hearts. Ding. Shueisha successfully became the attorney for Sui's case and completed his mission. Task rating: A. Quest reward: upgrade the sin value skill tree to intermediate level. Sin value skill tree: intermediate. You can see the sin value of the suspect.